Taishan City, the Su family. At this moment, within the vast training grounds, hundreds of disciples were exhaling deeply, diligently practicing their martial arts. How has everyone fared with the white crane fist that I imparted? Su Tong, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the multitude of young disciples from the Su family, speaking in a resonant voice. As the grand steward of the Su family and a master of martial arts, he held an esteemed position within the clan. Moreover, he was known for his stern demeanor, causing many of the younger disciples to harbor a degree of trepidation towards him. Upon hearing his words, all disciples in the training ground trembled slightly, afraid to breathe. This was a testament to his authority. After 2 months of clandestine study, I have thoroughly mastered the white crane fist. However, should I be discovered practicing in secret, I would undoubtedly face punishment. Wait, I just need a moment longer to observe. In a corner, Su Yuan was sweeping the ground while covertly glancing at the training. With a good memory, he had finally committed all the techniques of the white crane fist to memory over the past 2 months. Though merely a servant, his 2 months of training had successfully allowed him to step into the first layer of chi refining. All of this was thanks to the white crane fist. While it was a rudimentary technique, it was perfect for the purpose of exhaling with vigor. At this very moment, silence enveloped the training ground, which caused Su Tong to feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. What is it? I am addressing you. Su Tong spoke sternly. At that moment, the atmosphere in the training ground began to stir, and at last, someone spoke. Reporting to the Grand Steward, the white crane fist is indeed quite challenging. Yet under your meticulous instruction, most of us have managed to learn it. Indeed, I too have just entered the first layer of chi refining through the practice of the white crane fist. So have I. Su Tong's gaze began to roam, and he soon realized that at least half of the disciples present had reached the first layer of chi refining, bringing him great satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Everyone continue your training. Although the white crane fist is simplistic, it is the unparalleled foundational martial art of the Su family, practiced even by our esteemed young lady. Upon hearing this, the hearts of hundreds of disciples in the training ground were set ablaze with astonishment. Even Su Yuan, concealed in the corner, was taken aback. What? The young lady has joined the ethereal sanctuary, yet she also practiced the white crane fist as her foundation. He inhaled sharply, realizing that the white crane fist was not to be underestimated. Crash! Suddenly, the broom he was holding slipped from his grasp, creating a loud noise that immediately drew everyone's attention. Oh no! I shouldn't be here. Su Yuan began to feel anxious. At that moment, Su Tong started to approach him, and upon recognizing Su Yuan, his expression shifted. Su Yuan, what are you doing here? Do you have the right to be present? Before Su Yuan could respond, Su Tong raised his hand and unleashed a blast of energy aimed at his abdomen. Ah! Su Yuan cried out in agony as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The disciples in the training ground gasped in shock, and murmurs of discussion erupted among them. Is that really? Chapter 2. Signing in for a year of cultivation ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 9 Yuan Golden DAN.AS. The system's voice faded. A golden elixir materialized within the transparent panel before him. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, for this elixir radiated a potent wave of spiritual energy. It was highly likely to be a spiritual pill, which filled him with exhilaration. What a remarkable treasure! Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the 9 Yuan Golden Dan in his hand, examined it briefly, and swallowed it whole. Gulp! Upon consuming the 9 Yuan Golden Dan, Su Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. As a surge of power began to rise from his dantian, it felt as though he were imbued with boundless strength. He immediately commenced the refinement of the 9 Yuan Golden Dan, and the process went exceedingly smoothly, without a hint of obstruction. Excellent! The quality of this 9 Yuan Golden Dan is extraordinarily high. Once refined, my cultivation level will surely ascend significantly. Su Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement, then closed his eyes, devoting himself entirely to the refinement. He began to absorb all the essence within it, and as he continued to do so, his power began to skyrocket, and his realm started to break through. Second layer of chi refinement, third layer of chi refinement, fourth layer of chi refinement, fifth layer of chi refinement, sixth layer of chi refinement, ninth layer of chi refinement. Ha ha ha, marvelous. With a single spiritual pill, I have attained the 9th layer of chi refinement. Just a step away from entering the Yuanyang realm. Su Yuan laughed maniacally. To be honest, It felt as though he were living in a dream. Everything was happening too rapidly. Just moments ago, he had been a mere wastrel, and now he stood at the ninth layer of chi refinement. His rapid progress was undoubtedly thanks to the system. Without it, he would never have achieved such feats. Well, since I can sign in daily, I shall wait and see what splendid treasures tomorrow has in store. Su Yuan spoke with anticipation. Boom. Suddenly, rain began to pour outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. As large droplets cascaded down, Su Yuan's wooden hut had begun to leak. Alas, this is troublesome. Watching the interior gradually become soaked, he felt utterly helpless. The conditions were far too rudimentary. He needed to devise a plan to find a better dwelling. The rain fell heavily and persistently, nearly throughout the entire night, and Su Yuan remained awake, yet he felt no fatigue. With the ninth layer of chi refinement, he hardly required sleep any longer. The next day, the rain finally ceased. Su Yuan stepped outside the wooden hut, inhaling the fresh air, and performed a set of white crane fist. He had thoroughly mastered this martial art, and his execution was flawless. Every move executed with precision. Not bad. While white crane fist may be rudimentary, it lays a solid foundation for body refinement, and it is indeed quite effective, Su Yuan mused contentedly. After completing a set of white crane fist, his face flushed and his body radiated heat. His skin turned a vibrant red, and through his recent training, his meridians had been unblocked, flowing freely. That should suffice. Time for the system sign-in. Su Yuan had eagerly awaited the second day for the system sign-in. As soon as he uttered these words, the system immediately initiated the sign-in process. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. You have received a year of cultivation. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, slightly dazed at having gained a year of cultivation, which ignited his excitement. What? A year of cultivation? Marvelous. The system truly is extraordinary, capable of providing cultivation as a reward. How splendid! Just as his words faded, a mysterious energy surged into his body. The power was immense, causing his body to tremble, and he immediately began to absorb it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He felt his body boiling as a force surged within him, creating immense discomfort. If he did not suppress it, he could potentially face life-threatening consequences. This power is overwhelming. I must quickly suppress and refine it. Su Yuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, then once again seated himself in a meditative posture. Closing his eyes, he began the arduous process of refining the acquired cultivation, which took a full hour before he could finally stabilize it, releasing a long sigh of relief. Had he not done so, he would have faced grave danger. At that moment, his realm began to loosen, hinting at the possibility of a breakthrough. Charge! Yuanyang realm! Su Yuan roared, launching himself toward the next realm. He gathered all his strength, pushing forward as his meridians swelled with energy. Sweat poured from his forehead, his complexion flushed. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed from within him. He had finally broken through the ninth layer of chi refinement and stepped into the Yuanyang realm, specifically the early stage of Yuanyang. At this moment, the power surging within him was exponentially greater than before, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Delightful! Su Yuan bellowed, overwhelmed by this newfound power, his heart racing with exhilaration. Almost there. I should tidy up the library pavilion, lest I mismanage my duties and that Su Tong targets me again. Although Su Yuan had now reached the early stage of Yuanyang realm, he was still no match for Su Tong, who was at least at the peak of Yuanyang realm, if not stronger. After all, no one could attain the position of chief steward without significant strength. He then began making his way toward the library pavilion. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he was called to a halt. You brat! You recovered so quickly? The voice belonged to none other than Su Tong. The chief steward who had previously attacked him, Su Yuan, was caught off guard by this encounter. It truly felt like the worst luck. Chief steward. Su Yuan felt a surge of bitterness. He had nearly been killed by this man. Had his strength been sufficient, he would have sought revenge immediately. Humph. I know you hate me, but it's of no consequence. You will never have the chance to reclaim your dignity in this lifetime. Su Tong scoffed, an air of arrogance permeating his demeanor, which would make anyone feel repulsed. Yet, Su Yuan secretly contemplated, just give me a few more days. With the system's assistance, I will undoubtedly defeat Su Tong. Patience is key. I must not act impulsively. No. I bear no ill will toward the chief steward. You must have misunderstood. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to clean the library pavilion. Su Yuan forcibly suppressed his anger, feigning calmness. Consider yourself fortunate. But wait. I have already arranged for someone to clean the library pavilion. You have other tasks to attend to, and if you fail, I will have you thrown out. Understood. Su Tong replied coldly. Yes, yes, yes. What task does the chief steward wish for me to undertake? Su Yuan inquired. Clean the tiger garden. Su Tong sneered, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes upon hearing this. Su Yuan's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated being assigned to clean the tiger garden. In the past, he would not have dared approach it, for the tiger garden housed not ordinary tigers, but the ferocious crimson flame tiger. Though it had been tamed by humans, it still possessed a degree of wildness and could be quite aggressive. Su Yuan felt an aversion to this task. Su Tong was clearly plotting his demise. However, in a few days, I will be ready to act and eliminate you. Su Yuan had made up his mind. Su Tong must be eliminated, for his wickedness was beyond measure. Very well, follow me, Su Tong commanded. Leading the way toward the location of the tiger garden. Chapter 3. The Tiger Garden. Upon arriving at the Su family's tiger garden, the chief steward left after bringing Su Yuan here. The garden was vast, with each animal enclosure housing a crimson flame tiger. Normally, there were dedicated personnel to tend to them, but today, Su Yuan was tasked with cleaning, which could not bode well for him. Roar. Su Yuan began his cleaning duties. Passing by an enclosure where a crimson flame tiger roared ferociously at him, the powerful sound waves reverberated, instilling fear. Goodness. Su Yuan cursed under his breath. This young beast was the size of a calf and possessed strength equivalent to a human at the 8th layer of chi refinement. It was exceedingly fierce, and it would immediately roar at Su Yuan should he approach. Oh, not be fierce. I do not wish to harm you, Su Yuan responded coolly, then resumed cleaning the ground. Before long, the expansive tiger garden was nearly spotless. However, in a concealed corner, a servant was engaged in conversation with Su Tong, a yin. Wait for the right moment, release the crimson flame tiger, and let it devour that brat. Su Tong spoke menacingly. Understood, chief steward. I won't let you down. Just releasing one crimson flame tiger will ensure that brat's demise. Ha. A yin chuckled maliciously. With that, Su Tong ceased speaking and vanished from the tiger garden. Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, someone was plotting against him while he diligently continued his cleaning. Crack! Suddenly, one of the enclosures in the tiger garden began to rise, and a calf-sized crimson flame tiger slowly emerged. What is happening? Su Yuan furrowed his brow, immediately discarding the broom and focusing intently on the crimson flame tiger. At this moment, the crimson flame tiger exuded an aura of ferocity, baring its teeth as it advanced step by step towards Su Yuan. Roar! The crimson flame tiger roared again, as if famished. How infuriating! Someone must be scheming against me. Otherwise, why would the enclosure open on its own? Su Yuan began to ponder, suspecting that someone was deliberately targeting him. And that person was likely Chief Steward Su Tong. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. He needed to address the immediate crisis first. A fully grown crimson flame tiger was equivalent to a human at the 8th layer of chi refinement. In the past, Su Yuan would have been unable to contend with it, but now, things were different. With his newfound cultivation, he had no fear of a mature crimson flame tiger. In fact, he was eager to test his strength and see just how powerful he had become. Roar! Suddenly, a crimson flame tiger, roughly the size of a calf, lunged at Su Yuan with astonishing speed, its paw descending upon him. The beast. In the face of the tiger's ferocious strike, Su Yuan remained utterly unfazed. Devoid of any fear, with a swift motion, he retaliated with a punch, unleashing the white crane fist. At this moment, wielding the initial stage of his Yuanyang realm, his execution of the white crane fist was immensely powerful. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the crimson flame tiger was sent flying, crashing to the ground and howling in agony. Its tough hide and flesh had surprisingly withstood his blow. Su Yuan was taken aback, not expecting the tiger to endure his punch, especially since he had already exerted more than half of his strength. This demonstrated the formidable constitution of the demon beast. Roar! The tiger, in pain, roared again, exhibiting its rage. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity as it opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames towards Su Yuan. So this is what anger looks like. Su Yuan sneered, unperturbed by the flames. Knowing they could not touch him as the flames surged towards him, he deftly sidestepped, evading the attack. Heh, time to die. At that moment, he leaped onto the back of the crimson flame tiger, seized its head, and delivered a crushing blow. Thud, roar. The tiger howled incessantly as Su Yuan's energy surged into its skull, swiftly leading to its demise, leaving it lifeless. Huh? Su Yuan exhaled deeply. This was his first encounter with a demon beast, and he indeed lacked experience. Otherwise, it would not have taken him so long to resolve the skirmish. After dealing with the crimson flame tiger, Su Yuan intended to depart. Suddenly, he noticed a rustling sound coming from a corner and immediately pursued it. Trying to flee, Su Yuan moved swiftly, grabbing a person from the shadows. It was Yin, the one who had previously conversed with the chief steward. Not me. Not me. It was Chief Steward Su Tong who instructed me to do this. I am sorry. I was wronged. Yin was terrified, his heart pounding with fear, yet a question lingered in his mind. How could this Su Yuan possess such formidable strength in just a few exchanges? He had slain a tiger equivalent to a human at the 8th level of Qi refinement. This was not how it should be. He couldn't comprehend it. Humph. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Su Yuan snorted coldly and delivered a fatal punch to Yin's head, instantly killing him. He then discarded the body into the beast gate, where it was devoured by the lurking demon beasts. Having completed all this, he felt no psychological burden, for Yin had been sent by Su Tong to conspire against him. One less adversary to worry about. Off. Time to leave this place. After finishing his tasks, Su Yuan departed immediately. Thunder rumbled. Shortly after he left, heavy rain began to pour from the sky, accompanied by crashing thunder, resembling the end of the world. The entire tiger park was enveloped in thunder, and some imprisoned crimson flame tigers were struck dead. This made things even more conspicuous, sparing him any explanations. Back in the wooden cabin, Su Yuan had returned. After a long day, it was time to rest and await the signing in tomorrow. This was what he looked forward to most. Tomorrow, he would sign in. He wondered what treasures he might receive. Su Yuan's heart brimmed with anticipation. He spent the entire night meditating and cultivating, for in this world, strength was paramount. Without it, one was nothing. Thus, he yearned for power, wasting not a single second or moment. The next day, as dawn broke, Su Yuan had already risen and practiced the white crane fist once more. He felt invigorated and in high spirits. System, sign in. Su Yuan commanded eagerly, commencing the signing process. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a storage ring. Soon, a transparent panel appeared before Su Yuan, visible only to him. He noticed that additional items had been added to the grid. One grid contained 100 medium-grade spirit stones, while another housed a storage ring. Excellent, remarkable. He had signed for such a bounty of medium-grade spirit stones, and a storage ring as well. Su Yuan was ecstatic, promptly retrieving the storage ring and placing the 100 medium-grade spirit stones within it. A smile graced his face. Heh, with so many medium-grade spirit stones, if I absorb and refine them all, my realm will surely rise significantly. He chuckled to himself, then resolved to refine all the medium-grade spirit stones to elevate his cultivation. Chapter 4. The young mistress, Su Xiu-yi. At this moment, he returned to the wooden cabin and withdrew a medium-grade spirit stone, preparing to commence the refinement. Such potent spiritual energy. The medium-grade spirit stone radiated an astonishing aura, filling the entire cabin. System, please create a barrier. Su Yuan urgently requested the system, and soon, a mysterious force enveloped the wooden cabin, trapping the spiritual energy within. It was time to refine. Su Yuan decided to begin the process. Placing the fist-sized spirit stone in his palm, it quickly began to melt, transforming into a vast reservoir of spiritual energy that he inhaled into his body. Before long, the fist-sized spirit stone was entirely absorbed. He felt a significant surge in his strength. This method is too slow. I still have 99 stones left. Time to absorb them all. Su Yuan then extracted all the spirit stones from the storage ring, piling them before him as his body became enveloped in spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he commenced absorption. Delightful. The immense spiritual energy surrounded Su Yuan like an ocean, bringing him immense comfort. Gradually, he began to absorb the stones, each one refining effortlessly. Finally, as he inhaled a colossal amount of spiritual energy, his realm approached a breakthrough. Crack! A subtle sound echoed as he successfully reached the mid-stage of Yuanyang. Remarkable. No obstacles to reach the mid-stage of Yuanyang so swiftly. Perfect. Su Yuan marveled, astonished by the rapid progress, realizing the medium-grade spirit stones had astonishing effects. Moreover, there were still many unrefined stones surrounding him. If he refined them all, he believed he could potentially reach the great perfection of Yuanyang. Thus, he hesitated no longer and began to refine with all his might. Bang! One by one, the medium-grade spirit stones were refined, and Su Yuan's body emitted explosive sounds. However, it was of little concern. He felt no pain. Rather, it was a pleasurable experience. Soon, after an hour of relentless refinement, he had absorbed all the spirit stones, resulting in another breakthrough. Mid-stage Yuanyang. Late-stage Yuanyang. Great perfection of Yuanyang. Incredible! I have finally achieved the great perfection of Yuanyang. At this moment, Su Yuan was rendered speechless with excitement, feeling that everything within him had reached completeness. With a mere movement, he experienced a sense of harmonious unity. He knew that surpassing the Yuanyang realm to reach the next stage, the Life Spring realm, would not be far off. Achieving the great perfection of Yuanyang so easily. If he had cultivated methodically, it could have taken him years, perhaps even a decade or two, to achieve such a level. Fortunately, he had the system, which made everything remarkably simple. Su Yuan reflected on this. All of this was thanks to the system. Originally, his innate talent was not particularly remarkable. Yet after binding with the system, he had soared, his realm ascending without hindrance. Everything proceeded smoothly. At this rate, he believed he would soon become a superpower. Suddenly, the sound of bells rang out. Resonating with powerful waves of sound, Su Yuan paused, uncertain of what was happening. What is going on? Why has the Xuanzhong been struck? What could this mean? Ordinarily, the Xuanzhong only told for significant events within the family. Its ringing now indicated that something momentous had occurred within the Su family. Furthermore, there were regulations stipulating that all family members, whether high-ranking or low-ranking, must gather at the Su family's martial arts arena upon hearing the bell. Without exception. Otherwise, they would face severe penalties, possibly even risking their lives for non-compliance. Let us go. I must head to the martial arts arena immediately. Su Yuan left the wooden cabin and hurried towards the arena. Along the way, he encountered several disciples of the Su family, eagerly inquiring, "Brothers, why has the Xuanzhong told? What significant event has transpired within the Su family?" "Nothing major. The eldest miss, Su Xiu-yi, has returned from the feathering sacred land." "What? The eldest sister has returned?" "Yes. She returned this morning and is now summoning the disciples. We're unsure what for." "Oh, thank you for the information. I thought something serious had occurred within the Su family." Through his inquiries, Su Yuan finally grasped the situation. It turned out that the eldest miss, Su Xiu-yi, had returned. His previously anxious heart now calm. Su Xiu-yi, gifted and talented, had been taken to the feathering sacred land for cultivation at an early age. He wondered what matters she might have upon her return. While Su Yuan pondered this, the martial arts arena was already teeming with people, all fearful of being late. Thus, he rushed forth, eager not to miss a moment. I've arrived." Su Yuan squeezed into the crowd, waiting alongside everyone for the arrival of the esteemed Su Xiu-yi. "Where is the eldest miss?" "Quiet down. Isn't she supposed to be cultivating in the feathering sacred land? How could she return so soon?" "I don't know. Perhaps she came back for a visit." "Enough with the chatter. The young lady has arrived." A group of disciples began to murmur, their voices abruptly ceasing. In the distance, the sky trembled as a celestial figure soared towards the training ground. None other than Su Jia's esteemed daughter, Su Xiu-yi. Boom! The intensity of her flight tore through the air, producing a series of explosive sounds. Suddenly, a flash of divine light illuminated the scene as a striking silhouette landed gracefully on the training field. Upon her arrival, all the disciples present dared not lift their heads, holding their breath in awe. How exquisite, however! Su Yuan, possessing a bold spirit, did not bow his head but instead gazed intently at Su Xiu-yi. This gaze was nothing short of mesmerizing, akin to beholding a celestial being. Su Xiaoyi's beauty was unparalleled, as if she were a fairy descended from the heavens. If jade represented nature's masterpiece, then Su Xiaoyi was undoubtedly a divine creation. From every angle, she appeared flawless, devoid of any imperfection. One word: stunning. Oh, what is your name? How dare you meet my gaze? At that moment, Su Xiaoyi turned her attention to Su Yuan, her tone laced with a hint of coldness. Disciple Su Yuan, I pay my respects to the young lady. Su Yuan felt a flutter of unease within him, sensing a trace of sharpness in her eyes. His heart raced as he pondered whether he had inadvertently offended her upon their first encounter. Fearing he might be sent to the afterlife before he even had the chance to know her better, a wave of panic washed over him, and the surrounding disciples began to feel the same trepidation. Anxious about incurring the young lady's wrath. How audacious, Su Yuan! How dare you show disrespect to the young lady? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. It was the chief steward, Su Tong, who sought to exert pressure on Su Yuan by leveraging the young lady's authority. Though Su Yuan feared Su Xiaoyi, he no longer felt intimidated by Su Tong. Thus, he met Su Tong's gaze directly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice as he retorted, "What disrespect? I merely gazed upon a fairy." Su Yuan sweet-talked, praising Su Xiaoyi as a celestial being, aware that such flattery would please her. Indeed, as he anticipated, Su Xiaoyi's lips curled into a smile. Enough. Chief Steward Su Tong refrained from further words. It has not been easy for me to return, and I intend to select 2 attendants to accompany me to the Celestial Ascension Sanctuary. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyi's announcement, Su Tong promptly fell silent. No longer pressing Su Yuan, "Yes, young lady," he replied respectfully. As Su Yuan sensed the effectiveness of his flattery, he mused to himself, it seems all women share a common trait. They love to be praised. Now that the crisis had abated, he observed Su Xiaoyi stride confidently to the center of the training ground. She paused, addressing the gathered Su family disciples. Esteemed disciples, I have returned from the Celestial Ascension Sanctuary to select 2 of you to accompany me. Her words sparked astonishment among the disciples, including Chief Steward Su Tong. Soon, murmurs erupted throughout the crowd. What? The young lady traveled countless miles back to our clan to choose 2 disciples to accompany her to the Celestial Ascension Sanctuary. I am equally astonished. To be fortunate enough to be selected would surely lead to soaring achievements in the future. Indeed. But I wonder how the young lady will conduct the selection. I hope it won't be too difficult. This is a rare opportunity. We must seize it. Yes, the Celestial Ascension Sanctuary is one of the 9 great sanctuaries of the world, immensely powerful. To be chosen would mean a lifetime without regrets. As Su Xiaoyi observed the excitement among the disciples, a faint smile graced her lips. Well then, I shall not waste any more words. As long as you pass the assessment, you will have the chance to accompany me to the Celestial Ascension Sanctuary. However, the assessment will be rigorous. Without exceptional strength, one cannot pass. The disciples understood this well, for a journey to the Celestial Ascension Sanctuary was not meant for the weak. Only those with outstanding potential would be selected. At that moment, every Su family disciple wore an expression of eager anticipation, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming assessment. An assessment? Su Yuan, overhearing, felt a surge of interest. If he could pass, he would earn the right to enter the Celestial Ascension Sanctuary. At that point, he could truly rise to greatness and bring honor to his family. Su Xiaoyi then cast her gaze over all the disciples present and declared, I hereby announce that the assessment begins now. Upon finishing her statement, she waved her hand, causing her storage ring to glow ominously, unleashing 9 beams of black light that enveloped the entire training ground. The intense darkness rendered all eyes helpless, and when the black light dissipated, the disciples beheld the object before them. Is that the dragon snake cauldron? Indeed. It is said that each of these cauldrons weighs 30,000 pounds. Ordinary individuals lack even the right to move it. Alas, I fear I might not pass this assessment. Though I am at the 6th level of Qi refinement, I have yet to surpass a strength of 10,000 pounds. I am even weaker. I can only muster 8,000 pounds of strength, leaving me utterly incapable of lifting the dragon snake cauldron. Sigh. It appears I will have no chance. What a pity. Many disciples gazed at the imposing dragon snake cauldron, sighing in despair. Some were visibly disheartened, their faces etched with disappointment, while others remained hopeful, eager to seize the opportunity to enter the Celestial Ascension Sanctuary. This dragon snake cauldron weighs 30,000 pounds, and if any of you, the younger generation, can lift it above your head for 9 breaths, you will be deemed successful. Su Xiao articulated the assessment rules with keen interest, observing the crowd. Yet, most shook their heads, acknowledging the overwhelming weight, while only a select few, including Su Yuan, held on to hope. An opportunity has presented itself. If I can lift the dragon snake cauldron, I am certain everyone will be astonished. Su Yuan began to roll up his sleeves in preparation. Just as he was about to step forward, a young man beside him seized the initiative and approached the cauldron first. Su Yuan recognized him as Su Feng, a formidable contender among their peers. Although not the very best, he was certainly ranked among the upper echelons. Disciple Su Feng wishes to attempt lifting the dragon snake cauldron. I hope the young lady grants me the opportunity. As Su Feng spoke. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Su Xiaoyi. She smiled and encouraged him to give it a try, capturing the attention of everyone present, including Su Yuan. I doubt he will succeed. Though Su Feng possesses decent strength, he is merely at the 9th level of qi refinement. Lifting a 30,000-pound cauldron will be quite the challenge. Su Yuan quickly assessed Su Feng's capabilities. Achieving the 9th level of qi refinement at his age was indeed impressive. But the weight of the dragon snake cauldron would prove formidable. Wow, it's my brother Su Feng. Yes, I heard he recently reached the 9th level of qi refinement. He might really have a chance of lifting the cauldron. Indeed, Su Feng is quite exceptional among the younger generation. From the conversations around him, Su Yuan discerned that Su Feng was well regarded within the Su family, garnering a following of supporters who encouraged him. Energized by their faith in him, Su Feng confidently declared, "Young lady, if I can lift the dragon snake cauldron above my head for 9 breaths, that will be deemed a success." Seeing his confidence, Su Xiaoyi nodded and affirmed, "Yes, if you can lift it above your head for 9 breaths, you will be considered successful." Finally understanding the stakes, Su Feng, cheered on by his peers, approached the cauldron, which was roughly the size of a water vat. In contrast, Su Yuan was certain he could not lift it. At most, he might manage to shift it slightly. At that moment, Su Feng grasped the dragon snake cauldron with both hands and, summoning all his strength, bellowed, "Lift!" Every muscle in his body tensed, his arms coiling like dragons, demonstrating he was exerting his utmost effort. All the disciples present held their breath, anxious for his success. Yet, despite his determination, he could not lift the cauldron. He merely managed to shift it a fraction of an inch. Failure. Su Feng released his grip, having given his all, yet the dragon snake cauldron remained unmoved. The assembled disciples were taken aback. The cauldron was far heavier than they had anticipated. Even Su Feng was unable to lift it. Realizing the challenge ahead, disappointment swept through the crowd. "What a shame, but I believe I can lift it," Su Yuan stated casually, prepared to take his turn. However, before he could act, another young man stepped forward, eager to attempt the lift. He could only shake his head in resignation, waiting for his chance. "Surely, there is no one else here capable of lifting it besides me," Su Yuan declared confidently, allowing others to go first, certain that none would succeed, and he remained unperturbed. Chapter 6. Through the assessment as expected, several young disciples attempted to lift the dragon and serpent grand cauldron, only to fail miserably. The cauldron was far too heavy. It was simply immovable. "I have failed. My strength is insufficient. It's so heavy. I exerted all my effort yet could not budge it an inch. It is overwhelmingly weighty." I too. Several disciples appeared somewhat disheartened, having tried for quite some time without even managing to shift the cauldron a fraction. All of them retreated in defeat, causing Su Xiaoyi, who stood nearby, to furrow her brow in evident disappointment. "What is going on? Is it possible that no one from the Su family can lift it? What have you all been practicing? Have you been slacking off daily?" Su Xiaoyi's voice carried a hint of anger, tinged with a sense of frustration akin to that of a mentor disappointed in their students. The disciples present, apart from Su Yuan, dared not raise their heads, fearful of her reprimand. Cough, cough. "Miss, I would like to give it a try. I wonder if I can." Suddenly, Su Yuan spoke up, stepping forward and addressing Su Xiaoyi with a calm demeanor. "Oh, do you think you can?" Su Xiaoyi regarded the frail Su Yuan with skepticism, doubting that such a slender individual could lift the cauldron when so many others had failed. "You little rascal, don't make a fool of yourself." You, a good-for-nothing, lifting the dragon and serpent grand cauldron? The speaker was none other than the chief steward, Su Tong, who held Su Yuan in disdain, believing he was merely causing a disturbance. Yet, Su Yuan was undeterred. Responding coldly, "Chief Steward, am I not allowed to attempt it? The lady just stated that everyone is entitled to a chance. Am I not worthy of one?" His argument was sound, leaving Su Tong momentarily speechless. Just as Su Tong was about to erupt in anger, Su Shui interjected. "All right, give it a try. But be cautious. The dragon and serpent grand cauldron is extraordinarily heavy, 30,000 jin. Take care to manage it well." Indeed, 30,000 jin is an astonishing weight. Yet Su Yuan estimated that his current strength was sufficient to lift the dragon and serpent grand cauldron. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Yuanyang, and with a single punch, he possessed at least 40 to 50,000 jin of strength. Thus, he faced the cauldron with absolute confidence. "Thank you, miss, for this opportunity. I shall lift the dragon and serpent grand cauldron now." At that moment, Su Yuan began to stride towards the cauldron. Without hesitation, he slightly lowered his body, adopting a stable stance, and encircled the cauldron with his arms. With a powerful thrust of his waist and back, he roared, "Rise!" At that instant, the ground trembled slightly as the cauldron began to shake under the full force of his exertion. All present were taken aback, expressions of disbelief etched on their faces. "What is happening? This cannot be. I say he a good for nothing. How does he possess such strength? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! My goodness! This dragon and serpent grand cauldron weighs 30,000 jin, and he can truly move it. I thought he was merely jesting. How terrifying! He can indeed lift the dragon and serpent grand cauldron. Such strength is truly exceptional among the younger generation. Wow! How enviable! If he truly lifts the dragon and serpent grand cauldron, he could become the Mrs. Attendant and gain entry to the sacred feathering grounds. How enviable! I never expected this Su Yuan to be so deeply concealed. He, a mere servant, is finally turning his fortunes around. At that moment, the young disciples in the training hall were utterly astonished, their faces reflecting incredulity. Even the chief steward, Su Tong, was taken aback. "What? How does this little brat possess such strength? Am I hallucinating?" Su Tong trembled, struggling to comprehend the situation. Only Su Yuan knew the extent of his own extraordinary power. Having reached the pinnacle of Yuanyang, if he could not lift the 30,000 jin dragon and serpent grand cauldron, it would only signify his utter failure. At this moment, Su Yuan unleashed all his might. The cauldron, comparable in size to a water tank, was suddenly hoisted above his head. The awestruck disciples erupted in a mix of astonishment, admiration, and envy, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. "Well done. I did not expect one of the Su family disciples to be so outstanding. You performed admirably," Su Shui spoke, clearly pleased with Su Yuan's display of strength. However, Su Yuan was aware that to pass the assessment, he needed to hold the cauldron above his head for 9 breaths. Thus, he persevered. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 7 breaths, 8 breaths, 9 breaths. "I did it!" Su Yuan exclaimed in exhilaration, having successfully maintained the position for 9 breaths. When he finally released the cauldron, it crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, causing a tremendous tremor. "I truly succeeded. Goodness! How enviable! He can accompany the mist to the sacred feathering grounds. What fortune has befallen Su Yuan? I recall him being of low cultivation. How has he suddenly transformed into someone so powerful? I know he was merely a janitor, yet in just a few days, he has acquired such immense strength. Extraordinary." Many disciples began to murmur, their curiosity about Su Yuan piqued. After all, he had not stood out in the Su family before. Even mediocrity would have been a generous description, yet today he lifted the dragon and serpent grand cauldron as if he were a different person. Facing their discussions, Su Yuan chose not to explain. After all, everything he possessed was granted by the system, a secret that must remain concealed. "You are quite remarkable. If I am not mistaken, your cultivation has indeed reached the pinnacle of Yuanyang." Su Shui scrutinized Su Yuan, her gaze piercing, revealing her curiosity about his transformation. "Indeed, miss, I have reached the pinnacle of Yuanyang," Su Yuan replied candidly. "Oh? Given your aptitude, it is inconceivable you could have attained the pinnacle of Yuanyang. Speak. How did you achieve this?" Su Xiuyi's eyes narrowed, her expression growing stern, causing unease among those present, including Su Yuan, who felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that if he did not respond adeptly, it could lead to dire consequences. However, he could not disclose the truth about the system, so he devised a clever fabrication in his mind. Miss, I discovered a severely injured fire python by the bank of the Lishui River and consumed its inner core, which allowed me to reach the pinnacle of Yuanyang. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Su Xiuyi, was astonished. Oh, the inner core of a fire python. Consuming it indeed could elevate your cultivation. Moreover, it could alter your constitution. Yet, it is fortunate you were not incinerated by the fire attribute energy within the inner core. Su Xiuyi mused, her previous doubts dissipating. Chapter 7. The Celestial Monument. Seeing that his lie had successfully deceived Su Xiuyi, Su Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he not been clever, he would have struggled to explain. Miss, I have passed the assessment. You must honor your promise, Su Yuan stated calmly. Apprehensive of her reneging on the agreement, however, Su Xiuyi smiled slightly and replied, this is a certainty. Just follow me. I am also selecting another female disciple. Having 2 attendants will suffice. Su Yuan, witnessing the success of his endeavors, felt immense joy and excitement within. Meanwhile, the chief steward, Su Tong, felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, with Su Xiuyi present, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Your name is Su Yuan, correct? Suddenly, Miss Su Xiuyi inquired. Yes, Su Yuan nodded in affirmation. All right, there is nothing else to attend to today. You may leave for now, Su Xiuyi replied with a nonchalant tone. However, just as her words fell, a tremor rippled through the distant Taixin city. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the skies above Taixin city erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder, thick bolts intertwining in a chaotic display. Yet, it did not rain. Instead, myriad rays of light illuminated the scene, enveloping the entire Taixin city in a mysterious glow. Could it be? Su Xiuyi gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon, lost in contemplation. Miss, what could it be? Su Yuan inquired, equally curious, as others around them shared in the intrigue. For such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. The Celestial Monument. This phenomenon must indicate the appearance of the Celestial Monument. Come, Su Yuan, follow me. You may have the chance to obtain certain fortuitous encounters. Su Xiuyi's expression shifted as she spoke coolly. Without waiting for Su Yuan to respond, she grasped him tightly and soared towards the heart of Taixin city. Su Yuan felt the wind whip against his face, and in a flash of light, he found himself at the center of Taixin city. The area was ablaze with radiant light, thunder crackling, and energy forming a circular force field. This field spanned several kilometers, enveloping the entirety of Taixin city. Of course, had Su Xiuyi not brought him inside, he would have been unable to enter. Miss, what is the Celestial Monument? Su Yuan queried, perplexed. However, Su Xiuyi offered no reply. Her gaze fixated on a rift in the void. There, a massive black stone tablet floated up and down, emitting an immense energy that generated spiraling storms across the surrounding space. Had it not been for the protective talismans on Su Xiuyi, Su Yuan might have been swept away by the force of the tempest. My goodness, such formidable energy! Su Yuan exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed and desperate to escape. He had come perilously close to peril, and if not for Su Xiuyi shielding him from the energy's impact, he would have certainly met a disastrous fate. At this very moment, the Tianjiao monument trembled once more, causing the entire spatial fissure to widen. A small portion of the monument's body became visible, inscribed with bizarre characters that resembled tadpoles, utterly incomprehensible to the average person. What kind of script is this? Ancient script? Su Yuan found himself perplexed, unable to decipher it. Su Xiuyi also shook her head, equally bewildered. However, she was aware that every time the Tianjiao monument manifested, opportunities would descend. With a stroke of good fortune, one could seize them. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds broke through the air from afar, and several figures materialized, captivated by the sight of the Tianjiao monument. Among them, a young man remarked, the last appearance of the Tianjiao monument was 300 years ago, and the opportunity that fell was claimed by a master of the dark arts, who ultimately established a sect named the Tianjia sect. Indeed, Lung Wui, I have also heard of this event. Another young man named Wang Xiao replied. Yes, Brother Wang. the emergence of the Tianjiao Monument presents us with a fortuitous opportunity. However, securing this chance will not be an easy feat. Did you notice the young lady ahead? She is Su Xiui, the eldest daughter of the Su family. It is rumored that she was taken away by a master in her youth to train in the sacred land of transcendence. I wonder what level she has attained now. Leng Wui had already noticed Su Xiui but was hesitant, unable to gauge her true strength. Indeed, Brother Long, both of us are masters at the pinnacle of the life spring realm. Thus, Su Xiui, being so young, should not be overly formidable. Together, we should be able to outmatch her for the opportunity, Wang Xiao stated nonchalantly. However, their conversation was distinctly audible to both Su Xiui and Su Yuan. Upon hearing their words, Su Xiui's expression darkened, a flicker of anger igniting within her. After all, she was a prodigious talent. How dare they underestimate her? Such insolence stirred her ire, and she thought, if these two dare to contest me for the opportunity when it arises, I shall slay them without hesitation. Su Yuan could see Su Xiui's assertiveness and understood that retreat was not an option for her. He braced himself, prepared to flee at the first sign of conflict, knowing that engaging in such a battle would be tantamount to courting death. After all, his current strength was insufficient. Both of the possibility of him reaping benefits from this situation has utterly vanished. It can be said that his ascent is tantamount to a death sentence. A master of the life spring realm possesses the ability to soar through the skies, and within their dantian, a life spring has already manifested, indicating the generation of true energy. This energy flows forth incessantly from the life spring, exhibiting formidable prowess. In contrast, he is merely at the pinnacle of the primordial yang stage, his strength woefully inadequate. Thus, at this juncture, he turns his hopes towards Su Xiui, fully aware of her extraordinary power, which far surpasses that of the life spring realm. Only by relying on her does he see a glimmer of hope. Unexpectedly, the emergence of the invincible sword heart has attracted so many experts from the life spring realm. However, let me make one thing clear. Even if you unite, you shall never be my match. You may covet the invincible sword heart, but you lack the qualifications to possess it. It belongs to me, Su Xiui declared nonchalantly. Such audacity. Indeed, it is remarkably audacious. Although she is a woman, her words have profoundly astonished Su Yuan. Among the women he has encountered, Su Xiui stands out as the most imposing. In just a few sentences, she has stirred the souls of all present. At this moment, not a single one of the 11 life spring realm experts dares to act. A testament to Su Xiui's formidable presence. Su Xiui, I recognize you. Do you believe that after spending a few years training in the feathered sanctum, you have become invincible? At this moment, Long Waya speaks. His words immediately receive a response from the other life spring realm experts. All of them gather together, addressing Su Xiui. You are the genius of the Su family, Su Xiui? TSK. Who would have thought you would become so aggressive? Daring to face so many life spring experts alone. How presumptuous. Humph. This ugly woman is exceedingly arrogant. Even with her formidable strength, she cannot possibly contend with so many of us. How brazen. She clearly holds us in contempt. One by one, the life spring realm experts express their disdain, their tones far from friendly. They are renowned young talents from Taishan City. How could they possibly fear Su Xiui? Moreover, united, they represent a formidable force. These fools are courting death. Although I cannot discern the exact depth of Su Xiui's cultivation, it undoubtedly exceeds that of the life spring realm. Even with 11 life spring experts, they stand no chance against her. Perhaps if I obtain the invincible sword heart, I might still have hope. Su Yuan has already sensed Su Xiui's extraordinary nature. As long as she can hold off these 11 life spring experts, he will have the opportunity to seize the invincible sword heart. Ha. Such audacity. You few drunkards truly believe that by joining forces, you can defeat me. You are utterly oblivious, mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Su Xiui laughed bitterly in anger. Hmph, enough pretense. If battle is what you seek, then let us fight. I, Leng Waya, fear you not. Leng Waya retorted coldly. Indeed. Let us strike together. There is no way she can overcome us all. Wang Xiao also chimed in. The other experts began to gather, plotting their strategy. Once we have slain Su Xiui, we will take care of the invincible sword heart. At this moment, all the experts unite, preparing to make a move against Su Xiui. However, she remains unfazed. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the night had come to an end, ushering in the dawn once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. It is now time for check-in. Please proceed. The sudden voice of the system resonated in Su Yuan's mind, instantly filling him with elation. Check-in. Su Yuan completed the check-in successfully. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a True Essence Realm Experience card. Upon usage, you will be able to harness the power of the True Essence Realm for one day. Once the time elapses, the power will dissipate. At this moment, he was thrilled to have acquired a True Essence Realm Experience card. With this, he could effortlessly refine the invincible sword heart. Although the duration was merely a day, it was ample time. Use. Without hesitation, Su Yuan activated the experience card. Instantly, a mysterious force surged into his body, and his realm ascended to the pinnacle of the True Essence Realm in an instant. Refine. Now, he had the confidence to refine the invincible sword heart, and the system bestowed upon him a protective force, safeguarding his body. Without it, he would have been unable to refine it. Invincible sword heart, merge with my being. Su Yuan shouted with fervor, commencing the refining process. Immediately, the invincible sword heart within him began to tremble. Its energy gradually emanated, exuding an aura of terror. Had it not been for the system's protection, he would have met his demise from this initial surge. Thankfully, he had obtained the system. Otherwise, refining would have been impossible. In this moment, after using the experience card, Su Yuan's realm had reached the pinnacle of the True Essence Realm, and his strength was formidable. Under his relentless efforts, the fist-sized invincible sword heart finally showed signs of loosening. Beginning to be refined, however, he was aware that this was a lengthy endeavor, not something to be accomplished with ease. He had to persevere. As time elapsed, Su Yuan's skin turned a deep crimson. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. Yet, the good news was that he had refined 1/3 of the invincible sword heart. I shall now break through to the life spring. Su Yuan held his breath, concentrating all his energy as he began the assault. He focused all his strength into his dantian, and at that moment, a tremor coursed through his dantian, revealing a trace of true qi, which filled him with delight. Almost there. I shall push forward and open the life spring. Su Yuan was elated, fully committing to the refinement of the invincible sword heart. Initially, the fist-sized invincible sword heart was relatively easy to refine, but as time went on, the speed of refinement increased dramatically, to the point where it posed no challenge. As soon as the true qi made contact, its power was swiftly refined. Boom. Suddenly, deep within Su Yuan's dantian, a life spring emerged, pulsating with immense true qi. A powerful suction erupted, directly consuming the invincible sword heart. In that moment, Su Yuan felt entirely transformed. Excellent! The life spring is complete, he rejoiced, for the success of the life spring signified his entry into the initial stage of the life spring realm. However, it was not the end, for the life spring was now infused with the most refined power of the invincible sword heart. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, astonishing the numerous life spring realm experts engaged in battle with Su Xiao outside. How is this possible? His realm is so low, yet he possesses the strength to refine the invincible sword heart. I also find it hard to believe. The sword intent naturally radiating from him is utterly terrifying. Fearsome. After refining the invincible sword heart, his future endeavors in swordsmanship would yield remarkable results, and even in other paths of cultivation, similar effects would ensue. Sigh. Let us depart. Realizing the futility of the situation, the group decided to retreat. Buzz. The fateful golden will spun in the air, emanating an infinite golden radiance. The sky brightened as if it were midday, and as the light faded, everyone hastily made their escape. You all fled swiftly, Su Xiao remarked coldly, deciding against pursuing them as it was unnecessary. With the invincible sword heart now in Su Yuan's possession, even if she were to eliminate a few life spring experts, it would yield little benefit. Moreover, should she pursue, there was the risk of encountering hidden experts targeting Su Yuan, which could prove perilous. Thus, she chose to allow their departure. Su Yuan, I will protect you. Focus on your refinement. Observing him entering a meditative state, Su Xiao understood the importance of not disturbing him, silently guarding his side as he fully refined the invincible sword heart. Such formidable power within my dantian. At this moment, Su Yuan sensed an immense energy surging within his life spring, seemingly on the verge of explosion. He quickly focused on digesting it. Boom. Am I already at the mid-stage of the life spring realm? Su Yuan was astonished. After refining a portion of the restless energy, he broke through, advancing to the mid-stage of the life spring realm. Just then, the life spring within his dantian expelled another surge of energy. As if it were inexhaustible, absorb. Su Yuan consumed this massive influx of energy, and his realm ascended yet again, astonishingly reaching the late stage of the life spring realm. His heart raced with exhilaration. Excellent! Such rapid advancement in my realm. It feels almost embarrassing. Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. However, just as he finished laughing, the life spring once again unleashed a torrent of energy. After absorbing it, his body trembled, successfully achieving the pinnacle of the life spring realm. What? Your realm? Su Xiaoyi was equally astonished, unable to comprehend how he had progressed so rapidly. Chapter 11. The check-in at the Jade Emperor Cauldron indeed. Young miss, I have now attained the pinnacle of the life spring realm. Just a step away from entering the true essence realm, I owe it all to the invincible sword heart. Otherwise, I would have no idea how long it would take to cultivate to this level. Su Yuan smiled faintly. Soon, Su Xiaoyi regained her composure, acknowledging that the refinement of the invincible sword heart indeed facilitated realm advancement, though not to the terrifying extent witnessed in Su Yuan's case, directly propelling him to the pinnacle of the life spring realm. Yes, yes. You have refined the invincible sword heart. You have gained an opportunity. It is almost time to leave, Su Xiaoyi remarked casually. Boom! Suddenly, the celestial monument trembled violently and vanished without a trace. The sky returned to its original state. Su Yuan glanced at the sky as if awakening from a dream, and then departed with Su Xiaoyi. In a mysterious hall of the Long family, Long Qinggong, the head of the Long family, stared blankly at the spirit light mirror for a prolonged moment. How infuriating! My disciple, Long Waya, was unexpectedly slain. This is utterly despicable. Long Qinggong seethed. Master, what shall we do about this matter? A young man beside him gazed at the enormous spirit light mirror, uncertain. This matter cannot be left unresolved. I cannot possibly let Su Xiaoyi go unpunished. She must pay with her life. Long Qinggong declared coldly, his gaze fixed on the spirit light mirror, which displayed the images of Su Xiaoyi and Su Yuan until they finally departed. After which the mirror dimmed, he was now fully aware of everything that had transpired, thus directing his ire towards the Su family. Master, Su Xiaoyi is not to be trifled with. We have no knowledge of her current realm. Yet her strength is formidable, Long Yin. My Long family is not a soft persimmon. We will not allow others to bully us. I cannot afford to retreat. We must reclaim our dignity, Long Qinggong stated coldly. Though he was aging, he retained the temperament of his youth. Yes, master. We can form an alliance with the Wang family. Alone, we may not be able to contend with the Su family, but if we join forces with the Wang family, the situation will be different. With our combined strength, we can surely defeat the Su family and capture that woman to torment her severely. Long Yin began to devise a plan. Currently, in the entire Taishan city, aside from the city lord's mansion, there are 3 prominent families, the Wang family, the Su family, and the Long family. Among them, the Su family is the most powerful, followed by the Wang family, and then the Long family. Hence, to topple the Su family, collaboration with other families is essential. That makes sense. I will promptly notify the head of the Wang family to discuss this matter. Long Qinggong replied nonchalantly. Master is astute. Long Yin wholeheartedly agreed. At this moment, Long Qinggong shifted the topic, addressing Long Yin calmly. Have you made contact with the Demo sect? Long Yin paused, contemplating before responding, reporting to the master. I have already established contact with the young master of the Demo sect, Mu Xiaobai. He mentioned he would visit our family in a few days to discuss some matters. At this, Long Qinggong's expression improved slightly as he replied, Good. When Mu Xiaobai arrives, I will request his assistance to deal with the Su family. With his strength, the Su family would be utterly incapable of resisting. He understood the immense power of Mu Xiaobai, recognizing that the Long family's long-standing presence in Taishan City, remaining unscathed, was largely due to the backing of the Demo sect. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago in the ongoing conflicts. Thus, he regarded Mu Xiaobai with great importance, hoping he could lend a helping hand to eradicate the Su family. That makes sense, master. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Lung Yin said softly. You may leave. Long Qinggong intended to rest, and at this, Long Yin withdrew. The grand hall fell silent once more. The next day, at the Su family, in a small courtyard, Su Yuan had risen early to begin his training. Since he refined the invincible sword heart and reached the pinnacle of the life spring realm, Su Yuan was bestowed a personal courtyard by Su Xiuyi for his daily cultivation. It was evident that Su Xiuyi held him in high regard, and Su Yuan felt immensely grateful, dedicating himself to constant practice. The system sign-in. Su Yuan was filled with excitement as the time for the system sign-in had arrived. Shortly thereafter, the system responded. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a low-grade spiritual artifact, the Jade Emperor Cauldron. Before him appeared a panel with a glowing square. As the light faded, a jade cauldron was revealed. Su Yuan was elated. He recognized this as the Jade Emperor Cauldron, a low-grade spiritual artifact. He chuckled. The system was indeed generous, managing to sign him a low-grade spiritual artifact. Overjoyed, Su Yuan took out the Jade Emperor Cauldron. Although it appeared to be only the size of a palm, he knew that once true energy was infused, it would expand immediately. Excellent. With this Jade Emperor Cauldron, my strength will ascend to a new level. Su Yuan gazed at the cauldron with great satisfaction, then gently infused a bit of true energy. The cauldron trembled and began to enlarge, soon reaching the size of a water tank, leaving him utterly amazed. Remarkable! As he dispelled the true energy, the Jade Emperor Cauldron reverted to its original size. Astonishing, truly astonishing. He was thoroughly satisfied with this low-grade spiritual artifact, showering it with praises before storing it away in his storage ring. Ceasing his cultivation, Su Yuan, dinner is ready. At that moment, a young woman entered the courtyard, carrying food. Su Yuan suddenly realized that it was mealtime. He hurriedly sat down to eat. In truth, once one reached the life spring realm, they could forego food and drink, but Su Yuan had a penchant for delectable human cuisine. Thus, he eagerly indulged. Wow! The young lady treats me exceptionally well, preparing such a lavish breakfast. As Su Yuan surveyed the table laden with delicacies, he felt immense satisfaction. These dishes were not ordinary. They consisted of the flesh of mystical beasts. Consuming them not only strengthened his physique but also enhanced his power. Truly splendid. Soon, Su Yuan began to devour the meal voraciously, clearing the table in no time. Feeling full, he exclaimed, "Burp! I'm satiated." Rising from the table, he felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with strength from the substantial consumption of mystical beast flesh, which had yet to be fully digested. He decided to practice in the back mountain. In the back mountain of the Su family, Su Yuan summoned the Jade Emperor Cauldron and directed it towards a mountain peak. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the peak was obliterated. Massive rocks tumbling down, billowing clouds of dust and flying debris. Impressive. Though it was a low-grade spiritual artifact, its destructive power was astonishing. Su Yuan was astounded. Thus, he continued to cultivate alone in the back mountain until the following morning. Ding! Sign-in time has arrived. Please sign in, host. Su Yuan was thrilled. He could sign in again and promptly succeeded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and obtaining a heavenly grade martial art, the instant kill sword technique. As the system's announcement concluded, Su Yuan was struck with disbelief. He had acquired another heavenly grade martial art. How exhilarating! He immediately began to practice this technique, and with the system's assistance, he mastered it in no time. A formidable sword aura radiated from him, creating an intimidating presence. The instant kill sword technique, when combined with the invincible sword heart, rendered him as fierce as a legendary slayer. However, the display of this technique was too overwhelming. If he were to walk out like this, others would undoubtedly be suspicious. To maintain a low profile, he suppressed all his fierce aura, presenting himself as an ordinary individual. Having cultivated sufficiently, he mused, with my current strength, even a formidable opponent in the early stages of true essence realm would not stand a chance against me. Su Yuan remarked nonchalantly, then departed the back mountain to return to the family. Upon his return, he immediately noticed someone rushing toward the assembly hall, curious about the commotion. He quickly stopped a hurried disciple and inquired, "Brother, what is happening? Why the rush? It's a major issue. Don't you know?" "Not at all. Please, enlighten me." The apprehensive disciple proceeded to explain the situation in detail. Ahem. I see. It appears I must also head to the assembly hall. Su Yuan replied calmly, making his way to the assembly hall. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Inside the assembly hall, the family head was absent, and instead, 3 elders were conducting the meeting. These 3 elders, with their white hair and beards, were over 100 years old, possessing formidable strength, each at the pinnacle of the true essence realm. It was rare to see them, as they typically remained in seclusion. Their presence today indicated significant matters at hand. They were known as Su Pe, Su Feng, and Su Run. Have all the disciples gathered? Su Pe commenced, scanning the thousands of disciples present. After a brief pause, he continued, "We have summoned you today to announce a significant matter." This statement, the disciples present felt a slight tremor, uncertain of the nature of the announcement. However, Su Yuan sensed a looming crisis, suspecting it might involve him. The possibility was considerable, so he refrained from speaking, waiting for the elders to elaborate. Everyone is aware of the recent anomalies, correct? Within these anomalies, an opportunity arose, which was seized by our Su family. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Originally, this was a fortuitous event, but unfortunately, it has displeased the Long family, who have issued a demand for us to hand over the individual involved. Failure to comply may result in war against our Su family, Su Pa stated earnestly. The other 2 elders nodded in agreement, though they remained silent. Who are we supposed to hand over? Who obtained that opportunity? Indeed, on that day, I witnessed the young lady accompanying someone to Taishan City. That person seemed to be Su Yuan. What? Su Yuan is he? How infuriating. He has brought such trouble to our Su family. Hand him over to the Long family. Let him go. Absolutely not. He is the young lady's attendant. Who would dare harm him? If you were to hand him over, the young lady would likely have you eliminated. At that moment, the assembly hall became increasingly raucous. Many disciples began to voice their opinions, with the majority advocating for Su Yuan's surrender. A minority believed that having obtained the opportunity, he could lead the family to greatness and were reluctant to comply. Meanwhile, Su Yuan remained remarkably calm in the corner, aware that even if the elders decided to surrender him, Su Xiu would never allow it. She understood the immense potential he possessed after merging with the invincible Sword Heart. As long as he endured and developed for a bit longer, he would undoubtedly become a supreme master. Given Su Xiu's character, she would never betray her OW and Su Pe. What do you mean? Are you truly willing to sell out for personal gain? Is that not too cowardly? The Long family may be powerful, but they cannot be compared to our Su family. We are not of the same level. Your fear will only disappoint the disciples. At that moment, Su Yuan boldly confronted Elder Su Pe. Not only did his audacity startle the other seated elders, but it also left the thousands of standing disciples astonished. Su Yuan's courage was astonishing. How could he confront an elder? This situation seemed precarious, indeed. Elder Su Pe was at the pinnacle of the true essence realm, and if provoked, Su Yuan could face dire consequences. However, it was true that Su Yuan had the young lady backing him. Despite the 3 elders' esteemed positions, they could not compare to her. That is a valid point. If the young lady were to intervene, it is likely that no one would dare lay a finger on him, for she is a disciple of the feather-transforming sacred land, unmatched in status within the family. With this reasoning, the crowd began to speculate on how Elder Su Pe would handle Su Yuan. The hall buzzed with chatter, and suddenly, Elder Su Pe slammed his hand down, his voice tinged with irritation. Silence. Instantly, all disciples fell silent, fearing to incite his wrath. You are Su Yuan. Elder Su Pe's gaze locked onto Su Yuan, radiating a fierce intensity, exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to a colossal cauldron. Most individuals would be unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the true essence realm. However, Su Yuan was different. Having refined the invincible Sword Heart, his aura was equal to or even surpassed that of Su Pe. Thus, he began to resist. "Do you think mere pressure will compel me to submit?" Su Yuan retorted defiantly, unleashing an astonishing aura of his own. This aura was tenfold greater than Su Pe's, shattering Su Pe's pressure and leaving all present dumbfounded. How is this possible? Elder Su Pe is at the pinnacle of the true essence realm. How could he falter in this clash of auras? This is simply inconceivable. This young man is surprisingly powerful. How outrageous, however. I believe he is not at the true essence realm but rather at the pinnacle of the life spring realm. Did you see incorrectly? I recall he was merely at the chi refinement stage before, suddenly spending a few days with the young lady, and he has reached the pinnacle of the life spring realm. This is incredible. There is nothing incredible about it. Perhaps the young lady imparted her skills to him. Indeed, that is the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, it is unfathomable. It is evident that the numerous disciples are profoundly astonished by Su Yuan's transformation. For his cultivation has ascended at an astonishing pace, reaching the pinnacle of the life spring realm in merely a few days. This rapid advancement surpasses even that of most prodigies, leaving them in awe. Chapter 13. Confrontation with Elder Su Pua. What a remarkable young man! To withstand my aura is no small feat, Elder Super exclaimed. However, the chasm between us remains vast. With merely half my strength unleashed, you shall be unable to endure. With a swift motion, Supa soared from his elevated seat, descending into the grand hall. The two other elders observed with keen interest, their curiosity piqued. If Su Yuan indeed possesses the talents of a genius, he must be safeguarded at all costs. Are you seeking a contest with me? Su Yuan's martial spirit surged, emboldened by the challenge. Despite Elder Su Po's formidable strength, he was determined to exchange blows. For he had yet to engage in combat with a master of the true Yuan realm. Thus, he yearned to test the limits of his own potential indeed. You are quite impressive for one so young. Having attained such remarkable cultivation, I shall make an exception and spar with you today. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, the Su family shall ensure your protection, Supa stated calmly. Though initially irritated, he recognized Su Yuan's prodigious talent. Such an individual, once fully realized, would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of superlative masters, and thus he cherished the prospect of nurturing this talent. Very well. I have long heard of Elder Su Po's unparalleled Great Annihilation Divine Fist, and today I wish to seek your guidance. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. At these words, the surrounding disciples of the Su family displayed expressions of astonishment. They were taken aback that he dared to challenge an elder, and collectively held their breath, for Elder Su Po's might was well known. Even without exerting his full strength, Su Yuan would likely falter against 3 of his strikes. How audacious, to seek to experience my Great Annihilation Divine Fist, Super exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. Very well, I shall oblige you. With a resounding shout, he surged forward, his form becoming a blur as he propelled himself towards Su Yuan. With a mighty thrust of his hand, a torrent of true chi erupted, and he unleashed a devastating punch. The sheer force reverberated throughout the hall, causing all present to stagger backward in shock. Yet, Su Yuan stood resolute, akin to an ancient pine, his feet firmly anchored to the ground. Faced with this terrifying blow, he was acutely aware of its potency. However, he refused to yield. The indomitable sword heart within him trembled slightly. Unleashing boundless power, and his aura surged, surpassing even that of Su Pur for a fleeting moment. In an instant, he erupted forth, a formidable presence enveloping Elder Su Pur as he launched an assault. Yet, it was swiftly thwarted by Su Po's protective true chi. Impressive, truly worthy of the true Yuan realm's pinnacle. Had you been at the initial stage of the true Yuan realm, you would have certainly sustained injuries from that strike. Su Yuan remarked coolly. At this moment, Su Po had closed the distance, and Su Yuan deftly evaded the incoming attacks, his movements fluid and elusive, like a wraith. Despite Su Po's overwhelming power, he found himself unable to capture Su Yuan, who darted through the air with remarkable speed. Such swiftness! You evade my attacks with astonishing ease, Super exclaimed, astonished. The young man moved with the grace of a fish in water, his speed rendering him elusive even to the elder's grasp. No matter how fervently he pursued, he found himself unable to keep pace with Su Yuan, the stalemate drawing gasps of admiration from the onlookers. This Su Yuan is no ordinary talent. His strength is so formidable that even Elder Supa cannot subdue him at this moment. Indeed, Elder Supa was a master of the true Yuan realm, yet Su Yuan's agile maneuvers left him at a loss. Previously unremarkable, Su Yuan had astonished all by reaching such heights in a matter of days alongside the young lady. He was undoubtedly a genius to be preserved, if granted time. It was feared that within a year or so, he could ascend to the status of a superlative master. Surely, Elder Supa harbored such thoughts. The family would likely safeguard him, for such an exceptional talent was a rarity indeed. He has already withstood 2 of Elder Supo's strikes. There remains but one final blow. I dare say he can endure it. At this juncture, Su Yuan was fully engaged in combat with Su Pur, who was taken aback by the young man's formidable prowess. He had withstood 2 of his punches, suffering only minor reverberations, which left the elder astonished, given his superior cultivation. Annihilation, Su Pur roared, his entire being radiating a terrifying aura. Waves of true chi spiraled around him, resembling a divine warrior descended from the heavens. Abruptly, he raised his hand and unleashed a punch infused with astounding power, sending Su Yuan reeling backward. Thud, thud. Su Yuan staggered back several steps before finally stabilizing himself, gaining a clearer understanding of his own strength. If he were to employ the spirit artifact, the Jade Emperor Cauldron, he could likely overpower his opponent. However, defeating him outright would remain a challenge, for such a figure might possess hidden reserves or life-preserving techniques. Elder Su Pur, I have withstood your 3 strikes. It is time for you to honor your promise. Su Yuan said with a subtle smile. Very well. I did not expect you to possess such skill. Excellent. Your safety is assured by the Su family. Should the Long family dare to act against you, I shall not remain idle, Su Pur declared with righteous conviction, and the other 2 elders echoed his sentiment. Now secured by the family's guarantee, Su Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, the entire assembly hall began to tremble. A fireball hurtled toward them, and Su Po's face paled. He struck out, shattering the fireball, from which a red invitation card fell. This is an invitation from the City Lord's Manor, Su Po exclaimed, examining it closely. The invitation conveyed that the City Lord, Du Gufeng, was celebrating his 200th birthday tomorrow and invited the Su family to attend. Is that so? Su Xiao-yi, the young lady, interjected coolly as she entered the hall. Elder, it is an invitation to City Lord Du Gufeng's 200th birthday, Su Po replied respectfully. Oh? In that case, I shall take it upon myself to attend with Su Yuan tomorrow. After the celebration, Su Yuan and I shall return to the sacred land of Ascension, Su Xiaoyi stated with an air of nonchalance. Su Yuan was taken aback. He had not expected the young lady to invite him to the banquet. However, he recognized that attending would provide valuable exposure, especially since other families from the Xin city would likely send representatives as well. This gathering promised to be significant, perhaps even perilous, at this moment. He pondered the implications. Chapter 14. The young master of the great demon sect, fear not, for I am here. Su Xiaoyi seemed to perceive Su Yuan's apprehensions and immediately sought to reassure him. Understood, my lady. With you by my side, I have nothing to fear. Su Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Very well. You may retire now, and we shall depart for the City Lord's Manor early tomorrow morning. Su Xiaoyi instructed. With that, Su Yuan refrained from further conversation and left the assembly hall. That evening, in a quaint courtyard, Su Yuan sat cross-legged, commencing his cultivation. After approximately an hour, he emerged from his meditative state, eagerly anticipating the following day. Tomorrow, I shall be able to sign in. I wonder what rewards await me. Filled with anticipation, he soon succumbed to slumber. The next day, at dawn, Su Yuan awoke early, eagerly awaiting the system's sign-in. System, I wish to sign in. After a moment, the system appeared, and Su Yuan successfully completed the sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 years of cultivation. The system had not disappointed him. He had directly acquired 3 years of cultivation. A mysterious force enveloped him, infusing him with power, and Su Yuan's aura surged dramatically. He felt a whirlwind of energy within him, and soon realized he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Excellent. Once I refine this 3 years' worth of cultivation, I shall attain the true Yuan realm. Su Yuan was exhilarated. Achieving the true Yuan realm would elevate his power to unprecedented heights. With his comprehensive abilities, he could contend with even those at the pinnacle of the true Yuan realm, especially with the Jade Emperor Cauldron and other techniques at his disposal. With unwavering focus, he commenced the refinement of the cultivation he had obtained from the system. Before long, he became immersed in his practice. An hour later, his body trembled slightly, and he sensed a dramatic transformation in his aura. At that moment, he successfully broke through to the true Yuan realm. Is this the true Yuan realm? How powerful! Su Yuan marveled at the energy coursing through him. Feeling a surge of excitement, he perceived that his strength had increased at least tenfold compared to before. That should suffice. It is time for me to head to the City Lord's Manor. Su Yuan reined in his power, restoring his calm demeanor. He then exited the courtyard, and after taking only a few steps, he encountered the young lady, Su Xiao-yi. Let us depart. Su Xiao-yi smiled lightly before soaring into the air. Similarly, Su Yuan took to the skies. Once he reached the realm of the life spring and cultivated genuine qi within, flight became an effortless endeavor for him. Thus, soaring was not a challenge for Su Yuan. Whoosh! A series of fierce winds surged past as Su Yuan closely followed behind Su Xiaoyi. The journey from their current location to the city lord's mansion was not lengthy, allowing the two to leisurely glide through the air. Ever since you acquired the invincible sword heart, your strength has progressed remarkably. How about we race and see who is swifter? Su Xiaoyi suddenly proposed. Sure, Su Yuan responded with unwavering composure. After refining the invincible sword heart, his prowess had significantly increased, and his agility had greatly improved. He was eager to test his own speed and see if he could match Su Xiaoyi. Just as he contemplated this, Su Xiaoyi had already soared ahead, moving with lightning speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wow, such incredible speed. Su Yuan was taken aback, utterly astonished by Su Xiaoyi's swiftness. Like a bolt of lightning, he immediately sprang into action, his body surging with energy as he began to execute his own movement techniques. Accelerating rapidly, he transformed into a beam of light, pursuing Su Xiaoyi with fervor. In mere moments, he caught sight of her figure. Interesting, you can actually keep pace with me. Su Xiaoyi sensed Su Yuan's presence behind her without looking back. At that moment, she suddenly accelerated, her speed surging once more. Su Yuan, undeterred, closely trailed her, locking onto her aura. Wherever she flew, he followed suit. Simultaneously, he was profoundly astonished. Su Xiaoyi's speed was astounding, and no matter how hard he tried, he found it impossible to catch up, pondering what movement technique Su Xiaoyi had mastered. Impressive. Not only was the young lady powerful, but her speed was also remarkable. It seemed he could not overtake her. Su Yuan realized that no matter how much effort he exerted, he could not close the distance to Su Xiaoyi. As time passed, he found himself increasingly far from her. At this juncture, Su Xiaoyi had come to a halt, and upon noticing this, Su Yuan immediately flew over to catch up. Why did the young lady stop? Su Yuan inquired, puzzled. There is a trace of demonic energy. Can you sense it? Su Xiaoyi replied coolly. Her spiritual awareness was exceptionally keen. Even the faintest hint of demonic energy could not escape her perception. Indeed, I sensed it too, not far from here. Su Yuan acknowledged, having noticed it thanks to her prompt eye in the shadows. An immense and potent demonic energy lurked, its concealment profound, yet still detectable. Show yourself, Su Xiaoyi suddenly commanded coldly. Her hand waving as a surge of genuine qi shot forth, striking into the void. Instantly, that space began to warp, and a young man materialized before them. This young man was suffused with demonic energy, exuding an aura of malevolence, unmistakably a practitioner of the dark arts. You must be Su Xiaoyi. I am Wu Xiaobai, the young master of the great demon sect, commissioned by the Cold family. I have come to eliminate you. It turned out that this man was Mu Xiaobai, the young master of the nearby great demon sect, instantly capturing Su Yuan's attention. Oh? The great demon sect? Are they also venturing into this murky waters? Su Yuan thought to himself. Su Xiaoyi appeared visibly incensed. How dare a mere young master of a small demon sect attempt to assassinate her? Surely, this was a fool's errand. Observing her fury, Su Yuan knew that Mu Xiaobai was doomed. Regardless of his strength, he could not possibly contend with Su Xiaoyi in Su Yuan's mind. Su Xiaoyi's power was simply terrifying. It was unlikely that even the leader of the great demon sect would be regarded with any seriousness by her. Thus, Su Yuan settled in to watch the spectacle unfold, eager to see how Su Xiaoyi would handle this intruder. Ha ha, Mu Xiaobai. You possess an audacity beyond measure. My lady is a disciple of the Feathered Ascension sacred land. What gives you the gall to act so brazenly? Su Yuan laughed heartily. This declaration made Mu Xiaobai visibly uncomfortable. His piercing gaze swept over Su Xiaoyi and Su Yuan, and the demonic energy surrounding him began to writhe. Signaling he was ready for a confrontation, it was evident that he was not overly intimidated by Su Xiaoyi's background. So, what if she is a disciple of the Feathered Ascension sacred land? Here, the heavens are high and the emperor far away. Slaying you is something they cannot intervene in, Mu Xiaobai replied coldly. Humph. Just wait, Su Yuan. Give me 3 breaths of time, and I shall eliminate him. Su Xiaoyi was now thoroughly enraged. Unable to contain herself any longer, Mu Xiaobai did not expect Su Xiaoyi to be so brazen as to claim she could eliminate him in 3 breaths. Ha! Such arrogance, he scoffed, his aura becoming even more foreboding. Yet Su Xiaoyi remained composed. Everything well within her control. 9 Heaven's divine thunder, she exclaimed, her voice ringing out as she formed a hand seal. Instantly, the skies above darkened with thunderclouds. Crackling with electricity, a massive bolt of thunder descended, its might beyond comprehension. Fortunately, Mu Xiaobai's reflexes were sharp. Otherwise, he would have surely been struck down. What realm are you in to summon the 9 Heavens' divine thunder? Mu Xiaobai gasped, astonished by Su Xiaoyi's terrifying power. The ability to command such a force left him drenched in sweat. His earlier bravado evaporated instantly. Humph! What of it? Not only can I summon the 9 Heavens' divine thunder, but I can also call forth the 9 Heavens' water thunder, 9 Heavens' wind thunder, 9 Heavens' fire thunder, and a total of 9 types of thunder, Su Shui stated with calm assurance. Su Yuan, observing from the side, was equally astonished, genuinely feeling the depth of her strength. This Su Xiaoyi was formidable indeed. Her realm was not merely the true essence realm or even the law manifestation realm above it, but she seemed to exceed even that. At that moment, Su Yuan was struck with fear. Su Xiaoyi was indeed a practitioner who had trained in the feathered ascension sacred land, her power having reached such heights. It was common knowledge that in this small locale of Taishan City, achieving the law manifestation realm was already considered remarkable. With her strength surpassing that realm, she was effectively invincible in Taishan City. Damn it, Mu Xiaobai gritted his teeth, now acutely aware of the pressure upon him. Humph! Even if I remain idle, my companion here can still defeat you, Su Xiaoyi suddenly declared, leaving Su Yuan utterly bewildered. Although his strength was respectable, being a true essence early-stage expert, facing Mu Xiaobai might prove challenging. Young lady, please don't jest, Su Yuan exclaimed, caught between laughter and tears. No worries. He is merely in the early stage of the law manifestation realm. Not formidable at all. I will bestow my law manifestation upon you, and you shall surely defeat him, Su Xiaoyi replied with a knowing smirk. Suddenly, she trembled, and a white law manifestation materialized. This swirling mass of white energy emanated a fearsome power. In an instant, it surged into Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan was overwhelmed by the intense pain. The force was overwhelming, but he knew that if he could harness it, he would gain the strength needed to vanquish Mu Xiaobai. Despite his suffering, he persevered. Soon, his strength surged, briefly elevating him to the early stage of the law manifestation realm. A torrent of formidable power erupted from within him, locking onto Mu Xiaobai with fierce intensity. Instant kill sword technique. Su Yuan darted forward like a flash, radiating an aura of terrifying sword qi. In that moment, the heavenly level technique, instant kill sword technique, was unleashed. The very fabric of the world trembled. And within a myriad, there was no chance for him to save his own life. Understood, miss. Su Yuan nodded. In the next moment, he moved, his body trembling as he launched an attack, his palm cutting through the air, exuding a sword aura that was both fierce and profound. Instantly, he tore apart Mu Xiaobai's manifestation, causing the latter to spew forth a mouthful of blood, his figure retreating as his complexion grew increasingly pallid. In truth, Mu Xiaobai had only recently attained the initial stage of the manifestation realm, his own manifestation still unstable. Thus, he was no match for Su Yuan. If he were to cultivate for a while longer and stabilize his manifestation, it would not be an easy task for Su Yuan to defeat him. Great demon hand, Mu Xiaobai roared in fury, and a massive demonic hand, shimmering with dark light, reached out towards Su Yuan, causing the air to explode in its wake. Just in time, Su Yuan did not evade. Instead, he opened his mouth to draw in the demonic force, instantly refining its power, causing his own strength to surge. Even Su Xiaoyi, who stood beside him, was taken aback, not expecting such dominance from him. What? My hand, my manifestation? Mu Xiaobai's face turned ashen, his pain palpable. Unbeknownst to him, a portion of his manifestation had been devoured, and his power began to wane, nearly causing him to cough up blood once more. Ha ha ha! You are beyond salvation. I shall completely absorb your manifestation. Su Yuan lunged forward, his hand swiftly grasping Mu Xiaobai's manifestation. Moving with the speed of lightning, before Mu Xiaobai could react, his manifestation was already under Su Yuan's control, leaving him in utter shock. No! Mu Xiaobai cried out in despair. Ha ha ha! Su Yuan savagely tore into his manifestation, consuming it voraciously, a display so brutal that even Su Xiaoyi stood agape in astonishment. It can be done this way, Su Xiaoyi muttered in disbelief. Chapter 16. The three patriarchs watching his manifestation being devoured step by step. Mu Xiaobai's face turned increasingly ghastly, yet he found himself powerless to stop it. He could no longer contend with Su Yuan. All he could do was watch helplessly as his internal power ebbed away, his suffering intensifying. Ha ha ha! I have absorbed your manifestation, Su Yuan cackled. Upon consuming Mu Xiaobai's manifestation, his body began to writhe, an explosive surge of power coursing through him, causing Su Xiaoyi to be momentarily stunned. Recognizing Su Yuan's genius, now fully immersed in the refined manifestation, Su Yuan's strength soared. Even though Mu Xiaobai's manifestation was imbued with demonic energy, he could still refine it without any hindrance. Ah? You truly dare to refine my manifestation? How despicable! The loss of his manifestation left Mu Xiaobai trembling, his spirit flagging, his face ashen. As his power drained away, his realm plummeted from the initial stage of the manifestation realm to the pinnacle of the true essence realm. And it did not stop there. It continued to drop until he fell to the life spring realm, where it finally ceased. Humph! You are now a worthless being. Perish! Su Yuan struck out, reducing Mu Xiaobai to mere dust. His form exploding into countless specks of light, vanishing entirely. At this moment, Su Xiaoyi remarked from the side. Well done. You absorbed his manifestation and actually reached the initial stage of the manifestation realm yourself. This counts as a fortunate turn of events. I thought you would not be his match, yet you have truly amazed me. Excellent work. In response to Su Xiaoyi's praise, Su Yuan understood and said no more. This Mu Xiaobai sought to deal with us, only to lose his own life. How foolish, Su Xiaoyi continued. I suspect that the city lord, Du Gufeng, intends to use this opportunity to eliminate us. However, I fear their schemes may not come to fruition. Let us go. We shall now attend the banquet at the city lord's residence. With that, she and Su Yuan soared towards the city lord's mansion. In a short while, they descended from the sky. At this moment, the entire city lord's residence was bustling with activity, festooned with decorations, a scene of harmony as throngs of people flooded the streets, many attending to celebrate the longevity of city lord Du Gufeng. However, they were blissfully unaware that this might be Du Gufeng's last birthday, as he was destined for demise. Stop. Please present your invitation. Just as Su Yuan and Su Xiaoyi attempted to enter, they were immediately intercepted by a dozen guards. However, these were but trifling obstacles, mere laborers, and neither Su Yuan nor Su Xiaoyi intended to make things difficult for them. After presenting their invitation, the guards allowed them entry into the city lord's residence. Yet, as Su Yuan stepped inside, he immediately felt several hostile gazes sweeping over him, imbued with a palpable murderous intent. Su Xiaoyi felt the same. What? Du Gufeng, do you dare display such murderous intent? At that moment, Su Xiaoyi's demeanor shifted dramatically. There was no need for pretense. She and Su Yuan had not come to offer birthday wishes. They intended to cleanse some undesirable trash from their path, particularly the Long and Wang families, whose existence had become untenable. After all, these two families had been embroiled in a covert struggle against the Su family, and their removal would be beneficial. Haha, perfect timing, indeed. Yet, the fact that Mu Xiaobai failed to kill you is quite unexpected. Humph! How dare you trespass into the city lord's residence? At that moment, several figures emerged from the depths of the city lord's residence, landing gracefully. These were none other than the city lord Du Gufeng, Wang Haishan, the head of the Wang family, and Long Qinggong, the head of the Long family. These three were prominent figures in the entire Taishan city, and at this moment, all three exuded an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, palpable and terrifying. The surrounding guests, witnessing such an intimidating scene, immediately retreated, some of the more timid ones even fleeing in panic, fearing an impending battle. What is happening? How did the Su family come into conflict with the city lord's residence? The Wang family and the Long family? I am uncertain. It seems a gamble. Although the Su family's strength is formidable, How can they possibly contend with Dugu Feng, especially with the support of the Long and Wang families? This is tantamount to seeking death. Regardless, we should simply enjoy the spectacle. Their conflict bears no consequence for us. Even if they all perish, it does not affect us. While this was said, the collapse of Dugu Feng could plunge Taishan City into chaos, as the smaller families would seize the opportunity to rise. Indeed, however, under Dugu Feng's governance, Taishan City has seen little progress, with his oppressive taxation causing the populace to suffer greatly. Indeed, if the Su family could overthrow the Dugu family, perhaps Taishan City would usher in a new era of prosperity. Sounds reasonable. The more these families fight, the better for us. It is none of our concern. Surrounding guests began to murmur amongst themselves, keenly observing the unfolding conflict with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and Su Xiui stood shoulder to shoulder, preparing to confront Dugu Feng and his cohorts. To be honest, he felt no fear. He had already discerned that among the three, Dugu Feng possessed the strongest power, being at the late stage of the manifestation realm. In contrast, both Lung Qinggong and Wang Haishan were merely at the initial stage of the manifestation realm. Such disparity in strength left him unperturbed. Even if he faced Wang Haishan and Lung Qinggong simultaneously, he would not falter, especially with the enigmatic Su Xiui by his side. You three patriarchs would do well to stop struggling. Why not join the Su family instead? This way, you might preserve your lives, Su Xiui said coldly. Indeed, you colluded with the demonic Mu Xiaobai, intending to ambush us, yet remain unaware that Mu Xiaobai has already met his demise at my hands. Su Yuan stated indifferently. Upon hearing these words, the three figures visibly trembled, their expressions shifting. What? Mu Xiaobai is dead? Wang Haishan grew anxious. He had a good relationship with Mu Xiaobai and understood his strength. The revelation that he had been killed sent ripples of unease through him, as he realized Su Yuan was capable of eliminating Mu Xiaobai and could similarly threaten him. With Su Xiui at Su Yuan's side, the pressure felt insurmountable. You have killed Mu Xiaobai, which means you have completely offended the great demon sect. You are doomed, Long Qinggong declared coldly. Chapter 17. Late stage of the manifestation realm. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Yuan immediately took action. With a swift grasp, he unleashed a powerful surge of true energy, moving with lightning speed. Long Qinggong had no time to react before he was seized. Die! Su Yuan roared, crushing Long Qinggong's body, blood raining down. A mere initial stage of the manifestation realm dared to be arrogant. Such a ruthless display stunned both Dugu Feng and Wang Haishan, especially Wang Haishan, who was deeply shocked. Long Qinggong was not weak, being at the initial stage of the manifestation realm, yet he had been killed in an instant, revealing the terrifying strength of Su Yuan. At that moment, Wang Haishan's resolve began to waver as he contemplated whether to abandon his resistance. Otherwise, his life would be forfeit. Wang Haishan, I offer you a chance. Submit to the Su family, or perish, Su Yuan declared imperiously. In that moment, he resembled a god of death, exuding an aura of authority. Wang Haishan was genuinely frightened, realizing that refusal would lead him to the same fate as Long Qinggong. Consequently, he immediately knelt. Submitting to Su Yuan. Wang Haishan, am willing to submit, Su Yuan calmly replied. Very well. Your Wang family shall henceforth merge with the Su family. As Su Yuan subdued Wang Haishan, Su Xiui, who stood nearby, was taken aback, revealing her admiration for Su Yuan's approach to matters. To conquer without battle is indeed the royal way. To effortlessly subjugate the head of a family without shedding blood is a remarkable skill. Wang Haishan, you are so fearful of death. Dugufeng glared furiously, seething with anger. Yet Wang Haishan had already made his decision and paid him no mind. Dugufeng, over the years, we have committed numerous misdeeds. My conscience is troubled. You should surrender to Su Yuan and relinquish Taishan City, thus preserving your life. Otherwise, you shall suffer dire consequences, Wang Haishan advised. Humph. I, Dugufeng, am no coward. Even in death, I shall not yield, Dugufeng retorted coldly, observing his stubbornness. Su Xiui interjected, Dugufeng, you have governed Taishan City for years, committing countless wrongs, yet you remain obstinate. Very well. If you choose to be so foolish, I shall not show you mercy. A chilling killing intent emanated from her gaze, felt by everyone present, especially Dugufeng. However, he was no coward and immediately launched a fierce counterattack. I will fight you, Dugufeng roared, his body trembling as he made his move, for he was in the late stage of the Law Avatar realm. Possessing formidable strength, as he unleashed his power, a colossal white avatar appeared above his head, a magnified version of himself. Upon seeing this avatar, Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Heh, such a powerful avatar. It would be a shame not to consume it. Su Yuan chuckled sinisterly, already harboring ill intentions that moment. Su Xiui understood his meaning and unleashed an invisible pressure that forcefully restrained Du Yufeng, instantly immobilizing him. What? I can't move, Du Yufeng exclaimed in shock, realizing his body felt as immovable as iron, rendering him incapable of any action. Even his avatar was ensnared. Cold sweat poured from him as he sensed the peril he was in. Ha ha, very well. Now it is my turn to act, Su Yuan declared, witnessing Su Xiui's control over Du Yufeng. He then reached out with great force towards Du Yufeng's enormous avatar, which was imbued with terrifying energy. However, now that Su Xiui had restrained it, Su Yuan faced no obstacle in claiming the avatar for himself. It was as if he were sailing smoothly through calm waters. He seized Du Yufeng's avatar and began to devour it. No! Du Yufeng screamed in agony, his face pale as a sheet. He had devoted countless years to cultivating his avatar, and now it was to be consumed by a young man. All his hard work was about to go to waste. Witnessing his heart-wrenching cries, Wang Haishan felt a chill run down his spine, relieved he had just pledged allegiance to Su Yuan. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate. This man possesses extraordinary talent. So ruthlessly consuming another's avatar, most would not dare to attempt such a feat. Wang Haishan marveled. However, his concerns were unfounded. Ever since Su Yuan refined the invincible sword heart, his body had become remarkably resilient. Consuming another's avatar posed no issue, akin to the ease of eating and drinking. Soon, Du Yufeng's avatar began to weaken, its once radiant form gradually dimming as its power was rapidly absorbed by Su Yuan. How exhilarating! Su Yuan continuously absorbed the power of Du Yufeng's avatar, his strength surging dramatically. He estimated that if he absorbed it all, his cultivation might ascend once more. Thus, he ravenously continued to consume, unwilling to waste a single moment. Ah, you two will surely meet a terrible end. I, an elder of the Du Yufeng family, am in seclusion. Once they emerge, your Su family will be utterly annihilated, Du Yufeng bellowed in a frenzy, knowing he had no recourse but to vent his rage. Yet, Su Yuan and Su Xiui remained undaunted. She was aware that the Du Yufeng family had two elders of immense strength who had been in seclusion for over a century. Their current capabilities must be formidable. However, she remained unperturbed, for she was an exceptionally talented disciple of the feathered ascendancy. Even if the Du Yufeng family had deep roots, she felt no fear. Humph. Your family's two elders have not appeared in over 100 years. Perhaps they have already perished, otherwise why do they not come to rescue you? Su Xiui remarked coldly. Her words bore a certain logic that was hard to refute. Du Yufeng's expression grew increasingly grim, and he felt the power within him waning. His cultivation began to plummet as the strength of his avatar was nearly entirely stripped away by Su Yuan. Damn it. This is utterly infuriating. Du Yufeng seethed, yet he found himself powerless, forced to watch as his avatar was taken from him while Su Yuan's power continued to swell. Ha ha. Excellent. I have now reached the mid-stage of the Law Avatar realm. At that moment, having absorbed the majority of Du Yufeng's avatar's power, Su Yuan's cultivation had indeed advanced to the mid-stage of the Law Avatar realm, and he had only consumed half of it. Du Yufeng, thank you for your avatar. The fruits of your arduous cultivation are now mine. Ha ha, go to hell. Su Yuan laughed maniacally. He then exerted tremendous force, tearing apart Du Yufeng's avatar until it was entirely consumed. Boom! Su Yuan's body trembled as power surged within him, a tenfold increase propelling him to the late stage of the Law Avatar realm. His strength was now terrifying, leaving Wang Haishan in shock. His head bowed, too fearful to speak, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Die! Su Yuan said coldly, and a wave of murderous intent erupted from him, swiftly obliterating Du Yufeng into mere fragments. Having lost his avatar, Du Yufeng could no longer resist. Wang Haishan, go and reorganize your family at once, then pledge allegiance to the Su family. Young miss, let us head to the Du Yufeng family treasury. Su Yuan planned to raid the family. Chapter 18. Sign in to the divine king body. As for the matter of raiding the treasure house, I shall not partake. It is best for you to go. I must return to the family to oversee the allegiance of the Wang family. Su Xiui decided against joining Su Yuan in the treasure raid. However, this was advantageous for Su Yuan, as he could claim any valuable items for himself. After parting ways with Su Xiui, he dashed into the city lord's mansion, searching for the treasure house without hesitation. Within the Dugufeng family's treasury, Su Yuan had finally gained entry. To be honest, it took him quite some time to locate this underground vault, for ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to enter. The treasury was guarded by powerful experts and array formations. Were it not for his formidable strength, he likely would not have even approached the vault's entrance. Haha! So many spirit stones, piles upon piles. Su Yuan exclaimed, his gaze sweeping across the vast treasury, where he discovered countless spirit stones stacked in a corner. All of them were mid-grade spirit stones, with not a single low-grade stone in sight. Perhaps they looked down upon low-grade spirit stones. As he scanned the piles, he quickly counted their number. Each pile contained 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and there were 8 such piles in total. That amounted to 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Yuan was taken aback by the sheer wealth he had stumbled upon. He hastily stored them in his storage ring. Wait, there's more, he exclaimed, spotting 3 additional piles of high-grade spirit stones in the distance. Su Yuan made yet another discovery, 3 piles of high-grade spirit stones, amounting to a total of 3,000 stones. Without hesitation, he stored them in his ring as well. What a windfall, having acquired such an abundance of spirit stones. Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with joy, shining as brightly as the sun. He could do nothing but laugh maniacally. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a seemingly inconspicuous sword nestled in a corner. Had he not collected the spirit stones? He might never have noticed it, however. He understood that a sword worthy of being housed in a treasury could not be an ordinary item. What sort of sword is this? Su Yuan wondered as he reached down to pick up the ancient, rusted sword. Yet, to his astonishment, he found he could not lift it on his first attempt. What is happening? My strength should be at least 100,000 pounds. Why can't I lift it? Su Yuan was bewildered. The more he struggled, the more he suspected it might be a magical artifact. Only such an item could elude his grasp. I refuse to believe it. I will exert all my strength to lift you. Su Yuan was resolute, determined to take it with him. His instincts told him it was a valuable item, perhaps even a formidable artifact. Ha! He exclaimed, unleashing his internal power, gripping the rusted sword with all his might. Yet, it remained immovable, undeterred. He persisted in his attempts to lift it. This moment, he summoned his avatar, and his strength multiplied tenfold. With this newfound power, he felt the sword tremble. Su Yuan's heart raced as he increased his effort to pull it free. With a clang, the sword finally budged, and Su Yuan was able to lift it. He estimated that the enormous sword weighed at least 300,000 jin. Even he took half a day to lift it, which speaks volumes about its weight. However, this was not the time for contemplation. He directly stored the great sword into his spatial ring. Subsequently, he surveyed the treasury to see if there were any other valuable items. If anything of worth was found, he would gather it all, leaving not a single coin behind. Before long, the entire treasury had been thoroughly plundered by Su Yuan. All the spirit stones, elixirs, and various herbs had found their way into his pockets. The treasury, which represented the accumulation of the Dugu family's wealth over a century, was now completely emptied by Su Yuan alone. It was an exhilarating feeling. Ha ha ha! This time, he had truly struck it rich. As a mere servant, to have come this far was nothing short of a miracle. If it weren't for the signing-in system he had acquired, he would still be sweeping floors in the Su family, enduring the most arduous tasks, and would never have caught the eye of the young lady, doomed to a life of obscurity. But now, everything had changed. The system allowed him to transform, to rise above, something he had never dared to imagine before. All he wished to express was, "Father, I have succeeded." Su Yuan suddenly began to reflect, his thoughts a jumble, yet filled with genuine emotion. The experiences he had undergone were surreal. Just moments ago, he had been an insignificant servant, and now he was on the brink of becoming a powerful figure in the invincible Taishan city. Everything felt like a dream. Without the system, he would never have had the chance to rise. let alone establish himself in Taishin City. All right, that's enough. I should take my leave now. I'll return to the family first. Su Yuan, feeling immensely fulfilled, exited the treasury and made his way back to the Su family. However, upon returning, he found no trace of Su Xiui and was unable to locate her, wondering where she could have gone. Forget it. I'll rest first and wait for tomorrow's signing in, Su Yuan remarked casually. He returned to his residence, opting not to cultivate and instead drifted into slumber. The next day, as dawn broke, Su Yuan was already awake. He immediately sought to sign in with the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and obtaining the Divine King body. As the system's voice echoed, a mysterious power enveloped his body. Su Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire being went numb, yet his consciousness remained alert. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. Divine King body? What an extraordinary physique! Without further thought, he began to merge with the Divine King body. A formidable aura erupted from within him, shooting skyward, causing Su Yuan to break out in a cold sweat. System, quickly conceal the power. I don't want anyone else to notice, he shouted, and at that moment, a mysterious halo appeared, shielding all released power from detection. It was a close call. Otherwise, he might have been harmed. The sensation of electric shock faded, replaced by an astonishing force boiling within his dantian. This power began to circulate throughout his body. Every bone and meridian underwent a transformation. His former bones had now turned jade-like, and his meridians expanded immensely. The true chi within his dantian was now dozens of times more potent and continued to grow. His body was undergoing a metamorphosis. The Divine King body was incredibly powerful, but complete integration would still require some time. Su Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 19. Early stage of divine powers. He then immersed himself wholeheartedly in the process of merging with the Divine King body. Truth be told, without the system, he would have been unable to refine it. The power contained within was overwhelmingly vast. Just a fraction of it could have torn his body apart. Without the system's assistance, he would have been dead, his body in tatters. Incredible! Even with just a partial fusion of power, my realm has already reached the great perfection of the law manifestation realm. I can only imagine what level I might attain with complete integration. Perhaps I could even break through to the divine powers realm. Su Yuan's heart raced at the thought, knowing that the realm beyond law manifestation was divine powers, a level coveted by many. Once one attained the divine powers realm, they would enter an entirely different world, becoming a person above others. Moreover, with his current realm increasing, he became increasingly aware of Su Xiui's formidable nature. He believed her realm to be at least that of divine powers, possibly even stronger. However, he could not ascertain the exact details until he encountered her again. For now, his priority was to refine the Divine King body. It was immensely powerful. Once he fully integrated it, no one of the same realm would be able to defeat him. Su Yuan understood the terror of the Divine King body. Even without complete fusion, his realm had already reached the great perfection of law manifestation. The speed of his progress was astonishing, leaving him in disbelief. It felt as if he were soaring through the skies. The rate of his advancement was overwhelming. Moreover, the commotion was significant, if not for the system's help in concealing the anomalies. The experts of Taishin City would have undoubtedly taken notice. At that moment, Su Yuan looked up and saw purple chi rising above him, even flashes of lightning appearing within the purple mist. He vaguely saw his law manifestation merging with the Divine King body, growing immensely tall, a sign that he was nearing complete integration. He estimated that achieving full fusion would take about a day. As time passed, the daylight gradually dimmed. Yet, within an unassuming courtyard of the Su family, monumental changes were taking place, unnoticed even by Su Xiui, whose strength, while formidable, could not surpass that of the system. The system, employing its mysterious power, concealed the energy surges emanating from Su Yuan, rendering them imperceptible to anyone else. Unless one were to surpass the system, which was an encounter yet to come, that's enough. Su Yuan was nearly transformed into the Divine King body, and his strength had significantly increased. Suddenly, a cracking sound resonated within him. A bottleneck shattered, and he began to push towards the divine powers realm. He had not anticipated such smooth progress. Most people faced near-death experiences when attempting to reach the divine powers realm. Yet, for him, the ascent was remarkably swift, devoid of peril. Everything unfolded seamlessly, boom. At that moment, another echo resonated within Su Yuan, and he remained calm, aware that he had successfully entered the divine power's realm in an instant. The life spring within him erupted, releasing an endless stream of true qi that filled his dantian, its intensity at least 100 times greater than before. He felt his power surge, knowing that upon reaching the divine power's realm, his strength would undergo a transformative change, potentially invoking a thunderstorm. Boom. At that moment, thunder began to rumble throughout the space above, appearing in vast quantities, but it only enveloped the Su family, leaving other areas unaffected. Some high-ranking members gazed skyward, perplexed. What is happening? I have no idea. Why has a phenomenon suddenly appeared in the Su family? Could it be that a remarkable genius has been born, provoking the heavens' jealousy and summoning thunder? It was quite possible. Such terrifying thunder was a first for them. Dispatch someone to investigate. Let's find out which child was born tonight. We must ascertain the truth. At that moment, 2 elders of the Su family issued orders. Soon after, personnel were dispatched to search the family for the newborn responsible for the divine occurrence. Boom! The thunder rumbled, enveloping the Su family, flashing incessantly, with thick bolts of lightning appearing as if to strike down. However, the lightning could not find a target. Indeed, it could not lock onto anything. It was as if the heavens were sighing. The ominous clouds of thunder soon dissipated, returning everything to normal. The divine power's realm had been achieved. Su Yuan watched as the lightning above faded away, letting out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had been merging with the divine king body. Had the lightning struck, he would have been powerless to resist, possibly facing death. Thankfully, the system had concealed his aura, preventing the heavenly punishment from detecting him. He had narrowly escaped a perilous fate, an incredible stroke of luck. Remarkable. The power within me is now dozens, even hundreds of times more formidable than before. Is this the strength of the early stage of divine powers? Su Yuan was filled with disbelief as the power within him surged tremendously. At that moment, his divine king body was on the verge of complete integration. Boom. Suddenly, when he fully merged with the divine king body, the power within him began to deplete, as if being absorbed by the divine king body. His entire body started to contract, startling him. It seemed that merging with the divine king body was not an easy feat. It nearly drained him completely. Fortunately, he possessed ample spirit stones. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to refine all the spirit stones he had obtained from Dugu Feng's treasury. In one go, he began to dissolve them, so many spirit stones, most of which were of medium and high quality, ignited and transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy, which he absorbed. However, once this spiritual energy entered his body, it could not replenish the divine king body's appetite. Instantly, all the power within him was completely consumed. I'm finished. Su Yuan let out a loud shout, somewhat alarming. With the divine king body, such a rapid absorption speed posed a risk of completely draining him. No, I must devise a solution. The divine king body requires an exorbitant amount of true energy, and my own reserves are insufficient. Even with spirit stones, I cannot compensate, as the energy is immediately consumed upon conversion into true energy. If this continues, I will only survive a few days before my body is depleted. I must find a way to satiate the divine king body. Su Yuan felt a mix of amusement and despair. He initially thought that integrating the divine king body would be beneficial, only to discover it was a trap, one that needed to be filled. Chapter 20. The Black Market. I must make a trip to the black market. Acquire some spirit stones or elixirs. At this moment, Su Yuan ceased his cultivation. He had fully integrated with the divine king body and reached the initial stage of the divine transformation realm. The following day, ding, congratulations, host, on successful check-in, and for acquiring an imperial-level technique. High-grade Su Yuan received an imperial-level technique, yet he felt no excessive excitement. After enduring so much and having checked in for numerous valuable items, he remained composed. Subsequently, with the system's assistance, he refined and mastered this imperial technique. Departure for the black market. Su Yuan left the Su family directly and began his journey to the black market. As the largest trading hub in the entire Taishan city, even the renowned Dugafeng could not exert control here. The place was rife with a mix of powerful factions. Even the great demon sect conducted business within, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to maintain order. Here lies the black market. In the past, I would have never dared to approach. Su Yuan had arrived at the outskirts of the black market. Just as he intended to enter, he was intercepted by several disciples of the demon sect. You there? To enter the black market, you must pay with spirit stones. Hand over the spirit stones you possess. Indeed. Otherwise, we'll take you to the great demon sect for imprisonment, where you'll languish in darkness for eternity, one of the guards bellowed. However, they were unaware of Su Yuan's identity as a powerful figure in the initial stage of the divine transformation realm. They were simply out of their depth. So, you are disciples of the great demon sect. Su Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Oh? Are you afraid now? Hurry up and hand them over. A few guards closed in, encircling Su Yuan. Yet, they remained oblivious that death had begun to loom. I loathe the great demon sect. You shall perish. With a swift strike, Su Yuan dispatched one of the guards, causing blood to spray forth, leaving the others momentarily stunned. What? You dare? One exclaimed. We are members of the great demon sect. You actually dare to kill. Quickly summon help. At that moment, someone sounded the alarm, and the resounding call echoed throughout the black market, alerting several powerful figures from the great demon sect who rushed toward the outskirts. In a short while, 3 formidable beings of the Dharma aspect realm appeared. Who dares to be so audacious on the territory of the great demon sect? One elder inquired, a minor leader of the sect in the initial stage of the Dharma aspect realm. Humph, foolish boy, you are utterly ignorant to cause trouble in our domain. You seek death, another elder added, also at the initial stage of the Dharma aspect realm. The third elder remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Yuan. Exuding a palpable aura of menace, control your disciples. How dare they demand spirit stones from me, seeking death? Su Yuan had no intention of wasting words with these lowly beings. He unleashed his aura. A wave of pressure from a divine transformation realm expert that enveloped everyone present, instilling terror in their hearts. What? How could this be? A divine transformation realm expert? Impossible. Aside from our sect leader and 2 elders from the Duga family, there shouldn't be anyone else. The 3 elders trembled uncontrollably, fully aware that the disparity in power between the divine transformation realm and the Dharma aspect realm was insurmountable. 10 perfect Dharma aspect realm experts could not hope to defeat even a newly ascended divine transformation realm practitioner. Wait, these insolent wretches dared to demand spirit stones from you. I will slay them. One elder named Wan Ruhua's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly eliminated several guards, hoping to appease Su Yuan. The other 2 elders quickly followed suit, dispatching the remaining guards in a bid to save themselves. This was no jest. Facing a divine transformation realm expert, the 3 of them were akin to ants, insignificant in comparison. All right, young brother. Please be merciful. We can provide you with the spirit stones you desire. Wan Ruhua spoke, his voice trembling with fear. The other 2 elders echoed his sentiment, bowing respectfully, their hearts filled with trepidation. However, Su Yuan was taken aback by their palpable fear. He couldn't help but smile. Very well, let me be frank. I demand 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, 5,000 premium spirit stones, and 100 divine transformation elixirs. Su Yuan declared. The 3 elders were left utterly dumbfounded, their minds reeling. The atmosphere grew tense, and after a prolonged silence, Wan Ruhua finally reacted. Wait, young brother. Are you perhaps asking for too much? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones are manageable, and 5,000 premium spirit stones can be arranged. But 100 divine transformation elixirs, that is indeed a tall order. Could you possibly lower the demand? 10 divine transformation elixirs will suffice. 100 is simply unfeasible. Wan Ruhua stammered, trembling. The other 2 elders shared his fear, apprehensive that Su Yuan might act against them. Oh, is that so? Very well. Just 10 divine transformation elixirs. Not a single piece less, Su Yuan retorted coldly. The 3 elders exchanged glances, beginning to deliberate. After a while, they reached a consensus. No problem. Follow us to our underground headquarters. Su Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he responded nonchalantly. What? The underground headquarters? You aren't plotting against me, are you? Upon hearing this, the 3 elders were immediately alarmed, hastily kneeling and bowing their heads, chanting, No. How could we dare? We lack the audacity. The 3 elders were genuinely frightened, for a divine transformation realm expert was not to be trifled with. They could only submit. To defy him would be a path to certain death. Observing their compliance, Su Yuan reluctantly agreed. He needed an immense quantity of spirit stones to sustain the divine king body, which incessantly absorbed the true energy within him. If he did not procure spirit stones, he might not survive long. Thus, he resolved to secure the spirit stones first, addressing other matters as they arose. Follow us. The three elders of the great demon sect guided Su Yuan into the black market, subsequently entering an underground realm. This underground world was not cramped. In fact, it was even more expansive than the entirety of Taishan City. Illuminated by gemstones, it was exceptionally bright and spacious, with thoroughfares wide enough to accommodate 10 carriages side by side without congestion. Su Yuan followed the three elders of the great demon sect as they walked for half an hour, growing increasingly impatient. Are we not there yet? The three elders exchanged knowing glances and, with sinister smiles, their bodies twisted and transformed, releasing 3 plumes of dark energy that surged into the air. Even Su Yuan could not keep pace. Chapter 21. Seeking the dragon vein, how dare they deceive me? Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will track you down. Su Yuan seethed with anger at having been tricked. He felt a profound frustration at allowing these three elders to escape. Suddenly, the entire underground world shook, and 2 streaks of light surged towards Su Yuan's direction. Moments later, 2 formidable figures descended. These 2 individuals exuded an ethereal presence, their hair white and flowing, nearly touching the ground. They wore the attire of the Dugu family, the ruling house of the city, and were none other than the venerable elders of the Dugu clan. Su Yuan immediately scrutinized them, noting that their cultivation levels were also remarkably high, standing at the cusp of the divine transformation realm, just a step away from achieving it. Alas, they had not crossed that threshold. Ha! I wondered who it was. Turns out to be the 2 venerable elders of the Dugu family. Instead of the sect leader of the great demon sect, I find you here, Su Yuan said with a cold smirk. Who are you, boy? How dare you brazenly invade here? Seeking death? One elder, named Dugu Yin, retorted icily. The other elder kept a vigilant gaze upon him, a murderous aura emanating from his presence. Ha ha ha, perhaps you 2 old fools are unaware. But allow me to enlighten you. Your Dugu family has been utterly dismantled. Even Dugu Feng has been vanquished. Your clan has been completely erased from Taishan City, Su Yuan proclaimed with manic laughter. Upon hearing this, both Dugu Yin and Dugu Yi were visibly shaken, their expressions reflecting disbelief. After all, Dugu Feng was a formidable figure of the Dharma aspect realm, yet he had been slain by this mere youth. The very notion that an entire family could be eradicated left them questioning the extent of this boy's prowess. As they began to assess him, they were taken aback to find they could not discern his cultivation level. In that moment, they recognized the gravity of the situation. They immediately communicated telepathically. I wonder if the sect leader of the great demon sect, Mu Shintian, has managed to refine the dragon vein? It is anticipated that the situation will escalate swiftly. Once he refines the dragon vein, his power will surge to a terrifying degree. Indeed, the 2 of us can only hold this brat at bay while we await the success of Mu Shintian. Then we shall jointly eliminate this wretch and transform him into a demon pill. The 2 exchanged words, but at that moment, Su Yuan could no longer contain his impatience. He was already bereft of patience and was about to strike immediately. Heh, speak up. This place is colloquially known as the underground headquarters of the great demon sect. Where is that sect leader? Su Yuan sneered coldly. You dare to inquire about the great demon sect leader Mu Shintian? You no longer have a chance. Perish. Duo Gu Yin and Duo Gu Yi exchanged glances and instantly launched their attack on Su Yuan. Both exuded a formidable aura that could shake the heavens. Particularly Duo Gu Yin, who was enveloped in blazing flames, resembling a deity of fire. With a single punch, a tempest of flames erupted, enveloping Su Yuan entirely. Ha ha ha! I thought you were formidable, yet you are so feeble. Duo Gu Yin laughed heartily. However, Duo Gu Yi's expression grew grave. He sensed that the opponent's aura had not diminished but had actually grown significantly stronger. Indeed, Su Yuan, wrapped in flames, trembled, dispersing all the flames in an instant. He charged forth. Face me! Su Yuan's chilling smile appeared, one so terrifying it eclipsed even that of the sect leader, sending cold sweat cascading down the brows of Duo Gu Yin and Duo Gu Yi. Before they could react, Su Yuan moved with lightning speed, colliding into the 2, resulting in their instantaneous demise. blood sprayed, and fragments of their bodies littered the ground. Even a half-step transcendent being could not withstand Su Yuan's onslaught. Such was the magnitude of his current power. Having dealt with these two, Su Yuan's gaze turned towards the depths below, where he beheld a vast chasm. It appeared as if the earth had been cleaved open, a gaping fissure extending for several kilometers. Soon, he soared to the edge of the chasm, which lay in darkness, devoid of light. Yet, this posed no challenge for Su Yuan. His vision pierced the gloom as if illuminated by the sun. Suddenly, an immense surge of spiritual energy emanated from the chasm. Su Yuan was taken aback. It seems the dragon vein lies within this chasm. I must descend. Else, if Mu Shantian refines the dragon vein, it will be too late for regrets. With that, he trembled and leapt into the abyss. Strangely, this chasm was not only filled with spiritual energy but was also saturated with demonic aura, particularly thick and corrosive. Had Su Yuan not already attained the transcendent realm, merely stepping foot here would have resulted in his utter dissolution. Tiske. Mu Shantian truly knows how to pick a place. This is not a realm for ordinary individuals to linger. As he descended, Su Yuan increasingly sensed the astounding density of the demonic energy surrounding him. However, for his divine king body, it was but a drop in the ocean, incapable of causing him any harm. In fact, he could transmute this demonic energy into spiritual energy to bolster his own strength. Excellent! Such concentrated demonic energy shall not go to waste. I shall absorb it. As he descended, he began to cultivate, his body vibrating like a black hole, drawing in the surrounding demonic energy until it all entered his being. The divine king body was indeed powerful, yet it constantly consumed his true energy. Even in stillness, it would absorb energy at a rapid pace, necessitating a vast supply of spiritual stones to compensate. Su Yuan found himself somewhat vexed. While the divine king body was formidable, its insatiable consumption of true energy was alarming. If he could not acquire a substantial amount of spiritual stones to absorb and transmute into true energy, he might face peril, ultimately drained of vitality. Though he had considered extracting stray true energy from the air, the results were unsatisfactory, as the spiritual energy in the void was far too sparse to replenish his consumption adequately. At long last, Su Yuan reached the bottom of the chasm. The environment here was vastly different from before. There was not a trace of demonic energy, only a vast abundance of spiritual energy. Su Yuan's eyes brightened instantly. Good heavens! The dragon vein must be here. He began to search, and in a short while, he discovered a massive black well in the distance. Surrounding this well were runes, with spiritual energy continuously bubbling forth, so thick that it appeared to be in a liquid state. Wonderful! Liquid spiritual energy. This is remarkable. It seems the dragon vein lies within this well, Su Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 22. The great demon sect leader Mu Shantian. Suddenly, the entire well trembled violently, and a wave of demonic energy enveloped it, a colossal mass extending several thousand steps in radius. At that moment, a sinister voice emerged from the demonic energy. Brat, to think you wish to obtain the dragon vein. Such a delusion. It belongs to me. None shall take it away. The voice was unmistakably that of Mu Shantian. Oh? Mu Shantian, what qualifications do you possess to make such claims? Just because you say it is yours, does that make it so? Su Yuan retorted coldly. Ha ha. Youngster, do you think that having gained a modicum of power has inflated your ego, making you believe you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me? I am a master of the transcendent realm. What are you but an insignificant existence? As soon as his words fell, the mass of demonic energy hovering over the well began to writhe, contracting and coalescing into an old man clad in a demonic robe adorned with an embroidered demon tiger. Appearing quite fearsome, Su Yuan immediately recognized him as Mu Xiaobai's father, the leader of the great demon sect. Mu Shantian Dato? A master of the transcendent realm? Impressive? In my view, transcendent beings before me are merely crawling insects, Su Yuan remarked without reservation. Indeed, he had already discerned that Mu Shantian was at the late stage of the transcendent realm. Such strength might seem formidable to others, yet in Su Yuan's eyes, it was utterly inconsequential. After all, he too was a transcendent being, and with the divine king body, he was invincible within the same realm. Even a peak transcendent expert would not be his match. Thus, he regarded Mu Shantian with utter disdain. You dare to look down upon me, you little rascal, It seems I have been away from the world for too long. Outsiders have forgotten the terror of Mu Shuntian. Let me tell you, in this region of Taishan City, the territory is under the influence of my great demon sect. You, a mere insignificant figure, wish to stir up any waves? Mu Shuntian spoke with an air of confidence. Ha ha ha, indeed, it was once your great demon sect's territory. However, that is no longer the case. The entirety of Taishan City is about to transform into the domain of the Su family. And I have news for you. Your son, Mu Xiaobai, has already been eliminated by me. Furthermore, your little brotherhood, the Gu family, has been utterly annihilated. Now it is your turn. Upon finishing, Su Yuan unleashed his power, the aura of the transcendent realm erupting with terrifying force, shaking the entire underground space. Even Mu Shuntian, usually composed, found himself rattled. Impressive. Yet, my worthless son's death is inconsequential. However, you shall not leave here alive. Mu Shuntian declared coldly, to oppose my great demon sect is to invite a dire fate. Prepare to die. As he spoke, a demonic hand reached out towards Su Yuan. The entire underground realm was suffused with demonic energy, the space trembling with terrifying force. Yet, as the demonic hand approached Su Yuan, he did not flinch but instead sneered. Allow me to demonstrate my divine king body. Facing Mu Shuntian's assault, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor. The divine king body erupted forth, effortlessly absorbing the force of Mu Shuntian's grasp. The massive hand, spanning several dozen feet, struck Su Yuan, yet he remained unperturbed, even devouring the demonic hand and converting it into his true energy. Hoo-hoo! What other techniques do you have? I am eagerly waiting, Su Yuan casually remarked. What? Impossible. Even if you are a transcendent being, there is no way you could so easily nullify my attack. Mu Shuntian was flabbergasted. The strength of this opponent was simply too overwhelming. He rubbed his eyes, suspecting it was an illusion, only to realize it was indeed reality. Cold sweat began to pour from him, and he was drenched. Well then, you have had your chance, yet you are utterly useless. How could you have spent so long cultivating within the dragon vein without any progress? Now it is my turn to strike. Brace yourself, Su Yuan declared coldly. With a tremor of his body, the divine king body erupted, radiating a resplendent light that illuminated the entire underground world. In that moment, he launched his assault, directly engaging Mu Shuntian in battle. Boom! With a single punch, he sent Mu Shuntian flying, hurtling several thousand feet away, inflicting severe injury upon him. Though both were transcendent beings, Su Yuan's strength far eclipsed that of Mu Shuntian, creating a one-sided confrontation. Poof! Mu Shuntian was sent crashing into the well before finally stabilizing himself, appearing disheveled and battered. Having been unable to withstand even a single punch from Su Yuan now, he was gravely wounded. However, he was unwilling to meet his demise in such a manner. Even in death, he sought to drag Su Yuan down with him. Brat! I shall perish alongside you, Mu Shuntian cackled, his entire being beginning to swell and expand, before ultimately self-destructing. His blood splattered onto the runes above the deep well, instantly igniting a multitude of runes that began to glow brightly. The voice of Mu Shuntian echoed through the heavens. I have activated the deep well. The dragon vein has been awakened. Await your doom. At that moment, all sounds faded into silence, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. A powerful shockwave surged forth, its terrifying force overwhelming Su Yuan. Yet he remained unscathed, withstanding all impact without so much as a flinch. All attacks were rendered ineffective against him. With a loud crash, the runes above the deep well were fully activated, emanating an aura of mysterious power. Subsequently, the deep well resonated with the sound of iron chains being pulled. As if some creature was bound by them, Su Yuan immediately became vigilant, suspecting it could be the dragon vein. And he was aware that it was no ordinary one, for typical dragon veins could not attain sentience. What are you? Come forth. Su Yuan bellowed towards the deep well, though he had already taken a few steps back. If the situation turned dire, his first course of action would be to flee. Ah, young man, you far exceed Mu Shuntian in strength. This fellow trained under me for 3 months yet made no progress. His talent is severely lacking. If I were to rely on him to fulfill my desires, it would be utterly futile. But now, with your appearance, I see a glimmer of hope. But a voice filled with enigma emanated from the deep well. imbued with a magical allure that compelled trust, one that no soul could resist. Chapter 23. The Nine Exquisite Celestial Maiden and the Demon Turtle. Alas, such a powerful demonic voice, it nearly led me astray. Had I not fused with the divine king body, I would have succumbed just now. Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. He then abruptly shook his head, awakening to the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the deep well trembled violently, and the sound of chains grew clearer as Su Yuan beheld a swirling mass of black mist above the well, twisting and coalescing, ultimately transforming into a colossal black turtle. Yet this creature was suffused with a sinister aura, emanating an overwhelming terror far surpassing that of Mu Shantian. Its malevolent energy was leagues stronger, perhaps millions of times more potent. It was undoubtedly a being of ancient demonic lineage. Terrified, Su Yuan instinctively began to retreat. Young one, do not be intimidated by my imposing form. Though I am of the demon race, I harbor no ill intent. Come closer. At that moment, the enormous black turtle began to speak, its voice deeply alluring. Yet Su Yuan recognized the peril and remained wary. Senior, no need to draw near. I have pressing matters to attend to. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Su Yuan replied, having discerned the turtle's malevolent nature and preparing to escape. However, his intentions were not lost on the massive creature, which swiftly altered its demeanor. Striving to appear more amiable, wait, you need not fear me. I harbor no malice, I simply have a request to make of you. This time, its tone was sincere, devoid of any threats, and remarkably gentle. Oh, you seek my assistance? Su Yuan questioned, perplexed that such a formidable being would solicit aid from a mere mortal. Indeed. You see the chains upon me? These are the order chains that have bound me for countless millennia. As such, I am unable to leave this deep well. Fear not, for I have a task to entrust to you. Should you fulfill it, I can aid you in elevating your realm. The black turtle fixed its gaze upon Su Yuan with utmost sincerity. Oh, you deem me worthy despite my current weakness? Su Yuan replied, incredulous. No. Though your strength may seem feeble now, your potential is immense. I can perceive your physique, your vitality, your talent. They are all exceptional, especially your physique. I cannot discern its nature, yet I sense its unparalleled might. This physique is extraordinary, surpassing even the once-in-a-millennium celestial tyrant body by many multiples. As it spoke, a glimmer of divine light flickered in its eyes. Though it vanished in an instant, an average expert would have failed to notice, but Su Yuan, having merged with the divine king body, possessed heightened sensory acuity, allowing him to detect even the slightest anomaly. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Something was amiss. This ancient turtle might not be as simple as it appeared. Its insistence on drawing him closer to the deep well could be a ploy to ensnare him. And thus, he resolved to keep his distance. I am wise. This old creature seeks to deceive me, but I shall not fall for it so easily. I must leave this place swiftly and report to Su Xiu at the Ascension's sacred ground. For danger lurks here, Su Yuan planned his exit, unwilling to entangle himself further lest he risk his life. He understood that the turtle's cultivation must be exceedingly high, for it would not be bound by the order chains otherwise. Though it presently feigned harmlessness, its emergence would surely herald chaos and bloodshed. He pondered the nature of Taishan City, a place that could contain such a terrifying entity, truly perplexing. Little brother, do not fear. I assure you, I will not harm you. Come here. The enormous black turtle implored once more. Ahem. I might consider approaching, but you previously mentioned that if I assist you, you would elevate my realm. Can you guarantee that? Su Yuan, having formed his own intentions, aimed to exploit the old demon turtle. The turtle initially believed its scheme had been foiled, but upon hearing Su Yuan's proposal, it felt its prospects revive. For an ancient being of its stature, granting such a favor was trivial. Absolutely. I shall enhance your realm at once, the old turtle declared, opening its mouth to expel a magical pill, presenting it to Su Yuan. Consume this 9 revolutions demon pill, and you will break through your previous limitations. Though it seemed straightforward, Su Yuan harbored reservations. What if consuming it led to his demise? That would be unacceptable. Yet, he recognized the opportunity it presented and felt tempted. As Su Yuan hesitated, the old turtle began to grow increasingly impatient, urging him to consume the pill and assuring him of its efficacy. The more it pressed, the more cautious Su Yuan became. For he sensed the 9 revolutions demon pill harbored hidden dangers. Heh, I am not so foolish as to partake without caution, Su Yuan scoffed. Brat, are you courting death? The old turtle's demeanor shifted in an instant. Its eyes flashing with fury in that moment. The 9 revolutions demon pill before Su Yuan erupted, transforming into a swirling mass of demonic mist, which coalesced into the form of an ancient demon clad in a robe. As soon as the old man appeared, he lunged at Su Yuan, seizing him with unparalleled speed, rendering him immobile. Oh no! Su Yuan cried out, caught off guard and paralyzed, his complexion turning ashen. He felt death drawing near. Heh heh! Your physique is now mine, the old turtle coldly proclaimed. Stop, Tianma turtle. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from the depths of the well, seemingly that of a woman. Upon hearing this voice, the Tianma turtle was taken aback, exclaiming, the 9 exquisite celestial maiden, you have awakened as well. However, the celestial maiden paid no heed, unleashing a beam of celestial light that obliterated the demon formed from the 9 revolutions demon pill, thus rescuing Su Yuan. That was a close call, Su Yuan gasped, having narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for the 9 exquisite celestial maiden, he would have perished. Humph! Tianma turtle, our battle is far from over. The celestial maiden retorted coldly, you wretched woman, I shall slay you. The Tianma turtle roared, diving into the deep well to engage the 9 exquisite celestial maiden in combat. The very earth trembled beneath their clash. Chapter 24. Sign in within the inner world. The 2 enigmatic powerhouses commenced their fierce battle, causing the deep well to tremble violently. The ferocity of their confrontation was palpable even from a distance, the intensity of the shockwaves rendering proximity perilous. Sigh. It seems the dragon vein is beyond my grasp, Su Yuan lamented, recognizing the futility of obtaining it. He dared not descend into the deep well, for to do so would be tantamount to courting death. Yet as he prepared to depart, the voice of the 9 exquisite celestial maiden pierced through, startling him. Brat, the dragon vein you seek has been refined by me. Without my aid, even if you were to obtain it, you would not be able to harness its power. Now, I present it to you. Filled with excitement, Su Yuan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, 9 exquisite celestial maiden. No sooner had he spoken than a streak of radiant energy surged forth from the depths of the well, diving directly into his body before settling within his dantian. The dragon vein was finally within his grasp. At that moment, Su Yuan beheld the addition of a dragon-shaped spirit vein within his dantian, and he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. With this dragon vein, it should at least provide sufficient energy for the divine king body to absorb for a while, perhaps even solidifying it completely, thus resolving all issues in one fell swoop. Let us depart. First, we shall return to the Su family, and then proceed to the feathering sacred land with Su Xiu. Su Yuan immediately set off, quickly leaving the place. Upon his return to the Su family, it was already morning, just in time for him to sign in. System, I wish to check in, Su Yuan stated calmly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful check-in, acquiring the inner world within the palm. The system will assist the host in its development immediately. Boom! At that moment, the system began to transmit a surge of energy, and Su Yuan felt his body undergoing a transformation. Notably, a black hole began to manifest in the palm of his right hand, which swiftly vanished before ultimately merging into the center of his palm. As long as it is utilized, this black hole can re-emerge. Is this what is meant by the inner world within the palm? Su Yuan was somewhat perplexed. However, once the system provided an explanation, he grasped the profound nature of this divine ability. This inner world not only has the capacity to absorb others' true energy, but it can also refine entire beings. Once drawn into the inner world, no one can escape alive. Remarkable, Su Yuan finally understood the true power of the inner world. Furthermore, this inner world could also conceal his aura, effectively hiding it so that experts would be unable to discern his true level. Excellent! Let us conceal it. Su Yuan promptly began to mask his presence, ensuring that no one would notice him. Just as he completed this, the door to the courtyard swung open, revealing Su Xiu. Miss, you've arrived. When shall we head to the feathering sacred land? Su Yuan inquired nonchalantly. Look at how eager you are. We shall depart this afternoon, Su Xiu replied with a gentle smile. Haha, at last. We can visit the feathering sacred land. I am so delighted. Su Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Indeed. Let us proceed to the oldest teleportation array in Taishin City. We must utilize it to swiftly reach the feathering sacred land. Su Xiaoyi remarked calmly. Without hesitation, the two swiftly departed from the Su family. Miss, where is the teleportation array? Su Yuan asked. Follow me, and you shall find out, Su Xiaoyi replied, enveloping Su Yuan in a stream of true energy. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. When Su Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself beside a somewhat dilapidated ancient teleportation array. Naturally, it was guarded by formidable warriors, but they were not locals. They were dispatched by the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. This teleportation array was created by the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, which had established numerous arrays throughout the realm, so the presence of their guards was unsurprising. Ahem, where do you wish to teleport to? A burly man of divine power approached and inquired. The feathering sacred land. Su Xiaoyi replied casually. What? The feathering sacred land? Are you a disciple of the feathering sacred land? I beg your pardon. It was evident how significant the feathering sacred land was within the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, as it was known to all. Immediately, several staff members overseeing the teleportation array approached Su Xiaoyi and Su Yuan with utmost respect, not daring to be careless in the slightest. How many spirit stones are required to teleport to the feathering sacred land? Su Xiaoyi asked. Su Yuan remained silent, patiently waiting. Such a great distance. At least 10,000 top-grade spirit stones are needed for the transfer. Of course, we must also charge a portion of the fee. We hope for your understanding. Another divine power expert replied nonchalantly. Very well. I am aware of your regulations. Here are 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. You may divide them among yourselves, Su Xiaoyi stated as she tossed a storage ring containing the stones. Her generous offer immediately delighted the staff members. Excellent. Such generosity. We shall activate the teleportation array now, but you must also prepare the 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for the transfer. Su Xiaoyi smiled slightly. No problem. Then, under the actions of the staff members, the massive ancient teleportation array began to activate, releasing an astonishing force that startled Su Yuan. Impressive. He then witnessed Su Xiaoyi tossing spirit stones into the colossal teleportation array. Soon, the 10,000 top-grade spirit stones began to burn, powering the ancient array. Boom! After several minutes of operation, a portal appeared. Entering this portal would lead to the feathering sacred land. Let us go. Follow me, Su Xiaoyi declared, stepping into the portal, with Su Yuan cautiously following suit. Boom! At that moment, the ancient teleportation array resonated once more, and the portal began to close, causing Su Yuan and Su Xiaoyi to vanish within it. Haha! What a lavish expenditure! Such a generous amount of spirit stones. Indeed, a full 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. We have struck it rich. Even when encountering disciples from sacred lands or first-rate sects before, none have been so generous. We're in luck. These spirit stones are all top-grade. Refining them will significantly enhance our strength. The staff members began to converse excitedly, their spirits lifted. Within the teleportation array, it was unclear how much time had passed, but when Su Yuan and Su Xiaoyi opened their eyes once more, they had emerged from the array. Have we arrived? Su Yuan asked. We've deviated. This is at the foot of the feathering sacred land. How odd that there would be a deviation, Su Xiaoyi remarked. Somewhat puzzled. Logically, we should have been teleported to the internal array of the sacred land. Wait a moment. I shall report to the sacred land, and I will return shortly to fetch you, Su Xiaoyi stated calmly before suddenly soaring into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as she flew towards the feathering sacred land, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Very well. I shall wait here. Su Yuan's heart felt a bit apprehensive, uncertain if he would be permitted entry into the sacred land for learning. Although Su Xiaoyi had assured him, he still felt uneasy. Boom. Suddenly, shortly after Su Xiaoyi departed, a terrifying roar of a beast echoed through the air, startling him immediately. What is happening? Su Yuan gasped, turning his gaze towards the source of the sound, where he saw a crimson shadow rapidly approaching him from afar. The speed was astonishing, and he immediately became alert. Preparing for battle. What on earth? A beast is charging at me. Su Yuan thought, bewildered, yet he was ready to confront the threat. As the beast surged toward him, he trembled, throwing a powerful punch. The sheer force caused the surrounding space to tremble. showcasing its immense power. However, the incoming beast was equally formidable. It turned out to be a magic lion at the divine power realm, which was quite intimidating. With a mighty roar, it easily dispersed Su Yuan's force. Heh, you possess some strength. Su Yuan chuckled unfazed, as he had not exerted his full strength, knowing that this was the feathering sacred land. Furthermore, the appearance of the beast was likely due to someone else's taming. If he were to slay it, the consequences could be dire. He was no fool. Roar. The magic lion finally reached Su Yuan, but, sensing his strength, refrained from attacking. Instead, it spoke in human tongue. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon our feathering sacred land? You seek death? Nay, it is a misunderstanding. I have come to report to the feathering sacred land. I am not what you presume. I mean no harm. Su Yuan explained earnestly. Dado, you claim to mean no harm. Just moments ago, you nearly struck me, yet you assert you are not a villain. The magic lion responded, a hint of anger in its voice. Ahem. I was merely acting in self-defense. Your ferocity startled me, and I felt compelled to act when you charged at me. Su Yuan clarified again. He was not afraid, and he sensed a powerful aura approaching from a distance, which was significantly stronger than his own, rendering him currently no match for it. That individual is likely the magic lion's master. I am fortunate that I did not act rashly. It could have led to a troublesome situation. I shall feign weakness for now, to gauge the true strength of this expert. Oh, it seems I have frightened you. Who brought you here? Ordinary individuals cannot enter without a teleportation coordinate. The magic lion began to inquire. Well, can I refrain from answering? Su Yuan replied awkwardly. No. If you refuse to disclose it, the consequences will be dire. No outsiders are permitted within the feathering sacred land. Speak quickly. Who brought you here? Otherwise, I shall slay you now. The magic lion stated coldly, emanating a fierce aura. At that moment, Su Yuan fell into deep contemplation, unsure if he should reveal the truth. However, after some reflection, he decided to speak. It was my young lady who brought me here. Su Yuan stated calmly. Dado, who is your young lady? The magic lion inquired. Su Xiao. Have you heard of her? Su Yuan replied. Upon the utterance of those words, the magical lion immediately began to tremble, visibly taken aback, its entire being quaking. What did you say? Su Xiao, she is your family's esteemed young lady? It sought to confirm this meticulously, fearful of having misheard. Is there a problem? Su Yuan found the magical lion's demeanor somewhat amusing. Observing its evident fear of Su Xiao, master, quickly come out. This fellow is Su Xiaoyi's attendant. You must appear. The magical lion called out, glancing behind it. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from a distant space. This young man was remarkably handsome, tall and slender. Were it not for his strikingly handsome features, one might mistakenly assume him to be a woman, though perhaps a tad effeminate. Ahem. Has Xiaoyi returned? Upon hearing Su Xiaoyi's name, the young man's entire being lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling as though he were gazing upon his dream lover, clearly displaying his deep affection for her. Ahem. May I know your name, esteemed sir? Su Yuan ventured to inquire, emboldened by the young man's formidable aura, which surpassed his own. The power within him surged like the tumultuous sea, suggesting that Su Yuan was no match for him at present. I am Bai Yunfei, a suitor of Su Xiaoyi, he replied with a slight smile, a charming expression that could captivate countless young maidens. Even Su Yuan found himself momentarily dazzled. Thankfully, he was male. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the charm. Ahem. So your name is Bai Yunfei. Impressive. Su Yuan shook his head, finally regaining his composure. This accursed charm is overwhelming. It is simply too potent. Ha ha ha. Apart from being somewhat handsome, I possess no other remarkable traits or talents, Bai Yunfei remarked with a half-smile. Enough. Stop pretending before me. Your insufferable charm is terrifying. Had I not been a man, I would surely have fallen victim to it. Su Yuan replied, somewhat exasperated. Alas! What use is good looks if they cannot be converted into sustenance? Bai Yunfei lamented. Even the magical lion beside them appeared speechless. Why the sigh? Are you not satisfied with your looks? Su Yuan retorted. It is of little use. No matter how handsome I am, I cannot win Su Xiaoyi's heart. Sigh. To be honest, I adore her so deeply that I would willingly sacrifice years of my life for the chance to be with her. Bai Yunfei confessed with a hearty laugh, revealing his genuine feelings. It was astonishing to Su Yuan that someone as outstanding as Bai Yunfei, both in appearance and strength, could not secure Su Xiaoyi's affection. It implied that, in her eyes, he was still deemed insufficiently exceptional. Chapter 26. The examination I see. So you are a suitor of our young lady. Then do your utmost. Su Yuan jested. However, young man, gaining entry into the feathered sanctum is no simple feat. Even with Su Xiaoyi's assistance, there are stringent requirements that must be met, conditions that are exceedingly harsh and beyond the capabilities of most, Bai Yunfei stated matter-of-factly. What are the conditions? Su Yuan inquired, intrigued. It is an examination. Every disciple wishing to join the feathered sanctum must undergo a rigorous evaluation. Only those who pass may be accepted, Bai Yunfei elaborated. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan acknowledged the truth. If one could join without an examination, it would indeed be far too easy, considering the multitude of individuals aspiring to enter the feathered sanctum. Pray tell, how does one undergo this examination? Su Yuan asked. You must enter the secret realm for the evaluation. Today happens to be the recruitment day for the feathered sanctum, and numerous disciples have already entered the secret realm. If you're interested, I can take you there. If not, I can also let you go, Bai Yunfei offered nonchalantly. Just as he finished speaking, the distant void suddenly quivered, and two crimson beams of light shot towards them. Startling both Emily and Su Yuan then saw that it was indeed Su Xiaoyi approaching, accompanied by an elder whose hair was as white as snow and whose complexion radiated vitality, unmistakably a formidable practitioner. Before long, Su Xiaoyi and the elder hovered before Su Yuan. Cough. This is the elder of reception for our feathered sanctum. If you wish to join, you should heed his words, Su Xiaoyi remarked with an air of resignation. I am honored to meet the elder of reception, Su Yuan said respectfully. No need for formalities. You may call me Elder Wan Tong, he replied. Xiaoyi has already informed me of your situation. Joining the feathered sanctum is indeed possible, but we have rules. You must undergo an examination. Only by passing may you successfully join. However, Xiaoyi has assured me that, given your strength, passing the examination should pose no issue. Elder Wan Tong stated calmly. Really? If the examination is simple, I shall have no trouble passing. Su Yuan responded eagerly, having already gleaned some understanding of the examination from Bai Yunfei, realizing that entering the secret realm for the evaluation was the requirement. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyi's gaze turned coldly towards Bai Yunfei, her demeanor seemingly disapproving as she stated flatly, Cough, mind yourself, keep your distance from Su Yuan, do you understand? Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. Su Xiaoyi warned icily. Meanwhile, Su Yuan found the scene amusing, watching Bai Yunfei's face flush with innocence, reveling in the moment. However, Bai Yunfei remained undeterred, addressing her politely, My lady, when will you agree to be my wife? I can hardly wait, he boldly declared. What? Say that again, and I shall not hesitate to kill you. Su Xiaoyi's expression shifted dramatically, her fury palpable as an aura of menace enveloped her. Nevertheless, Bai Yunfei appeared unperturbed, seemingly unfazed, eliciting laughter from Su Yuan. Bai Yunfei was indeed a character, daring to speak to Su Xiaoyi in such a manner. Su Yuan was taken aback, knowing Su Xiaoyi's temperament. If anyone dared to speak to her so brazenly, that person would surely meet a grim fate, understanding Bai Yunfei's audacity. Ha ha, I was merely jesting. Do not take offense, yet, you cannot escape my grasp. I shall undoubtedly pursue you, Bai Yunfei declared with a boisterous laugh. Humph, you think you are worthy? Su Xiaoyi rolled her eyes at him, her exasperation evident as she turned her gaze away. Clearly annoyed at that moment, Elder Wan Tong intervened to mediate the situation. Cough. Let us not bicker. Su Yuan, come with me. I shall guide you to the secret realm for the examination, he stated, as Su Yuan glanced at Su Xiaoyi, who nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Very well, Elder Wan Tong, let us depart at once. Following his lead, Elder Wan Tong soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the feathered sanctum. What astonishing speed! Su Yuan marveled, astonished by Elder Wan Tong's rapidity. He refused to be outdone, immediately taking flight in pursuit. As he activated the Divine King body, his speed increased dramatically, resembling a shooting star. What? This fellow can keep pace with me? I thought Su Xiao was jesting. Elder Wan Tong mused, realizing that Su Yuan was indeed a figure of the divine passage realm, perfectly capable of participating in the secret realm examination. However, at that moment, Su Yuan suddenly accelerated, darting ahead of Elder Wan Tong, leaving him utterly astounded. What? How is this possible? Faster than my own speed? Elder Wan Tong exclaimed, bewildered by Su Yuan's rapidity. How has this young man cultivated to achieve such swiftness? Elder Wan Tong wondered, astonished that his own speed was outmatched. Haha, I did not expect you to possess such remarkable flight speed, Elder Wan Tong remarked with a slight smile. Hee. It goes both ways, Su Yuan replied with a grin. Before long, the two men ventured deeper into the feathered sanctum. The feathered sanctum was indeed vast. Even with Su Yuan exerting himself fully, he had yet to encounter other disciples, suggesting its immense size, likely with many still traversing the periphery. However, he was struck by the sheer density of spiritual energy present, which was several times greater than that outside. Such a remarkable concentration of spiritual energy hinted at the existence of a colossal dragon vein beneath the feathered sanctum. Su Yuan harbored a bold notion. Once his strength grew, he would explore the subterranean world of the feathered sanctum to see if he could absorb the dragon vein. He realized this was a daring idea, one he could not allow others to discover. Otherwise, it would surely lead to his demise, for such thoughts regarding the dragon vein would be deemed exceedingly reckless. Thus, Su Yuan and Elder Wan Tong soared through the skies for a full hour. At last, they were nearing their destination. Chapter 27. The Secret Realm of Beasts. The two soon descended onto a vast platform, already teeming with a multitude of individuals. It was likely that they were all here for the assessment. And the sheer number was nothing short of staggering. Su Yuan estimated that there were at least 100,000 people present, and that was a conservative estimate. He wondered when the assessment would commence. I don't know either. We can only wait. I heard that there are as many as 150,000 participants in this assessment. I wonder how many will succeed in passing and join the sacred land of feather transformation. I hope I can make it. I am already a master at the Dharma manifestation stage. If I cannot pass this assessment, it would only imply that the difficulty is truly formidable. I have heard that this assessment is the most challenging yet, and it will take place within the secret realm. Do you know what this secret realm is? I know a little. According to my sources, it seems to be the secret realm of beasts, where we will all be cast in for the evaluation. Oh, I see. At this moment, those around Su Yuan began to engage in discussions, though there was still some time before the assessment began. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed as the void in the distance trembled, and a streak of light shot towards them at an incredible speed. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, exuding an air of celestial grace, descended. The elder immediately began to announce, "Today marks the day of the assessment. You will soon be cast into the secret realm of beasts for evaluation. This assessment is exceptionally difficult, and the realm has been upgraded. The beasts within are significantly more powerful than before. So, you must exercise caution, as there may be casualties during this assessment. If you are afraid, you may withdraw now." "Are there any objections?" the elder proclaimed, his gaze sweeping across all present, each individual feeling the weight of his scrutiny. As soon as he finished speaking, discussions erupted once more among the crowd. Some, upon hearing that the secret realm of beasts had been upgraded, immediately grew fearful. The previous version of the realm was already terrifying. Who could fathom how much stronger it would be now? At least 3,000 to 4,000 individuals withdrew, opting out of the assessment entirely. The elder seemed unfazed, as if he had anticipated such reactions, and he said nothing further, respecting everyone's choices. The remaining individuals appeared to have no objections. "If there are no issues, I shall now activate the secret realm of beasts," the elder announced with a commanding voice. "None? Please open the realm." Excitement surged through the crowd as everyone shouted for the realm to be opened. The elder wasted no time. He pressed his palm against the void, unleashing a powerful force. Instantly, the space shattered, revealing a passageway leading to the secret realm of beasts. The eyes of everyone instantly gleamed with anticipation. "Charge! Let us enter. This secret realm of beasts is not as fearsome as it seems. And according to what I know, there are many opportunities within. If fortune favors us, it would be perfect. Charge! Charge! Charge!" Subsequently, over 100,000 individuals surged into the open passageway, entering the secret realm of beasts. Su Yuan did the same, stepping into the realm for the assessment. As the world spun around him, Su Yuan finally arrived. What a splendid place! The spiritual energy is remarkably dense. Upon entering, Su Yuan immediately noticed the distinctiveness of this location. The spiritual energy in this area was extraordinarily rich, almost overwhelming. He promptly settled down to absorb it. How delightful! After a full hour of cultivation, he gradually came to a halt. After his practice, he felt invigorated, his vitality radiating, and the power within him had significantly increased. It appeared that he was on an island. At that moment, Su Yuan realized he was indeed situated on a vast island, stretching endlessly before him. To his astonishment, he heard the distant roars of beasts echoing from within the island, utterly terrifying. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead, blocking out the sun, as a colossal lightning eagle appeared above him, exuding an air of authority. It quickly spotted Su Yuan and began to dive towards him. Cough, cough. I'm too hungry to resist, Su Yuan smirked coldly. Did this lightning eagle seek its own demise by daring to attack him? With a tremor of his body, he unleashed the instant kill technique, a wave of sword energy erupting forth, slicing down the Tianzhonglong lightning eagle. Boom! The lightning eagle plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Dust billowed as Su Yuan rushed over, ready to feast. The flesh of these beasts is incredibly delectable, and most importantly, it can enhance one's strength. Indeed, consuming the flesh of these beasts can increase one's power. Shortly, Su Yuan kindled a fire, tearing off a large chunk of lightning eagle meat and began to roast it. Crackle, crackle. The meat of the lightning eagle was exceptionally tender and juicy. Before long, Su Yuan had it perfectly cooked. The aroma wafted through the air, reaching far and wide. Help! Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from a distance, startling Su Yuan. He strained his eyes to see a woman entangled by a dark demon bear. Without hesitation, he dropped the roasted meat and dashed over. Beast, halt! Su Yuan quickly arrived, blocking the dark demon bear's path. Roar! The dark demon bear bellowed in fury, charging at him. With a paw as large as a fan, it struck with tremendous force. However, it severely underestimated Su Yuan's strength. It was simply out of luck. Before its paw could descend, Su Yuan delivered a punch, shattering the dark demon bear's PW.in the same instant. He struck through its chest, ending its life in an instant. Thank you for saving me. The woman struggled to rise from the ground, expressing her gratitude to Su Yuan. It's nothing. Su Yuan replied with a hearty smile, indicating it was merely a small effort. Why is this assessment so difficult? If you hadn't saved me, I would have perished. Don't give up. You will definitely succeed. Yes, my name is Yixian. What is yours? I am Su Yuan. Through their conversation, the two quickly became familiar. Brother Su Yuan, there is a spatial gate at the center of this island. If we pass through it, we can reach the second level. Yixian said casually. Oh, you seem to know a lot. Su Yuan replied, puzzled. Yes, I came here last time as well, but I did not pass the assessment. However, I successfully passed through the spatial gate at the island center and reached the second level. Unfortunately, there were too many beasts in the second level and I was frightened away, ultimately exiting the competition, Yixian stated earnestly. Chapter 28. Invincible Killing. I see. Su Yuan had nearly grasped the situation. This secret realm of beasts consists of 9 levels. If one can pass them all, then the assessment can be deemed successful. Yixian stated seriously. 9 levels. Very well. I have confidence in myself. I will surely succeed, Su Yuan declared with conviction. The two then decided to set off together, making their way towards the center of the island. They moved swiftly, and under Su Yuan's protection, no beast dared to approach them. At this point, he had already released his aura. Any beast that came near felt his presence and immediately retreated. In no time, Su Yuan reached the center of the island. Indeed, there stood a massive spatial gate, surrounded by numerous beasts. Yet, Su Yuan remained unafraid. He swiftly dispatched all the beasts before entering the spatial gate. As the world spun once more, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by beasts in the second level. I'm scared. Yixian began to feel apprehensive as the sheer number of beasts around them was overwhelming. Estimating at least dozens, all possessing formidable strength. The weakest among them were at the life spring realm. Such a potent horde of beasts would surely terrify any ordinary person. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine with me here. These beasts are merely seeking their own demise, Su Yuan said coldly. Roar. At that moment, the surrounding beasts sprang into action. A herd of iron-armored rhinos, tough-skinned and massive, charged towards Su Yuan and Yixian. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled as the iron-armored rhinos raced forward with incredible speed, each as tall as a building, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Seeing the horde of beasts charging towards them, Su Yuan became serious. Although they were small beasts in his eyes, their numbers were significant, and defeating them could yield precious rewards. For instance, the horns of the iron-armored rhinos could be used to forge weapons. As they were incredibly sturdy, prepare to meet your end. Su Yuan felt invigorated, charging into the midst of the iron-armored rhinos, ready to engage in battle. Boom. He unleashed a punch, his true energy exploding forth, sweeping all before him. Not a single iron-armored rhino could withstand the might of his blow. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, 3 iron-armored rhinos fell beneath the force of Su Yuan's iron fists. Utterly incapable of resistance. Humph. They are truly unaware of their own demise. Su Yuan chuckled coldly, finding the task exceedingly effortless, devoid of any challenge. In that moment, he resembled a grim reaper, reveling in the carnage. Roar! The entire space reverberated with the agonized cries of the armored rhinoceroses, and soon enough, all of them had succumbed to Su Yuan's prowess. It was only then that he paused. Brother Su Yuan. You are incredible, Yixian exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Indeed, these horns of the armored rhinoceroses are premium materials for refining weapons. We should split them evenly, Su Yuan suggested. Is that so? Very well, then I shall not hold back. Yixian replied joyfully. Wait. Just as Su Yuan and Yixian intended to clear the battlefield, a figure darted in from the shadows. The young man's aura was formidable, revealing him to be a master of the Divine Passage realm. It seemed he harbored intentions of robbing Su Yuan of his spoils. Ha ha ha! You two have toiled to slay so many armored rhinoceroses, but everything here belongs to me now. Hand over all your valuable possessions, or else, I won't allow you to leave alive. The newcomer, clad in black, radiated a menacing presence, his words sharp and serious, instilling fear in Yixian, who immediately hid behind Su Yuan, too frightened to speak. You frightened my friend, Su Yuan sneered. Did you hear my words? Hand over everything valuable on you, or face death. I am Sha Wudi and I don't intend to waste time with you. Hurry and comply, or none of you will survive. It turned out this fellow was named Sha Wudi, a name reflecting his domineering nature, though his strength was somewhat lacking in comparison to Su Yuan. Oh, and what if I refuse? What will you do to me? Su Yuan provocatively inquired. Then I can only send you on your way, Sha Wudi replied coldly. At that moment, he made his move, his body trembling as he suddenly appeared before Su Yuan. Delivering a fearsome punch that sent tremors through the entire space point, one could only imagine the magnitude of his strength. However, Su Yuan remained unperturbed. His power far surpassed that of Sha Wudi, rendering him invincible in the Divine Passage realm. Moreover, having integrated the Divine King physique, his strength had become truly terrifying. Therefore, he regarded Sha Wudi with utter disdain, allowing the latter's attack to strike him without flinching, remaining completely still. What? Why is your body so formidable? You took my punch without any reaction? Sha Wudi finally grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that Su Yuan's strength was indeed beyond his own. Ha ha ha. So what? Su Yuan laughed heartily. Brother, I was mistaken. Please spare me. Sha Wudi, recognizing the vast disparity in their strengths, immediately yielded. That's more like it, however. If you wish for me to spare you, you must relinquish all the benefits and treasures on you. Otherwise, I cannot let you go. Su Yuan remarked with a smile that was both playful and menacing. At that moment, Sha Wudi found himself in a predicament. Su Yuan's cold laughter cut through the air. What? You unwilling? No. I can give it to you. Sha Wudi, devoid of any temper, promptly handed over his storage ring to Su Yuan. Yet, upon receiving the ring, Su Yuan's expression turned cold as he said, Did you think I would let you go? Sha Wudi was bewildered, his anger flaring. You're not keeping your word. Ha ha ha. Precisely. If our realms were reversed, would you spare me? Hence, I cannot at this moment. Lu Jin also sensed it. The entire spatial gate began to tremble. A formidable aura surged forth from within, prompting both Sha Wudi and Lu Jin to prepare themselves for combat. The instant Su Yuan emerged, they intended to strike him down. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the spatial gate quaked slightly, and an overwhelming force descended. As Su Yuan and Yi Xian stepped out, they immediately felt two powerful auras. One belonged to the realm of Shentong, while the other was from the Huashan realm. Impressive, Su Yuan mused, realizing that the newcomers were not to be trifled with, and he swiftly grew vigilant. Humph, kid, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. You only just arrived? Sha Wudi said coldly. His gaze filled with murderous intent, as if he wished to slay Su Yuan on the spot. Oh? It's you again, so? The one I previously defeated was merely a clone of yours. Su Yuan, ever astute, quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, that clone was painstakingly refined, and now you shall pay with your life. I will refine your essence and see if you dare to oppose me again, Sha Wudi declared icily. Sha Wudi, do not underestimate him, Lu Jin cautioned. Understood. I comprehend that my true realm is that of a Huashan expert, and I have no fear of him. I will slay him, Sha Wudi replied coldly, his expression betraying no regard for Su Yuan. After all, he was confident, being an early-stage Huashan expert. Very well. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Su Yuan seethed with anger, his killing intent surging in a swift motion. He charged forward, targeting not Sha Wudi, but rather Lu Jin beside him. Be careful, Sha Wudi warned, but it was too late. Su Yuan's massive hand reached out with lightning speed. Lu Jin was unable to react in time and was immediately seized. Not good, Lu Jin shouted in alarm, but there was no escaping the overwhelming power of Su Yuan, who swiftly sealed his entire strength, rendering him incapable of even the slightest movement. Die, Su Yuan roared, his grip tightening as he crushed Lu Jin to death with brutal simplicity. Even Sha Wudi was momentarily unable to intervene. How dare you kill my companion? Sha Wudi erupted in fury, his body trembling as he flew towards Su Yuan. Engaging him in fierce combat, boom! Sha Wudi's punch was terrifyingly powerful, sending Su Yuan flying. However, Su Yuan's divine king body absorbed the blow, sustaining only minor injuries. Impressive, impressive. Su Yuan realized that a Huashan realm expert was not easily dealt with, and unless he utilized his experience card, he would struggle to defeat his opponent. Curse it. I never anticipated his strength to be so formidable, capable of withstanding my punch, even though I did not use my full force. No mere Shentong individual should be able to endure such an attack. Sha Wudi's face darkened. As an early-stage Huashan expert, he found it humiliating that he could not eliminate a minor figure from the Shentong realm. Die! At that moment, Sha Wudi unleashed his full power, his true energy erupting like a volcano, a chilling spectacle. His blood surged, and he exerted all his strength. Kill! He charged at Su Yuan once more, the force of his punch shaking the very fabric of space itself. Ha ha! Kid, this is the chasm that separates us. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? How laughable! You cannot even fathom the magnitude of my strength. Sha Wudi continued coldly. Indeed, he was a genius. One of the most formidable among the younger generation. Yet, faced with Su Yuan, it could only be said that his luck had run out. Su Yuan was endowed with a system, favored by destiny. No matter how hard Sha Wudi tried, he stood no chance of victory. Humph! Is the Huashan realm truly that impressive? To me, it holds little significance. Su Yuan retorted coolly, swiftly evading his opponent's attack. At that moment, a tremor emanated from above, and a purple card appeared. This was the experience card for the Huashan realm. Boom! The card exploded, a mysterious power cascading down and flooding into his body. Su Yuan felt an explosive surge of strength, as if he had acquired the most terrifying power in the world. In that instant, the aura radiating from him instilled fear in all, even overwhelming Sha Wudi, who sensed an immense pressure. What? How could your realm have suddenly advanced? Sha Wudi was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Su Yuan had ascended a significant tier. Panic gripped him as he realized that Su Yuan's aura had surpassed his own. Ha ha, you need not understand. Just prepare to die, Su Yuan sneered. Having gained the power from the experience card, he felt as though he had transformed entirely, radiating an invincible force. He wasted no time in launching a counterattack, delivering a punch that sent Sha Wuti hurtling backward, crashing into a great mountain, leaving him in a state of disarray. Curse it! How could Su Yuan possess such a trump card, his strength so overwhelming? Sha Wuti's resolve to eliminate him faltered, and he immediately sought to flee. Humph! Su Yuan snorted, his body quaking as he turned into a blur, intercepting Sha Wuti's escape route, determined not to let him go. Do you think you can run? He declared from a position of dominance. Kid, leave me a way out. Do not force me into a corner. Otherwise, I will ensure that you gain nothing even if I perish. Sha Wuti warned coldly. Do you dare to threaten me? Very well. I shall kill you now. Su Yuan's patience waned, and he unleashed a powerful surge of true energy in a single punch, engulfing Sha Wuti entirely. Even as a Huashan expert, he could not withstand Su Yuan's assault. Sha Wuti screamed, his being collapsing under the sheer force, meeting a tragic end. His body fell slowly to the ground. However, at the moment of his death, a black token shot into the sky, piercing through to the next layer of space. Despite Su Yuan's agility, he could not pursue it in time. Curse it! What was that token? Regrettably, I could not catch it. Su Yuan lamented. Yet, the random sword quickly reacted, intending to absorb Sha Wuti's corpse, understanding that as a Huashan expert, it harbored immense power. If absorbed, he would gain strength as well. Boom! Su Yuan promptly began refining Sha Wuti's remains. And under the might of his inner world, the corpse was swiftly transformed into pure true energy, fully absorbed by him. Impressive. Truly, as a Huashan expert, even in death, he contains such potent true energy. I have consumed it all. Soon, I too shall reach the Huashan realm, Su Yuan exclaimed, exhilarated. He then closed his eyes to recuperate and cultivate, while Yixian remained by his side, guarding him as she trained. Advancement to the Huashan realm. At this moment, Su Yuan commenced his breakthrough, mobilizing all the true energy within him. His flesh and blood trembled, and every cell in his body was activated. Ha! He let out a mighty roar, and a series of explosive sounds resonated from within him. It was unclear how much time passed, but when he finally ceased his cultivation, he had reached the early stages of the Huashan realm, his true energy vastly amplified. At that moment, he felt a surge of confidence, believing that even Bai Yunfei would not stand a chance against him now. This is the early stage of the Huashan realm, Su Yuan proclaimed with excitement. Why, Yixian, let us depart. As he spoke, a wave of true energy enveloped Yixian, lifting her as they soared toward the next layer of space, a mysterious location on the 9th layer of the monster beast space. Two young individuals were engaged in cultivation atop a massive altar. Suddenly, a token tore through space, flying toward the altar. Both youths opened their eyes, gazing at the token, and one swiftly grasped it in his hand. What? The token returned on its own. Could it be that Sha Wuti is in danger? That seems quite likely, Wang Zhen remarked, astonished. What? Sha Wuti is dead. This is impossible. His realm is that of an early-stage Huashan. In the entirety of the monster beast space, there should be few capable of defeating him. Yang Yuan responded incredulously, struggling to accept the grim news that Sha Wuti had been slain. Well, it seems there is no choice. He must have encountered a formidable opponent. However, the one who could kill Sha Wuti will likely reach the 9th layer soon. At that time, I shall confront him and avenge Sha Wuti, Wang Zhen declared coldly. Yes, brother, with you here, no one can stand against you. You are an expert in the late Huashan stage, and your physique is extraordinary, unlike any other. Yang Yuan was acutely aware of the terrifying strength possessed by Wang Zhen, particularly his extraordinarily rare physique known as the Golden Body. Indeed, he was formidable. Well then, let us await his arrival, Wang Zhen remarked nonchalantly before promptly closing his eyes to resume his cultivation. He was anticipating Su Yuan's arrival. In the 9th layer of the monster beast space, Su Yuan and Yixian had already arrived. Their journey had been utterly smooth, devoid of any obstacles, and they successfully reached the 9th layer. Moreover, Su Yuan understood that passing through this layer would signify the completion of the assessment. Xian, why are there no monster beasts in this 9th layer? I cannot sense their presence, Su Yuan expressed his confusion. Logically, this being the final layer, there should be an abundance of monster beasts. However, there were none, not even a trace of their aura, which was quite peculiar. Ahem, I am uncertain. I have only ventured as far as the second layer before. Never having set foot in the ninth, Yixian admitted, equally perplexed. Let me search once more. Xu Yuan resumed his search, his mental energy radiating outward, enveloping the vast expanse of several thousand miles. Yet, he still failed to detect any sign of the monster beasts. Stop searching. There are no monster beasts in the entire ninth layer. A voice suddenly echoed, familiar to his ears. Xu Yuan was taken aback. It was the voice of Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei, is that you? He inquired. Indeed. My good brother, listen closely. I must convey the will of the elder, Bai Yunfei stated with utmost seriousness. What? Xu Yuan was astonished, unsure of Bai Yunfei's intentions. However, his confusion was soon resolved. The monster beasts within the ninth layer have already been transported away. It is entirely normal that you cannot find them, Bai Yunfei clarified. Why were they transported away? Has the assessment concluded? Xu Yuan questioned, bewildered. No. The assessment has not concluded. Rather, this is the final challenge of the assessment. Those who have reached the ninth layer are all geniuses, the best of the best. Now, listen carefully. I will soon cast 9 crimson gold flags into this ninth layer space. If you can seize one, you will have passed the challenge. Furthermore, there are a total of 500 experts within the entire ninth layer, all of whom have fought their way up from the first layer. Do not underestimate them, as some possess strength surpassing yours. Proceed with caution. Remember, you must secure one of the crimson gold flags. Failure to do so will result in your elimination, and you will never be able to join the feathered sanctum. Bai Yunfei urged earnestly. My good brother, I understand. Toss the flags quickly, throw them in front of me. Xu Yuan shamelessly demanded. If I throw them in front of you, you would undoubtedly face the wrath of all the experts. However, since you wish for such a thing, I shall oblige. Catch! Bai Yunfei laughed heartily and then opened the entrance to the secret realm. A transparent space materializing above it. 9 crimson gold flags were thrown into the secret realm. Truly a good brother. Xu Yuan's eyes narrowed with excitement as he saw the 9 flags soaring toward him. Success was within reach, and even Yixian shared in his joy. Just as Xu Yuan thought he was on the verge of grasping them, a gust of true energy swept through, blowing the 9 flags away. Suddenly, 2 young men emerged from the shadows. One held a token, while the other wielded a folding fan, both gazing at Xu Yuan with calm composure. If you wish to obtain the crimson gold flags and pass the assessment, you cannot do so without our permission, Wang Zhen stated coldly. You little brat, do not be dazed. You killed the invincible slayer and thought you could pass unscathed? How laughable, Yang Yuan remarked with an unkind expression. It was evident that these 2 young men were allies of the invincible slayer, and Xu Yuan's act of killing him had naturally incited their animosity. Yet, Xu Yuan remained unafraid, feeling no trepidation. One at the peak of the transformation stage, and the other in the latter phase. Impressive. But alas, you 2 have encountered me. Before me, you are not even worth the dust beneath my feet. Xu Yuan retorted coldly. You are quite arrogant, young man. Wang Zhen responded, his irritation growing. It was his first time being looked down upon. With his strength, he was considered an elite among elites. The transformation stage was exceedingly rare among the younger generation, and to be disdained was intolerable. Do you know who you are speaking to? Yang Yuan echoed, equally incensed. Both were super experts, and being belittled was a bitter pill to swallow. Enough chatter. You 2 shall die. Xu Yuan declared icily, unleashing his attack without hesitation. His body trembled, and he struck forth, opening the inner world within his palm, unleashing a powerful suction force that aimed to absorb them. The 2 were immediately alarmed, their bodies jolting in fear. What is this? What kind of divine ability is he cultivating? They could not comprehend why his palm manifested a black hole. The most terrifying aspect was the suction emanating from this void. As if it could devour all, nearly pulling them in, panic gripped them. They were formidable beings of the transformation stage, yet could not discern Xu Yuan's divine ability. Suck! Xu Yuan commanded, his body quaking as the force intensified tenfold. An overwhelming power erupting, instantly drawing Wang Zhen and Yang Yuan into the void. They screamed in despair as they were absorbed into the inner world, unable to escape. Awaiting them was only death. Chapter 32. Registration of information. The 2 formidable experts were thoroughly vanquished, transformed into streams of true energy, which Su Yuan absorbed at ha ha. All of this is my nourishment, Su Yuan exclaimed joyfully, exhilarated. The immense true energy contained within the two experts was now entirely his. However, just as Su Yuan was refining Wang Zhan and Yang Yuan, some hidden experts emerged from the shadows, vying for the 9 crimson gold flags. A fierce competition ensued, with numerous experts participating, including several in the latter phase of the transformation stage, and even some at its peak. Though their strength may not match Wang Zhan's, they were not significantly weaker. Goodness, to think there are so many hidden experts. Today, I have truly opened my eyes, Su Yuan remarked in astonishment. Nevertheless, these individuals were no match for him in their pursuit of the crimson gold flags. Thus, he soared into the air, positioning himself amidst the crowd, and coldly declared, I care not how you contend, but one of the crimson gold flags must be handed over to me. Should you fail to comply, I will be forced to unleash a massacre. Su Yuan's voice was icy. Ahem, young brother, just take one. We will not contest it, one among them spoke. Indeed, friend, you deserve one. We harbor no grievances, the others chimed in unison. The sudden change in their demeanor was not due to goodwill but rather fear instilled by Su Yuan's recent display of power. Having effortlessly slain Wang Zhan and Yang Yuan, the two experts of the transformation stage, without expending much effort. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have faced death. Brother Su Yuan, don't forget about me. I need a flag too. Yi Xian unexpectedly piped up, shamelessly. Right? I want two, one for me and one for her, Su Yuan added, nearly forgetting her. Ha ha. No problem, absolutely, the crowd agreed, their voices harmonizing. After all, Su Yuan's strength was evident. If they refused him, he could single-handedly eliminate them all, leaving them with no chance of obtaining even a single flag. Hence, they had no choice but to acquiesce, for in this world, strength dictated authority. With a swift motion, Su Yuan firmly grasped 2 crimson gold flags, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. He had feared a confrontation but had ultimately acquired what he desired. He, Su Yuan chuckled, handing one of the crimson gold flags to Yi Xian while keeping the other for himself. Thank you all. I shall take my leave from this monster beast space now, Su Yuan stated nonchalantly. Following this, he and Yi Xian each infused their true energy into the crimson gold flags, and in an instant, the flags radiated a brilliant crimson glow, transporting Su Yuan and Yi Xian away. They exited the monster beast space. Finally out. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Yuan and Yi Xian landed. However, the moment they touched down, a surge of true energy enveloped them, whisking them away. Both Su Yuan and Yi Xian offered no resistance. It was futile, for this power was overwhelming, terrifying. Such a method could only belong to an elder at that moment. Su Yuan could not discern who it was, only sensing their immense strength. His body was completely shrouded by true energy, rendering him unable to see at all. A few minutes later, as the true energy dissipated, Su Yuan finally beheld his surroundings and discovered he had arrived in a grand hall. The hall was immensely magnificent, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, entirely crafted from gold, exuding opulence. Wow, impressive! Su Yuan expressed his astonishment. This resplendent palace was a sight to behold, far surpassing the grandeur of the Su family's hall. Brother Su Yuan, this is the Qingyun Hall. Yi Xian began to remind softly. Wow, what a grand place! Su Yuan exclaimed in amazement. Enough, do not speak, I am Elder Dian. First, allow me to congratulate you on successfully passing the assessment. On the high seat of the grand hall sat an elder, his countenance imposing, with hair and beard as white as snow. Exuding an ethereal presence, it was he who had just brought Su Yuan and Yi Xian here using his true energy. We have met Elder Dian, Su Yuan said politely. For someone of such prowess, any disrespect could spell disaster. With his current strength, he was simply unable to contend with this elder, so it was wiser to remain courteous. We have met the elder. Yi Xian also nodded and saluted Elder Dian. Indeed. You two have been fortunate to obtain the Crimson Gold Banner and pass the examination. It is quite remarkable, considering those stronger than you did not succeed. You might say your luck is extraordinary, Elder Dian stated sternly. Ahem. Yes, Su Yuan did not refute, as they had already passed the assessment. Whatever would come next would come. May I ask, Elder Dian, are we now disciples of the Feather Transformation Sacred Land? Indeed. Once registered, You shall be officially recognized. Thank you very much. You may proceed to the enshrinement hall to register. As Elder Dian spoke, he unleashed a stream of true energy that entered the minds of Su Yuan and Yi Xian. Immediately, Su Yuan felt a wealth of useful information flood his consciousness, essentially an overview of the Feather Transformation Sacred Land, including the location of the enshrinement hall. He promptly bid farewell to Elder Dian and left the Qingyun Hall with Yi Xian. Brother Su Yuan, how long until the enshrinement ceremony? Yi Xian inquired as they flew, having already been airborne for half an hour without reaching the enshrinement hall, causing him to grow anxious. Soon, another half hour of flight and we shall arrive. The Feather Transformation Sacred Land is indeed vast. Even I must fly for an hour to reach it, Su Yuan lamented, beginning to express his disbelief. The two conversed as they flew, encountering several friendly disciples along the way. After an hour of flight, they finally beheld the enshrinement hall. The two descended from the air without any obstruction. Only a few disciples guarding the hall asked them a few simple questions. After Su Yuan and Yi Xian answered truthfully, they entered the enshrinement hall. Compared to the Qingyun Hall, this hall was somewhat simpler, lacking opulent decorations. Instead, it was adorned in a very ancient style, exuding elegance. Are you here to register? This enshrinement hall has not seen visitors for quite some time. Today, two have come at once. It seems many promising candidates have been selected this time. A middle-aged man immediately rose upon seeing Su Yuan and Yi Xian. His aura was profound, indicating he was a formidable master. Su Yuan recognized him as a strong practitioner at the transformation stage. Soon, he produced a register and began to record the information of Su Yuan and Yi Xian. Chapter 33, Master Yin Changtian of Fire Cloud Peak. The registration was completed swiftly, and he handed Su Yuan and Yi Xian an identity token bearing their information. With this token, you can locate your corresponding mountain peak, the middle-aged man said matter-of-factly. The two exchanged glances, both tokens inscribed with the characters for Thunder Peak, and they could not help but smile. They were fortunate to be assigned to the same mountain peak. Thank you. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude. No problem. I forgot to mention, the master of Thunder Peak is named Su Xiaoyi. She is the peak master. Should you have any issues, you may approach her. However, her temperament is rather poor. Unless it is of great importance, it is best not to disturb her, lest you attract her ire. The middle-aged man spoke courteously, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Xiaoyi was the master of Thunder Peak. This was indeed surprising. After a moment, he composed himself, inwardly reflecting. Su Xiaoyi, you have concealed your identity well. To be the peak master is truly impressive. However, it is advantageous for me, as no one at Thunder Peak would dare to bully me. What's wrong, brother Su Yuan? Is Thunder Peak unsatisfactory? We can request a change. Yi Xian remarked, noticing his unsettled demeanor. No, I am immensely satisfied. I will explain later, Su Yuan replied excitedly. They then exited the enshrinement hall and began their flight towards Thunder Peak. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, with Su Yuan sharing his acquaintance with Su Xiaoyi, which only heightened Yi Xian's excitement. Haha, wonderful. I shall stick with you from now on. I never imagined you knew the peak master, Yi Xian said as they flew. Yes, indeed, that should be Thunder Peak ahead. Su Yuan observed a multitude of mountains, one of which bore the inscription Thunder Peak, and he knew they were close. What a majestic peak! Practicing here would be nothing short of miraculous. The mountains rose and fell, rich in spiritual energy, with hidden dragon veins beneath the earth, making it an ideal location for cultivation. Such a divine realm could only be occupied by ancient sacred lands. No wonder the Feather Transformation Sacred Land has endured for millennia. It is not without reason Su Yuan soared into the mountainous terrain, witnessing many disciples weaving through the mountains. The peaks were interconnected by iron chains, making traversal quite convenient. Suddenly, a crimson cloud appeared above Su Yuan and Yi Xian. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a powerful pressure emanated from it, enveloping the two. Instantly, Su Yuan became alert, positioning Yi Xian behind him for protection. Brother Su Yuan, this situation does not bode well. Su Yuan's gaze fixated on the ominous red cloud above, revealing a hint of anxiety as he sensed an overwhelming force. Within that cloud lurked an immensely powerful being, far exceeding his own capabilities. From the aura radiating from the entity, he sensed an overwhelming feeling of futility. Indeed, as someone at the transformation stage, he was no match. What could the other party want? This is troublesome. Su Yuan murmured. The crimson cloud began to tremble, twisting into the form of an elderly man. This elder had hair as red as flames, giving the appearance of being ablaze, with the space within 100 paces around him warping dramatically. His strength was extraordinary, far surpassing that of the transformation stage. As per Su Yuan's assessment at that moment, both he and Yixian felt an ominous premonition, realizing they might be in grave danger. "You are Su Yuan, correct?" the elder with flaming hair inquired. "How do you know my name?" Su Yuan responded, bewildered. Meanwhile, Yixian, feeling frightened, hid behind Su Yuan, trembling slightly. However, Su Yuan quickly reassured her, and she soon calmed down. "He, do not concern yourself with that. I am Yin Changtian, the master of Fire Cloud Peak. Come with me to Fire Cloud Peak." Yin Changtian smiled slightly. The moment he spoke, Su Yuan was taken aback. As he instantly grasped the elder's intent, he sought to seize him. It was likely due to his prior performance in the Beast Secret Realm that had attracted the elder's attention. Otherwise, he would not dare to approach so boldly. "I am sorry, Senior. I have already joined Thunder Peak, and I appreciate your kind offer, but I must decline," Su Yuan rejected firmly. "Brother Su Yuan, let us go. We need to report to Thunder Peak," Yixian urged. Yes, without hesitation, Su Yuan and Yixian began to maneuver around, preparing to take flight. "What? You do not show me the courtesy I deserve. I am the master of Fire Cloud Peak, and your departure is rather disrespectful." It was evident that Yin Changtian was growing displeased. As a peak master, being rebuffed was a blow to his pride. His aura became increasingly fierce. At that moment, Su Yuan and Yixian felt the temperature around them rise dramatically, sensing an impending crisis. They had not anticipated such blatant arrogance. "Senior, this behavior is rather inappropriate. I have already joined Thunder Peak and cannot switch allegiance to Fire Cloud Peak," Su Yuan firmly stated. TSK, unappreciative. You truly do not understand the situation? Very well. If you refuse to heed my warning, you will soon learn that some individuals are not to be trifled with. Yin Changtian's fury erupted. With a tremor of his body, a wave of searing energy surged towards Su Yuan and Yixian. The intense heat was unbearable, and even a master at the transformation stage would struggle to withstand it. In an instant, Su Yuan and Yixian felt as though they had plunged into a furnace, surrounded by flames with no escape in sight. "This is bad. This old fellow is taking action without hesitation," Su Yuan cursed. At this moment, he and Yixian found themselves enveloped by the scorching energy. Completely immobilized, their bodies restrained, nearing the brink of collapse. Just as they faced imminent death, a sudden crackle echoed from Thunder Peak, followed by a chilling voice resonating. "Yin Changtian, what do you mean by this? You dare to abduct someone beneath my Thunder Peak? Is this not a slight against me?" The voice was very familiar. Su Yuan recognized it as Su Xiaoyi. True to his expectations, after the voice sounded, Su Xiaoyi appeared. Now, there was no need to fear. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyi arriving, Su Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Boom. At that moment, Su Xiaoyi extended her hand, directly shattering the searing energy and rescuing Su Yuan and Yixian, drawing them to her side with a sweep of her true energy. At this moment, Su Yuan and Yixian let out a long sigh of relief, silently thinking to themselves that they were safe at last. "Oh, I am lending you a disciple, Su Xiaoyi, out of respect for you. How can you possibly refuse?" Yin Changtian coldly remarked. Chapter 34. Signing the Beast Control Technique. "Yin Changtian, why are you idling about? How dare you covet my disciple? You are nothing but an old fool. Leave my Thunder Peak at once, or do not blame me for being impolite," Su Xiaoyi retorted icily. She exuded an aura of dominance. Her words resonating with strength. Su Yuan had already discerned that she was not someone to be trifled with. This also indirectly reflected Su Xiaoyi's formidable power. Even this elderly man did not intimidate her, leaving Su Yuan immensely curious about her true capabilities. "Ah, you still possess that old temperament, speaking so brazenly. You ought to temper that disposition. Otherwise, you shall inevitably face misfortune," Yin Changtian warned. "Ha, I need no instruction on my character from you. Leave at once, or I shall not hold back," Su Xiaoyi coldly replied, gesturing for Su Yuan and Yixian to step back. Otherwise, she would not be able to unleash her full potential. The two promptly retreated to a safe distance. "Your tongue seems to have grown increasingly insolent. Let us see if your strength has improved over the years. Yin Changtian said coldly, very well. If a fight is what you desire, I shall oblige. Su Xiaoyi responded in anger, ceasing all further words as her delicate frame trembled, instantly enveloped in crackling thunder. The lightning coiled around her body like chains of order. A terrifying sight, forming a thunderous force field that shrouded her entirely. This method of channeling lightning was beyond the abilities of ordinary individuals, as lightning was the most challenging force to control in this world. Without immense strength, one could not hope to wield it, indicating her terrifying prowess. Indeed, you have mastered the unyielding true thunder technique to perfection. Impressive. However, old man, my path of flames is no trivial matter, Yin Changtian declared, ready to measure their strengths against one another. With that, he moved, striking out his hand, causing the space to tremble as an endless wave of flames surged forth. This was no ordinary fire. It was his true fire. Immensely potent, and once it touched anything, it would be exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Let us retreat further, Su Yuan advised, and he and Yi Xian quickly distanced themselves, aware that the aftermath of their clash could potentially impact them. After all, neither of them was an ordinary expert. Their strength was fearsome, which was why they had become leaders of their respective peaks. Brother Su Yuan, who do you think is stronger? Yi Xian inquired. I am inclined to side with Su Xiaoyi. Her potential is astonishing, and she will undoubtedly prevail, Su Yuan replied calmly. That does make sense, but that old man is no simple foe. His strength is formidable, especially his innate true fire, which is fearsome. I fear the peak master may inadvertently lose. Yi Xian expressed her concerns. That is impossible. Just watch, Su Yuan stated, choosing not to continue the discussion, as the battle had already escalated to a fever pitch. Su Xiaoyi and Yin Changtian were locked in a fierce confrontation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as Su Xiaoyi was enveloped in a brilliant display of lightning, the surrounding space instantly shrouded in thunder. Her aura growing increasingly potent, she began to appear ethereal, utilizing an unknown movement technique. Regardless of Yin Changtian's assaults, he could not land a blow on Su Xiaoyi's true form. What? Your body can now merge with the void? Truly impressive. But do you think hiding in the void makes you untouchable? You underestimate me. Yin Changtian remarked as his body began to swell, and he unleashed a powerful breath. A superior-grade treasure flew forth from his mouth, slicing through the void. With a resounding crash, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, resembling an earthquake, nearly shattering the space, showcasing the might of that attack. Even from a distance, Su Yuan and Yi Xian felt the tremors, shaken by the overwhelming force. Terrifying, however, the peak master seems unfazed, and that superior-grade treasure has been firmly grasped. Su Yuan and Yi Xian discussed, only to see Su Xiaoyi become utterly enraged, with a shake of her hand. The treasure she had seized instantaneously exploded. Yin Changtian shuddered, blood surging within him, nearly spitting out a mouthful, his face paling considerably. Wait! He exclaimed as his body trembled and transformed into a streak of light. Vanishing without a trace, he had fled in defeat. Miss, are you all right? Su Yuan immediately flew towards Su Xiaoyi. I am fine. How could that Yin Changtian possibly be my match? I had not even exerted my full strength. Were it not for being in the sacred land, I would have long since slain him, allowing him to act so arrogantly before me, Su Xiaoyi stated with great authority. Miss, you are truly formidable. Su Yuan was once again astonished by her strength. She was undeniably extraordinarily powerful, a prodigious figure emerging from the Su family. Enough of this. Let us return to Thunder Peak and continue our discussions there. Su Xiaoyi said nonchalantly. Understood. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Xiaoyi waved her hand, enveloping both him and Yi Xian in a surge of true energy, and in an instant, they were teleported away. When Su Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself within the confines of Thunder Peak. In a Grand Hall. Su Xiaoyi briefly outlined some matters before assigning residences to Su Yuan and Yi Xian. Though Thunder Peak was vast, there were not many disciples, totaling only around 100. From now on, you shall manage the male disciples, Su Yuan, while Yi Xian will oversee the female disciples. I shall issue orders shortly. You must not disappoint me, Su Xiaoyi stated calmly. Thank you, miss. Both Su Yuan and Yi Xian expressed their gratitude, particularly Su Yuan, who had not anticipated being granted such an important position upon entering. His heart soaring with Joyye Xian was equally delighted. Su Xiui then mentioned her intention to cultivate for a few months, entrusting the operational affairs of Thunder Peak to the two of them. Su Yuan and Yi Xian assured her they would manage diligently and subsequently left the hall, each returning to their respective quarters. The next day, with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine, Su Yuan rose early. Upon awakening, he heard the system's voice, signaling that the time for signing in had arrived. He promptly began the process. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have obtained the beast control technique. What? The beast control technique? Su Yuan was taken aback, instantly recognizing from its name that it was a method for controlling spirit beasts. Indeed, Yi Xian's strength has waned somewhat. If only she had a spirit beast to protect her. Perfect. Once I master the beast control technique, I shall visit the spirit beast market in the sacred land and purchase a spirit beast for her as a pet. He then began to cultivate the beast control technique, and before long, he had mastered it, feeling a distinct shift in his aura. Chapter 35. Emperor-level demon beast. A sensation of being able to command all demon beasts in the world washed over him. Let us set off. I shall pay a visit to the spirit beast market. Su Yuan resolved to explore the spirit beast market in the sacred land. Although this was a sacred place, it was enormous, akin to a human city. Various venues existed within, so the presence of a spirit beast market was hardly surprising. Soon, he departed from Thunder Peak, swiftly flying towards the spirit beast market in the sacred land. Arriving in no time in the feather transformation sacred land, the spirit beast market buzzed with activity even in the early morning, as many disciples gathered. Most were there to purchase spirit beasts, all of which had been captured from the outside world. Leading to somewhat inflated prices, typical disciples could hardly afford them and could only spectate. However, Su Yuan had brought a substantial sum of spirit stones from Thunder Peak, unafraid of Su Xiuyi's reproach. For at her level, ordinary spirit stones held little value. Thus, it was better to engage in something worthwhile. Upon entering the spirit beast market, a disciple approached him. Little brother, come take a look, a ground-tier spirit beast. Blood spike pig, priced at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The disciple began to introduce the beast to Su Yuan. This blood spike pig was about the same size as a domestic pig but sported long tusks and numerous 1-meter-long blood spikes along its back. Appearing quite fierce and indeed a formidable ground-tier demon beast. Ahem. I shall continue to browse, Su Yuan said, finding the price excessive. A ground-tier demon beast should be worth at most 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet they wanted 10,000, which was quite the rip-off. Just as he was about to leave, the system chimed in his mind, ding, detecting an emperor-level demon beast nearby, 5-colored silver snake, distance, 0.8 meters. Ding, detecting an emperor-level demon beast nearby. 5-colored silver snake, status. Weakened at that moment, as Su Yuan was preparing to depart, the system alerted him to the presence of an emperor-level demon beast alarmingly close. He halted and began searching among the stalls. Indeed, he soon spotted a 1-meter-long 5-colored silver snake within a bamboo basket. Found it. Su Yuan's spirits lifted, his gaze fixated on the 5-colored silver snake, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Little brother, this is the 5-colored silver snake. An ordinary serpent. If you like it, I can gift it to you. Let us become friends, and you may look after my business in the future, the disciple said. Fool, this is no ordinary snake. It is an imperial-level beast, far superior to even those at the divine transformation realm, albeit currently injured and weakened, Su Yuan muttered inwardly, gasping in awe. Simultaneously, his heart swelled with joy at the unexpected discovery of an imperial-level beast. However, he maintained an impassive facade, calmly saying, Ahem. Since you are so generous, I shall purchase this blood-spiked pig and would appreciate it if you could also hand over the 5-colored silver snake. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the disciple immediately brightened, thinking the other was a simpleton, and they quickly sealed the deal. Ahem. Very well. The transaction concluded amicably. After Su Yuan paid 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, he prepared to take the blood-spiked pig while the 5-colored silver snake was safely stowed away in his storage ring. He then departed swiftly. However, shortly after his departure, 2 powerful auras approached from a distance before landing. They were 2 young men, their expressions grim. What happened? I just sensed the aura of an Imperial-level beast. How did it suddenly vanish? One inquired. I sensed it too, Brother Yunкong. But it seems we have arrived a moment too late. Someone else has claimed it. Zhu Feng replied nonchalantly. Damn. What am I to report to Master? Yunкong said, his composure faltering. The master he referred to was Yin Changtian, the leader of Huayan Peak, and both were disciples of Huayan Peak, formidable beings at the creation realm, a tier above the divine transformation realm. Reaching this level allows one to pursue their own path, resulting in terrifying power, placing them among the super elite. Calm down, Brother Yunкong, I have just mastered a technique that can trace time. I can locate the individual right away. Zhu Feng said with a smirk. Haha, you truly are something, my brother. Quickly, demonstrate it. Yunкong chuckled in agreement. At that moment, Zhu Feng wasted no words. He reached out with both hands, and the space before him rippled. A shimmering mirror of light formed, revealing the silhouette of a young man. This young man was herding a blood-spiked pig and still carried a faint trace of the Imperial Beast's aura. Flying towards Thunder Peak. In no time, he had entered the confines of Thunder Peak, and the image in the mirror vanished completely. Brother Yunкong. It's a disciple of Thunder Peak. Zhu Feng's complexion darkened. His heart filled with astonishment. Indeed, last time, Master suffered a loss at Thunder Peak and warned us to keep our distance. Yunкong's expression soured further. It was evident that both men harbored a deep-seated fear of Thunder Peak, especially since even their master, Yin Changtian, dared not act rashly there. Thus, they hesitated to pursue. Are we to give up? Zhu Feng expressed his reluctance. We cannot. An Imperial-level beast can evolve into a Supreme-level beast. We must not let this opportunity slip away. Though he said this, the boy had already entered Thunder Peak, leaving them with no means to follow. Despite their achievements at the creation realm, they did not dare intrude. For Thunder Peak was guarded by a divine thunder array set by Su Xiaoyi. Only with permission would even the strongest at the creation realm dare to breach it. That makes sense. I wonder how Su Xiaoyi cultivated. She hasn't been in the sacred Featherland long, yet her strength has risen so rapidly. What level has she reached? You may not know this, but I heard from some elders of the sacred land that Su Xiaoyi is a reincarnation of a great figure from ancient times. I see. No wonder her cultivation has progressed so swiftly. How terrifying indeed. However, even if he has taken refuge in Thunder Peak, as long as he emerges, we shall devise a way to deal with him. Yes, the sacred Featherland will hold a trial in half a month. We can confront him then. The two engaged in a series of telepathic exchanges before departing. Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, all of this transpired. Chapter 36. Signing the contract with the Eye of Illusion upon returning to Thunder Peak. Su Yuan sought out Yi Xian, only to discover she was in seclusion, so he refrained from disturbing her. Instead, he returned to his quarters, intent on studying the five-colored silver snake. At present, the five-colored silver snake was in a weakened state, and he wondered if he could fully control it. As Su Yuan prepared to retrieve the five-colored silver snake from his storage ring. A flash of multicolored light burst forth, and the snake attempted to flee. However, the hall was imbued with protective barriers, preventing its escape without his permission. Thud, thud, thud. Indeed, the five-colored silver snake crashed into the barrier, returning with a bruised snout, appearing quite irate. Heh, little one. It seems you are in quite the predicament. Though you are an Imperial-level beast, your current weakness renders you unable to breach these barriers. Fear not. I can assist you in regaining your strength, provided you submit to me, Su Yuan said with a smile. He discerned that the five-colored silver snake's current level was akin to a human at the true Yuan realm, posing no significant threat. Thus, he seized this opportunity to subdue it. Yaya. I am an Imperial-level beast, of unparalleled nobility. I refuse to bow to anyone, so do not waste your efforts. I shall never submit, the five-colored silver snake replied in a childish voice. However, Su Yuan remained unfazed, for he possessed the beast mastery technique. By invoking it, he was confident he could compel the five-colored silver snake to submit. He commenced the incantation. Beasts of the world, souls in disarray, heed my command. As he chanted, a mysterious force enveloped the five-colored silver snake. Not good. This is the beast mastery technique. I'm finished. The five-colored silver snake began to panic, feeling as though its very essence was being drawn out. Its vision blurred, and it soon collapsed to the ground, writhing. "Ha ha, five-colored silver snake. You will obey me without a care in the world. Now, let us forge a pact of the soul." Su Yuan laughed, determined not to let an imperial-level beast slip away. The potential of such a creature was boundless, capable of ascending to supreme level and beyond. Thus, he was eager to finalize the contract. "My head aches." The five-colored silver snake writhed in pain as it felt its soul being extracted from its body. It struggled in vain, as its essence was swiftly drawn into Su Yuan's being, marked with a seal before returning to its form. After what felt like an eternity, the five-colored silver snake stirred. Its large eyes filled with confusion. Upon seeing Su Yuan, it felt an inexplicable kinship and exclaimed, "Master." Su Yuan's face lit up with joy. He knew he had succeeded. "Rest assured, five-colored silver snake, you are now my pet. Though you may currently be at the true Yuan realm, I will soon help you regain your former strength. From this day forth, I shall call you Little Five. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the five-colored silver snake was overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I am rather hungry. Could you provide me with some spirit stones? Eating them will help me gradually recover my strength." To be honest, Su Yuan had a surplus of spirit stones. Moreover, there were plenty more in the treasure vault of Thunder Peak. He could easily take some without incurring Su Xiui's ire, as she had stated that all matters during her seclusion were to be managed by him. And taking a few spirit stones was not excessive. "Very well, Little Five, follow me." Su Yuan led it out of the hall, swiftly making his way to the treasure vault of Thunder Peak. Upon arrival, he found the vault brimming with spirit stones. Low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and even precious-grade stones were all present. "This vault is filled with low-grade spirit stones. Feast upon them. I estimate there are at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones here. Consuming these should help you regain some strength." Su Yuan felt no sorrow in parting with the stones, ensuring the five-colored silver snake's swift recovery was worth the cost. Soon enough, the five-colored silver snake wasted no time diving into the pile of spirit stones, voraciously consuming them. Its body absorbed the boundless spiritual energy, while Su Yuan observed its progress in no time. The vast vault had seen half its contents consumed, with around 50,000 low-grade spirit stones devoured. Gulp, 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 delicious. My strength has returned somewhat, now comparable to that of a human at the Dharma aspect realm. If I absorb the remaining spirit stones, my level should stabilize, the five-colored silver snake exclaimed excitedly, then plunged back into the remaining stones to continue its refinement. Approximately half an hour had passed when it had completely refined all the low-grade spirit stones, solidifying its realm to elevate its power once more. It would require tenfold the spirit stones to achieve such a feat. It immediately conveyed this to Su Yuan. "Master, I still require more spirit stones. Shall we venture to the next treasury?" Su Yuan, to be honest, felt somewhat overwhelmed, as he had not anticipated its insatiable appetite. A mere 100,000 low-grade spirit stones had only restored a fraction of its strength, an astounding expenditure nonetheless. Though there were still many treasuries on Thunder Peak, the spirit stones within constituted the foundation and could not be entirely depleted. Otherwise, Su Xiu would undoubtedly hold him accountable, a burden he could scarcely bear. "Wait. We cannot touch the spirit stones in the Thunder Peak treasury," Su Yuan said with resignation. "Ha ha, agreed." The five-colored silver serpent was not foolish. It understood its master's thoughts but remained ravenous for more. However, how could its intentions escape Su Yuan's notice? He could only admonish it. "I must warn you, do not entertain thoughts of raiding the treasury. I will find a way to procure more spirit stones for you," Su Yuan replied, speechless. Subsequently, the pair, a man and a serpent, departed the treasury. The following day, within the Hall of Eternal Life, Su Yuan and the five-colored silver serpent were both in meditation. Suddenly, the sound of the system resonated in his mind. He immediately recognized that the time for checking in had arrived and promptly selected the option. "Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have obtained the Eye of Breaking Illusions." Su Yuan was taken aback, uncertain of what the Eye of Breaking Illusions entailed. After the system provided an explanation, he comprehended that it was an eye capable of perceiving the world, revealing underground dragon veins and detecting hidden enemies, among other things. Chapter 37. The Cave of Celestial Demons. Excellent. This is akin to adding wings to a tiger. Upon acquiring the Eye of Breaking Illusions, Su Yuan swiftly integrated it. The golden eye manifested at his brow, ultimately concealing itself. Instantly, he felt a tenfold enhancement in his mental acuity. Gazing into the distance, he beheld several dragon veins beneath Thunder Peak, some stretching several kilometers, truly astonishing. And no wonder the spiritual energy on Thunder Peak was 10 times that of other peaks. It possessed such a distinct advantage. It was only at this moment that Su Yuan began to grasp the situation. Thus, he and the 5-colored silver serpent diligently practiced on Thunder Peak for many days, rapidly advancing in strength. Half a month later, Su Yuan checked in again, acquiring a new alchemical technique known as the Divine Alchemy Technique. System, could you elaborate on how this technique differs from other alchemical practices? Su Yuan inquired, eager for understanding. The system explained that this technique not only allowed for the creation of potions, but could also refine enemies into elixirs, including the celestial demons and other malevolent entities. This revelation astounded him. The capability to refine celestial demons into potions was terrifying. How remarkable! If only I could find a celestial demon, Su Yuan mused. At that moment, the entire hall trembled slightly as a striking figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, Su Yuan realized it was Su Xiaoyi. He immediately considered hiding the 5-colored silver serpent, but it was too late. When Su Xiaoyi spotted the serpent, she paused momentarily, then regained her composure and smiled. You have quite the prowess, having tamed an imperial-level beast. If it weren't for my keen eyesight, I might have mistaken it for an ordinary snake. Su Yuan sheepishly replied, It seems I cannot hide anything from you. Aware of Su Xiaoyi's discerning gaze, he decided not to conceal the serpent. Little 5, come, greet the young lady. He urged the 5-colored silver serpent to show respect to Su Xiaoyi. But the serpent vehemently shook its head. No, my eyes only see my master. Su Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment and helplessness. There was no reasoning with a beast so singular in its devotion. He could only apologize to Su Xiaoyi, however. She seemed unconcerned and simply stated, No matter. A small courtesy is forgivable. An imperial beast should possess its own pride. Yet, its current aura is quite feeble, and its realm has diminished. In its prime, you would not have been able to tame it. Consider it a fortunate acquisition. With a discerning eye, she saw through the 5-colored silver serpent's current state. The serpent expressed its discontent with a series of sounds, but offered no explanation, turning its attention elsewhere, which elicited a wry smile from Su Yuan. By the way, young lady, during your seclusion, I managed the affairs of Thunder Peak meticulously, and nothing noteworthy occurred, Su Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Very well, however, I have come today to share something of great importance, Su Xiaoyi said mysteriously. What is it? Su Yuan asked with curiosity, as even the 5-colored silver serpent seemed intrigued, eagerly awaiting her revelation. The cave of celestial demons within the sacred grounds is set to open today. This cave is exceedingly perilous, housing numerous celestial demons. If these demons are not purged periodically, dire consequences may ensue. Hence, every so often, our sacred grounds dispatch individuals into the cave to undergo trials, slaying celestial demons to weaken their power. I intend for you to partake in this experience. It would serve as valuable training and a chance to hone your skills. What do you think? Su Xiaoyi's words resonated within Su Yuan like thunder, for he had only just expressed a desire to seek out celestial demons. And now the opportunity to enter the cave of celestial demons had presented itself. This was simply splendid. How could he possibly retreat from such an opportunity? With celestial demons present, he could refine potions, which could be consumed by himself or the 5-colored silver serpent to aid in its recovery. Thus, Su Yuan was eager to depart immediately. Young lady, I shall set off for the cave of celestial demons at once, he proclaimed, filled with excitement. Indeed. However, once you enter the cave of celestial demons, do not let your guard down. While there are lesser celestial demons, some are exceedingly formidable. In fact, there are certain celestial demons that I find quite troublesome. Safety must always come first. Here, take this token of invisibility. If you encounter danger, shatter it immediately, and it will transport you back, Su Xiaoyi said calmly. With a flick of her wrist, a crimson glow flickered and landed in Su Yuan's hand. It was the token of invisibility, which he promptly stowed away. Thank you, young lady. Su Yuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. With this talisman, he would at least have a means of escape should he face an overpowering celestial demon, an essential safeguard. At this point, Su Yuan felt reassured and resolved to head to the cave of celestial demons without delay. "Young lady, I shall depart for the cave of celestial demons now," he declared. Yes, allow me to escort you." "Follow me," Su Xiaoyi replied. With that, she soared from the hall, and Su Yuan closely followed suit, carefully concealing the five-colored silver serpent within his sleeve as they took flight together. "Young lady, where is the cave of celestial demons located?" Su Yuan inquired. "You shall soon find out," Su Xiaoyi responded while flying, heading deeper into the feather transformation sacred grounds at a swift pace. Su Yuan began to speculate whether the cave of celestial demons lay within the depths of the sacred grounds. With curiosity piqued, he closely trailed Su Xiaoyi. After an undetermined duration of flight, they suddenly halted before a massive stone door. This door loomed high in the air, at least 100 feet tall, exuding an immense weight that imparted a sense of pressure. Soon, Su Xiaoyi led Su Yuan toward the colossal stone entrance. "Halt! Do you possess a passage token?" Guarding the immense door were hundreds of disciples, each no less than formidable practitioners at the law manifestation stage, with some even possessing supernatural abilities. The area was heavily fortified, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to gain entry. "Behold!" Su Xiaoyi produced a passage token and presented it to one of the younger disciples for inspection. After a moment, the disciple nodded and stated, "Permission granted. Fellow disciples, open the gates to the cave of celestial demons." With a thunderous roar, hundreds of disciples united to execute a series of incantations, imprinting their spells upon the grand stone door. In an instant, the towering door slowly opened. "I shall accompany you no further. From here on, exercise caution. Above all, do not be careless," Su Xiaoyi warned. With a surge of true energy, she propelled Su Yuan into the stone door. And with a tremor of her body, she took flight and departed. Just as Su Yuan stepped through the massive stone entrance, two young men soared into view. These two youths were powerful, clad in fiery cloud robes, identifying them as disciples of Fire Cloud Peak. Chapter 38. Refining the Celestial Demon Elixir Yun Feng. That kid has finally emerged from Thunder Peak and entered the cave of celestial demons. "This is our opportunity," Zhu Feng remarked with a sly grin. "Indeed. We must capture him and coerce him into revealing the whereabouts of the Imperial-level beast," Yun Kong replied nonchalantly. Without further ado, the two produced their tokens for the guards to examine. Once cleared, they flew into the cave of celestial demons alongside Su Yuan. Inside the cave of celestial demons, Su Yuan felt as if the very world was spinning, the space around him fluctuating chaotically, threatening to induce dizziness. Finally, with a flash of light, he landed safely on solid ground. The expanse before him was vast, stretching beyond sight, a realm unto itself. As Su Yuan gazed into the distance, he discovered numerous extraterritorial passages interconnected with this space. And he could even see some celestial demons wandering within the corridors, an utterly terrifying sight. The demon cave, astonishingly linked to these extraterritorial pathways, explained the overwhelming demonic energy that pervaded this area. Su Yuan lamented. He felt as if every inch of space around him was saturated with a vast amount of demonic energy, which incessantly pressed against him, attempting to infiltrate his body. Were it not for his formidable strength, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to complete demonic transformation, becoming a celestial demon, an automaton, a tool for slaughter. Suddenly, a chilling wind began to howl within the demon cave. Above him, dark clouds gathered, which were, in fact, massive accumulations of demonic energy. As the clouds converged, thunder and lightning erupted, and a rain of demonic energy began to pour down. "Master, this demonic rain is corrosive and accompanied by thunder. You must exercise caution," the five-colored silver snake exclaimed, peeking out from his sleeve, visibly worried. "No worries. This mere demonic rain is inconsequential to me. Just watch," Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. He then extended his right hand, instantly opening his inner world. As a black hole manifested in his palm, unleashing a powerful suction force. All the demonic rain cascading from above was drawn into his hand, ultimately entering his inner world. Such a remarkable feat left the five-colored silver snake in awe. After all, this was demonic rain, composed of demonic energy, and yet he had absorbed it entirely into his body. Such large-scale absorption was only achievable by a master of the creation realm. Could it be that he had already reached such heights? Just as the five-colored silver snake pondered this, an even more astonishing event unfolded. With a resounding boom, thunder roared from the sky as 9 massive bolts of lightning began to coalesce, sweeping across everything with terrifying force. Poised to strike at any moment, demonic thunder has also appeared, but it poses no threat to me. I shall absorb it as well. This moment, Su Yuan was ready, waiting for the demonic thunder to descend. His palm already open. Crack! 9 bolts, each as thick as a barrel, plummeted instantaneously, their might shaking the ground violently, creating a tremendous commotion. Alarmed, the 5-colored silver snake immediately took cover, too frightened to emerge in an instant. Su Yuan was engulfed by the lightning, yet he remained entirely unharmed. All the thunder was absorbed into his inner world, his hand glowing with a brilliant purple light, while the inner realm echoed with explosive sounds. After a considerable pause, the cacophony ceased. Heh heh! My inner world now brims with demonic energy, accompanied by thunderous roars. It's a fearsome sight. In future confrontations, I shall simply draw my enemies into this realm. There's no need for me to lift a finger, for the thunder and demonic energy within will claim their lives. Su Yuan chuckled. Help! Suddenly, a familiar voice cried out from afar. A striking woman was being pursued by 3 celestial demons. On the verge of being slain, Su Yuan focused and realized it was Su Xiaoyi. Instantly, his heart stirred, and he was about to rush over to rescue her. But wait! Su Xiaoyi was formidable. How could she possibly be pursued by celestial demons? Something was amiss. He quickly regained his composure, refraining from rushing in immediately, instead observing what the celestial demons were up to. Su Yuan. Hurry, save me! These celestial demons are too powerful. I can barely hold on. Su Xiaoyi began to scream, her face in a panic, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, it was impossible to deceive Su Yuan. He knew this was certainly a ruse by the celestial demons. He promptly activated his eye of breaking delusion. A beam of golden light illuminating Su Xiaoyi, instantly piercing through the illusion. Indeed, she was a celestial demon in disguise. You audacious celestial demon, how dare you impersonate my esteemed lady? You are courting death. Su Yuan declared coldly. Heh heh. You possess some skill to see through my disguise. It appears your realm has at least reached the god transformation stage. The malevolent celestial demon sneered. Stop your laughter. You, a mere celestial demon, dare to obstruct me? You truly have a death wish, Su Yuan replied indifferently. To him, this celestial demon was merely a source of nourishment. Using the sacred alchemy technique, he could refine it into a celestial demon pill. This was precisely the purpose of his visit. As a result, his gaze towards the celestial demon shifted, glimmering with the excitement of discovering a treasure, eager to swiftly refine it into a celestial demon pill to restore the 5-colored silver snake's strength. Attack! Suddenly, the malevolent celestial demon roared, launching a punch infused with rolling demonic energy, shaking the very heavens. Its immense power was instantly revealed. After all, it was a celestial demon in the early stages of god transformation, possessing formidable strength. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Su Yuan. Its misfortune was undeniable. Clang! The celestial demon's punch struck Su Yuan's chest with a metallic resonance, yet he felt no harm, twisting his body to dissipate all the force. Your strength still lacks a bit, however. You shall have no chance to strike again. I intend to refine you into a celestial demon pill. Upon finishing his words, Su Yuan swiftly grasped the malevolent celestial demon's body with lightning speed, rendering it immobile. Fear filled its eyes, unable to fathom the terrifying strength of this human. Please, don't kill me, the malevolent celestial demon pleaded, but Su Yuan showed no mercy. After all, this celestial demon could be refined into a celestial demon pill, a significant boon for him. I shall refine you into a celestial demon pill. You have no objections, right? Ha ha ha. Su Yuan laughed heartily. No, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I don't want to become a celestial demon pill. The malevolent celestial demon was truly terrified, realizing it was about to be turned into a medicinal pill. Bang! Su Yuan felt no sympathy for the celestial demon, delivering a punch that obliterated its body into pure demonic energy. This energy was then condensed by Su Yuan as he began to employ the sacred alchemy technique to refine it into a celestial demon pill. Boom! In an instant, a resounding explosion echoed, and the celestial demon pill was finally completed. This pill was only the size of a thumb, gleaming brilliantly, yet it contained immense energy capable of enhancing one's power and elevating their strength. Little 5. Come and eat. Su Yuan intended to offer the celestial demon pill to the five-colored silver snake to aid in restoring its strength. Chapter 39. Demon Realm Flower. Before he could speak, the five-colored silver snake's head had already emerged from his sleeve, eagerly gazing at the celestial demon pill in Su Yuan's hand, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Master, give it to me. If I consume this celestial demon pill, I'll regain some of my strength, the five-colored silver snake exclaimed excitedly. Certainly, no problem. Su Yuan was in no way stingy. After all, this was meant for it, and he directly fed it to the snake. Gulp! The five-colored silver snake swallowed the pill, and instantly, the power of the celestial demon pill began to radiate within it, a wave of pure energy exploding throughout its body. Its strength began to surge, causing its entire form to swell, growing in size. After approximately a quarter of an hour, its power had increased at least tenfold, a formidable aura emanating from it. Master, that's still not enough. I need a substantial quantity of celestial demon pills to restore my previous level. I was once a master of the creation realm. The five-colored silver snake was still unsatisfied, clamoring for more celestial demon pills. Rest assured, in this demon cave, there's an abundance of celestial demons. All I need to do is continue hunting and refining them into pills, and you will swiftly regain your strength to the creation realm, Su Yuan reassured. That is simply marvelous. Had I not encountered you, I might have become someone else's meal by now. I'm fortunate to have met you. The five-colored silver snake expressed its gratitude. Indeed. Let us proceed deeper, Su Yuan declared, taking to the skies as they ventured into the depths of the demon cave. With the five-colored silver snake closely following behind, as they delved deeper, the surrounding demonic energy grew increasingly dense. Without formidable strength, survival was impossible. A single breath would draw the demonic energy into one's body, which most individuals could not withstand. However, Su Yuan was different. Having attained the physique of a god king, he was incredibly resilient, and mere demonic energy posed no threat to him. Even if he inhaled a substantial amount, it would not affect him in the slightest. The five-colored silver snake was similarly unfazed, as it had no fear of the demonic energy within the celestial demon pill, so it was unconcerned about the surrounding energy. Thus, the duo, one human, one snake, flew for an hour until they suddenly spotted a magnificent mountain ahead. This mountain towered high, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, its entire body pitch black. As Su Yuan and the five-colored silver snake approached, a wave of demonic energy, 10 times stronger than before, surged towards them, knocking the five-colored silver snake off balance. Save me, master! The five-colored silver snake cried out, tumbling through the air. Su Yuan immediately extended his aid, releasing a stream of true energy to pull it back and protect it. Stay close to me and don't wander off. I sense something ominous about this great black mountain. Do you see those black holes in the mountain? Each one harbors a celestial demon. Su Yuan paused, gazing intently at the dark mountain, observing that it was riddled with numerous caverns of various sizes, each saturated with demonic energy, clearly the dwelling of celestial demons. Yet, he felt no fear. Despite the multitude of caverns, numbering no less than 100, the majority emitted relatively weak auras. Even the majority of the celestial demons pale in comparison to the one previously slain. Only in a select few caverns does the demonic aura surge with formidable intensity, where truly powerful celestial demons reside. What shall we do now, my master? Inquired the five-colored silver serpent. What else is there to do but crush our way through? I fear nothing, replied Su Yuan with a cold smirk. Suddenly, just as he was about to make his move, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, prompting him to sign in, instantly alert. Su Yuan complied. Sign in, ding, congratulations, Master Su. You have obtained the demonic realm flower. Before him, a transparent panel materialized, visible only to him. Within its confines, a black demonic flower, the demonic realm flower, appeared. While he was not particularly knowledgeable about this flower, A stream of information flowed into his mind, and he understood immediately. Remarkable. This demonic realm flower, though not a spiritual herb nor a formidable artifact, possesses an extraordinary ability to counter celestial demons. It can diminish their strength by half, and its fragrance is alluring enough to attract them. Excellent. I shall entice the celestial demons into a trap. Upon realizing the flower's potential, Su Yuan promptly retrieved it. However, the five-colored silver serpent only caught a glimpse of a flash of light and assumed it was taken from his storage ring. Not thinking to inquire further, whoosh, at that moment, Su Yuan hurled the demonic realm flower into the void, where it took root. Upon exposure to the demonic energy within the cavern, the flower, initially the size of a palm, began to grow rapidly, reaching a height of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, showing no signs of stopping. This bizarre phenomenon instantly captured the attention of the five-colored silver serpent. Master, what manner of tree is this? It exclaimed in astonishment. It wouldn't be inaccurate to call it a tree. After all, it is quite tall, but to be precise, it is a flower. The demonic realm flower, It, emits an astonishing fragrance, capable of drawing celestial demons from all directions. Su Yuan explained patiently. What? Isn't that disastrous? Attracting a multitude of celestial demons? Don't jest. I don't wish to perish. The celestial demons in this mountain are already plentiful. Must you escalate this further? At this moment, the five-colored silver serpent's voice quivered with anxiety. Ahem, do not panic. I haven't finished yet. The demonic realm flower has another crucial ability. Celestial demons that detect its scent will have their strength halved. This means they can only exert half their power, understand? Su Yuan smiled gently. Really? Where did you acquire this demonic flower? The five-colored silver serpent asked, curiosity piqued. However, Su Yuan could not reveal that it was a gift from the system, as that was his greatest secret, one that must not be divulged, even to his spirit companion. Thus, he decided to deflect. I found it in a great canyon. It was merely luck. Now, let us not dwell on that. Look, the caverns in the mountains are beginning to stir. The celestial demons residing within are awakening. We shall wait here. As Su Yuan gestured toward the distance. At this moment, the fragrance of the demonic realm flower intensified, permeating a radius of several dozen miles. Soon, the atmosphere began to ripple, indicating that celestial demons were being drawn in. Unfazed, Su Yuan stood his ground, awaiting their arrival. Boom! Suddenly, a cavern within the massive mountain erupted, and a celestial demon soared forth. This demon, resembling a human, bore an ugly visage and possessed strength akin to that of an early-stage divine transformation. Chapter 40. Blood Demon Shade. Seeing the celestial demons gradually being attracted, Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the efficacy of the demonic realm flower was substantial. The demon, drawn by the flower, darted toward it, but as it reached the base of the flower, it exclaimed, My power is being suppressed. Is this the demonic realm flower? Why is it here? The celestial demon was engulfed in terror, feeling its realm firmly restrained, only able to utilize half its strength. Crack. At that moment, witnessing the flower's effect taking hold, Su Yuan seized the opportunity to strike, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated the celestial demon, reducing it to a pure essence of demonic energy. Immediately, he activated his sacred alchemy technique. Enveloped in radiant halos, and with a single grasp, he refined the demonic energy into a celestial demon pill, which he promptly tossed to the five-colored silver serpent. Though this celestial demon pill was of inferior quality, it was better than nothing. Consume it quickly. The five-colored silver serpent, upon seeing the celestial demon pill, was overwhelmed with excitement and swallowed it whole. Gulp, gulp. It quickly refined the pill, and upon doing so, the colors of its serpentine body brightened considerably. Its size expanded as well, enhancing its strength significantly. A few more celestial demon pills would suffice to elevate it to the divine transformation realm. Yet, it still had a long way to go to reach its peak state, requiring countless celestial demon pills to restore its former prowess. Su Yuan, however, noticed the improvement in the five-colored silver serpent. In this place, where celestial demons were abundant, he need not worry about a shortage of celestial demon pills, for all the demons served as material. Roar. Suddenly, one after another, the caverns in the distant mountains erupted, releasing a stream of celestial demons, all captivated by the fragrance of the demonic realm flower. They emerged from their lairs, flying toward the flower, only to find themselves engulfed in dread. Once within the flower's vicinity, retreat was impossible. Bang, bang. Su Yuan observed as 100 celestial demons fell under the flower's spell, swiftly taking action to obliterate them. In no time, he gathered the amassed demonic energy and refined it into 100 celestial demon pills, all of which he offered to the 5-colored silver serpent. Master, with so many celestial demon pills, I could restore myself to the god transformation realm, and I would be close to my peak state. The 5-colored silver serpent trembled with excitement, its eyes dazzled at the sight of so many pills. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and consumed them all. Boom. As the last of the celestial demon pills was ingested, its body expanded several-fold, now stretching over 10 zhang in length, transforming into a 5-colored giant serpent. Radiating an exceptionally potent aura, Su Yuan was taken aback by the sight. Master, this is nothing. In my prime, I boasted a length of over 100 zhang, capable of dominating beings of the creation realm. With a flick of my tail, I could obliterate a mountain. How formidable I was! At that moment, the 5-colored silver serpent began to boast, eliciting laughter from Su Yuan. Indeed, with me by your side, you shall inevitably return to your peak condition, remarked Su Yuan nonchalantly. All celestial demons, retreat at once. Damn it, how does this human possess the demonic realm flower? How infuriating! A mysterious voice echoed from within the depths of the massive black mountain, causing all celestial demons to withdraw in fear, no longer daring to approach. Tsk, tisk, little Wu. There must be a significant figure within that black mountain, likely a celestial demon of the creation realm. Su Yuan felt a sense of pressure. While he was indeed powerful and invincible in the god transformation realm, facing a celestial demon of the creation realm left him uncertain. What to do, master? I fear I would not stand a chance against that celestial demon either. I can only hope it does not emerge. The 5-colored silver serpent spoke nervously. For now, we shall remain by the demonic realm flower. It will not dare to approach, even if it is a formidable figure in the creation realm. Entering the realm of the demonic realm flower will suppress its power. Su Yuan spoke with calm logic. However, just as he conversed with the 5-colored silver serpent, the black mountain erupted with a thunderous roar. A towering celestial demon soared forth from the scattered rubble, standing 2 meters tall, clad in dark golden armor that exuded an air of majesty. With arms crossed, it regarded Su Yuan and the 5-colored silver serpent with disdain. Its gaze particularly alight upon the serpent, a mere human in the god transformation realm, and an imperial-level beast. You have slain so many of my subordinates. Today, you shall not escape, Blood Demon Shade declared coldly. Though his words were convoluted and difficult to decipher, Su Yuan understood him nonetheless. Yet he felt no fear, aware that the celestial demon dared not approach him, for he stood in the presence of the demonic realm flower, granting him a sense of security. Apologies. I have no intention of leaving. Your threats are futile. You cannot harm me. Su Yuan shot him a disdainful glance and retorted. The 5-colored silver serpent gasped in shock. It had not anticipated Su Yuan's audacity in confronting a celestial demon of the creation realm so boldly. Indeed, this incited the wrath of Blood Demon Shade, who surged toward Su Yuan, sneering, "Do you truly believe that the demonic realm flower can protect you indefinitely? If that is your assumption, you are gravely mistaken. Devoid of the soil of the demonic realm to nourish it, this immense flower cannot survive long. At most, it will wither within an hour. When that time comes, await your demise." Upon hearing this, both Su Yuan and the 5-colored silver serpent were thrown into disarray. Unaware that such a situation could arise, he quickly glanced at the demonic realm flower, only to find it beginning to wither and shrink. At this rate, it would not be long before they could no longer rely on its protection, and then they would indeed be in dire straits. "Let us depart. Shall Wu run?" Su Yuan shouted loudly, grasping the enormous demon realm flower with one hand while beckoning the 5-colored silver snake to follow him in a frantic escape. "Run as far as you can. If we can just hold out until the sign in time, it will be the end for this demon lord." "All right, master. You must not abandon me. Wait for me. I do not wish to perish at his hands." The 5-colored silver snake, gripped by fear, stayed closely by Su Yuan's side. both of them braving the demon realm flower as they made a hasty retreat, their speed remarkable. Hee. I will follow you too, and once the power of the demon realm flower dissipates, I shall slay you both. At that moment, the demon Bloodshade took to the air, relentlessly pursuing them. His aura firmly locked onto Su Yuan and the five-colored silver snake, quickly closing the distance to just a few tens of thousands of steps. However, he dared not cross that distance while the demon realm flower remained intact, for entering its power range would suppress his own cultivation level, rendering him less than half as powerful, risking a counterattack that could lead to his demise. Thus, he could only wait for the demon realm flower to completely wither before daring to make his move. Chapter 41. The Bronze Temple. Thus, Su Yuan and the five-colored silver snake flew ahead, while the demon Bloodshade closely followed, maintaining a constant distance. You have half an hour left. Once the effect of the demon realm flower completely vanishes, we shall see how you cope. The cold voice of demon Bloodshade echoed from behind, causing Su Yuan to tighten up, yet he continued flying at full speed, hoping to evade this formidable demon lord. Catch up to me first, Su Yuan replied coldly, maximizing his speed as he and the five-colored silver snake rapidly distanced themselves from demon Bloodshade. However, anxiety crept in as he realized the demon realm flower was wilting at an alarming rate. He felt it would not last half an hour. If it disappeared, they would be doomed. Master, what should we do? I sense danger for both of us, the five-colored silver snake remarked, alarmed at the grave situation as it gazed at the rapidly wilting demon realm flower. Indeed, if the effect of the demon realm flower fades, I will hold off the demon lord while you make your escape, Su Yuan advised. In a way, master, how could I possibly leave you behind? Even if I must die, I will die alongside you. I am not afraid. The five-colored silver snake shook its head defiantly. Just as their conversation concluded, demon Bloodshade began to forcefully close in. Demon Thunder, shake the heavens, he bellowed, and instantly, the air crackled with thunder, bolts of colossal lightning raining down upon Su Yuan and the five-colored silver snake. Seizing the opportunity while the power of the demon realm flower waned, he aimed to break through. With a resounding crack, dozens of lightning bolts, each as thick as a barrel, descended violently, causing the demon realm flower to tremble violently. On the brink of collapse, Su Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as a foreboding sensation surged within him. This is terrifying. The demon realm flower can hardly withstand such an assault. At that moment, demon Bloodshade, witnessing the faltering demon realm flower, grew increasingly arrogant, intensifying his attacks. Hee. Let us see how long you can endure. He unleashed a barrage of endless demon thunder that enveloped the entire demon realm flower, illustrating the might of a being at the level of creation. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and the five-colored silver snake could only struggle helplessly, trapped in a cycle of endless passivity, as the very essence of the demon realm flower began to dim. Unable to sustain such overwhelming power, and was on the verge of crumbling. Damn it! Su Yuan felt a surge of urgency. He was ready to utilize the talisman bestowed upon him by Su Xiu-yi, the talisman of infinite concealment. Once shattered, it would ensure his and the five-colored silver snake's escape. Just as he retrieved the talisman in preparation to break it, a sudden wave of immense purple energy surged towards him, starkly contrasting with the surrounding demonic aura, engulfing everything in its path. What is happening? Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, enveloped in the purple energy, rendered blind to his surroundings. He quickly activated the Eye of Void Breaking, beams of light illuminating his vision, revealing the origin of the energy. This is a temple eye in the distance. A colossal bronze temple loomed, its grandeur akin to a mountain, floating amidst the purple haze. All the purple energy emanated from this temple. However, the surrounding purple mist swiftly dissipated, unveiling the true visage of the bronze edifice. Enormous. This was Su Yuan's immediate impression. The imposing bronze palace towered majestically, radiating a dazzling light, strikingly brilliant. Even a formidable demon lord like Demon Bloodshade ceased his pursuit of Su Yuan, his gaze fixed intently on the grand bronze temple. Why? The bronze temple should not appear in such a lowly realm. What could this mean? Demon Bloodshade felt a twinge of fear, seemingly lost in profound reminiscence. According to the knowledge passed down in his mind, the bronze temple was the palace of a significant being from a higher realm. The moment it materialized, the entire world would tremble. When it manifested in the demon realm, the very fabric of the realm nearly unraveled. But why is it here? I cannot comprehend. Let us go. I have an ominous premonition. The demon lord's cave will undergo significant changes. I must leave quickly to inform my master and prepare him to activate the sacred ancestor altar. At that moment, it was evident that fear gripped Demon Bloodchade's expression as he faced the bronze temple, his heart steeped in dread. He was about to flee when, boom, before he could act, a divine light exploded from within the bronze temple, instantly enveloping him. Demon Bloodchade's terrified screams echoed, and in the next moment, he was reduced to ash, leaving not a trace behind. This scene left both Su Yuan and the five-colored silver snake utterly astounded. A being of creation had succumbed to a single ray of divine light. The bronze temple was truly terrifying, and they could not dare approach it. Having witnessed the overwhelming power, Su Yuan realized that a mere ray of divine light could annihilate a being of creation. And it was evident how formidable it was. Dati present, he stood no chance of withstanding such might. A single glance could spell his end. Despite the anxiety gnawing at him, he refrained from making a hasty retreat, fearing that he too might become a target of that divine light. "Master, what should we do?" the five-colored silver snake inquired, its voice trembling with urgency. "What else can we do? We waited out." Su Yuan replied helplessly, feeling that any rash action could lead to his immediate demise. "I have awakened once more." Suddenly, at that moment, an ancient voice emanated from within the bronze temple. The voice bore an air of antiquity, as if it had traversed the ages, resonating deeply within the soul. "What is this?" Su Yuan gasped in shock, realizing that someone resided within the bronze palace, startling him. The five-colored silver snake beside him was equally taken aback. "I had thought that once descending from the higher realm, I would never awaken again. I never expected to stir after 1,000,000 years. It seems this is destiny." The bronze temple trembled, transmitting another voice before falling silent. Su Yuan and the five-colored silver snake exchanged glances, lost in contemplation, pondering what the higher realm entailed. Remarkable potential. One possesses the divine king's physique, and the other is an imperial-level beast. Our encounter is indeed fortuitous. However, it seems you have ventured to the wrong place. The depths of the demon lord's cave are exceedingly perilous, inhabited by powerful demon lords. Yet, since you have encountered me, I shall bestow upon you a great fortune. Follow me." The ancient voice resonated from within the bronze temple once more, causing both Su Yuan and the five-colored silver snake souls to tremble with anticipation. Chapter 42. The Sacred Ancestor Altar. What a stroke of luck. I never anticipated that the mysterious figure within the bronze temple would guide us towards fortune. I am utterly exhilarated. Su Yuan exclaimed, nodding eagerly in agreement. "Thank you, esteemed elder," he added, prompting the five-colored silver snake to bow in respect. The duo felt as if they had struck gold. "Let us go." Suddenly, at that moment, the bronze temple shook violently, shattering the fabric of space, and a force enveloped Su Yuan and the five-colored silver snake, drawing them into the ruptured space, where they vanished without a trace. In the depths of the demon lord's cave, the demonic energy was overwhelmingly dense, 100,000 times more potent than the periphery, nearly solidifying into a liquid state. In the distance, a line of 99 towering black pyramids loomed, arranged in an eerily precise formation, exuding an aura of mystery, as though they formed part of a colossal array. Yet, the most terrifying presence was the massive altar at the center of these pyramids, inscribed with countless runes, seemingly capable of containing the very essence of the universe. Boom. Suddenly, the space began to tremble violently, and a gigantic bronze temple burst forth. Su Yuan and the five-colored silver snake were once again present. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Su Yuan was left utterly dumbfounded. Each of the immense pyramids pulsated with boundless demonic energy, at least housing beings of creation, if not stronger. This meant that among the 99 towering pyramids, there resided 99 beings of creation, rendering Su Yuan speechless. "Esteemed elder, weren't you going to lead us to fortune? It appears we have walked straight into a den of tigers," Su Yuan exclaimed, losing his composure. As he gazed into the distance, his eyes fell upon something far more terrifying, an immense altar, pitch black in hue. The malevolent energy within surged skyward like a demonic pillar, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. Such a place could only be the very heart of the heavenly demon cavern. And unfortunately, he had unwittingly stepped inside. Fear not, young one. I can traverse the heavenly demon cavern at will. No demon can impede my passage. Not even the heavenly sacred demon within the sacred ancestor altar can halt my advance. The enigmatic figure within the bronze temple declared coldly. The resonance of his voice spread forth, more potent than any demonic sound, causing all 99 colossal pyramids to tremble. Suddenly, one of the enormous pyramids quaked violently, unleashing a great beam of demonic light that shot towards the bronze temple. Yet, it had no effect, failing to disturb the slightest ripple, and soon the demonic light was absorbed. However, Su Yuan remained unperturbed. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the bronze temple, having previously witnessed it vanquish a heavenly demon of the creation realm with a mere flash of divine light. Gradually, he regained his composure. Senior, there are 99 pyramids here, each housing a master of the creation realm. If you could assist me in refining them all into elixirs, I would be eternally grateful, Su Yuan said with a smile. The multicolored silver serpent beside him was also agitated. Should it consume all the heavenly demons of the creation realm, its own realm would be restored, perhaps even surpassing its former state. Hence, it cast hopeful glances at the bronze temple. Yearning for the ancient elder's aid, imbecile. What are the heavenly demons of the creation realm? Mere refuse. I brought you here to seize the heavenly demon divine spring, a treasure so extraordinary that a few sips can elevate one's realm, rare even in the upper realms. The mysterious elder's voice resonated once more from within the bronze temple, igniting Su Yuan's fervor. Senior, you truly are remarkable. Su Yuan began to flatter, eager to curry favor. Yet, at that moment, the sacred ancestor altar at the center of the 99 pyramids trembled violently. The runes encircling the altar began to glow, as if awakening from slumber. Humph! Though I recognize you as a being from the upper realm, there is no need for such arrogance. I have traversed the upper realm and forged connections with significant figures. To disregard me, a heavenly sacred demon, is to underestimate me gravely. The colossal black altar seemed to come alive, and a chilling, terrifying voice emanated from within. To Su Yuan's ears, it felt as though he were being scrutinized by the heavenly demon. Sending a shiver down his spine, the multicolored silver serpent shared his trepidation, and the pair immediately began to communicate telepathically. Master, it appears a confrontation is imminent. What shall we do if a battle ensues? The silver serpent, despite its formidable status as an imperial beast, felt a twinge of fear, recognizing the strength of the heavenly demon within the sacred ancestor altar. Oh, little Wu, how can you be so timid? I assure you, that heavenly sacred demon is no match for us. Observe how it cowers within the sacred ancestor altar, afraid to confront us. Su Yuan reassured, confident in the mysterious figure's prowess within the bronze temple. Certain it would not engage without assurance of victory. Just then, the enigmatic figure spoke again. Heavenly sacred demon, do you truly believe that after cultivating for tens of thousands of years, you have become someone of consequence? Few dare to challenge me in this world. If you are as formidable as you claim, then step forth and face me. Do you dare? A voice of unparalleled dominance reverberated from the bronze temple, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Both the heavenly demons present and those lurking in the shadows shuddered at the sound, with some clever ones already fleeing the scene. Su Yuan watched as the massive bronze temple began to shrink, ultimately reducing to the size of a house. At that moment, a hazy figure stood atop the bronze temple, indistinct yet exuding an aura of dominion over the universe, as if its slightest movement could shatter the entire heavenly demon cavern. Ah, it turns out to be merely an avatar. Were your true form present, I would gladly present the heavenly demon divine spring to you. However, as it stands, you are but a projection. I, a heavenly sacred demon, shall not be intimidated. Ha ha ha. The voice from the sacred ancestor altar rumbled like thunder, the surrounding demonic energy surging violently as heavenly demons roared within. The altar was shrouded in a dense array of runes, radiating mysterious power. Suddenly, the enormous sacred ancestor altar trembled violently, causing stars in the high heavens to nearly fall from the sky. A terrifying demonic shadow emerged above the altar, which then twisted and transformed into an elderly figure. the true form of the heavenly sacred demon. Though he was still a heavenly demon, he emanated two distinctly different auras, one of demonic energy and another of sacred energy, an oddity indeed. You are overly presumptuous, thinking an avatar dares to demand the heavenly demon divine spring from me. Once I vanquish you and refine you, I shall advance to the coveted realm I have long sought. Ha ha ha. The heavenly sacred demon sneered coldly. Chapter 43. The heavenly demon divine spring as the two formidable beings faced off. Su Yuan and the multicolored silver serpent began to retreat, fully aware that an epic battle was on the horizon. Yet, he felt little trepidation, knowing the terrifying strength of the mysterious elder emerging from the bronze temple. Assured that he could easily dominate the situation, ding! Suddenly, a voice resonated in Su Yuan's mind. It was the system, indicating that the time for sign-in had arrived once more. Sign in. He promptly chose to sign in, and success was instantaneous. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the invincible shield. The shield lasts for 10 seconds and can withstand any expert's attack. Su Yuan was astounded as a golden talisman materialized in his hand. Granted by the system, he knew that by crushing this talisman, an invincible shield would manifest around him for a duration of 10 seconds, a truly formidable defense. He could boldly declare that even if the heavenly sacred demon were to attack him, the shield would endure 10 seconds of onslaught. However, once those 10 seconds elapsed, he would be left vulnerable, with only that fleeting moment of invincibility. This is excellent. At the very least, this invincible shield can protect me from fatal blows, potentially saving my life in a critical moment. Su Yuan mused inwardly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere remained tense. The mysterious figure atop the bronze temple stood with arms crossed, coldly observing the heavenly sacred demon, refraining from immediate action, merely demanding the return of the divine spring. Surrender the heavenly demon divine spring, and you may preserve your life. The voice brimmed with an irresistible authority, instilling terror in all who heard it. Su Yuan understood that the figure upon the bronze temple possessed terrifying power, capable of subduing the entire heavenly demon cavern by himself. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming clash. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? You are merely an avatar. Even if your true form were here, it would hardly guarantee your victory. The heavenly sacred demon retorted coldly from the sacred ancestor altar, both parties unwavering, the tension palpable. An epic confrontation was imminent. Very well. Even as an avatar, you shall not prevail against me. With that declaration, the mysterious figure atop the bronze temple finally made his move. His withered fingers delicately pointed, and the entire space trembled instantaneously. A beam of light, as thick as a mountain, tore through the fabric of reality, resembling a celestial pillar, and struck the sacred ancestor altar with tremendous force. The altar quaked violently, and the powerful shockwaves radiated outward, demolishing all 99 colossal pyramids in an instant, leaving not a trace behind, a testament to the sheer might at play. The strength of a single finger was sufficient to shake the sacred ancestor altar. It was truly terrifying, incredible. Su Yuan marveled, astonished by such overwhelming force. Who could withstand such a powerful attack? The sheer might was unparalleled. At that moment, both he and the multicolored silver serpent were engulfed in shock, realizing they were witnessing the most formidable expert they had ever encountered. With the sacred ancestor altar thoroughly shaken, the runes upon it began to dim, as if on the verge of shattering. Yet, the heavenly sacred demon atop the altar could no longer contain himself. With a furious roar, he ascended into the sky, charging directly at the mysterious figure atop the bronze temple. A fierce battle erupted between them, and in mere moments, they had exchanged countless blows. Boom! The mysterious figure atop the bronze temple unleashed a punch, summoning the vastness of a billion star rivers, as if a colossal universe had manifested in his grasp. This universe encompassed all, with countless stars shimmering within, capable of devouring anything in its path. In an instant, it enveloped the heavenly sacred demon. This is bad. The might of the demons is unparalleled, and the sacred ones are boundless. The heavenly sacred demon felt a surge of panic as his body trembled violently. Two beams of light erupted from within him, forming a protective barrier. One was composed of demonic energy, while the other emanated sacred energy. Soon, these two forces broke through the constraints, tearing apart all obstacles. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly sacred demon emerged, though he was left shaken and profoundly unsettled. Your realm that is astoundingly profound? The heavenly sacred demon murmured, reflecting on the moment he had seemingly entered another universe. Had it not been for his own formidable strength and his utmost effort to break free, he might have perished. Moreover, the opponent is merely a mere avatar, yet possesses such terrifying power. One can only imagine the extent of strength the true body must hold. The thought alone is quite chilling. How intriguing that one could escape from my boundless universe. Your strength is not to be underestimated. It won't be long before you transcend to the other shore. The mysterious figure atop the bronze temple smiled slightly. I cannot best you. Yet, it would be quite a challenge for you to kill me. The heavenly saint demon master coldly remarked. Indeed, however, if I were to spare no expense, I could still slay you, though my avatar would cease to exist. Nevertheless, today has been exhilarating. It has been a long time since I have engaged in such a thrilling battle since descending from the upper realm. Truly delightful. The mysterious figure nodded in agreement. Yes, those of great skill often recognize each other. It is rare to encounter a worthy opponent like you. You seek the heavenly demon divine spring, do you not? I have but 3 drops. Take them for that young man. The heavenly saint demon master spoke nonchalantly. With a flick of his finger, a black gourd flew forth, containing 3 precious drops of the heavenly demon divine spring. Young man, take it, the mysterious figure said indifferently, directly gifting it to him, causing Su Yuan to feel overwhelming excitement. Thank you, esteemed senior, he exclaimed, quickly grasping the gourd in gratitude. No need for thanks. With just 1 drop of the heavenly demon divine spring, you can reach the realm of creation? Very well. The gift of creation is also bestowed upon you. I must now conceal myself. Otherwise, those from the upper realm may sense my presence, and that would lead to trouble. I shall escort you away from this core area. Upon finishing, the mysterious figure waved his hand, shattering the space, instantly relocating Su Yuan. As the world spun around him, when Su Yuan opened his eyes, he found himself in the 5-colored silver serpent at the exit of the heavenly demon cavern, only a few hundred steps away from leaving. However, he was not in a hurry, intending to refine the heavenly demon divine spring here first and elevate himself to the realm of creation. Little 5, here is a drop of the heavenly demon divine spring for you. Su Yuan directly divided 1 drop for the 5-colored silver serpent, keeping 2 for himself. Thank you, master. The 5-colored silver serpent exclaimed joyfully, as this substance would enable it to swiftly restore its realm. Yet, just as Su Yuan and the 5-colored silver serpent prepared to refine the spring, 2 powerful figures suddenly appeared. They were 2 young men clad in fire cloud Dao robes. Possessing immense strength, they were disciples of Fire Cloud Peak and strong in the realm of creation. Ha ha ha! Hand over the heavenly demon divine spring. Yun Kong laughed maniacally. He and Zhu Feng had been tailing Su Yuan, but lost track of him upon entering the heavenly demon cavern. Frustrated, they waited at the exit for him to appear, and to their surprise, he actually did. Kid, you may not recognize us, but that matters not. We are disciples of Fire Cloud Peak. Hand over the heavenly demon divine spring, and we may let you go. Otherwise, hee. Zhu Feng threatened coldly. Faced with the threat of these powerful beings in the realm of creation, most would be terrified. Yet, Su Yuan and the 5-colored silver serpent remained unfazed, particularly Su Yuan, who knew that once he refined the heavenly demon divine spring, he could immediately reach the realm of creation. Moreover, his eye of breaking illusions revealed that these 2 disciples of Fire Cloud Peak were merely at the initial stage of the realm of creation. Thus, he needed time to delay them until he could refine the spring and retaliate. Little 5, at this crucial moment, hold them off for me, Su Yuan commanded. Understood, master. You hurry and refine the heavenly demon divine spring to elevate your realm. I will first fend them off, the 5-colored silver serpent agreed, rushing forward to engage them in battle. Just a fledgling emperor-level beast dares to obstruct us. Seeking death? Yun Kong scoffed. Indeed, we will capture it and refine it into a pill, Zhu Feng said, his expression shifting as he prepared to strike. Completely disregarding the 5-colored silver serpent, boom! The 5-colored silver serpent unleashed a torrent of fire, 100 meters long, instantly enveloping Yun Kong and Zhu Feng. the space distorted and shattered under the flame's might. However, Yun Kong and Zhu Feng showed no fear, allowing the flames to engulf them without sustaining any harm. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the realm of creation. Once one reaches this stage, their body becomes exceedingly resilient. Even if the body were to shatter or be destroyed, it could be replaced with other spiritual materials and remade. This is the marvel of the realm of creation. As the five-colored silver serpent engaged in battle, Su Yuan took action. He swiftly opened the gourd in his hand and consumed the 2 drops of the heavenly demon divine spring within. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the essence dispersed, its quality surpassing that of ordinary spiritual energy by countless folds. He promptly began the refining process, aiming for a rapid breakthrough. He understood that the 5-colored silver serpent could not withstand the onslaught for long. So he needed to act quickly. Boom! Suddenly, the 5-colored silver serpent was struck by a powerful fist, sent flying. Rolling helplessly, it was no match for the 2 masters of the realm of creation. The disparity in strength was too great, and it even spat out a mouthful of blood. Its entire serpent body began to tremble, clearly losing its fighting capability. Overestimating oneself? Yun Kong coldly remarked, observing the incapacitated 5-colored silver serpent. At this moment, both their gazes shifted towards Su Yuan. He, you have no chance now. It is impossible for you to refine successfully. Together now. They swiftly charged towards Su Yuan, surrounding him completely. Together, we will refine him into a pill. Consuming it will elevate our realms indeed. Let us make our move. The 2 grinned wickedly, unleashing their innate true flames, which surged forth like a tidal wave, aiming to refine Su Yuan into a pill. However, at that moment, a blinding light erupted from Su Yuan's body. A golden glow enveloped him instantaneously, in a life or death moment. He shattered the golden talisman, triggering the invincible shield. Yet, it would last only 10 breaths. But that was nearly sufficient for him to refine the heavenly demon divine spring. Invincible shield. I rely on you. Su Yuan tightly closed his eyes, fully focusing on refining the heavenly demon divine spring within him. With the invincible shield protecting him, he felt no fear. What? Such formidable defense. What is happening? Our attacks are all being thwarted. Yun Kong and Zhu Feng were taken aback, astonished that their strikes could not breach Su Yuan's defenses. Stay calm. This shield will soon fade. Indeed, the 10 breaths of time swiftly passed. The shield surrounding Su Yuan began to dim, its defensive capabilities waning until it ultimately vanished. However, he had completely refined the heavenly demon divine spring. Now, an inexhaustible power surged within him, and he felt that with a mere movement, he could shatter space. Is this the realm of creation? Your time is up. Su Yuan's body trembled, and an overwhelming force radiated from him, transforming into a void storm that surged toward Yun Kong and Zhu Feng, sending them reeling. This was power. Ultimate power. At this moment, he was fully confident in defeating them. Him. These 2 disciples of Fire Cloud Peak were no different from ants, easily crushed underfoot. What? You? How infuriating. Although we are both at the initial stage of the realm of creation, the power within him far surpasses ours. I sensed that even a perfected master of the realm of creation might struggle against him. Panic began to spread across their faces, shock coursing through their hearts. Yet, Su Yuan steadily advanced, his aura as majestic as a mountain, rendering Yun Kong and Zhu Feng immobile. Kneel. Su Yuan's voice resonated like that of an ancient emperor, filled with authority that no one could defy. Yet, Yun Kong and Zhu Feng refused to kneel. Their pride was too great for such submission. Kid, do you dare to lay a hand on me? My master will not let you off indeed. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot possibly contend with my master, Yin Changtian. I advise you to spare us. Otherwise, your demise is certain. In that moment, they continued to threaten Su Yuan, which was tantamount to courting death. Enraged, he declared, Die! A palm of true energy, colossal in size, descended upon them. All that could be heard were their anguished cries as their bodies exploded, transforming into 2 clouds of true energy. Their very souls shattered. Divine alchemy. At this moment, Su Yuan began to perform the divine alchemy, refining them into 2 creation pills. Little 5. Consume this. Your strength will be restored. He flicked a pill towards the 5-colored silver serpent, which was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Thank you. Master. The five-colored silver serpent struggled to swallow the creation pill in one gulp in no time. It refined the pill, restoring its form and elevating its realm to the initial stage of creation. Let us go. We must leave this place. Once the five-colored silver serpent had recovered, Su Yuan and it swiftly exited the heavenly demon cavern, at Fire Cloud Peak. Within a mysterious inner space, Yin Changtian was deep in meditation when suddenly, two soul tokens on the altar beside him exploded. Upon being startled, he turned to witness the shattering of two soul tokens belonging to those at the creation realm, and in an instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Chapter 45. Signing for the Nine Thunder True Pill. Father, the soul tokens of my junior brothers, Yun Kong and Zhu Feng, have shattered, indicating that they have met with misfortune. Who could be responsible for this? A strikingly handsome young man approached. He was Yin Changtian's eldest son, Yin Tai. Possessing immense strength and speaking with a resonant authority, he had already attained the pinnacle of the creation realm. Not only was he Yin Changtian's son, but also his most capable aide. Indeed, under normal circumstances, as long as they do not venture into the core area of the demon cave, no demon should be able to kill them. But was it indeed a demon? I must investigate, Yin Changtian remarked calmly. He then pressed his palm gently against the altar beside him, causing the entire altar to tremble. A stream of violet energy emanated. And above the altar, a luminous mirror began to take shape. As this violet mirror emerged, Yin Changtian initiated a series of operations. With a subtle tremor of his palm, he unleashed a fiery true energy into the violet light. Causing the initially blurred mirror surface to sharpen, as the violet light began to display images, Yin Changtian's composure faltered. At him? That lad from Thunder Peak. At that moment, within the violet realm, Su Yuan, Yun Kong, and Zhu Feng were locked in a fierce battle, but soon they were brutally slain. This scene became frozen within the violet light, confirming for Yin Changtian and Yin Tai that it was indeed that young Su Yuan. Father, this must be the Su Yuan you mentioned, right? The pride of Su Xiaoyi, Yin Tai's expression shifted as he recalled his father's words about this individual. Indeed, that boy, in such a short time away, has somehow managed to kill experts of the creation realm. His talent is remarkable, Yin Changtian said, his calm demeanor giving way to anger. The loss of Yun Kong and Zhu Feng, both favored disciples of his, pained him deeply. After all, nurturing two disciples at the creation realm required vast resources. How infuriating! My people from Huayun Peak are not to be trifled with. I will ensure that boy pays dearly, blood for blood. Yin Tai declared fiercely. However, that boy has the formidable Su Xiaoyi backing him. As long as he remains hidden in Thunder Peak, we will have no means to deal with him. Su Xiaoyi's strength surpasses even mine. She cannot be underestimated. With her protection, it will be exceedingly difficult to eliminate Su Yuan. Yin Changtian acknowledged, his frustration palpable. He had previously clashed with Su Xiaoyi and found her to be distinctly more powerful. Since that incident, he had secluded himself in cultivation until now. Father, is there truly no way for us? Yin Tai was clearly reluctant to concede, yearning for vengeance against Su Yuan for his fallen brothers. Indeed, while it's difficult to strike him down if he remains at Thunder Peak, should he venture out, your strength should suffice. Yin Changtian replied coolly. Understood. I will await his emergence and devise a plan to eliminate him. Yin Tai gritted his teeth. Soon, the entire mysterious space fell into silence. Report, Master Peak. Our disciples from Huayun Peak have clashed with those from Thunder Peak at Shengya. A young disciple rushed in, kneeling to relay the circumstances. After detailing the events, he awaited further instruction. Very well, I am aware. You may leave, Yin Changtian gestured, allowing the disciple to depart swiftly. Father, Shengya is within our Huayun Peak's domain. How could we allow the people from Thunder Peak to act with such audacity? Yin Tai expressed his anger, eager to rush to Shengya. Indeed, you shall handle this matter. Depart swiftly for Shengya. If the disciples from Thunder Peak dare to cause trouble, eliminate a few to quell their arrogance. Yin Changtian commanded. Yes, Father. I shall attend to this matter immediately. Yin Tai quickly took his leave from the mysterious space, and once he departed, the area returned to its quietude. The next day, within a grand palace atop Thunder Peak, Su Yuan had returned. Upon his arrival, he promptly signed in. Ding, congratulations, host, for signing in successfully. You have received 1-9 Thunder True Pill. Before him, on the system panel, lay a thumb-sized pill, swirling with thunderous energy, appearing quite formidable. Yet, Su Yuan was aware that this pill contained immense power, capable of elevating one's realm. Though it was only effective for those beneath the creation realm, at this moment, he thought of Yixian. She had been in seclusion for many days, and he wondered what level of strength she had attained. Go be honest, he had missed her abit, Su Yuan Gij. Have you returned? A gentle voice suddenly called out. And a beautiful woman entered, the very same Yixian. She appeared even more radiant than before. Xian, it has been a long time. You have finally emerged from your seclusion. Su Yuan smiled gently. Indeed. How could I not? The Peak Master has tasked me with significant matters. Yixian replied with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan realized that since it was Su Xiui who had assigned her this task, the matter must be quite serious. He promptly inquired, what exactly is happening? Yixian, not one to withhold information, explained. Our disciples from Thunder Peak have clashed with those from Huayan Peak at Shengya. The Peak Master has sent me to address the situation, and reports indicate that several of our disciples have already been injured. How disgraceful! I will accompany you. We must teach the disciples of Huayan Peak a lesson, Su Yuan declared fiercely. Indeed, with you by my side, I feel much braver, Yixian commented lightly. Wait, before we go, I have a gift for you, Su Yuan said, producing the 9 Thunder True Pill he had just received, intending to give it to Yixian to enhance her strength. He had noticed that after her days of seclusion, Yixian had reached the pinnacle of the Divine Passage realm. Consuming this 9 Thunder True Pill would elevate her to the Divine Transformation realm. With her at that level, he would gain an additional ally. Wow! This 9 Thunder True Pill possesses such potent thunder attributes. Once I refine it, I will also bear thunder attributes in my body, enabling me to practice the Peak Master's thunder techniques, Yixian exclaimed with childlike excitement, nearly bouncing with joy. Absolutely. Here, take it and refine it immediately. I shall assist you, Su Yuan urged, handing her the 9 Thunder True Pill. Chapter 46. Yin Tai. Once Yixian received the pill, her face lit up with delight. She had not expected Su Yuan to be so generous, bestowing upon her such a precious item. Overwhelmed with excitement, she wasted no time in consuming the 9 Thunder True Pill. Boom! As the 9 Thunder True Pill entered her body, Yixian felt a tremendous sound erupt within her, as if countless forces were colliding. Startled, she experienced immense pain, as if multitudes of thunder were striking within her. The intensity of the power contained in the 9 Thunder True Pill was overwhelming, stretching her body to its limits. Without assistance, she would have surely exploded. This was no exaggeration. Fear began to creep in. Fear not. I am here, and you shall be safe, Su Yuan declared, springing into action. He released a surge of true energy, aiding Yixian in refining the power within her. With Su Yuan's intervention, her internal forces were swiftly brought under control and absorbed efficiently. Xian, channel that energy. Push through to the Divine Transformation realm, Su Yuan urged, his voice filled with intensity. All right. Focus the spirit. Unite the essence. Yixian inhaled deeply, preparing to break through to the Divine Transformation realm. Meanwhile, Su Yuan guarded her, ensuring her safety during the potentially overwhelming transformation. At that moment, the 9 Thunder True Pill within Yixian had been completely refined. Waves of thunder flickered and twisted inside her, transforming her into a realm pulsating with thunderous energy. Finally, her strength reached its pinnacle, and she began to break through to the Divine Transformation realm. With a resounding crack, the barriers within her shattered, and she achieved the long-desired Divine Transformation realm. Instantly, her aura shifted, exuding the presence of a formidable master. Commanding respect and submission from all. Impressive, Su Yuan applauded, witnessing the efficacy of the 9 Thunder True Pill firsthand. In an instant, her realm had risen to the early stages of the Divine Transformation realm. He felt a surge of excitement, pondering how if he could sign in for a multitude of 9 Thunder True Pills, he could cultivate numerous Divine Transformation experts. Given time, his influence would become formidable, and he would soon rise to become the foremost power of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land. The system was truly remarkable. He resolved to sign in again the following day at that moment. Yixian was radiant, her entire being aglow with the essence of thunder, feeling immensely powerful. This is the realm of transformation, and I have achieved success. My power has multiplied several times over. However, the stronger I become, the more I sense that Su Yuan's realm is even higher. I cannot fathom the reason behind this. This was Yi Xian's initial perception. Despite having successfully reached the realm of transformation, standing before Su Yuan, she felt as insignificant as an ant. The disparity in their levels was glaring, and thus she recognized that Su Yuan's strength far surpassed her own, evoking in her a sense of gazing up at a towering mountain. Xian, as long as you stick with me, you will undoubtedly become the most dazzling individual in the entire Feathered Ascension Holy Land. Su Yuan proclaimed with grand ambition. In that moment, he felt an immense confidence. For the system was all-powerful. Given enough time, he could sign in daily. This meant he was destined to grow stronger with each passing day, which emboldened him to make such bold statements. Brother Su Yuan, you are truly kind to me, of course. I will follow you from now on. Yi Xian replied with a cheerful smile. Absolutely. Su Yuan responded earnestly. By the way, let us address the matter of Shengya right now. With my presence, the disciples of Fire Cloud Peak dare not cause trouble. I will not let them go unpunished. His words resonated with authority. With you taking the lead, the disciples of Fire Cloud Peak will surely not dare to act arrogantly. Let us go. We shall head to Shengya immediately. Yi Xian's spirit was invigorated, and she was ready for action. Soon after, the two soared away from Thunderbolt Peak, swiftly making their way toward Shengya. Half an hour later, they finally arrived. Gazing up at the towering heights of Shengya, Su Yuan was momentarily lost in thought. It was said that a sage of the Feathered Ascension Holy Land had cultivated here for a millennium without breaking through, ultimately passing away on this precipice, hence the name Shengya. Furthermore, due to the sage's prolonged cultivation in Shengya, an aura of sanctity had permeated the area over time, giving rise to rare spiritual herbs scattered throughout, which ignited the conflict between the disciples of Thunderbolt Peak and Fire Cloud Peak. Each faction claimed Shengya for themselves, leading to fierce disputes during the annual period of herb emergence, with both sides suffering casualties, unable to gain the upper hand. Brother Su Yuan, our disciples from Thunderbolt Peak are clashing with those from Fire Cloud Peak up there. We must hurry. Yi Xian could hardly contain her excitement and rushed toward the summit of Shengya. As they reached the pinnacle, they witnessed a fierce battle between the disciples of Thunderbolt Peak and Fire Cloud Peak, all vying for a blood-sacred flower. The skirmish had escalated, and several disciples from Thunderbolt Peak had already sustained injuries. Stop! Yi Xian shouted, her voice reverberating like thunder, enveloping dozens of Fire Cloud Peak disciples, causing them to spit blood from the shock. Meanwhile, Su Yuan stood resolutely behind her, his gaze fixed on everyone. Should anyone dare to move recklessly, he would not hesitate to strike them down. Its Supervisor Su and Supervisor Yi, the disciples of Thunderbolt Peak, instantly recognized the arriving duo, their excitement palpable, as they recalled Su Xiu's earlier decree that all disciples of Thunderbolt Peak were under Su Yuan and Yi Xian's command. Yes, Yi Xian nodded, then calmly continued, disciples of Fire Cloud Peak, leave at once. As long as I am here, you shall not take this blood-sacred flower. Her words thundered in the ears of the Fire Cloud Peak disciples, leaving them stunned and pained. This person possesses an unfathomable realm, one whispered. Indeed, I believe she is a formidable being in the realm of transformation. What shall we do? We have worked hard to obtain this blood-sacred flower. Are we to simply relinquish it? Absolutely not. I have already reported this matter to the Peak Master. He will surely send someone to resolve it. Right? We cannot allow the blood-sacred flower to be taken. The disciples of Fire Cloud Peak began to murmur, intent on waiting for reinforcements. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed throughout Shengya, shaking the very ground. What audacity, to bully the disciples of Fire Cloud Peak. You Thunderbolt Peak folks are truly arrogant. The arrival of the voice caused some weaker disciples to be knocked off their feet, blood spurting from their mouths, clearly indicating the strength of the newcomer. Help has arrived. It's the young master. The young master is here. The disciples of Fire Cloud Peak rejoiced, for the newcomer was none other than Yin Changtian's eldest son, Yin Tai. At that moment, as Yin Tai descended, the spirits of the Fire Cloud Peak disciples soared, cheering and shouting, greatly boosting their morale. Yin Tai, with a disdainful smile, exuded an air of superiority. You Thunderbolt Peak people have some nerve. I command you all to leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." Instantly, the disciples of Thunderbolt Peak grew tense, well aware of Yin Tai's immense power as a consummate being in the realm of creation. Silence fell over them. Yet, Yi Xian stepped forward boldly, emboldened by Su Yuan's presence. "Yin Tai, do you think you have the right to dictate terms here? You think you can just order us to disperse?" With Su Yuan backing her, Yi Xian's confidence surged, igniting the spirits of her fellow disciples. "Supervisor Yi is magnificent. Supervisor Yi is magnificent." The cries of the Thunderbolt Peak disciples echoed through the skies above Shangya. Su Yuan remained calm, knowing that should Yin Tai dare to make a move, he would not hesitate to defeat him. Indeed, Yin Tai could no longer contain himself, feeling slighted. "You insolent girl, do you think that because Su Yuan is protecting you, I won't dare to deal with you?" Yin Tai's cold voice rang out, his gaze scrutinizing Su Yuan. Among all present, he was the most powerful, and defeating Su Yuan would effectively crush Thunderbolt Peak's prestige. "How despicable, Yin Tai! You dare to be so brutish towards a woman. It seems you possess no gentlemanly qualities whatsoever," Su Yuan retorted, his words echoing like thunder in Yin Tai's ears. In an instant, Yin Tai was taken aback, realizing that Su Yuan was no ordinary opponent. Although he appeared to be in the early stages of creation, his true strength could be far more formidable than it seemed. "Boy, don't try to play games with me. I will say it again. Leave this place immediately with your people, or you will face the consequences. I have made my intentions clear," Yin Tai declared coldly. "And what if I refuse? What can you do about it?" Su Yuan countered defiantly, unwilling to back down. He intended to support the disciples of Thunderbolt Peak and suppress the arrogance of Fire Cloud Peak, making it clear they were not to be trifled with. "Oh, quite the arrogant one, to act so brazenly before me, Yin Tai. You are the first to do so." Yin Tai's irritation was palpable, his face darkening as he prepared to unleash his strength, ready to deliver a crushing defeat. "Ha! Spare me your bravado. If you have the guts, let us have a fight. I'll teach you a lesson right now." Su Yuan shot back. "Fine, a fight it is. I will make it my mission to end you." Yin Tai could no longer restrain himself, his energy surging as he unleashed his tremendous aura, flames igniting around him. A terrifying sight, as the flames of Fire Cloud Peak's cultivation methods flared. Yin Tai bellowed in fury, "Today, I shall end your life." With that, Yin Tai unleashed his attack, the Great Flame Technique. A torrent of true fire erupted from him, which then multiplied, transforming into countless flames that swiftly enveloped Su Yuan. "That kid is doomed. Those flames are the young master's primal true fire. Their power is immense, and even treasures may not withstand them," the onlookers remarked. "Indeed, he is a fool to provoke us at Fire Cloud Peak." He is courting death, however, just as the disciples of Fire Cloud Peak began to revel in their impending victory. They suddenly noticed that the flames surrounding Su Yuan were gradually weakening, as if he were submerged in a quagmire, until they were completely devoured. This turn of events left everyone stunned, as the flames had entirely vanished. No, they had been absorbed by Su Yuan. "What?" Yin Tai exclaimed in shock. "Heh, how about that? My power is quite satisfactory. Your primal true fire is rather excellent for me, a tremendous boon." Su Yuan chuckled, revealing that he had indeed absorbed all the flames, storing them within his inner world, leaving him completely unharmed. Yin Tai's astonishment was palpable as he beheld the scene before him. He was convinced that Su Yuan possessed a formidable treasure, for otherwise, it would be impossible for him to absorb his original true fire. "You brat, hand over the treasure you carry, or I shall be compelled to end your life," Yin Tai declared coldly. "Humph." Su Yuan scoffed disdainfully, resolved not to engage in further banter. "Kneel before me." His voice thundered like a tempest, exuding an overwhelming aura that struck fear into the hearts of all present. Each face was painted with terror, particularly those of the disciples from Huayun Peak, who were utterly astounded. What is happening? His power is astonishing. Indeed, it appears Yin Tai is outmatched. Goodness, this aura is terrifying. I cannot withstand it. Unbelievable. His strength is truly dreadful. The disciples of Huayun Peak erupted into panicked cries, unable to bear such immense power. Some were immediately forced to their knees, unable to lift their heads. Even Yin Tai felt the crushing pressure at that moment. Astonished by Su Yuan's might, fire-burning banner, suddenly, Yintai summoned his supreme treasure, the fire-burning banner, a formidable artifact. Originally, there were two banners. One was in his possession, while the other belonged to his brother. Upon the appearance of the fire-burning banner, the pressure he felt was significantly alleviated. However, Su Yuan had already charged forward, delivering a punch that sent Yintai hurtling through the air, a distance of several hundred zhong. Poof! Yintai was caught off guard. The opponent's speed was too swift. He spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turning ashen. Fortunately, the fire-burning banner shielded his body. Had it not been for this protection, he would have undoubtedly perished from that single strike. Damn it! How can he injure me with just one blow? Is this Su Yuan even human? My cultivation level surpasses his, yet my strength is insufficient to contend with him. This is utterly incomprehensible. It's over. Even the young master is no match for him. This is disastrous. What kind of genius is this? In the initial stage of the creation realm, yet he is even more formidable than the young master. It's truly frightening. We must flee, otherwise we may lose our lives. Run, run. Some disciples of Huayun Peak, sensing the dire situation, immediately began to retreat. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space within the feathered transformation sacred land, three young men were intently observing the battle at Shengya. Each wore a furrowed brow. What is happening, Yintai? Why is your brother being so easily overwhelmed? Inquired Zhou Tian, a disciple of the No Boundary Peak, whose strength was formidable, being a pinnacle expert in the creation realm. Beside him stood Yintai's younger brother, Yin Tian, along with another disciple from the Bamboo Peak, Xiao Tian He. That moment, the three were situated within this enigmatic space, where a luminous mirror displayed all the happenings at Shengya, including the scene of Su Yuan vanquishing Yintai. They watched with clarity. Is Su Yuan truly this powerful? Even my brother cannot stand against him. How infuriating! Yin Tian exclaimed vehemently. What should we do? Your brother is completely suppressed and is no match for Su Yuan. If we do not rescue him, he may very well be killed. Xiao Tianhe expressed his concerns. At this juncture, the mirror revealed Su Yuan delivering relentless blows to Yintai, each strike causing him immense suffering. If things continued in this manner, Yintai was indeed at risk of being slain. No, I must save my brother, Yin Tian declared resolutely, preparing to rush forth, but he was quickly restrained by the others. Brother, if you go alone, you may lose your life as well. I suggest we notify the elders instead. Let them handle this matter. That would be the most prudent course of action, Xiao Tianhe advised calmly. At this, the mysterious space fell into silence. After a moment, Yin Tian spoke again. There is no time. I will break through the space and rush over immediately. But rest assured, I possess a fire-burning banner as well, though you may not be aware of it. When two fire-burning banners come together, they can unleash the power of a low-grade Dao artifact. Xiao Tianhe and Zhou Tian were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the combination of the two fire-burning banners would yield such terrifying might. Equivalent to a low-grade Dao artifact. Their composure faltered, for Dao artifacts were indeed formidable. Even a low-grade one possessed immense power. Is that true? The fire-burning banner, is that fearsome? Zhou Tian questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Yet, Yin Tian affirmed with a nod, indeed. Its power is remarkable, though it consumes an immense amount of true energy. I fear I may not be able to wield it for long, but it should suffice against Su Yuan. Given that you are all aware of the capabilities of a low-grade Dao artifact. Very well, however, do exercise caution. While you possess the ability to traverse space, the distance to Shengya is still considerable. We are concerned that you may lack sufficient true energy for such a lengthy journey. Thus, Xiao Tianhe and I will assist you in opening a path to Shengya. What do you think? Zhou Tian proposed. Thank you, my brothers. I shall be eternally grateful if you can help rescue my brother. Yin Tian expressed his gratitude. Not at all. We are all brothers in arms. Once you have saved your brother, we can devise a plan to deal with Su Yuan. Though he has the backing of Su Xiui, our Bamboo Peak, No Boundary Peak, and your Huayun Peak have always maintained a good rapport. Consider us your strongest allies. With a mere word from you, we can unite against the common foe, and we might even reach out to the sun within the feathered transformation sacred land to eliminate Su Yuan. Xiao Tianhe asserted earnestly, truly, you are good brothers. With your support, I feel much more at ease. This Su Yuan is an extraordinary talent, having joined the feathered transformation sacred land for such a brief period. His strength has escalated to such alarming heights I previously inquired about him in the enfeoffment hall. While he was impressive then, he has now surpassed anything imaginable. This is truly terrifying. He is merely in the initial stage of the creation realm, yet he can defeat a pinnacle expert in the creation realm. This must not be allowed to continue, Yin Tian admitted, a tinge of jealousy creeping into his voice. Though he too was gifted, he had not achieved such prowess at Su Yuan's age. It could only be said that Su Yuan was an anomaly, his strength so formidable that he could rival even some young sons. Such a talent must not be allowed to flourish. Otherwise, the future would be fraught with peril. His exceptional gifts could lead him to become a prominent figure in the future. Therefore, should an opportunity arise, he must eliminate Su Yuan. Indeed, with Su Xiui emerging from Thunderbolt Peak and now Su Yuan appearing, it is truly outrageous, Zhou Tian lamented. What about Su Xiui? No one knows her background. In just a few short years, her cultivation has soared to unimaginable heights. It is simply astonishing. Some say several sons have pursued her, only to be rejected. She is incredibly haughty, Xiao Tianhe remarked calmly. Perhaps you are unaware, but I have heard from some elders that Su Xiui is the reincarnation of a great figure, which explains her overwhelming strength. Yin Tian revealed, dropping a bombshell that left Xiao Tianhe and Zhou Tian in shock. Such an astonishing revelation. No wonder she is so formidable, Xiao Tianhe exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Tian, equally astonished, added, no wonder she can reject even the sons. Her identity must be extraordinary. Yes, this is merely what I heard from the elders. I cannot vouch for its authenticity. However, Su Xiui's identity is certainly not simple. Otherwise, she would not possess such terrifying power. Yin Tian concluded. Suddenly, the luminous mirror among the three began to tremble violently. They observed the battle at Shengya, where Yin Tai, despite wielding the fire-burning banner, was getting pummeled mercilessly. He was on the verge of collapse. This is not good. My brother is nearing his limit. Good brothers, quickly assist me in opening a passageway. I must rush to Shengya immediately, Yin Tian implored urgently. Absolutely. Right away. Zhou Tian and Xiao Tianhe exchanged glances. And in an instant, they unleashed their true energy. The mysterious space began to ripple, ultimately warping and forming a spatial passageway leading directly to Shengya. However, it could only be sustained for a maximum of 10 breaths. Upon seeing the passageway opened, Yin Tian dashed forward without a moment's hesitation, racing toward Shengya. Subsequently, the entire spatial passageway closed instantaneously. At Shengya, the battle raged fiercely, with Su Yuan maintaining an unequivocal advantage, relentlessly suppressing Yin Tai and pushing him to the brink of destruction. Yin Tai found himself in a dire predicament, unable to fathom Su Yuan's overwhelming strength. As a pinnacle expert in the creation realm, he found himself with no opportunity to retaliate, his face contorted with humiliation. Wishing only to vanish into the ground, boom. Just then, a spatial passageway appeared above Shengya, expanding and distorting until it stabilized. A young man, resembling Yin Tai, emerged from it. As Yin Tai beheld the arrival of this individual, his eyes instantaneously sparkled with renewed vigor, for the newcomer was none other than his younger brother, Yin Taiyang. Taiyang, you have arrived just in the nick of time. Had you been a moment later, I would have perished, Yin Tai lamented with a grimace. Brother, fear not. I shall lend you my strength. Together, our fire-burning flags can unleash the might of a low-grade Dao artifact, sufficient to vanquish that scoundrel. Yin Taiyang communicated telepathically. Chapter 49. The Divine King's body erupts upon witnessing his brother's arrival. Yin Tai was engulfed in joy, for he knew that Yin Taiyang possessed a fire-burning flag as well. If the two flags were to merge, they could indeed manifest the power of a low-grade Dao artifact, capable of slaying Su Yuan. Excellent. You have arrived precisely when needed. Had you delayed even a moment, I would have met my end, Yin Tai exclaimed, his spirit reignited and his fighting spirit soaring, ready to retaliate. Another fool rushing to their doom. Su Yuan observed the young man, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Yin Tai, and quickly deduced that he was likely his brother. However, he was resolute. No one could prevent him from slaying Yin Tai, and he prepared to strike at that moment. Yin Tai and Yin Taiyang exchanged a glance, and simultaneously summoned their treasured fire-burning flags. As the two flags met, an astonishing force erupted forth. Boom! Suddenly, the fire-burning flags intertwined, continuously infused with true energy by Yin Tai and Yin Tai. In an instant, the flags began to swell, enveloping the entire sacred cliff, flickering with terrifying flames of immense power. Even Su Yuan felt a tremor of shock, finding it inconceivable that the combination of the two flags could unleash such formidable strength, truly astounding. Impressive! Su Yuan felt the pressure mounting, yet he did not flinch. He understood that wielding such a powerful artifact would require tremendous true energy, potentially draining his own reserves, in his mind. Yin Tai and his brother could not sustain the activation of the fire-burning flags indefinitely. They could manage a few strikes at most before succumbing to exhaustion. That would be his opportunity to counterattack. Alas, if only the invincible shield were still intact, I could ignore the fire-burning flags entirely. Yet, I am not overly fearful. After all, my physique is that of the Divine King, resilient indeed. I refuse to believe that these flags can obliterate my Divine King body, Su Yuan thought, brimming with confidence. At that moment, Yin Tai and Yin Tai had fully unleashed the power of the fire-burning flags. The colossal flags blotted out the sun, radiating intense energy waves, the flames resembling infernal fire, capable of collapsing the void itself, indicative of their terrifying might. The two flags had now fused entirely into one, amplifying their power several-fold. An overwhelming aura erupted from the merged flag, firmly locking onto Su Yuan, hindering his movements. Impressive! Su Yuan acknowledged the formidable nature of the fire-burning flags, but as he felt a jolt coursing through his body, the power of the Divine King surged forth, swiftly alleviating the pressure surrounding him. His momentum not only remained undiminished but increased, forming a colossal humanoid silhouette around him that enveloped and fortified his being, appearing exceedingly sturdy. What is this physique? It can actually manifest an apparition. Yin Tai exclaimed in astonishment, for they beheld a towering purple humanoid silhouette surrounding Su Yuan's form. Standing 100 feet tall, it was a sight to behold. Even their prized fire-burning flags trembled in response to this aura, as if they might plummet from the sky at any moment. This left Yin Tai and Yin Tai utterly speechless with surprise. Cursed be this! What manner of physique is he endowed with that allows him to withstand the pressure of our fire-burning flags? Indeed, logically, now that the fire-burning flags have fully merged, their might should rival that of a low-grade Dao artifact. He should not be able to endure it. I cannot fathom this. Both Yin Tai and Yin Tai were struck with disbelief. Shaken by Su Yuan's presence, brother. Even if his physique is extraordinary, he should not be able to withstand a single strike from our fire-burning flags, Yin Tai asserted, expressing his unwavering belief in their artifact's prowess. True enough, however, our fire-burning flags are lacking 2 artifact spirits. Otherwise, their power would increase by several magnitudes, and he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand a blow, Yin Tai remarked with a hint of resignation. At this moment, Su Yuan had fully activated the power of his Divine King body. His previous underwhelming performance had stemmed from a lack of strength. Now, however, he was entirely capable of harnessing the full might of his physique. Thus, even in the face of the fire-burning flags, he possessed the strength to contend with them. Heh, so you require 2 artifact spirits for your fire-burning flags, do you? Perfect. I shall use you too as the spirits. Su Yuan chuckled coldly. You arrogant wretch, brother. Attack? Yin Tai and Yin Tai expelled a mouthful of essence blood into the fire-burning flags, instantly amplifying their power. Boom! The fire-burning flags quaked violently, and the space around them began to fracture as a massive fire pillar surged towards Su Yuan, shaking the entire sacred cliff to its core, nearly causing it to collapse. Had it not been for the ancient presence of a trace of sacred energy, that strike would have surely wrought destruction. Before long, the colossal light pillar struck Su Yuan, causing his body to tremble violently, and he coughed forth a mouthful of blood. Wounded, yet it mattered little. With a single breath, he circulated his true energy, staunching the flow of blood, and his injuries healed almost instantaneously. It was at this moment that he commenced his counterattack. Die! Su Yuan roared, the power of the Divine King erupting forth, countless beams of light shooting skyward from his form. Purple energy radiating outward, a truly breathtaking sight. Such overwhelming fluctuations naturally stirred the attention of the masters of the Feathered Ascension's sacred land, drawing their gazes toward the direction of the sacred cliff. Every one of the 999 peak lords within the sacred land was astonished. What is happening over at the sacred cliff to produce such powerful energy fluctuations? It seems as if a battle is unfolding. What an imposing physique! It must be the divine king body. Terrifying. Such an occurrence is indeed a rare event in millennia. Indeed, throughout history, every individual possessing a divine king body has achieved remarkable success, either becoming an ancestor or a ruler of a great world. Truly, to witness the splendor of the divine king body is a stroke of fortuitous luck. Whose disciple is this, to be so extraordinarily gifted? It seems to be Su Xiui of the Thunder Peak.ic. Su Xiui is a reincarnation of a great figure, and now she has taken on a disciple with a divine king body. This peak shall undoubtedly flourish henceforth. Indeed, some divine sons pursue her, yet none have succeeded. She is destined for greatness. Indeed, with the emergence of the divine king body, we must report this to the divine sons above and see how they wish to respond. Such an individual, if allowed to mature, may very well be chosen as a divine son, ultimately contending for the position of the sacred son. Chapter 50. Su Xiui emerges from seclusion at this very moment. Dozens of divine wills intertwined, engaging in discourse, as several experts' gazes remained firmly fixed on the direction of the sacred cliff, observing the battle unfolding there. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had seized complete control of the battlefield. Yin Tai and Yin Taiyang, wielding their fire-burning flags in tandem, had failed to slay him with their strike. Instead, they had fully stimulated the power of his divine king body, unleashing all his latent potential. Now, Su Yuan stood in a position of dominance, akin to a divine king surveying all, with the entire situation firmly within his grasp. The might of the fire-burning flags was indeed formidable. Yet regrettably for them, they had failed to extinguish him, instead activating his divine king body. Now, how shall you confront me? Ha ha ha, Su Yuan sneered. Cursed be this. Why has it come to this? Scoundrel, the fire-burning flags have drained us of all our strength. We are finished. The expressions of Yin Tai and Yin Taiyang darkened as they realized that all the true energy within them had been siphoned away by the fire-burning flags. Yet, the failure to slay Su Yuan left them in torment and despair. However, at this moment, Su Yuan showed no mercy. His gaze locked onto them, and he immediately moved to strike. The fire-burning flags still lacked 2 artifact spirits. Let us use you 2 as spirits. Ha ha ha, Su Yuan roared with laughter, and a massive hand infused with true energy reached out, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, first seizing Yin Tai. No, you cannot kill me. My father will not spare you. Yin Tai cried out in terror, his eyes filled with fear, but Su Yuan's murderous intent had been ignited, and he showed no inclination to relent. With a single squeeze, he obliterated Yin Tai's body, leaving only a milky white soul to escape. Yet, it was swiftly captured by Su Yuan. Heh, enter. Su Yuan's hand grasped the fire-burning flags, and he forcibly infused Yin Tai's milky white soul into the depths of the flags. Branding it irrevocably within in an instant, the power of the fire-burning flags surged dramatically, increasing at least tenfold, leaving all who witnessed it utterly astounded. This is dire. The young master is dead. Even his soul has been ensnared within the fire-burning flags, utterly doomed. What should we do? Even the young master has been killed. This is a matter of grave consequence. There is no choice. Su Yuan's prowess is exceedingly formidable, and the only option is to return and report to the Peak Master. Indeed, from now on, we must avoid crossing paths with Su Yuan. This fellow is far too powerful. The disciples of Huayun Peak began their retreat, too fearful to linger any longer, anxious for their very lives. At this moment, Su Yuan's gaze shifted toward Yin Taiyang, instantly causing the latter to become tense. What do you intend to do? Yin Taiyang stammered, trembling in fear. You will join him, to keep your brother company. Su Yuan grinned wickedly, and without hesitation, he struck out with his hand, delivering a fatal blow to Yin Taiyang. He subsequently imprisoned his soul within the fire-burning flag, irrevocably branding it within. With the souls of 2 consummate beings of creation now residing within the fire-burning flag, its power surged enormously, emanating a terrifying force. Collect, Su Yuan bellowed, seizing the fire-burning flag and forcefully erasing the traces left by Yin Taiyang and Yin Tai. Completely securing this artifact, he directly placed it within his spatial ring. Meanwhile, at Shengya, All the disciples of Huayan Peak had retreated, leaving only those from Ladian Peak present. Su Yuan, you are truly magnificent. Not only have you slain Yin Tai and Yin Taiyang, but you have also acquired the fire-burning flag. This remarkable artifact, at that moment, Yi Xian flew over to offer her congratulations. Indeed, I was fortunate. Had the fire-burning flag not attacked me, awakening my divine king physique, I might have perished as well. Su Yuan replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. However, now that you have killed the two brothers, Yin Changtian of Huayan Peak will not let this matter rest. You must be cautious, for his cultivation is exceptionally high. It would be wise for you to remain hidden within Ladian Peak. It is far safer that way, Yi Xian cautioned. She spoke with sound reasoning. Although Su Yuan was immensely powerful and invincible among his peers, Yin Changtian was an ancient relic, his strength unfathomable. Given Su Yuan's current capabilities, a confrontation would surely lead to his demise, as they were not of the same caliber. Thus, Su Yuan contemplated, indeed, I shall temporarily hide within Ladian Peak. I will enter seclusion for a while, but I shall inevitably confront Yin Changtian. While I may not be able to defeat him now, grant me a little time, and I shall surely surpass him. Filled with self-assurance, Su Yuan believed that with time, he would exceed Yin Changtian. Indeed, Yin Changtian is indeed formidable. Temporarily avoiding his wrath is a prudent course of action. Moreover, having slain Yin Tai and Yin Taiyang, he will undoubtedly be enraged once he learns of this. Remaining within Ladian Peak is the safest option. After all, with the Peak Master present, no one would dare to act recklessly, not even a divine son. Yi Xian remarked calmly, indeed, at present, the only one capable of protecting me is the young lady. Her strength is extraordinary and my greatest reliance. With her safeguarding me, I have nothing to fear. Even if Yin Changtian were to become enraged, he would not dare approach us at Ladian Peak. He could only glare in frustration. Su Yuan saw the situation clearly. As long as he remained within Ladian Peak, he would face no troubles. With Su Xiaoyi stationed at Ladian Peak, formidable adversaries could not breach its defenses, for the peak was riddled with lethal formations, their power exceedingly terrifying. Only those whose strength surpassed Su Xiaoyi could hope to navigate through them. This was also the reason Su Yuan felt no apprehension. Indeed, at this moment, Su Xiaoyi stood as his most steadfast support. Let us return to Ladian Peak, Su Yuan stated nonchalantly as he prepared to make his way back. Agreed. Yi Xian nodded, and the two soared high into the sky, making their way toward Ladian Peak. Before long, they traversed the grand formations and returned to Ladian Peak. Su Yuan, Yi Xian, come to the Qingxing Hall to see me. Suddenly, as they had just arrived, Su Xiaoyi's voice resonated, summoning them to the Qingxing Hall. Without hesitation, Su Yuan and Yi Xian hurried toward the hall. Numerous grand halls adorned Ladian Peak, yet Su Xiaoyi had always remained in seclusion within the Qingxing Hall. Soon, they arrived inside the hall. Young lady, you have emerged from seclusion. Su Yuan gazed at Su Xiaoyi seated upon the elevated platform, momentarily entranced. Her aura now felt entirely different from before, exuding an ethereal quality akin to that of a celestial being. It was as if a fairy had descended to the mortal realm, leaving all who beheld her in a daze. Yi Xian beside him shared the same sentiment, though she refrained from voicing it. Have you caused some trouble? Su Xiaoyi inquired calmly. Indeed, they deserved it, but I cannot leave Ladian Peak for the time being, fearing retribution from Yin Changtian. Su Yuan understood well the implications of her words. Hoping that Su Xiaoyi would provide him with protection, no need to worry. Yin Changtian's two sons, emboldened by the support of a divine son at Yuhua Sacred Land, have committed numerous misdeeds. Their demise at your hands is merely poetic justice. Rest assured, I will protect you. As long as you remain within Ladian Peak, no one will dare to harm you. I assure you, Su Xiaoyi spoke with an air of authority. Her words immediately astonished both Su Yuan and Yi Xian, particularly Su Yuan, who had awaited this very assurance. With such a powerful ally, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Thank you. I am deeply grateful for your protection. Young lady, Su Yuan expressed his appreciation. It is nothing. It is my duty. As a disciple of Ladian Peak and a member of the Su family, how could I not assist you? Do not worry about Yin Changtian. Everything will be fine. I will handle it all, Su Xiaoyi said gently. Her commanding presence had a profound effect, instantly putting Su Yuan at ease. Initially, he believed that having caused such a significant upheaval would lead to complications for Su Xiaoyi. But her previous remarks made it clear that she would indeed shield him from repercussions. Thus, he felt entirely reassured. The young lady is truly formidable, Su Yuan expressed with gratitude. Indeed, your talent is exceptional. In such a short time, you have advanced to the consummate level of creation, a rare gem indeed. What astonishes me most is that you possess the divine king physique. Such a rare constitution promises great potential for the future. Su Xiaoyi remarked, recognizing Su Yuan's extraordinary physique. Once fully awakened, its terrifying strength would manifest, rendering you invincible among peers, and even allowing you to combat across realms, a rarity indeed. Therefore, I cannot allow any harm to befall you. Regardless of the cost, I will ensure your safety, enabling you to develop fully and become a valuable ally, ultimately benefiting me greatly. The stronger you become, the more pleased I shall be, she added. Young lady, you have discerned my true nature. Su Yuan smiled faintly, realizing he could no longer conceal it and had no choice but to admit it. Indeed, I noticed it while you were battling Yin Tai and Yin Taiyang at Shengya. I intended to intervene to save you, but I hesitated when I saw your divine king physique fully activated. Withstanding the fire-burning flag's assault, I wanted to observe your potential, but you astonished me by directly slaying those two brothers and merging their souls into the fire-burning flag as its artifact spirit, truly impressive. However, your current cultivation is still somewhat lacking. The powers of the divine king physique cannot be fully unleashed. Once you reach the divine fire realm, the true might of your divine king physique will gradually reveal itself. Marking the start of your ascent, Su Xiaoyi spoke earnestly, demonstrating her understanding of the divine king physique. I understand, young lady. Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. He immediately became excited, knowing it was time to sign in. Ding, would the host like to sign in immediately? Su Yuan felt immense joy and promptly followed the System S instructions to sign in. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained a portion of cultivation experience from a divine fire realm expert, which has been allocated to your panel. As the System S voice faded, Su Yuan noticed a transparent panel appearing before him, containing the cultivation experience of a divine fire realm expert. This experience transformed into an almost imperceptible light, penetrating his brow and swiftly being absorbed by Su Yuan. Indeed, he absorbed and digested it seamlessly. Su Xiaoyi and Yi Xian remained oblivious, merely sensing a fluctuation in his aura, unsure of its cause. Soon, Su Yuan completely assimilated the cultivation experience, feeling as though he had received guidance from a master, free of any obstacles in his cultivation. Moreover, concepts he previously struggled to grasp suddenly clicked into place, propelling him toward a breakthrough to mid-level of creation. Late stage of creation. Consummate creation, I have broken through. Su Yuan thought to himself. Delighted that a single portion of cultivation experience from a divine fire realm expert had enabled him to reach the consummate level of creation. It was truly miraculous. Su Yuan. What is happening? His aura fluctuated erratically. Could he be on the verge of losing control? Yi Xian observed Su Yuan's aura fluctuating between strength and weakness, growing increasingly concerned. No. He has merely broken through. He is now at the consummate level of creation. Just a step away from entering the divine fire realm, Su Xiaoyi remarked perceptively, immediately recognizing Su Yuan's advancement. However, she was also perplexed, as it seemed unlikely for such a rapid breakthrough to occur. Was it a moment of enlightenment? She was somewhat perplexed and could only wait until Su Yuan stabilized before asking him properly. After a brief interval, Su Yuan had completely steadied his breath. Suddenly opening his eyes, two piercing beams of light emanated from them. As if they could pierce the heavens in a mere instant, he had achieved the pinnacle of the creation realm. If he were to disclose this, others would undoubtedly find it hard to believe, including Su Xiaoyi, who would certainly inquire further. However, he had already devised a way to explain it. Miss, I have made a breakthrough. Once I take one crucial step, I will ascend to the divine fire realm. Su Yuan stated casually. Did you have an epiphany? Otherwise, it would not be possible to progress so swiftly, Su Xiaoyi queried, filled with curiosity. Indeed, Su Yuan had initially pondered how to articulate his experience. But since Su Xiaoyi suggested it was an epiphany, he simply nodded in affirmation, instantly alleviating her concerns. Indeed, your ability to have an epiphany is a tremendous fortuity. Typically, only sages experience such insights during their passing. Su Xiaoyi remarked softly, Understood. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. His astonishing experience left Yixian envious. It was her first encounter witnessing someone attain enlightenment, though she regrettably lacked such fortune. Good news, given some time. You will undoubtedly ascend to the divine fire realm. If Yin Changtian learns of your rapid progress, I wonder what his reaction would be? It's well. I intend to observe the situation within the fire cloud peak and see what Yin Changtian is up to. With both his sons deceased, he must be in a furious rage, Su Shtoi said with a faint smile. However, her words instantly startled both Su Yuan and Yixian. The fire cloud peak was heavily fortified with barriers and filled with grand formations that could thwart prying eyes. The mere fact that Su Shtoi claimed she could ascertain what transpired within the fire cloud peak was utterly astonishing. Such a feat could only be accomplished by someone of an exceptionally high realm. Miss, you are truly extraordinary, Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Yixian remained silent. Su Shtoi, however, smiled and, with a graceful motion of her hand, summoned a luminous mirror that appeared before the three of them. Soon, the interior of the fire cloud peak was displayed clearly. Within the fire cloud peak, within the fire cloud realm. Here, flames swirled, and the atmosphere was rich in fire attribute spiritual energy, a place where Yin Changtian frequently secluded himself for cultivation. At this moment, a distinguished guest had arrived, a young man of remarkable bearing, draped in a purple robe and adorned with a nine-dragon crown, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. The esteemed Son of Heaven has arrived. Yin is remiss in my greeting, Yin Changtian said respectfully, performing a grand bow. The young man addressed as the Son of Heaven was named Jun Shaochun, one of the many divine sons from the Feathered Ascension sacred land. Possessing formidable strength in comparison, Yin Changtian felt like a being from the heavens standing next to him, entirely of a different caliber, which was why he exhibited such deference, and no need for excessive formalities. How have you fared with the task I assigned you? Jun Shaochun inquired nonchalantly, his gaze radiating authority. Despite his calm demeanor, Yin Changtian felt a shiver of fear. Reporting to the Son of Heaven, your request to find someone with a yellow spring physique has yielded some leads, but unfortunately, I lost track of them. Yin Changtian stammered, his anxiety palpable. Oh? Is that so? Then you must know your transgression. Do you comprehend how vital a rare physique is to me? I have consumed the diamond body and the nether body, and after much effort, I finally discovered a yellow spring physique, only for you to let it slip away. How will you justify this to me? Jun Shaochun's demeanor grew increasingly severe, his expression darkening. His aura surged terrifyingly, and Yin Changtian felt as though a colossal mountain loomed over him, threatening to crush him at any moment. Terrified, he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Son of Heaven, please, quell your fury. Although the individual with the yellow spring physique has escaped, as long as they have not left the territory of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, I assure you they will be captured, Yin Changtian replied, trembling. However, Son of Heaven, I have an even more pressing matter to report, he added. Jun Shaochun furrowed his brow and said, What is it? Speak plainly. Is it more significant than the search for the yellow spring physique? If it displeases me, I shall execute you immediately. Although Jun Shaochun appeared refined, his temper was exceptionally volatile, and his failure to secure the yellow spring physique had incited him greatly. Directing all his fury toward Yin Changtian, trembling with fear, Yin Changtian hastily divulged, Son of Heaven, although I failed to complete your task, I have an even more astonishing piece of news. The Divine King Physique has manifested, residing within our Feathered Ascension sacred land at Thunder Peak, embodied by a disciple named Su Yuan. He is the possessor of the Divine King Physique. Moreover, he is currently quite powerful, being a formidable figure in the creation realm. I am certain you will find this intriguing. If you were to consume his Divine King, Chapter 53. The Divine Sword of the 72 Heavenly Spirits, however, at this moment, there was no room for contemplation. For Jun Xiaoqing seized his body, and with a sudden jolt, tore through the fabric of space. When Yin Changtian opened his eyes, he discovered that they had already arrived outside the Thunder Peak. At this very moment, Jun Xiaoqing gazed at the majestic Thunder Peak in the distance, lost in thought. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that beneath the entire Thunder Peak, immense spiritual energy surged forth continuously, enveloping the entire mountain. In terms of geographical conditions, this truly was an exceptional place for cultivation, where efforts could yield remarkable results. Marvelous, Jun Xiaoqing sighed, filled with envy for such a place. Lord Divine Son, shall we force our way in? Yin Changtian inquired. No. Do you not see that the entire Thunder Peak is guarded by 999 formidable formations? To barge in recklessly would only place us at a disadvantage. I am not foolish enough to fall into a trap. I shall wait here for Su Xiaoyi to meet me, Jun Xiaoqing replied coolly. Boom. Suddenly, at that moment, the entire Thunder Peak trembled violently, and a graceful, ethereal woman soared out. This woman exuded an unparalleled nobility, radiating an aura of celestial beauty, akin to a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Jun Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Su Xiaoyi, you nearly bewitched me. However, as the Divine Son, my heart remains steadfast. Your beauty cannot sway my resolve. He spoke with an air of lofty virtue, yet inwardly, he felt a tumult of emotions, merely masking it. Oh? Jun Xiaoqing, and you, Yin Changtian? What brings you to my Thunder Peak? Have you brought a Divine Son here to seek vengeance for your two sons? Su Xiaoyi retorted coldly. Her words struck like a chilling wind, leaving Yin Changtian's heart heavy with sorrow. How could he not feel the pain of his two precious sons' demise? Gritting his teeth, he declared, Su Xiaoyi, with the Divine Son's presence, you should behave yourself and surrender Su Yuan to await your fate. Otherwise, I shall seal your Thunder Peak. With the Divine Son by his side, he felt emboldened to confront Su Xiaoyi directly. However, for Su Xiaoyi, Yin Changtian was no match for her, nor worthy of being her opponent. Her gaze was fixed on Jun Xiaoqing. He was her true rival. Thus, she unreservedly retorted to him, Control your dog. Do not let it bark. Boom. Upon hearing this, Yin Changtian nearly choked with rage, having been likened to a mere dog. He could no longer contain himself. Damn it. Su Xiaoyi, you are finished today. The Divine Son will not spare you. He knew he was no match for Su Xiaoyi, so he had to rely on Jun Xiaoqing. As long as Jun Xiaoqing could suppress Su Xiaoyi, all would be well. Heh, is that so? I am truly frightened. Su Xiaoyi laughed mockingly, showing no regard for Jun Xiaoqing, which immediately incited his displeasure. Su Xiaoyi, I know you are a reincarnated formidable figure, but you have yet to fully mature. I advise you to behave yourself. Do not oppose me, or you shall find yourself in dire straits. Jun Xiaoqing replied with his hands clasped behind his back. A cold smile gracing his lips. Heh, is that so? Jun Xiaoqing, though you are a Divine Son, do you think you can oppress my Thunder Peak? You are gravely mistaken. As long as I am here, no one can bully my disciples. Su Yuan is my most treasured disciple and a member of the Su family. I will never surrender him. You should leave. I have no desire to waste words with you. Su Xiaoyi said impatiently to Ha, ridiculous. You think we will just leave because you say so? Your words are far too simplistic. I am a Divine Son. Being driven away like this would only invite ridicule from others. Here is my proposition. Hand over that young man Su Yuan to me and apologize for your earlier outburst. I may let you go. What do you say? Jun Xiaoqing said nonchalantly. Yin Changtian shared this sentiment, knowing that they must secure Su Yuan's release for this matter to be resolved. The moment this proposal left his lips, Su Xiaoyi was utterly enraged. Though she appeared gentle, her temper was fierce. These two audacious individuals were pushing their luck, demanding Su Yuan, which had ignited her fury in an instant. Her anger surged forth, her aura fluctuating violently as she scolded. I have regarded you as a Divine Son and have shown you courtesy by allowing you to leave. Yet, you dare to persist and overreach. You have truly angered me. Is the Divine Son truly formidable? I doubt it. If you do not believe me, we can settle this with a duel. I am more than willing. Now thoroughly provoked, she was ablaze with rage, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and Yi Xian observed the standoff from outside the Thunder Peak. Truth be told, Su Yuan was deeply moved by Su Xiaoyi's willingness to shield him from pressure. Ever since the death of his parents, he had never tasted warmth. Now, with Su Xiaoyi protecting him, he felt the warmth of human kindness enveloping him, filling his heart with gratitude. Yet, he also worried for her safety. For the Divine Son before them possessed terrifying strength, not something just anyone could contend with. Brother Su Yuan, do not worry. The Peak Master will surely protect us, Yi Xian said confidently. Yes, I am not concerned. I cannot even fathom the extent of the young lady's strength. I do not know her true realm. Regardless, it feels as though every time she emerges from seclusion, her power skyrockets. Though the Divine Sun is immensely powerful, he may not necessarily be her match, Su Yuan asserted. He then peered through the mist towards the Thunder Peak, where the confrontation was ongoing. Su Xiui had been thoroughly incensed by the Divine Sun and was on the brink of engaging in battle. All right, Su Xiui, I did not expect your words to be so arrogant. Do you truly believe no one can deal with you? Today, I, Jun Xiaoqing, shall teach you a lesson. You must learn to temper your temper. Not everyone is someone you can offend, especially not me, Jun Xiaoqing stated coldly. In that instant, he exuded an entirely different aura, a powerful presence erupting like a volcano, causing the entire Thunder Peak to tremble. Some of the formations within began to shatter under the force of his overwhelming might, showcasing the magnitude of his strength. I have already extended you a courtesy. If you refuse to accept it, I will have no choice but to strike, Su Xiui replied icily. Is that so? I will now seal your Thunder Peak, leaving you homeless. The great heavenly divine killing formation, Jun Xiaoqing proclaimed. Upon finishing his words, his body trembled, and in an instant, 72 divine swords of the heavenly spirits erupted from within him, all of them inferior-grade artifacts, enveloping the entirety of the Thunder Peak. The combined power of the divine swords intertwined to form a colossal barrier, sealing off the Thunder Peak entirely. At this moment, no one could enter, nor could anyone emerge. Ha ha ha! The 72 divine swords of the heavenly spirits, and they are all inferior-grade artifacts, perfect. After I refine them, they can be bestowed upon Su Yuan. Having previously refined the invincible sword heart, with this set of flying swords, his strength will undoubtedly soar once more. Su Xiui laughed heartily. Chapter 54. The fated chessboard. At this moment, the Thunder Peak was sealed by the 72 inferior-grade artifacts. And Su Xiui displayed no signs of concern. She intended to confiscate all these treasures and present them to Su Yuan. Immediately, she sprang into action. Her delicate figure quaked as her power erupted, and with a graceful hand, she grasped at the air, akin to a net capturing all things. In the next moment, she seized one of the swirling divine swords, preparing to subdue it. Yet, this divine sword bore Jun Xiaoqing's soul imprint, making it no easy feat to subdue. The sword trembled violently, resisting her grasp. Humph! You dare to resist me? Futile! Su Xiui scoffed, her hand becoming increasingly fierce. Her body quaked once more, her power surging as she swiftly erased the soul imprint within the divine sword. Immediately, a crack appeared in the seal of the Thunder Peak, causing the great heavenly divine killing formation to tremble, but it did not collapse. Su Yuan, quickly refine this divine sword, Su Xiui commanded, thrusting the divine sword through the newly formed breach for Su Yuan to refine, enhancing his strength. Ha ha ha! Inferior-grade artifact, perfect. Su Yuan laughed, a surge of true energy sweeping down as he absorbed the incoming divine sword into his body, immediately sitting cross-legged to begin the refining process. Instantly, he was enveloped in radiant light, pouring all his effort into the refinement. Yi Xin, standing beside him, recognized this as his fortune and dared not disturb him, retreating to allow him the peace to refine. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoqing, upon witnessing his divine sword being seized, was consumed by fury. Damn it, Su Xiui, you dare to refine my divine sword for that brat. You seek death. At this moment, he was utterly enraged, his wrath igniting like a raging inferno. His purple robe billowed without wind, and his formidable aura erupted with ferocity. At this juncture, he had but one intention: to slay Su Xiui, regardless of the consequences. He was determined to eliminate her. Yin Changtian, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Jun Xiaoqing, promptly distanced himself, wary of being caught in the crossfire. He was quite astute, retreating to a safe distance. However, Jun Xiaoqing cared little. He had no expectations of Yin Changtian's assistance. He would act on his own. At this moment, Jun Xiaoqing's aura reached its zenith, causing the space around him to begin to warp and collapse. He was utterly enraged. Oh? Do you possess such abilities? I've merely taken one of your Du Tian divine swords, and you are already in such a frenzy. Soon, I shall reclaim all the remaining Du Tian divine swords. Let us see if you can withstand. Su Xiui continued to provoke Jun Xiaoqing, inciting his fury. Dai Tian Gang invincible sword technique. Jun Xiaoqing roared, moving in an instant. At that moment, another divine sword appeared in his hand, though it was not a Du Tian divine sword. It was merely a low-grade Dao artifact. Its power was formidable, and with a single slash, a myriad of sword lights erupted, tearing through the void as if it were mere paper, shattering it into fragments. Wherever the sword light traversed, the void crumbled like fragile parchment. In an instant, the area within 10,000 steps was filled with sword light, enveloping Su Xiaoyi completely. However, Su Xiaoyi showed no signs of fear. She had already torn the second Du Tian divine sword from the Du Tian divine fiend Great Formation. She tossed it into the Thunder Peak, ultimately allowing Su Yuan to refine it, nearly causing Jun Xiaoqing to spit blood. Ha ha ha. How does it feel? Uncomfortable, I presume. Your Du Tian divine sword is your lifeblood. But now it shall serve as a wedding dress for another. I shall not be polite and will gift all your Du Tian divine swords to my disciple. Su Yuan Su Shui laughed heartily, tearing at the Du Tian divine sword while fending off Jun Xiaoqing's assaults. Even though Jun Xiaoqing's Tiangang invincible sword technique was extraordinarily marvelous, it was unable to subdue her. This astonished everyone, including Jun Xiaoqing himself. Damn! This wretched woman, what is going on? I cannot suppress her immediately. What realm is she at? Jun Xiaoqing was on the verge of madness. At this moment, he had already exerted 90% of his strength, yet he still could not subdue Su Xiaoyi. Her might could only be described as terrifying. Instantly, his fury erupted. Before long, the battle drew the attention of the peak masters within the feathered transformation's sacred ground. Even some of the peak masters who were in seclusion were roused, their gazes fixed upon the direction of Thunder Peak, their divine thoughts intertwining. What is happening? What else could it be? The Son of Heaven is fighting against Su Xiaoyi. How thrilling! It seems Jun Xiaoqing cannot suppress Su Xiaoyi. This is utterly terrifying. Ha. The inability to suppress her is even better. It will make Jun Xiaoqing look foolish. That fellow often exploits us. Let him taste some hardship today. He has exploited me as well. When he last visited my Wanyang Peak, he took my Millennium Spirit Herb and several 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. I had no place to lament. Now he has finally kicked a metal plate. Su Xiaoyi is indeed a reincarnation of a significant figure. Her strength is exceptionally rare. Indeed, even the Son of Heaven is not her match. She can only be described as terrifying. The real show has just begun. Let us observe their battle. If the Son of Heaven is defeated, he may suffer a setback and his Dao heart could be damaged, hindering his progress. He may not necessarily be defeated. His innate treasure, the Destiny chessboard, has yet to be summoned. This artifact is a top-grade Dao artifact with tremendous power, true. Once he invokes the Destiny chessboard, the situation may reverse in an instant. Look above Thunder Peak. What is happening? It seems Jun Xiaoqing is no match and has no choice but to summon his top-grade Dao artifact, the Destiny chessboard. Within the feathered transformation sacred ground, among the various peaks, some peak masters intertwined their divine thoughts, conversing while keeping a keen eye on the direction of Thunder Peak. At that moment, a colossal chessboard appeared above Thunder Peak. This chessboard overshadowed the sky, completely enveloping Thunder Peak. It was Jun Xiaoqing's innate treasure, the top-grade Dao artifact, the Destiny chessboard. However, just as the Destiny chessboard was summoned, the 72 Du Tian divine swords that had surrounded Thunder Peak were completely seized by Su Xiaoyi, all given to Su Yuan, who was slowly refining them. Now, Su Yuan could no longer perceive what was happening outside. He was entirely enveloped in a purple aura, exerting all his effort to refine the Du Tian divine swords. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, an ancient voice reverberated through the heavens and earth, resonating in all hearts. You have deeply disappointed me. You actually resorted to using the Destiny chessboard. Is your opponent truly so formidable? This voice, reminiscent of a 1,000-year-old bell, echoed within the souls of all present, shaking their very essence. This voice emanated from the spirit of the Destiny chessboard, Destiny ancestor. This woman is terrifying. She is on the brink of touching the forbidden realm. Quickly suppress her, Jun Xiaoqing exclaimed in exasperation. It was only after engaging Su Xiaoyi that he recognized her terrifying nature. She was exceedingly powerful, and it would not be long before she reached the forbidden realm, at which point suppressing her would be nearly impossible. What? The Destiny ancestor was taken aback. The entire Destiny chessboard began to tremble, releasing streams of Tao energy that caused the surrounding void to collapse and distort wherever they fell. He could no longer maintain his composure and subsequently controlled the massive destiny chessboard, charging it towards Su Xiaoyi in an attempt to suppress her. Faced with such a fierce assault, Su Xiaoyi could no longer remain calm and immediately took the situation seriously. True Thunder Supreme, Divine Path Domain. In an instant, the heavens erupted with countless bolts of lightning, coiling and intertwining into a net of thunder, directly binding the destiny chessboard. What? She is truly nearing the forbidden realm. How infuriating! Break for me, the destiny ancestor bellowed, and the colossal destiny chessboard shook violently once more, causing all the lightning chains to snap apart. But suddenly, a massive hand formed from true chi seized a corner of the destiny chessboard. Su Xiaoyi acted again, grasping the destiny chessboard, rendering it immobile. A mysterious force surged forth from her brow, pouring into the destiny chessboard. Humph! Is a top-grade Tao artifact truly so formidable? I find it rather lacking. Su Xiaoyi remarked coldly, as the mysterious energy continued to flood into the destiny chessboard, causing the entire board to tremble as if it had encountered a great terror. This is the power of the upper realm. Leave, Jun Xiaoqing, you fool. Why did you provoke her? Quickly retreat. Boom. At this moment, the destiny ancestor began to burn his lifespan, instantaneously exhausting 3,000 years of life. The entire destiny chessboard radiated with blinding light, erupting with a terrifying aura that forcibly expelled the mysterious powers from within and then. A force enveloped Jun Xiaoqing and Yin Changtian, ripping through space and vanishing with incredible speed. Humph! Trying to escape, Su Xiaoyi pursued relentlessly, striking the space they had just breached with a punch, causing it to explode. Then, a muffled groan was heard, as Jun Xiaoqing cursed vehemently, Su Xiaoyi, you wait. Following this, the space completely closed and vanished, likely ensuring that he would never dare to trouble Su Xiaoyi again. Boom! However, just as the battle concluded, an anomaly appeared above Thunder Peak. Dark clouds began to gather in large swathes, quickly forming a mass of thunderclouds. The one attracting the thunderclouds was none other than Su Yuan. He had finally refined the 72 low-grade Tao artifacts, significantly enhancing his strength. The divine fire was about to be ignited. As long as he could survive this thunder tribulation, he would ascend. Yet, Su Xiaoyi was aware that the thunder tribulation for igniting divine fire was exceedingly fierce. Many powerful beings had perished in the attempt to ignite their divine fires, facing near certain death. The danger was unimaginable. However, once one successfully endured the divine fire tribulation, a new world awaited. Once the divine fire was ignited, one's true chi would multiply exponentially, and their soul would be nourished by the divine fire, potentially allowing them to attain divinity. Furthermore, upon successfully ascending to the divine fire realm, one would enjoy numerous benefits from the feathered transformation's sacred ground, such as being rewarded with an independent peak. Among the peak masters within the sacred ground, the weakest were already formidable beings of the divine fire realm. However, this was not absolute. Some peak masters were even more powerful than certain sons of heaven. I cannot assist. Everything depends on oneself, Su Xiaoyi said calmly. She understood that the divine fire tribulation was immensely formidable, and that the burden of overcoming it rested solely on the one undergoing the tribulation. Outsiders could offer no help. Otherwise, they too would face repercussions. When the heavenly punishment descended, she would be unable to resist, and even if she wished to help, she would not dare. Why divine fire tribulation is coming. Su Yuan gazed at the ominous clouds above, feeling no fear whatsoever. While others quaked at the impending tribulation, he remained unfazed. With his powerful physique, how could he possibly falter against mere thunder tribulations? Moreover, having just refined the 72 Du Tian divine swords bolstered his confidence further. Boom. The wrath of the heavens finally descended, with thunderbolts as thick as barrels cascading down in a torrential downpour, shrouding the entire Thunder Peak. Yet, Su Yuan began to retaliate. The 72 Du Tian divine swords were summoned, forming a grand formation to withstand the onslaught. Clang! The sound of thunder clashing with the Du Tian divine swords echoed like metal striking metal, unleashing a tremendous force that shook the entire Thunder Peak. Nonetheless, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and endured this terrifying blow, withstanding it head-on. What? He passed through so easily. Initially, I thought there would be even greater challenges ahead. But witnessing the dispersal of the tribulation clouds above, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! As the ominous clouds dissipated, it signified that he had successfully navigated through a formidable tribulation. Soon, his soul was enveloped in divine flames, radiating a celestial light, yet devoid of any scorching sensation. Instead, a refreshing coolness coursed through his entire being, an extraordinarily mystical feeling. As this coolness traversed his body, his true energy surged at an astonishing rate, doubling, then tripling, an utterly terrifying phenomenon. In the early stages of the divine fire realm, how wondrous it was. Su Yuan mused that if he were to remain enveloped by this refreshing sensation for an extended period, his cultivation would accelerate significantly. He quickly succumbed to this feeling, indulging in it throughout the night. As dawn broke, Su Yuan was ready to sign in once more. Ding! Please sign in, host. The system chimed. Certainly, I shall sign in. Su Yuan replied, and after a brief moment, the system's voice resonated again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Fate Divine Mirror. Before him appeared a panel, now adorned with an object pulsating with chaotic energy, the Fate Divine Mirror. System, what is this item? Su Yuan inquired, perplexed. System prompt. This is the Fate Divine Mirror, capable of locating 3,000 unique constitutions across the realm. As long as they exist on this continent, they can be found. However, it requires immense energy to activate, and despite being a treasure, the Fate Divine Mirror lacks offensive power and serves only as an auxiliary tool. It can help you find anything you desire, such as opportunities and secret realms, the system explained, and Su Yuan quickly comprehended. System. What energy is required to activate the Fate Divine Mirror? It is Divine Crystal. One Divine Crystal can activate it once. At this revelation, Su Yuan was astounded. He had heard of Spirit Stones and Source Stones, but Divine Crystals were entirely unfamiliar to him. What are Divine Crystals? With Divine Crystals, I could activate the Fate Divine Mirror and locate the powerful entity possessing the Yellow Spring Constitution to devour him. He thought, excitement coursing through him. The 56th chapter. The small universe realm Divine Crystals are born only after the destruction of a divine kingdom. They are the heart of the divine realm. Upon finishing, the system transmitted a stream of information into Su Yuan's mind. After absorbing and digesting it, he finally grasped the nature of Divine Crystals. Amazing! Divine Crystals can only come into existence after the fall of a divine kingdom, which can only be established by an unparalleled powerhouse. It is said that each state in our origin continent harbors a divine kingdom, each ruled by such a supreme being. Across the entire origin continent, there are 3,600 states, thus 3,600 unparalleled powerhouses, and 3,600 divine kingdoms. Each divine kingdom governs countless dynasties and billions of subjects. Su Yuan began to slowly digest the information relayed by the system, gradually comprehending the power distribution across the origin continent. In his previous weakness, he had thought this continent was rather small, but upon integrating the system's information, he realized how limited his previous understanding was. The secrets of the origin continent were vast. Even a lifetime might not suffice to explore them, an endless expanse indeed. To obtain divine crystals, one must await the fall of a divine kingdom, which entails the death of an unparalleled powerhouse. Yet, how could such a being possibly perish? They were exceedingly formidable, virtually invincible unless they chose their own demise. It seemed that acquiring divine crystals was an insurmountable challenge. Su Yuan shook his head, acknowledging the daunting difficulty of obtaining divine crystals. The conditions were excessively stringent, leaving no opportunity in sight. Perhaps I should relinquish this pursuit for the time being, he conceded to reality. Congratulations on finally advancing to the divine fire realm. It seems my decision to bring you into the feathered ascension sacred land was indeed a wise one. Suddenly, Su Shtoi appeared. She had been nearby all along but had chosen to remain concealed. Indeed, Miss, I have successfully advanced to the divine fire realm, and I owe it to you. Without the 72 heavenly divine swords, I wouldn't have achieved this. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude. There's no need for such formality. We are family. Su Shtoi smiled gently. Miss, now that I have reached the divine fire realm, can I have my own peak in the feathered ascension sacred land? Su Yuan inquired eagerly. Yes. As long as you reach the divine fire realm, you can apply for it. In a few days, it will be approved, and you will also be the master of a peak. Our feathered ascension sacred land has gained another talent, Su Xiaoyi praised. This is all thanks to you, Mississippi. However, I don't wish to have my own peak. I want to follow you, Su Yuan boldly stated. That is not permissible. I cannot always protect you. You are now a powerful being in the divine fire realm and must establish your own path. Otherwise, under my wing, you will struggle to grow. I will assist you in applying for your peak shortly, Su Xiaoyi replied calmly. Though she felt a tinge of reluctance, she understood that to become stronger, he must detach from the Thunderbolt Peak to foster his growth and experience. However, even if Su Yuan were to leave the Thunderbolt Peak, she would still look out for him and offer assistance in times of trouble. Very well, miss, I understand your intentions, and I will heed your advice. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. The next step was to apply for his peak. Upon reaching the Divine Fire Realm, he could claim ownership of one. He could also accept disciples and develop his own influence, as was customary among the powerful of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land. Soon, with Su Xiaoyi's assistance, the application process was swiftly completed. In less than an hour, all the formalities were finalized, and Su Yuan successfully acquired a peak granted by the Sacred Land. Its location was in the core area of the Sacred Land, boasting unparalleled scenery and abundant spiritual energy, an exceptional geographical position. Without Su Xiaoyi's help, obtaining a position in the core area would have been impossible. With his own peak secured, Su Yuan intended to cultivate his own power. After all, a peak without inhabitants would seem rather desolate. Moreover, the Sacred Land permitted peak masters to recruit disciples, which emboldened Su Yuan to proceed. The first person who came to mind was Yixian, so he returned to the Thunderbolt Peak to inform her of the situation. To his surprise, she immediately agreed. Xian, I thought you might not wish to follow me. Su Yuan smiled. How could that be? The Peak Master mentioned that you have just acquired your own peak and have no disciples, so I am here to lend a hand. Besides, it would help bolster the numbers, Yixian replied with a gentle smile. That is splendid. The miss truly is wise. Su Yuan was taken aback by Su Xiaoyi's foresight and felt immensely grateful. He then took Yixian with him back to his peak. Gazing at the towering peak before him, Su Yuan fell into contemplation, pondering what name would be fitting. Xian, what should we name our peak? He asked. You've come to the right person. I excel at naming. Look at how the miss practices lightning techniques. She named her peak Thunderbolt Peak. Since you possess the 72 heavenly divine swords, how about naming it the Divine Sword Peak? Yixian suggested. Ha! If that name reaches Jun Xiaoqing's ears, he would surely be furious. Ha. However, I prefer not to engage with him anymore, as he is no longer worthy. Let us choose another name. This peak is lofty and piercing the heavens, majestic and beautiful. How about calling it the Heavenly Divine Peak? Su Yuan proposed calmly. That sounds marvelous. Heavenly Divine Peak. What a name filled with profound meaning. Yixian concurred enthusiastically. Yes, it shall be called the Heavenly Divine Peak. I will now set up some grand formations to secure the peak and prevent others from intruding, Su Yuan stated with determination. He then began to arrange various formations around the Heavenly Divine Peak, such as the Gathering Spirit Formation, Concealment Formation, Absolute Kill Formation, and the Misty Trace Formation, among others. He worked tirelessly for an entire day, fortifying the Heavenly Divine Peak with a total of 108 lethal formations. Without his permission, even a powerhouse in the Divine Fire Realm would not dare to intrude recklessly. Under his careful management, the Heavenly Divine Peak became as solid as a fortress, and only then did he feel at ease to settle in. In the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land, within the small universe realm, all was tranquil at this moment. Within the vast small universe realm, 108 divine sons were in deep meditation, entirely unaware of the events that had transpired outside. Suddenly, the entire small universe realm began to tremble violently, startling all the divine sons in unison. The 108 divine sons opened their eyes, their gazes fixed on the sky above the small universe realm, each countenance filled with astonishment. For, above them, 9 blazing suns began to rotate, emanating an unparalleled pressure. Each sun was enormous, akin to celestial bodies, causing the 108 divine sons below to shudder, all falling to their knees in unison, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome the 9 esteemed elders." Chapter 57. The 9 esteemed elders, all the divine sons bowed respectfully, not daring to breathe, while above the small universe realm, the 9 colossal suns rotated with increasing fervor. Then, A voice imbued with ancient and profound echoes resonated from one of the great suns. The shattered divine realm has manifested, nestled within the territory of the heavenly dragon dynasty, amidst the ruins of the divine abyss. Upon hearing this proclamation, the 108 divine sons were struck with astonishment, rendered speechless, for they understood the significance of a divine realm, an entity crafted by unparalleled beings, referred to both as a kingdom and a spatial domain. The magnitude of this kingdom is determined by the strength of its creator. A potent divine realm can encompass several dynasties, while a weaker one might only cover a grand county. As the divine sons absorbed the words of the esteemed elder, stating that the shattered divine realm had indeed emerged within the confines of the heavenly dragon dynasty's divine abyss, their faces illuminated with fervor. For discovering a divine realm promised boundless benefits. It was said that within its bounds lay an abundance of magical artifacts, treasured items, and supreme artifacts, even surpassing the latter in potency, along with countless opportunities. How could they not be exhilarated, elder ancestor? Is this truly the case? This presents an immense opportunity for all of us divine sons. One of them exclaimed, prompting a flurry of discussions among the others. The entire microcosm of the universe was abuzz with excitement. Indeed, though we, the 9 esteemed elders, remain in slumber, our spiritual essence envelopes every corner of the heavenly dragon dynasty, every inch of its land. Excluding certain special locations which evade our scrutiny, we can perceive nearly all. Just moments ago, as we 9 old fellows traversed the divine abyss, we discovered a breach, emanating a mysterious force from within. Remarkably, this force is divine energy, leading us to speculate that we have uncovered a divine realm, potentially that of the shattered kind. However, when we attempted to enter the divine abyss with our spirits, we were repelled by an overwhelming force, realizing that the ruins now bar entry to those of the shattered realm. Our spirits retreated back to the ascended sanctuary, thus understanding our disconnection from it. Yet, you are different. Your realms have not yet reached the shattered stage, so you may enter the divine abyss, should you seize the opportunities and artifacts within the divine realm to enhance your own power. The overall strength of our ascended sanctuary shall likewise grow. Presently, you are unaware of the immense pressure we face. Other sanctuaries from rival dynasties eye us covetously, eager to annex us, were it not for our 9 old fellows of the shattered realm still breathing. Other sanctuaries would have already invaded and occupied us. Elder Ancestor Gutsong spoke meaningfully. This revelation deeply moved all the divine sons, as they had not anticipated the ascended sanctuary facing such formidable pressure. They immediately began to converse among themselves. Indeed, it appears that our ascended sanctuary is under considerable strain. The other dynasties' sanctuaries are watching us closely, one remarked. Yet, for now, we are secure, with the 9 elders of the shattered realms safeguarding us. The other sanctuaries would not dare to assault us lightly. That is a valid point. However, we must not grow complacent. We must venture into the divine abyss to seek our fortunes. Obtaining even a single supreme artifact could catapult our sanctuary's strength to new heights. At that point, the other sanctuaries would not dare to provoke us. Indeed, the divine abyss repels those of the shattered realm, yet it does not exclude us. Entering the divine abyss is our optimal choice. Hee. It is said that the divine realm is teeming with artifacts. Should we secure even one supreme artifact, it would be perfect. Certainly, supreme artifacts are bound to be present, but the key lies in our ability to retrieve them. I suspect many powerful beings will be drawn to the divine abyss this time. Agreed. The divine sons of our ascended sanctuary must unite and present a united front. Yes, I wonder when we shall embark. I am already feeling quite restless. All the divine sons began to intertwine their spiritual thoughts, yet not all shared the same sentiment. Some were quite selfish, harboring grudges against one another, viewing this opportunity as a means to settle scores. Gutsong, when shall we dispatch all the divine sons to the divine abyss? Suddenly, another blazing sun in the sky began to rotate, its presence even grander, its voice booming like thunder throughout the microcosm. Timing, time is of the essence. We can send them forth now, Elder Ancestor Gutsong replied calmly. The other celestial bodies began to rotate slowly, silent in their response. Each radiant sun was a manifestation of the true energy of the esteemed elders. The more robust the energy, the larger the sun's form. The 9 sons, with elder ancestor Taiming and elder ancestor Guzong being the most formidable, indicated their relative strengths by their sizes. Very well. Let us not linger. We 9 old fellows shall directly carve a path to the divine abyss and send all the divine sons forth. What say you? No objections indeed. Let us proceed. Opening the passage is straightforward. It will hardly deplete our strength. Together, let us forge ahead. The 9 radiant sons began to move, the 9 elders commencing their work to create the passage. A resounding boom echoed, shaking the entire microcosm. As a black hole gradually formed, towering 100 feet high, leading directly to the divine abyss. All the divine sons intertwined their thoughts, one by one soaring into the black hole, disappearing from sight. All heading to the divine abyss, the celestial peak. Within the pure spirit hall, Su Yuan was in the midst of his cultivation when he suddenly felt a violent tremor above his head. Jolting him awake, he looked up to see a massive space oscillating in the sky. What is that? It is the microcosm of the ascended sanctuary. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached him, and a graceful, ethereal woman flew toward him, effortlessly passing through all the deadly formations of the celestial peak as if they were mere illusions, showcasing her formidable prowess. This woman was none other than Su Yuan's elder sister, Su Xiao-yi. Elder sister, you've come, Su Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Yes, yes, let us not dawdle. You must come with me to the divine abyss. A shattered divine realm has appeared, Su Xiao-yi stated calmly. What? A divine realm, a shattered divine realm. Good heavens! Su Yuan was left dumbfounded. Chapter 58, The Divine Abyss. The system had previously informed him that to obtain divine crystals, one must locate the shattered divine realm, and now, it had indeed manifested. What an unexpected delight. Elder sister, the divine realm is a remnant left by unparalleled beings who perished. If it has truly appeared, it will undoubtedly attract numerous adept beings vying for it. Moreover, I have heard that the divine realm is filled with countless magical artifacts, including treasured items and divine artifacts. Su Yuan spoke calmly, striving to suppress his excitement, for this news was utterly staggering. Entering the divine realm would grant him the opportunity to acquire divine crystals, the very thing he most desired at present, indeed. All the divine sons of the ascended sanctuary have already set off for the divine abyss. Some peak masters are hastily making their way there as well. That is why I came to inform you, lest you miss this golden opportunity. The emergence of the divine realm will surely unveil a plethora of fortunes. Securing even a fraction of them would yield immense benefits. If fortune smiles upon us and we obtain 1 or 2 supreme artifacts, we would strike it rich, Su Xiao-yi expressed with yearning. Absolutely, elder sister, we must depart at once, lest the divine sons of the sanctuary sweep away all the treasures. And if we arrive late, we may gain nothing, Su Yuan insisted. Yes, I shall open a passage now. It is a simple task given my strength, Su Xiao-yi declared. With a swift motion, she pressed her palm against the void, causing it to tremble and twist, swiftly creating a deep spatial passage. Let us go. She took the lead, stepping into the passage, disappearing from sight, followed closely by Su Yuan, and soon the passage sealed completely. The two departed the celestial peak, traversing through the spatial passage. They had no way of knowing how much time had passed, but eventually, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and a wild, primal aura surged forth. Su Xiao-yi recognized they had reached their destination and promptly soared out of the passage with Su Yuan, landing on the ground. Have we arrived? Su Yuan inquired, puzzled. At that moment, they found themselves in a vast valley, devoid of any ruins, only the thunderous roars of beasts echoing ominously, leaving Su Yuan perplexed as to whether they had miscalculated their coordinates and ended up elsewhere. We've deviated slightly. This is likely the periphery of the divine abyss. We must locate the entrance to delve deeper, Su Xiao-yi replied calmly. Very well. The periphery matters not. Let us advance into the depths and find the entrance to the divine abyss, Su Yuan agreed. Nodding with that, they took to the skies, their bodies shimmering, transforming into 2 streaks of light as they sped through the air. Some ferocious beasts, sensing the aura of the two, were immediately paralyzed with fear, quickly retreating to conceal themselves. What? A powerhouse of the divine fire realm? By the essence, that is indeed the case. Impressive. And another presence is ambiguous. I cannot ascertain their realm. Unclear. What has transpired recently, just moments ago? 108 divine offspring arrived, and now two formidable beings have appeared. Is there truly something on the verge of emergence within the sacred ruins? My dear brother, you are unaware. Have you not heard the news? Heard what? The sacred ruins have revealed a shattered divine realm. Have you not been informed? Your sources are woefully insular. What? A shattered divine realm? Such a phenomenon occurs only after the fall of a transcendent being. Indeed, perhaps we should take a chance and see if we can enter the sacred ruins and procure a treasure or two. On second thought, the entrance to the sacred ruins is heavily guarded by powerful beasts. We have only just ascended to the realm of divine powers. We would not stand a chance. We would be swiftly vanquished. Quite right. Those formidable beasts are extraordinarily powerful, either at the level of creation or within the realm of divine flames. We are indeed no match for them. It is wiser for us to remain here where it is safe. Precisely. We should refrain from wandering about, as many experts have converged upon the sacred ruins. If we were to encounter one by chance, our lives would be forfeit. After all, it has not been an easy journey to reach the realm of divine powers. That is a valid point. We cannot linger in this valley. Let us depart. Otherwise, we risk encountering someone formidable, and our fates would be sealed. Let us go. At this very moment, in a corner of the valley, two divine beasts of the divine power realm were whispering amongst themselves. Their forms were immense, stretching dozens of zhang in length, resembling black-blood centipedes. Upon noticing the passage of Su Yuan and Su Xiu-yi, they immediately concealed themselves, and as soon as the humans departed, they swiftly took flight, fearing that a moment's delay would lead to capture by other experts, ultimately costing them their lives. Young miss, you appear quite familiar with this place. Have you been here before? Su Yuan inquired, watching Su Xiuyi fly at an astonishing speed without pausing. Yes, indeed. I have visited the sacred ruins once before, but that was a long time ago. Just follow my lead, and soon you shall locate the entrance to the sacred ruins. However, the entrance is not accessible to just anyone. It is guarded by many powerful beasts, and only the strong may enter, Su Xiuyi stated nonchalantly. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, causing the space within 100 li radius to tremble. Su Yuan's ears rang. Had he not possessed formidable strength, he might have been cast down from the void. Young miss, what a powerful beast! Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, we are nearing the sacred ruins. This is the guardian beast of the entrance, the two-headed lion. Its power is formidable. Typically, even the weakest adult two-headed lions are at the divine flame realm. They are exceedingly powerful. It is difficult to defeat them at the same level. However, I have great confidence in your strength. Even a two-headed lion at the divine flame realm would not pose a threat to you. Although you are currently at the initial stage of the divine flame realm, the vigor within you is more robust than that of many who have reached the pinnacle of the divine flame realm. Is it not? Su Xiuyi smiled gently as she flew. Indeed, young miss, your discernment is impeccable. I can indeed defeat those at the pinnacle of the divine flame realm. However, I have always been curious about your realm. Young Mississippi, you exude an air of profound mystery. And I wish to know what level you currently occupy. Would you be willing to share? Su Yuan asked with curiosity. This, I cannot divulge just yet. Please allow me to keep it under wraps for a while longer. However, I can tell you that once I have completely fused with the powers of the upper realm, Su Xiuyi chuckled, then hesitated. As it seemed to involve secrets she could not disclose, Su Yuan understood and refrained from further inquiries. Swiftly flying deeper into the valley, the entrance to the sacred ruins lies just ahead. Suddenly, Su Xiuyi pointed forward and exclaimed. Chapter 59. The Emergence of the Yellow Spring's Body. Following the direction of her finger, Su Yuan indeed beheld a colossal obsidian altar. This altar, dark and foreboding, was crafted from black stone essence. Such black stone essence can only be found thousands of meters beneath the Earth's surface, and is notoriously difficult to mine. The immense quantity of black stone essence required to construct this altar likely amounts to hundreds of thousands of pieces. It is indeed a grand endeavor. Young miss, I sense a mysterious power emanating from the black altar. This energy is quite peculiar. Su Yuan marveled. If I am not mistaken, it must be divine power. Only divine power possesses such characteristics. Su Xiuyi elucidated. Divine power? Su Yuan queried. somewhat puzzled as to the nature of this force. Yes, divine power is a unique energy possessed by transcendent beings, and it is exceedingly rare. However, this is not our current topic of discussion. The process of generating divine power within oneself is incredibly arduous, fraught with peril. Many powerful individuals have perished in their attempts to manifest divine power, ultimately meeting a tragic end and dissolving into dust. How lamentable. Su Xiao explained. I see. My questions have been answered. Let us enter the altar and access the sacred ruins, Su Yuan urged. Very well, Su Xiao replied, immediately setting off towards the altar. However, suddenly, a massive beast erupted from the altar. This creature bore 2 lion heads, its entire body ablaze with fiery red flames, distorting the surrounding space as if engulfed in flames. A potent aura of the divine flame realm surged forth. It was indeed the 2-headed lion that Su Xiao had mentioned earlier, a creature of tremendous strength, roaring ferociously upon spotting the human's arrival. Its roar was earth-shattering and utterly terrifying. Mid-divine flame realm. Su Yuan discerned the beast's realm at a glance, not daring to underestimate it in the slightest. After all, divine flame realm beasts are exceedingly formidable, particularly such primal aberrations, whose power is staggering. One cannot afford to be complacent. Otherwise, dire consequences will ensue. Yes, be cautious. The 2-headed lion is exceptionally extraordinary. You must be on your guard, Su Xiao advised. Clearly, she did not intend to intervene but rather wished to observe Su Yuan's combat capabilities. Very well. Watch how I handle it. A divine flame realm beast cannot intimidate me. Su Yuan replied coldly, his gaze fixed firmly on the 2-headed lion. Observing its massive form, in an instant, his aura intensified. And at that moment, he unleashed his power. Boom! An overwhelming force erupted from Su Yuan, akin to 100,000 mountains descending, its might immeasurable. The very space began to tremble, startling the 2-headed lion, whose eyes widened in fear. It had not anticipated that its opponent would possess such formidable strength. What? You are merely at the initial stage of the divine flame realm, yet your explosive power surpasses that of a perfected divine flame realm expert. It is truly astonishing. The 2-headed lion found itself under immense pressure, particularly from the oppressive aura emanating from Su Yuan, making it feel as though 100,000 mountains bore down upon it. Roar! Suddenly, the 2-headed lion shook its massive body, igniting its flames in an explosive surge. With that shake, the pressure above it diminished slightly, and it began to engage Su Yuan in battle. Boom! It lunged forward with a claw, akin to a grinding wheel, crushing everything in its path, shattering the space around them. The force was overwhelming, yet Su Yuan was no pushover. To him, such intensity was incapable of inflicting harm. He retaliated with a punch, sending the 2-headed lion hurtling back, crashing into the edge of the gigantic altar with a pained howl. Yet, almost immediately, the 2-headed lion charged back, ready to engage Su Yuan once more. The fierce battle unfolded with each strike shattering the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, the area within several li was enveloped in a cataclysmic energy, with no other beasts daring to approach. How infuriating! The 2-headed lion had been sent flying once again. In the brief exchange, it had been struck back 3 times. It was only then that it realized the terrifying power of the human before it. Kill. Yet, with each setback, its combat prowess intensified. Its flames began to flicker and soar, causing its body to swell in size. It was thoroughly enraged. Only by vanquishing this human could it find relief. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a resounding metallic clang echoed from within the black altar, reverberating clearly. Both Su Yuan and Su Xiao heard it, causing them to involuntarily shudder. In particular, Su Xiaoyi's eyes lit up as she murmured, "This is the sound of the Eastern Emperor bell. We must go. Su Yuan, I must take my leave first. The Eastern Emperor bell has appeared, and we cannot allow others to benefit." In an instant, she vanished into the black altar. What is this Eastern Emperor bell? Has the Beast Emperor awakened? No, I must head there immediately. At that moment, the 2-headed lion relinquished its battle with Su Yuan, its massive form trembling as it transformed into a streak of fire, diving into the black altar and disappearing with its departure. The entire altar teetered on the brink of collapse, threatening imminent destruction. Should the altar be annihilated, the entrance would be irrevocably sealed, difficult to reopen. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yuan immediately took action. He rushed towards the black altar, quickly burrowing into it, vanishing from sight. Boom. Just as he dove into the black altar, the entire altar erupted violently, dissolving into nothingness. However, not long after the explosion of the altar, a void passageway appeared above the emptiness and soon stabilized. Two young men emerged from this void passage. Both were crew-cut, donned in yellow attire, and bore striking resemblances to one another, their statures nearly identical. Yet, their realms of power were exceedingly profound, best described as terrifying. At last, we have discovered the divine realm. After traversing through life and death in the world of the future, we have finally arrived at this origin continent. Our purpose is to obtain the inheritance of the unparalleled masters, and now we see hope, one of the young men remarked nonchalantly. Behind his head floated a purple divine ring, within which resided a heavenly sword. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this sword was no ordinary artifact, but a supreme Tao tool. Brother, fortune has smiled upon us. This origin continent is far more advanced than our world, and its experts are abundant. We must exercise caution. Last time, I was nearly captured by a divine son of a sacred land, who actually attempted to devour my physique. But if I see him again, I shall undoubtedly strike him down. Luo Exine said coolly. With every word he uttered, the yellow spring water above his head trembled, akin to surging waves, utterly intimidating. Who told you to disregard my instructions and run around recklessly? You are a Huangquan body? One of the 3,000 physiques. Naturally, others covet you, Luo Fei chided, casting him a reproachful glare. Chapter 60. The power of the curse. All right. I shall heed my brother's words from now on. Luo Exine nodded in agreement. Now, we must enter the ruins of the divine market. Although the entrance has collapsed, with my power, I can still force it open, Luo Fei stated calmly, preparing to take action. The heavenly sword behind his head surged with formidable strength, as if a mere tremor could shatter all space. True dragon sword, break, he bellowed, as the supreme Tao tool surged forth, emanating a dragon's roar that enveloped the entire valley. All the beasts trembled in fear. Quaking uncontrollably, paralyzed by a soul-deep pressure, not a single beast dared to utter a word. Some beasts, upon hearing the dragon's roar, were so terrified that their souls fled, meeting their demise. Soon, the true dragon's sword soared into the sky, aimed at the shattered altar, and with one strike, it tore open a passage, releasing a surge of divine power. Luo Fei and Luo Exine, witnessing the passage now open, were filled with excitement and stepped directly into it. Vanishing into the ruins of the divine market, as the spatial passage slowly closed behind them, Su Yuan had already entered the ruins of the divine market, yet he found himself unable to catch up with Su Xiao Yi. Unaware of her whereabouts, I've lost her, Su Yuan lamented. The entire ruins of the divine market were immense, resembling a miniature continent. Towering mountains rose high, lakes dotted the landscape, and great rivers traversed north and south, painting a picturesque scene. However, Su Yuan knew better than to be entranced by the beauty before him. This was the ruins of the divine market, fraught with danger. One could easily encounter a formidable beast that could swallow him whole. Thus, he remained vigilant, exploring each area with utmost caution. After a day of flying, he had yet to encounter any beasts or humans. Everything was eerily tranquil. Soon, he settled to rest at the foot of a great mountain. Ding! Sign-in time has arrived. Please sign in, host. The system chimed in, and Su Yuan, filled with excitement, promptly began the sign-in process. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the curse technique, Hell Curse. Once activated, this curse can induce negative emotions in the target, diminishing their combat strength, though it lasts only for an hour. In other words, they will recover after an hour. The system explained, and Su Yuan understood, retrieving a black talisman from the system panel and storing it carefully. He felt quite satisfied, as it provided an additional layer of protection. Should he encounter a strong opponent, a single curse would surely cause them immense suffering. After all, weakening their combat strength, even if just for an hour, could be sufficient against a powerful foe. For instance, in a battle between two equally matched experts, if one employed the Hell Curse, the other would undoubtedly be doomed. Boom! Destiny Ancestor. You fool, you were on the verge of obtaining the Eastern Emperor Bell. Yet you ultimately failed, Jun Xiaoqing berated loudly, clearly displeased. I can no longer run. The moment I entered the divine realm, I nearly lost my life. I am now incapacitated and must enter a deep slumber. The voice of Destiny Ancestor echoed from the massive Destiny chessboard, revealing a frail quality, as if he might vanish at any moment. You are truly pathetic, Jun Xiaoqing scolded again, stowing the Destiny chessboard within himself before descending from the air, heading towards the foot of the mountain. However, after taking only a couple of steps, his senses tingled, detecting the presence of another. He immediately grew alert, asking, "Who is it?" At that moment, Su Yuan emerged. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoqing, he was momentarily taken aback, surprised to encounter him here. But soon, joy surged within him, for an opportunity had presented itself. "Do you not recognize me?" Su Yuan asked with a half-smile. "Ha ha ha, it's you, you little brat. How wonderful you, a mere waste, dare to venture into the ruins of the divine market. Seeking death, are you?" Jun Xiaoqing's face lit up with glee upon realizing Su Yuan's identity. Previously, he had failed to kill him on Thunder Peak due to the intervention of others. However, now things were different. In the ruins of the divine market, no one could save him. For him, this was a golden opportunity. "The one seeking death is you," Su Yuan replied coldly. He had not anticipated encountering Jun Xiaoqing, but it was a perfect chance to settle old scores. "What? Have you lost your mind? You actually dare to confront me? You're finished. Previously, with Su Xiue's assistance, I could not slay you. But now, there is no one here to save you. Furthermore, you are a divine king body. After I devour you, my realm will rise again. Although my strength among divine sons is relatively low, after consuming you, the situation will change dramatically. Ha ha ha. I've been fortunate to encounter special physiques each time, while other divine sons have not had such opportunities. I don't know why. I have already devoured the diamond body and the nether body. If I consume your divine king body, I assure you, my position as a holy son will be secured, and none will be able to contend with me." Jun Xiaoqing laughed maniacally at this moment. It was indeed a rare opportunity for him, but he was oblivious to Su Yuan's hidden cards. Most divine fire realm experts would be terrified upon seeing Jun Xiaoqing, but Su Yuan was different. He was not only unafraid but also eager to devour Jun Xiaoqing. After all, this fellow had consumed the diamond body and the nether body, and if Su Yuan could defeat him and absorb him, it would save him countless years of arduous training. Thus, both harbored the same intention, to devour the other. "Haha, let us see your capabilities. I'm right here. Come over and see if you can kill me." Su Yuan sneered. "Humph, do you think that just because you have advanced to the divine fire realm, you can contend with me? Let me tell you, I am at the peak of the law realm. Far ahead of you by an entire level, I have mastered two laws, the law of metal and the law of water. I fully grasped these laws only after devouring the diamond body and the nether body." With such a formidable found, his gaze was filled with a venomous resentment as he looked at Su Yuan, nearly ablaze with hatred, his heart aching with deep anguish. Fortunately, he had attained the consummate realm of divine fire, which was sufficient to deal with him. Instantly, he composed himself. "Ha ha, this is quite amusing. You've merely fallen by one major realm. I had anticipated a greater downfall. Nevertheless, I declare that your time is up." Su Yuan laughed heartily. "You little brat, do you truly believe you are a prodigy? Even now, in the divine fire realm, I can still vanquish you. Do you believe that?" Jun Xiaoqing coldly replied, wishing fervently to eliminate him at once. "Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to showcase your abilities. Whether or not you prove useful remains to be seen." At this moment, Su Yuan grew serious, recognizing that even if Jun Xiaoqing had fallen to the divine fire realm, he remained a formidable opponent deserving of his full attention. He could not afford to be careless. Such a figure possessed immense depth and remarkable talent. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full power. Moreover, he was aware that the power of the curse could only be sustained for an hour. If he failed to slay him within that time, he would be in grave danger himself. "Kill!" Su Yuan roared, his body trembling with intensity as he unleashed a massacre. With his current strength, he had no fear of Jun Xiaoqing and directly launched his offensive. Boom! With a single punch, Su Yuan sent Jun Xiaoqing flying, causing him immense suffering, the area around his chest having been pierced through, transparent from front to back. Yet, no blood spilled forth. Such penetrating wounds were inconsequential to a master of this caliber. He merely felt his body shudder. And in an instant, the wound began to heal. Such tremendous power! Jun Xiaoqing was taken aback. The might was utterly terrifying. Just moments ago, it felt as though a mountain had struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward, leaving him bewildered. How? A single punch didn't kill me. Quite sturdy, indeed. It seems that after devouring the diamond body and the nether body, your physical structure has transformed, becoming incredibly resilient. Alas, your talent is limited. You cannot fuse the two physiques into something of your own design. The essence of both remains within you. I surmise you intend to refine it for future breakthroughs, but that opportunity has now vanished. If I slay you, I shall obtain the essence of both physiques. Xu Yuan's gaze was piercing, effortlessly discerning all of Jun Xiaoqing's secrets. He noticed two massive streams of primordial energy entwined within Jun Xiaoqing's dantian. One golden and the other a shade reminiscent of the netherworld. Clearly, they were the diamond body and nether body, yet they had not yet been refined. You clever little rascal, you've managed to deduce that? Well, I was momentarily careless, allowing you to gain an advantage. However, that will not happen again. I shall kill you with alacrity, bringing you untold suffering. Jun Xiaoqing regained his composure and prepared to act. His body trembled as he grasped with his left hand, summoning a golden law that materialized in his palm, and similarly seized another law with his right hand. Though his realm had diminished, the power of the laws remained at his disposal, albeit significantly weakened, only a tenth of its former might. Had it not been for the curse, he was confident he could defeat Xu Yuan in a single strike. Without hesitation, in that moment, the two laws coalesced, and he unleashed a dual punch. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the two laws transformed into chains of law, swift as lightning, binding Xu Yuan and rendering him immobile. However, Xu Yuan exhibited no fear. Instead, he uttered a sharp command. Break! All the chains entwining him shattered in that instant, bursting into arcs of lightning that scattered in all directions. What? Jun Xiaoqing was dumbfounded. His chains of law had proven ineffective against Xu Yuan, leaving him in disbelief. Yet, in that moment of panic, Xu Yuan moved with blinding speed, launching himself toward Jun Xiaoqing with another punch, sending him flying once more. At this juncture, he had firmly seized the upper hand, relentlessly pummeling Jun Xiaoqing, who could only cry out in anguish, utterly unable to retaliate. Even if he were a divine son, what did it matter? He was being beaten like a dog, howling in distress. I am filled with hatred. If it weren't for the curse, could you truly defeat me? Jun Xiaoqing's face was bruised and swollen. Had it not been for his abundant true energy, he would have crumbled long ago. He had attempted to summon his destiny chessboard, only to find it utterly unresponsive. The destiny ancestor was gravely wounded and had retreated into the chessboard, leaving no sign of life. Despair engulfed him. Die! Xu Yuan struck again, this punch akin to a mountain crashing down, unleashing terrifying power that rent the very fabric of the surrounding space. He had locked onto Jun Xiaoqing, and there was no escape. Jun Xiaoqing screamed in agony as his body was obliterated by the punch, exposing two orbs of primordial energy, those of the diamond body and nether body. With a mere gesture, Xu Yuan drew them into himself. Simultaneously, he also absorbed the destiny chessboard contained within Jun Xiaoqing's dantian. Once he completed this, Jun Xiaoqing lay on the brink of death, filled with vengeful malice, uttering, I curse you to descend into hell. Boom! Xu Yuan's fist silenced him forever, and using the sacred alchemy art, he transformed him into a pill, swallowing it whole. Refreshing. His body surged with energy, rapidly refining the essence, and in mere moments, he had completed the process. His realm ascending to the mid-stage of the Divine Fire Realm. Xu Yuan effortlessly reached the mid-stage of the Divine Fire Realm, his spirit invigorated, his strength multiplying several times over. So powerful, the energy within him surged forth, and with a single punch directed at the ground, he shattered it, unexpectedly discovering a vast cavern. A hidden world within. He descended immediately, observing intently, and heard the sounds of battle emanating from within. Dong, dong, ancient, resonant chimes echoed from the cavern, shaking the very space itself, startling Xu Yuan. What? The Eastern Emperor Bel Su Yuan was left astonished, a grand revelation dawning upon him. Chapter 62. The Beast Emperor's Nest. He felt a surge of excitement, preparing to descend and investigate. Should fortune favor him, he might obtain the Eastern Emperor Bell, a tremendous boon. With a sudden tremor of his body, he dove into the cavern in search of the bell. However, no sooner had he entered than a fierce sword chi surged toward him, colossal and powerful as a miniature mountain. He swiftly dodged, and upon looking ahead, he saw two formidable masters of the divine fire realm engaged in a fierce contest over a treasure. Unnoticed, Su Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, carefully observing while suppressing his aura, rendering him undetectable to ordinary experts. Sword 13. I discovered the 7-star tower first. How dare you attempt to seize it from me? The speaker was a middle-aged man, clad in a black robe, exuding a formidable aura as a late-stage master of the divine fire realm. Opposing him was a younger man, equally powerful, also at the late stage of the divine fire realm. The two were fiercely battling over a mid-grade artifact, the 7-star tower. Shadow Demon. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Whoever defeats the other shall claim the 7-star tower. Only fists shall settle this. Sword 13 coldly declared. Very well. You boast boldly, truly believing I would not dare to act against you? Today, I shall slay you. The Shadow Demon sneered, immediately launching an assault on Sword 13. The two clashed violently, but Su Yuan watched keenly, waiting for an opportunity, as mid-grade artifacts held great allure. If he were to acquire one, his strength would soar significantly. Sword Dance of the Heavens. Sword 13 unleashed his divine ability. A torrent of sword light erupting with immense power, enveloping the entire realm in a tempest of ferocity. Yet, the Shadow Demon was no pushover. In an instant, his body transformed into countless phantoms. Despite the overwhelming sword chi, striking his true form proved exceedingly difficult. Ha! I have mastered the 1,000 Phantoms technique. You cannot even discern my true self, making it nearly impossible to kill me, you know? The Shadow Demon coldly taunted. In that moment, he moved, merging the myriad phantoms into one as he transformed into a towering demon. With a single grasp, he reached for Sword 13, sending him hurtling backward. Sword 13 spat blood, injured, as a wave of demonic energy surged into his body. Sapping his combat strength at that moment, the Shadow Demon seized the 7-star tower, laughing coldly, ha! The 7-star tower is mine. With the tower in hand, he felt invincible and was about to end Sword 13's life. However, at that instant, a streak of light shot from the corner, delivering a punch that knocked the 7-star tower from his grasp, sending the Shadow Demon flying. He gazed in terror at the newcomer, utterly dumbfounded. Who are you? The Shadow Demon demanded, a mix of rage and fear. I am Su Yuan, disciple of the Feathered Sanctum. The 7-star tower is mine now. You had better leave at once, or I will kill you. At this moment, Su Yuan had secured the 7-star tower in his possession. Though it appeared no larger than a palm, he knew that once infused with true energy, it would expand to the size of a mountain, wielding terrifying power, for it was indeed a mid-grade artifact. How infuriating! You insolent wretch! Just wait! The Shadow Demon growled menacingly, daring to threaten him. At that moment, Su Yuan's fury ignited. Threaten me? Then don't even think about leaving. A cold smile crept across Su Yuan's face, and in an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing forward with the swiftness of lightning. He unleashed a punch, its force akin to that of a mighty mountain, crashing down with tremendous weight. The sheer power of this strike was nothing short of terrifying. The Shadow Demon had no chance to resist and was instantly obliterated. Subsequently, all of his true energy was refined by Su Yuan into divine fire pills, enhancing his strength further. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Suddenly, Jian Shursen flew over and bowed to Su Yuan. Haha. It's nothing. I'm not so much your senior. You may simply call me Su Yuan, a disciple of the Feathered Ascension Sanctum. You can address me by my name. Su Yuan laughed heartily. My name is Jian Shursen. I hail from an ancient noble family. My clan resides near the divine ruins, and I heard from my elders that there was commotion in the sacred ruins, so I came to investigate. However, I never expected to encounter this Shadow Demon and nearly lose my life. If not for your intervention, I would have perished. Jian Shursen spoke, still shaken. An ancient noble family? It seems you belong to an esteemed lineage as well. Su Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, our family once boasted a formidable presence in the Broken Realm, but alas, we have since fallen from grace. Jian Shursen spoke with a heavy heart. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan felt a twinge of astonishment. He understood what the Broken Realm signified. It represented supreme power, capable of establishing a sacred ground. Little did he know that Jian Shursan's ancestors once held such glory. Quite impressive. You have come to the divine ruins in search of the divine kingdom. Haven't you? Su Yuan inquired. Yes, the divine kingdom is the legacy left behind by unparalleled masters. If we can locate it and inherit its teachings, we can restore our family's former glory. Jian Shursen spoke with great yearning. Observing his fervor, Su Yuan refrained from disheartening him, as the number of experts entering the divine ruins was overwhelming. There were 108 divine children from the Feathered Ascension Sanctum alone, and although Jian Shursan possessed decent strength, he paled in comparison to true masters. It would be mere fantasy for him to contend with them. Yet, Su Yuan chose not to shatter his dreams and opted instead to encourage him. Yes, you will undoubtedly succeed. Su Yuan smiled gently. Thank you. If you can assist me in obtaining the divine kingdom, our family will surely reward you handsomely. Jian Shursan replied earnestly, I will do my utmost. Su Yuan agreed, following his lead. By the way, are you familiar with the Eastern Emperor's Bell? Jian Shursan suddenly asked. I have heard of it. Su Yuan's interest peaked immediately, eager for him to elaborate. It is rumored that the Eastern Emperor's Bell is the key to unlocking the divine kingdom. If one possesses the Eastern Emperor's Bell, they can essentially inherit the divine kingdom. Furthermore, they may obtain the legacy of unparalleled masters. Jian Shursen spoke matter-of-factly. What? The Eastern Emperor's Belt, the key to the divine kingdom? Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. I learned this from the elders in my family. The Eastern Emperor's Bell is indeed the key to the divine kingdom. Thus, to acquire the Eastern Emperor's Bell, we must venture to a mysterious location within a cave. For it is there that the Eastern Emperor's Bell can be found. Jian Shursan recounted, seemingly privy to many secrets, immediately capturing Su Yuan's interest. What place is that? Su Yuan inquired. The Beast Emperor's Nest. It is said that a Beast Emperor resides within, and the Eastern Emperor's Bell is in its possession. Jian Shursan replied casually. Chapter 63. The Perfection of Divine Fire Realm. It appears that obtaining the Eastern Emperor's Bell will not be an easy task. However, we cannot afford to give up. We must take the plunge. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, with a bit of luck, we might just succeed. Jian Shursan remarked calmly. Suddenly, as the two conversed, the distant void trembled, and streams of light surged forth from the darkness, a total of 108 figures. Each exuded an overwhelming aura, causing the very fabric of space to quiver in their wake. Upon seeing these formidable beings, Jian Shursan gasped in astonishment. Goodness! So many masters of the law realm, and several surpassing it. 108 in total. What is happening? Could it be that the divine children of the sacred ground have assembled? At that moment, he was utterly awestruck, having never anticipated such a grand spectacle. The 108 divine children, stepping upon treasures, soared towards the depths of the cave, leaving a barren trail in their path, with no beasts daring to approach. The sheer force of their presence was overwhelming. Any who neared would meet their demise. Each one radiated a terrifying power of law, which even Su Yuan, from a distance, could sense. They are the divine children of our Feathered Ascension Sanctum. Su Yuan recognized them instantly by their attire. It turns out that the divine children of the Feathered Ascension Sanctum had set out en masse. Their expedition left nothing but desolation in its wake. It seems my chances of obtaining the Eastern Emperor's Bell have diminished, Jian Shursan said, his spirits dampened. Ha ha! At least you possess some awareness. The divine children are indeed remarkable, and with so many of them together, what expert could withstand their might? Su Yuan laughed heartily. Each divine child is exceptionally gifted, a paragon among mortals, chosen for their extraordinary talents. They are truly the cream of the crop. Even Jun Xiaoqing is a remarkable figure among men. Had it not been for his own curse, Su Yuan would have found it difficult to defeat him. Suddenly, after the divine children of the Feathered Ascension Sanctum departed, dozens more streams of light surged forth. These lights represented yet another group of powerful beings, and upon closer inspection, there were a staggering 88 streams of light. Each exuded a boiling force of law, unmistakably indicating their prowess in the law realm. Su Yuan's curiosity was instantly piqued. Could this be yet another group of divine children from a different sacred ground? Su Yuan mused. They are the divine children of the primordial sacred ground. I never expected the divine ruins to have attracted their attention, prompting them to send so many divine children here. Jin Shisan, well versed in such matters, recognized them as members of the primordial sacred ground. Leaving him speechless in such a short span of time, two groups of powerful beings were heading towards the depths of the cave, and it was evident they were all vying for the Eastern Emperor's bell. The situation had become increasingly complex. This is troublesome, Su Yuan sighed, contemplating the daunting challenge of seizing the Eastern Emperor's bell from such a plethora of experts. Each divine child was not to be trifled with. Their strengths were unparalleled. They were indeed the finest among men. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how the primordial sacred ground had learned of this. The divine ruins lay within the territory of the Tianlong dynasty, while the primordial sacred ground resided in the Dali dynasty, essentially neighboring nations. How did they come by this information? Su Yuan, my brother, what shall we do now? So many powerful beings have arrived at once. It seems our aspirations to bring glory to our family may be dashed, Jin Shisan lamented, disappointment etched across his face. This is indeed dire. To confront them head-on would be unrealistic. Their strength is simply too formidable. However, if we proceed with caution and navigate the chaos, we might just find success. Patience is key. We must wait for them to attack the Beast Emperor's nest, for that will provide us with our opportunity. The more intense and chaotic the battle, the more advantageous it will be for us, Su Yuan stated calmly. While that may be true, it seems we can only rely on luck. I have made up my mind. When shall we set off? Jin Shisan declared. Wait a moment. I have just obtained the 7-star tower and have yet to refine it. Once I have completed that process, we shall act, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. Without further ado, he settled down and began the refinement of the 7-star tower, while Jin Shisan stood guard nearby. Should any danger arise or if any beasts appeared, he would immediately alert him. Soon, Su Yuan's spiritual energy extended into the 7-star tower, a mid-grade Dao artifact. For reasons unknown, this treasure lacked a spirit, rendering it somewhat weaker. Nonetheless, it posed no significant issue. In the future, he could capture a formidable being to serve as its spirit. Su Yuan then fell into a deep silence, dedicating himself entirely to the refinement of this mid-grade Dao artifact. Boom! Waves of spiritual energy surged forth, quickly overwhelming the restrictions on the 7-star tower, which were soon erased. Su Yuan left his spiritual imprint within, effectively completing the refinement. However, merely refining the 7-star tower was not enough. He intended to elevate his own strength as well, having previously slain Jun Xiaoqing and obtained 2 spheres of vitality from him, one from his diamond body and the other from his nether body, now presented the perfect opportunity to refine these 2 spheres of vitality. Boom! Su Yuan's body trembled as the true fire within him ignited, commencing the refinement of the 2 spheres of vitality. Under the onslaught of his formidable true fire, the 2 spheres gradually shrank, transforming into energy that was absorbed by his body. In that moment, Su Yuan felt his own realm beginning to rise. Crack! A sound echoed within him as his realm soared to the late stage of the divine fire realm. Yet it was not the end. Moments later, another sound resonated, and his realm achieved the perfection of the divine fire realm. Phew! Success! Is this the perfection of the divine fire realm? I feel as though even a master at the initial stage of the law realm would struggle to suppress me now. Su Yuan awoke, brimming with confidence after his power surged. He was unafraid even to confront a master of the law realm. What? Your realm has elevated so swiftly? Observing Su Yuan's increasingly formidable aura, Jin Shisan was left utterly astonished. Indeed. Let us embark at once. We must head towards the Beast Emperor's lair. There is no time to waste, Su Yuan stated indifferently. Agreed, Jin Shisan responded without hesitation, being a man of decisive action. He intended to join Su Yuan in his ventures in no time. The two of them trembled slightly and soared towards the depths of the cave, within a mysterious space inside the Beast Emperor's lair. The Beast Emperor was intently watching a colossal luminous mirror alongside a group of subordinates. This mirror was forged from his true energy. Although he was the Beast Emperor, he had transformed into human form many years prior, appearing as a middle-aged man. The divine sons of the feathered ascension sacred land and the primordial sacred land have both mobilized, seeking to seize my Eastern Emperor Bell. Ha ha ha. The Beast Emperor chuckled as he observed the images within the mirror. Casually tapping the Eastern Emperor Bell hanging from his neck, seemingly unperturbed. Chapter 64. The Supreme Tao Artifact, the celestial star robed to him. These divine sons were merely sustenance. By devouring them, he could gain strength. It was far easier than arduous cultivation, as each divine son harbored the power of laws within, which was precisely what he sought. Thus, he eagerly anticipated their arrival. Why, Lord Beast Emperor? It appears quite effortless. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in animal skins spoke beside the Beast Emperor. His true form was that of a black bull, but he had long since cultivated into human form. Possessing terrifying strength, ha ha, Commander Pancher, with your 36 battle generals by my side, I certainly find it easy. The Beast Emperor scanned the 36 generals below, feeling considerably more at ease. These generals were his trusted confidants. His capable aides, each possessing remarkable strength, even more fearsome than those of the law realm. They constituted his backbone. Rest assured, my Lord Beast Emperor, we shall not disappoint you. Those divine sons, who are usually arrogant and domineering, have ventured into our territory today. We shall teach them a lesson and show them our might. Hee hee. Having been pampered, we shall thoroughly torment them. Indeed, we look forward to encountering them and determining who the true sovereign is. The 36 generals spoke, each brimming with confidence, eager to confront the invading divine sons. Excellent. Seeing your fervor puts me at ease, Commander Pancher. Take the 36 generals and intercept the divine sons of the feathered ascension and the primordial sacred land. Capture them all for me. Do you understand? The Beast Emperor began issuing commands. Understood, my Lord Beast Emperor. Rest assured, we shall definitely slay all the divine sons, Commander Pancher replied earnestly. Off you go, the Beast Emperor commanded. Subsequently, with a tremor of his body, Commander Pancher, along with the 36 generals, departed from the space to obstruct the divine sons of the primordial sacred land and the feathered ascension sacred land. Once everyone had left, the entire space fell silent once more. Within the mysterious cave, Su Yuan and Jian Shursen flew while simultaneously concealing their auras. They closely followed behind the divine sons of the primordial sacred land and the feathered ascension sacred land. Maintaining a steady pace as they advanced slowly, a great battle is imminent. You must protect yourself. Su Yuan remarked indifferently. Yes, I shall. As long as I remain composed and hidden in the shadows, I should be safe. Jian Shursen replied earnestly. Though his strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the divine sons. Should he be discovered, he would undoubtedly be vanquished instantly. Indeed, we are nearing the core area. Do you see that magnificent towering mountain ahead? There are numerous opulent palaces atop it. If my conjecture is correct, that may very well be the palace complex of the Beast Emperor, Su Yuan stated calmly, recalling previous conversations with two lions regarding the Beast Emperor's whereabouts. Indeed, let the divine sons of the feathered ascension sacred land and the primordial sacred land take the lead, engaging the Beast Emperor while we bide our time for an opportunity. Jian Shursen suggested. Just then, as they conversed, the distant space began to ripple, and a massive stone door emerged. This door towered dozens of zhang high, pitch black and exuding an aura of profound mystery, slowly creaking open. Scores of formidable auras surged forth from the immense stone door. Commander Pancher, accompanied by the 36 generals, emerged one by one from within. Each general possessed terrifying strength, surpassing that of average law realm experts. With some radiating an aura so formidable it could only be described as monstrous. They awaited the arrival of the divine sons of the feathered ascension and the primordial sacred land. Boom! At that moment, the distant space trembled, and streams of light broke through the darkness, accompanied by an overwhelmingly powerful presence. The divine sons of the feathered ascension and the primordial sacred land had finally arrived. Each face adorned with a sense of ease and contentment. As they flew, they exchanged laughter, displaying no semblance of concern, even within the lair of the Beast Emperor. Brothers, we have finally arrived. Indeed, as long as we slay the Beast Emperor, we shall obtain the Eastern Emperor Bell. Wait, what is that ahead? There is a massive stone door. I see it too, and some generals are rushing out from the door. Perhaps the Beast Emperor is aware of our approach and has sent his subordinates to impede us. Haha! Those generals think they can contend with us. It's laughable. Hold on. Do not be too complacent. The strength of those generals is also quite formidable and on par with us, with some even stronger than I. Is that so? If you carefully sense their auras, even though they are deliberately concealing them, one can still perceive their true strength. The divine sons of the primordial sacred land began to converse. Not far from them stood the divine sons of the feathered ascension, their numbers exceeding those of the primordial sacred land. Song Outyin, you are the strongest divine son of our feathered ascension sacred land. What do you intend to do? A divine son inquired, gazing at the enormous stone door ahead. All eyes turned towards a strikingly handsome young man clad in a starry robe, exuding an aura of valor and might. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this was no ordinary starry robe, but a supreme Tao artifact. It was unclear how he had acquired it. The presence of such a supreme artifact on him explained his effortless demeanor. Perhaps the source of his confidence. Fear not. Are you not aware of my strength? Song Outyin replied nonchalantly, fixing his gaze on the stone door where countless generals awaited. A total of 36 generals stood ready, led by a middle-aged man who appeared to be their commander. For him, they posed no threat, of course. We are aware that you are the strongest among us. Only you can assist us in acquiring the Eastern Emperor Bell. However, the challenge lies in dealing with these generals and the divine sons of the primordial sacred land. Another divine son chimed in, understood. I recognize that the divine sons of the primordial sacred land are quite formidable. And I just glimpsed the remarkable ancient divine communication among them. He is the most astonishing of the divine sons from the primordial sacred land, and his arrival surprises me greatly. However, it matters not. Even if he is present, he cannot prevent me from obtaining the Eastern Emperor Bell. Whoever dares to compete with me for it shall meet their demise. My celestial star robe, a supreme Tao artifact, is not to be trifled with, Song Outyin declared coldly. Chapter 65. Summoning the Beast Emperor now, the three factions had readied themselves, and an epic battle could erupt at any moment. Among them, the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land's force was the most imposing. Comprising 108 divine sons, each at least of Law Realm caliber, immensely powerful. The second force was the Primordial Sacred Land, consisting of 88 divine sons, slightly weaker, led by the divine son Ancient Divine Communication. A figure surrounded by myriad legends, a true genius. Finally, there were the subordinates of the Beast Emperor, 36 battle generals, alongside a commander, forming yet another formidable force. At this moment, the three factions began to confront one another. The atmosphere thick with tension, foreseeing the imminent eruption of a monumental conflict. Ha ha ha, what a spectacle! I never imagined the Beast Emperor's lair would be so popular, attracting the divine sons of the primordial sacred land and the feathered ascension sacred land to grace us with their presence. Commander Pancher bellowed in laughter, soaring to the forefront of the ranks, looking down upon the others. At that moment, the divine sons of the feathered ascension and the primordial sacred land began to stir as well. With Song Outyin soaring forth from his ranks, followed by ancient divine communication emerging from the primordial sacred lands group. He appeared somewhat robust, exuding an air of simplicity, with a massive hammer strapped to his back. However, those familiar with him were well aware that appearances could be deceiving. His strength was incredibly formidable, and the hammer he carried was also a supreme Tao artifact, making him the most elite among the divine sons of the primordial sacred land. No one dared to underestimate him. Humph! I have long heard tales of the Beast Emperor having a grand commander and 36 battle generals. Today, they do not disappoint. Song Outyin began to speak first. He stood with an air of arrogance, his voice resonating powerfully, akin to the resounding toll of an ancient bell, sending a tremor through the hearts of the 36 warriors. Were it not for their formidable strengths, they would scarcely withstand even the force of his voice. This was the might of the foremost figure among the divine children of the Feathered Ascension sacred land. Just as Song Outyin concluded his statement, Gu Shentong began to speak. With a cold gaze fixed upon the commander of Pancher, he retorted, as a mere commander, "You are no match for me. Summon the Beast Emperor to face me." It was evident that Gu Shentong's temper was exceedingly volatile. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, his wrath was far from mild. Ha! What audacity! Commander Pancher chuckled derisively, then took a few steps forward, his aura erupting instantly. The surrounding space began to tremble, unable to bear the pressure. It was clear that he too had been provoked. The atmosphere grew tense, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. You all seek the Eastern Emperor Bell, do you not? Let me inform you that it currently resides with the Beast Emperor. And you shall not obtain it, Commander Pancher stated coldly. Enough of your prattling. Bring forth the Beast Emperor to face me, or I shall raise your lair to the ground, Gu Shentong exclaimed, brimming with fury. At that moment, he had no intention of clashing with the divine children of the Feathered Ascension's sacred land. Rather, he sought to ally with Song Outyin to vanquish this commander and the 36 warriors before seeking out the Beast Emperor. He began to communicate with Song Outyin, quickly receiving agreement from him. Given the current situation, a union of the two sacred lands was the most favorable outcome. After all, both were astute individuals who could not overlook such a reality. Ha! Do you truly believe you can meet the Beast Emperor? You must first pass through me, Commander Pancher sneered. Do you dare to obstruct us? Very well, Song Outyin. Let us join forces to eliminate him first. Then we shall confront the Beast Emperor together to seize the Eastern Emperor Bell and divide it amongst ourselves. What do you think? Gu Shentong resumed his dialogue with Song Outyin. Agreed. Let us deal with this commander first. Song Outyin concurred. At that moment, the two formidable figures united their strengths to face the impending threat. Commander Pancher instantly felt a wave of pressure wash over him, but with no other options. He had to confront the two powerful adversaries. Kill. Suddenly, Commander Pancher moved, his body shaking as a bone spear materialized in his hand. An exquisite artifact of immense power. With a single thrust, the space began to collapse. As if torn apart like a rag. The might of the exquisite artifact was beyond comprehension. Moreover, at the moment of its thrust, the bone spear expanded to the size of a mountain, its imposing aura seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. In an instant, it was upon Gu Shentong and Song Outyin. Impressive. Yet a mere exquisite artifact cannot harm us. Our bodies are nearly comparable to such artifacts, Song Outyin remarked coldly, then exchanged a glance with Gu Shentong. The two struck simultaneously, their fists combining to unleash a cataclysmic force that sent the bone spear hurtling away. What? Commander Pancher was taken aback. He had not anticipated their terrifying strength, capable of repelling his exquisite artifact with mere physical prowess. How powerful could their bodies possibly be? This was beyond imagination. Not only was he astonished, but all the divine children present were equally shocked. Soon, they began to converse telepathically. What is happening? Such a formidable physique. Indeed. No wonder he is regarded as the foremost of the younger generation in the Feathered Ascension sacred land. His power is extraordinary. Yes, Gu Shentong's strength is also exceptional. His physique is nearly on par with an exquisite artifact, truly terrifying. I have heard legends that Gu Shentong once slew a dragon and consumed its blood, resulting in his formidable physique. Such a tale exists. I was unaware. Look, Song Outyin and Gu Shentong have gained the upper hand. That commander is completely outmatched. The children of the Taichu sacred land and the Feathered Ascension sacred land began to chatter excitedly, their faces alight with fervor. The alliance of Song Outyin and Gu Shentong was indeed fearsome. Their combined might sending shockwaves through the bone spear, causing Commander Pancher to spit blood. Curse it! Commander Pancher faced overwhelming pressure, shocked by the peak strength of his opponents. The weight of their power was nearly suffocating. And each of their previous exchanges had left him reeling, his internal vitality in turmoil. Fine cracks began to appear on his body, rendering him a pitiful sight. What do you say? Are you unable to withstand even one of our punches? We haven't even begun to exert ourselves, Song Outyin sneered. Indeed, that was merely a warm-up. I only used half my strength, Gu Shentong added with a teasing tone. The pressure on Commander Pancher mounted, knowing that his adversary's realms far surpassed his own. He was simply no match for them. Great Beast Emperor, please appear quickly and rescue us. At that moment, Commander Pancher clasped his hands together, beginning to pray, summoning the Beast Emperor. Chapter 66. The Law of Devouring. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble, a colossal pressure descending upon them. All the divine children felt a jolt within their hearts, sensing the immense weight bearing down. In that instant, the space began to warp, ultimately forming a black hole from which a terrifying hand emerged. reaching directly for Gu Shintong with unmatched might. With a thunderous roar, Gu Shintong was not one to be trifled with. He retaliated with a punch. The two forces colliding in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves through the space, causing the very cave beneath to tremble and some subterranean mountains to collapse. Underground rivers began to reverse their flow, creating a scene of utter chaos, illustrating the sheer terror of their confrontation. Jiyu Shintong was struck and sent flying, clearly overmatched by the Beast Emperor's might. Soon, the Beast Emperor stepped forth from the cavern, facing both Gu Shintong and Song Outyin. Impressive. To withstand my punch is no small feat. You are indeed a top contender in the realm of divine transformation. I doubt anyone from the younger generation can suppress you. The Beast Emperor praised, unable to contain his admiration. At that moment, Gu Shintong finally recognized the Beast Emperor's formidable prowess, realizing that his strength was far superior to his own, especially as he understood that the Beast Emperor had not yet unleashed his full power. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Song Outyin, we must unite if we are to defeat the Beast Emperor. His strength is overwhelming. Jiyu Shintong began to communicate telepathically with Song Outyin, quickly receiving a response. Indeed, the Beast Emperor's power is truly remarkable. I suspect he has reached the realm of divine path, for such might is unfathomable. Song Outyin speculated. Yes, he is one realm above us. We are at the peak of divine transformation. While he is at the early stage of divine path, however, if we join forces, we may stand a chance, Jiyu Shintong remarked calmly. Absolutely. Let us employ our supreme artifacts. Only then can we contend with him. Right? We shall summon our supreme artifacts. At that moment, the two formidable figures sprang into action. Song Outyin summoned his supreme artifact, a terrifying starry robe that blotted out the sky, radiating immense energy. He pushed the artifact's power to its utmost limits. Gu Shintong, unwilling to be outdone, summoned his Haotian hammer, equally massive. In that instant, the two top divine children unleashed all their capabilities. Soon, combat erupted, and their respective forces clashed in a brutal confrontation. The entire subterranean realm was inundated with a horrific power, engulfed by rampant energy. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and Jian Shursen lurked in the shadows, observing the fierce battle between the divine children and the Beast Emperor. Heh. The conflict is truly intense. The Beast Emperor's realm is far superior. I doubt Song Outyin and Gu Shintong can match him, Jian Shursen remarked nonchalantly. As long as they exhaust their strength, that's all that matters. I shall wait for the divine children to falter. And then I will consume them, Su Yuan schemed, his intentions to devour the divine children to elevate his own power. Indeed. Your scheming is unparalleled, Jian Shursen chuckled wickedly. Absolutely. The laws within these divine children are immensely beneficial to me. Once I consume them, my strength will surge. If luck is on my side, I might even devour the Beast Emperor, propelling me to the realm of divine transformation. Or perhaps even beyond, Su Yuan envisioned excitedly. The Beast Emperor is not so easily vanquished. He has yet to reveal the Eastern Emperor Bell. Once he does, Song Outyin and Gu Shintong will be utterly powerless against him, likely facing annihilation. After all, the Eastern Emperor Bell is said to surpass supreme artifacts in potency. Jian Shursen remarked, knowledgeable as ever. Oh, it exceeds supreme artifacts? Su Yuan was instantly invigorated, astounded by the formidable power of the Eastern Emperor Bell. The two conversed in the shadows while the battle above intensified, reaching a fever pitch as Gu Shintong and Song Outyin clashed fiercely with the Beast Emperor, the skirmish proving to be extraordinarily intense. Even Gu Shintong and Song Outyin bore wounds, yet the Beast Emperor was not unscathed, feeling the immense pressure of their combined assault. The great battle rages on, with some warriors falling and divine sons being vanquished. Plummeting from the skies to the ground, their fates uncertain, an opportunity has arisen. Su Yuan gazes at the descending divine sun, his eyes alight with fervor, and immediately rushes forth to absorb the other's laws. This crude method is the quickest way to enhance one's power. Just consume, and it is done. He begins to devour. Jian Shursen watches in envy as Su Yuan effortlessly engulfs the divine sun. Although the divine sun is already deceased, the laws within him are still tumultuous. A misstep could result in a backlash, causing one's body to explode, potentially leading to one's own demise. A fate that has befallen many throughout history. Thus, Jian Shursen refrains from attempting such a feat, fearing death. However, Su Yuan harbors no such concerns. He has engaged in this practice before, familiar with the process. Moreover, his constitution is extraordinary, rendering him fearless. Soon, the laws within a divine sun are consumed, and in a matter of moments, he feels his strength surge several-fold. Yet, he has not ascended to the realm of laws. It appears that the intensity of his consumption is insufficient. Let the battle commence. The fiercer the conflict, the more divine suns perish, and the greater the opportunities that present themselves to me, Su Yuan states coldly. In this moment, he is a harvester, consuming the laws of others for his own gain. He estimates that he must devour in no time. The battle escalated into a fierce and intense confrontation. However, what went unnoticed by all was the presence of two young men, both with crew cuts and clad in yellow garments. Silently observing the fray from a secluded corner near the battlefield, specifically within a mysterious cave. The aura emanating from these youths was incongruous with the world around them, as if they hailed from a distant future. Chapter 68. Sacred Artifact Brother? The situation is exceedingly dire. The Beast Emperor's prowess is formidable, managing to take on 3 opponents simultaneously without showing any signs of faltering. His strength is truly terrifying, exclaimed Luo Xian, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Indeed, you have discerned the truth. The Beast Emperor's abilities are indeed exceptional, and he wields the Eastern Emperor Bell. Should he choose to employ it, victory would be assured. After all, he possesses sufficient strength in the early stages of the divine path to activate the Eastern Emperor Bell, Luo Fei remarked, swiftly identifying the crux of the issue. He understood the Beast Emperor's might and the formidable treasure he possessed, which surpassed even the finest of Dao artifacts. Brother, what shall we do now? Should we wait for them to weaken each other before we charge in to claim the aftermath? Luo Xian inquired. That is indeed a prudent strategy. We shall bide our time until they have exhausted themselves, then strike decisively to eliminate the Beast Emperor and seize the Eastern Emperor Bell. Luo Fei replied, his demeanor exuding confidence in his own capabilities, bolstered by the presence of an exceptional Dao artifact that served as his foundation. Moreover, this particular artifact was unique, having been crafted by his mentor, possessing immense power capable of altering the course of fate itself. Indeed, the Beast Emperor could never have anticipated this day, believing himself invincible simply because he has attained the divine path. Little does he know. We are the hidden players in this game, Luo Xian stated coldly. Precisely. Once we slay the Beast Emperor and refine his body, my cultivation will ascend to the mid-stage of the divine path. Therefore, his demise is imperative. No one can save him, Luo Fei sneered. Thereupon, the two began to conceal their auras, melding into the darkness, rendering their presence nearly undetectable to the untrained At that moment. The battlefield erupted into chaos. As terrifying forces clashed with one another, each strike threatened to shatter the surrounding space, an overwhelming force that ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. Although the Beast Emperor was indeed powerful, he too felt the mounting pressure. Evident as he began to bear wounds, damn it, I initially thought you lot were mere trifles, not worth my full effort. However, it appears I was gravely mistaken. I concede that your strength is formidable. Among the younger generation, few can rival you. Yet, to defeat me is an impossibility. I have yet to unleash the Eastern Emperor Bell, and once I do, you shall have no hope of survival, the Beast Emperor declared coldly. His voice resonating in the hearts of all present, Su Yuan, Gu Shintong, and Song Outyin immediately sensed the immense pressure bearing down upon them. The Eastern Emperor Bell was indeed a fearsome artifact. Nevertheless, they were prepared to face the challenge head-on. If you could truly wield the Eastern Emperor Bell, you would have done so by now, instead of engaging in idle chatter. Your delay suggests you may only be able to use it sparingly? Song Outyin quickly deduced. He understood that such a powerful artifact would require immense effort to activate, and even the Beast Emperor might not be able to use it without limitation. Oh, that could very well be the case. Otherwise, he would not waste breath on us. If we can withstand this onslaught, we may yet find a way to defeat him, Gu Shintong replied coldly. You both make valid points. The Beast Emperor may indeed be reaching his limits. While he can activate the Eastern Emperor Bell with some difficulty, we must remain vigilant. I estimate that with his strength, he can only use it 3 times before depleting a significant amount of his vital energy. As long as we endure, we should be fine, Su Yuan said calmly. The Beast Emperor, realizing his secret had been exposed, narrowed his eyes dangerously. Ha! So you have discerned my limitations. Indeed, I cannot activate the Eastern Emperor Bell excessively. However, 4 or 5 times is still within my capability. Do not think you can withstand its onslaught. Even a single swing will spell your doom. You cannot endure the might of the Eastern Emperor Bell. He retorted coldly. At that moment, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence as both sides prepared for verbal confrontation, fully aware that a fierce battle was imminent. The Beast Emperor understood that if he failed to vanquish the trio, he too could face annihilation. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. His opportunities were limited. Prepare to witness the power of the Eastern Emperor Bell. You may not comprehend its true nature, but I shall enlighten you. It is a sacred artifact, a force of unimaginable terror. Even if I can only activate it 4 or 5 times, you shall perish, the Beast Emperor declared coldly, as he removed the Eastern Emperor Bell from around his neck and infused it with his vital energy. Buzzing resonated through the air as the Eastern Emperor Bell began to vibrate ominously, emanating a dazzling array of light that illuminated the surrounding world. A tremendous pressure descended upon Su Yuan, Gu Shentong, Song Outyin, and all the divine sons present, causing their hearts to race with trepidation. What? Is this truly the power of a sacred artifact? An existence that transcends even the finest Tao artifacts. It is overwhelmingly potent. I fear we may not withstand it, they exclaimed in despair. Do not panic. Song Outyin and Gu Shentong have not fled. Perhaps they possess means to counter this threat. We must maintain our composure. Indeed, since the sacred artifact has been summoned, fleeing would serve no purpose. We cannot escape its grasp. Our only hope now lies in Song Outyin and Gu Shentong's response. They concluded, at this moment, all the divine sons ceased their skirmishes. Their gazes fixated on the sky, where Gu Shentong, Song Outyin, and Su Yuan confronted the Beast Emperor. Their hopes rested solely upon these 3. Haha. Can you feel the might of the sacred artifact? You shall all perish. I will not spare you. You will serve as nourishment for the sacred artifact. After all, as cultivators of the divine transformation realm, your powerful essence and rich laws will enhance the artifact's strength once absorbed. The Beast Emperor proclaimed coldly, Chapter 69. The emergence of Su Xiu at this moment, the sacred artifact above the Beast Emperor loomed larger, an aura of terror enveloping all present, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. In that instant, he seemed to transform into the sovereign of the world, capable of dictating the fate of others with every movement. As the power of the sacred artifact reached its zenith, the Beast Emperor finally unleashed his assault. Die, he roared, as the immense Eastern Emperor Bell transformed into a wave of terrifying force, sending shockwaves that began to overpower the divine sons. From the skies, some could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and plummeted to the ground, their bodies fracturing under the sonic assault. The sheer might of the Eastern Emperor Bell was beyond comprehension. Boom, boom, boom. The Eastern Emperor Bell resonated continuously, its power striking down, and within a brief span, over 20 divine sons had perished. Fear gripped the remaining divine sons, and many began to flee the battlefield. Yet even Gu Shentong and Song Outyin felt the heavy burden of pressure. At this moment, Su Yuan too faced immense strain, his ears ringing and heart pounding painfully against his chest. This force was too overwhelming. Even his divine physique struggled to endure such a brutal onslaught. Is this truly the power of a sacred artifact? Su Yuan pondered, a chill running down his spine. The sacred artifact continued to vibrate, relentless waves of sonic energy crashing upon Su Yuan, Song Outyin, and Gu Shentong, who bore the brunt of the onslaught. This is bad. I can barely hold on, Gu Shentong thought, realizing that if this continued, he too would perish. What should Song Outyin do now? Perhaps a self-destruct of my exceptional Tao artifact is the only option. He contemplated coldly. The notion of detonating an exceptional Tao artifact was indeed a feasible plan, as such artifacts contained immense energy, and their explosion would yield unimaginable devastation. Very well. It seems we have no other option. Otherwise, we shall all meet our demise. The ancient deity had resolutely decided to self-destruct his Haotian hammer. He commenced the activation of the devastating formation contained within the hammer. Instantly, the Haotian hammer began to tremble, its immense power surging from within, unleashing a colossal shockwave. The Haotian hammer detonated. The terrifying energy was beyond description. Its might was so immense that it swiftly suppressed the sound of the Eastern Emperor's bell. Furthermore, the Beast Emperor was also subjected to a tremendous impact. Under the self-destruction of an extraordinary artifact, he felt considerable discomfort. After all, this was a supreme-grade artifact, and its explosion equated to the force of a star's eruption. Gush, at that moment, the Beast Emperor was unexpectedly injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously, nearly plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself, quickly seized the Eastern Emperor's bell. The ancient deity roared. Ha ha ha! The Eastern Emperor's bell is mine. At that moment, Su Yuan was the first to take action, safeguarded by his supreme artifact. Thus he barely felt the impact. With a jolt, he surged forward, intent on claiming the Eastern Emperor's bell. Especially since the Beast Emperor was now injured and unable to activate it again. Even if he could, it would require time. Now is the optimal opportunity to acquire the Eastern Emperor's bell. You dare? After all we have sacrificed, you wish to reap the rewards. At this moment, Song Outyin was instantly enraged, his body trembling as he shot towards Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan was already nearing the Eastern Emperor's bell. On the verge of obtaining to claim my Eastern Emperor's bell, you must die. The Beast Emperor, having regained some strength, once again exerted control over the Eastern Emperor's bell, directing it towards Su Yuan. Yet, it was thwarted by Su Yuan's Origin Profound Sword. Concurrently, the Origin Profound Sword unleashed a flurry of sword chi, instantly engulfing the Beast Emperor and significantly weakening his connection with the Eastern Emperor's bell. Good opportunity. Seizing the moment, Su Yuan grasped the Eastern Emperor's bell, pouring his true energy into it, attempting to refine it. However, at that instant, the Beast Emperor surged forth from the sword chi, his gaze icy as he bellowed. You dare to refine my Eastern Emperor's bell? You seek death. The Beast Emperor re-established his connection with the Eastern Emperor's bell, unleashing a barrage of sonic waves that spread like a tidal wave. The shock caused Su Yuan's scalp to tingle, yet he began to withstand the pressure. Beast Emperor, you are already injured. While I cannot kill you, you cannot protect the Eastern Emperor's bell either, Su Yuan declared coldly. However, just as they were vying for the Eastern Emperor's bell, two formidable figures emerged from a distant corner. Both were crew-cut and donned new attire, yet their auras were overwhelmingly powerful. One among them even surpassed the strengths of the ancient deity and Song Outyin. Their identities were unknown. Ha ha ha, the Eastern Emperor's bell, none of you can take it. It belongs to me. At this moment, Luo Fei joined the fray, engaging in the struggle for the Eastern Emperor's bell. His brother, Luo Xian, charged in, and several experts began to clash. Bang, bang, bang. The space shattered, energy roared, and the powerful beings exerted their full strength to seize the Eastern Emperor's bell. The scene descended into chaos. Hemph! The Eastern Emperor's bell has finally appeared. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, a feminine tone. Upon hearing it, Su Yuan was stunned, for it was the voice of the young lady, Su Xiaoyi. Young lady, Su Yuan exclaimed. I'm here to help you. Su Xiaoyi smiled slightly, then unleashed a punch, summoning countless bolts of lightning that struck down, sending everyone, including the Beast Emperor, flying. What? Such terror, damn it. Su Xiaoyi, it is you. Song Outyin recognized the newcomer instantly, realizing she was Su Xiaoyi from the Thunder Peak of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land. And he was instantly incensed. What are you planning? Hurry and assist me in seizing the Eastern Emperor's bell, Song Outyin commanded coldly. Heh, you have no right to command me, Su Xiaoyi replied nonchalantly, causing Song Outyin to feel embarrassed. You seek death, Song Outyin erupted in fury, launching an attack, but Su Xiaoyi effortlessly sent him flying with a single punch, then seized the Eastern Emperor's bell and tossed it to Su Yuan. Quickly go. This Eastern Emperor's bell is the key to opening the Divine Kingdom. With it, you can enter the Divine Kingdom and obtain the inheritance of unparalleled power, Su Xiaoyi said calmly. Chapter 70. The Divine Kingdom. Su Yuan was astonished that Su Xiaoyi had truly appeared and aided him in acquiring the Eastern Emperor's bell. Overwhelmed with excitement, his sole thought was to flee. Young lady, what about you? He asked with concern. Don't worry. I will be fine. I will hold them off for you. Quickly find a place to refine the Eastern Emperor's bell. Once refined, the Divine Kingdom will manifest, Su Xiaoyi urged. Su Yuan nodded, then dashed away towards the sky, seeking a secure location to thoroughly refine the Eastern Emperor's Bell and unlock the gates to the Divine Kingdom. With Su Xiui covering his retreat, he escaped swiftly, soon emerging from the underground cave, leaving the sacred ruins behind and stepping into the outside world. Finally out, it took me quite some time to open the exit of the secret realm. But I have finally made it, Su Yuan said, still feeling apprehensive at that moment. He found himself in an unfamiliar area on the outskirts, but he couldn't dwell on that. Refining the Eastern Emperor's Bell was of utmost importance. He quickly located a secluded cave, concealed himself, and began preparing to refine the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Who? Su Yuan sat cross-legged, cradling the Eastern Emperor's Bell in his hands. He bit his finger, allowing blood to drip onto its surface. The blood was swiftly absorbed. Buzz! The entire Eastern Emperor's Bell began to vibrate, as if rejoicing. Sword Dao Principles. Su Yuan then infused his principles of power into the Eastern Emperor's Bell, causing it to shudder violently and rotate. He concentrated wholeheartedly on establishing a connection with the bell's spirit. His mental energy surged into the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Soon, he entered a mysterious space. The area was not large, but the spiritual energy was abundant. At the center lay a grand formation, where the spirit of the Eastern Emperor's Bell, an elderly figure, sat cross-legged. Cough, cough. The Eastern Emperor's Bell has changed hands? The spirit of the Eastern Emperor's Bell smiled faintly. Yes, I have seized the Eastern Emperor's Bell from the Beast Emperor. You are the spirit of the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Quickly tell me how to open the gates to the Divine Kingdom. I wish to obtain the inheritance of unparalleled masters, Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Heh, I understand your eagerness, but there are conditions for receiving the inheritance of unparalleled masters, the spirit of the Eastern Emperor's Bell replied coolly. What conditions? Su Yuan inquired. Well, listen closely. As unparalleled masters, their power is earth-shattering. They are the strongest beings on this continent. However, each unparalleled master is a cultivator with a special constitution. This means that if you wish to inherit the legacy of an unparalleled master, you must also possess a special constitution. Only then can you gain their recognition. Otherwise, inheritance is impossible, the spirit of the Eastern Emperor's Bell explained earnestly. Oh, such a requirement exists. It may be difficult for others, but not for me. I possess the Divine King body and believe I am more than qualified, Su Yuan stated confidently. What? You possess the Divine King body? That's simply wonderful. That unparalleled master will undoubtedly be very pleased. He has been searching for a Divine King body for quite some time. The spirit of the Eastern Emperor's Bell exclaimed excitedly. Oh, so how can I open the gates to the Divine Kingdom? I urgently wish to access the Divine Kingdom and obtain the inheritance, Su Yuan pressed. This is quite simple. I will assist you in opening it now. However, passing through the gates of the Divine Kingdom will also present certain challenges. Ordinary individuals may not withstand the assault of the principles within, but seeing as you have reached the realm of principles, you should have no issues. I will now open the gates to the Divine Kingdom. The spirit of the Eastern Emperor's Bell stated calmly. Then, it began to chant words that Su Yuan could not comprehend, reminiscent of an ancient language. Great Divine Lord, your successor has appeared. Your servant now seeks to open the gates to the Divine Kingdom. Please grant your forgiveness. The spirit of the Eastern Emperor's Bell began to intone, and the surrounding space began to ripple. Suddenly, a circular portal materialized, and a surge of divine energy began to flow forth. Su Yuan inhaled a breath of divine energy, instantly feeling invigorated, as if an inexhaustible power surged within him, leaving him astounded. This divine energy? How powerful! Su Yuan marveled. Indeed, it is divine energy. Now, let us enter through this divine gate. The spirit of the Eastern Emperor's Bell replied calmly. Taking the lead, it stepped towards the divine gate and was immediately absorbed within, followed closely by Su Yuan as he stepped into the Divine Kingdom. The entire being seemed to transcend into an ancient world, imbued with a profoundly archaic essence, while around him, waves of laws intermittently surged forth, striking with force. Were it not for his formidable strength, he would have been utterly powerless against these forces of law. Fortunately, he possessed the divine physique of a god king, robust and resilient, enabling him to withstand all assaults from the laws. What is that golden light ahead? Suddenly, at that moment, Su Yuan beheld from afar a dazzling array of golden radiance, accompanied by a surge of divine power. leaving him bewildered as to its nature. Could this be the divine realm? Crossing through the golden light shield would lead to the divine realm, where the deity resided. The spirit of the Eastern Emperor Esbel remarked casually, "I in no time." The two of them soared to the vicinity of the golden light shield and halted. "Shall we pass through?" Su Yuan inquired, sensing that the golden light shield felt distinct, akin to a forbidden law, suggesting that ordinary individuals could not traverse it. "Indeed, this is the final trial. Whether you can pass through depends on your abilities. Should you succeed, you will encounter that deity," the Eastern Emperor Esbel's spirit stated with an air of calm. "I see. However, having come this far, I am unwilling to concede. I must give it a try." Su Yuan declared resolutely. He had nearly reached his objective, and to suggest he abandon it was simply inconceivable. He then boldly stepped into the golden light shield, quickly submerging halfway into it. That moment, an influx of ancient information surged into his mind, nearly overwhelming him. Fortunately, he managed to withstand it. Yet what troubled him most was the multitude of thunderbolts within the golden light shield, fearsome and relentless, bombarding his body. Still, he persevered. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until all the thunderbolts vanished, and Su Yuan successfully entered the golden light shield. Not far from him stood a magnificent golden tree, beneath which lay a stone platform occupied by an elderly man. The most peculiar aspect of this elder was that he could only be perceived with the eyes. If one were to close their eyes, they would find it impossible to sense his existence, a most curious phenomenon. Chapter 71. The all-encompassing deity. Thus, Su Yuan was utterly astonished. Could this seemingly ordinary elder truly be the deity? It was quite plausible, for there appeared to be no one else. "Ahem, young man, you have finally arrived." The elder began to speak, his voice resonating like an ancient bell within Su Yuan's heart, causing him to shudder in astonishment. "Impressive, truly impressive. The mere sound bears such overwhelming force. This elder's power is simply astonishing." Su Yuan exclaimed in amazement. "You are the deity?" "Yes, indeed. I am known as the all-encompassing deity, though what stands before you now is merely a fragment of my divine consciousness. My true form perished many millennia ago." The all-encompassing deity said with a gentle smile. "What? This is your divine consciousness?" Su Yuan was taken aback. According to his words, the true form had perished eons ago, yet the divine consciousness still persisted, a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Generally, once the true form dies, both avatars and divine consciousness would perish as well. It is inconceivable for them to endure for such an extended period. Yet this elder revealed a miracle before him. "Do not be astonished. I have cultivated a secret technique that allows my divine consciousness to remain intact for such a long duration. Were it another deity, they would have long since perished." The all-encompassing deity remarked with a subtle smile. "Indeed, Senior, your mastery is truly remarkable. However, I trust you are already aware of the purpose of my visit," Su Yuan said with a hint of detachment. "I am aware, destined one. Since you have managed to reach this place, it is all by divine providence. Initially, I intended to pass my divine realm to the Beast Emperor, but regrettably, he lacks a unique constitution. Even if he were to inherit it, he would eventually fall to more formidable opponents. However, you are different. You possess the God King physique. Should you inherit my divine realm, your power will ascend dramatically, and you will fully unleash your potential. Thus, I harbor no concerns regarding your growth. The Beast Emperor, after all, lacks the innate gifts to attain any profound level." The all-encompassing deity spoke with profound significance. "If that is the case, then I am indeed the perfect candidate to inherit your legacy," Su Yuan declared with delight. "Precisely. You are the ideal choice. Upon inheriting my divine realm, you will instantly elevate your realm. And with the protection of the divine realm, there will be none on this continent capable of defeating you. Unless you venture to other continents and encounter deities of formidable strength, such beings rarely appear, as they are typically engrossed in seclusion, striving to transcend to the other shore. Therefore, you need not worry," the all-encompassing deity said with profound implication. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Once he inherited the divine realm, he would dominate the origin continent. Few could challenge him, save for those of deity-level strength. "Ha ha ha! Senior, when will I be able to inherit the divine realm?" Su Yuan laughed heartily. "It can be done right now. In fact, the all-encompassing deity replied with a soft smile. He then pointed a finger, and a beam of divine light shot directly into Su Yuan's brow. This divine light contained an overwhelming amount of information. Once integrated with his body, he would fully grasp the essence of the divine realm. Hurry, integrate it. This is the core to control the divine realm. I have fully embedded it within your brow. Once you refine it, you will command the divine realm, the all-encompassing deity stated calmly. At that moment, Su Yuan ceased to hesitate, sitting cross-legged to begin refining the divine light he had just acquired. He became immersed in the process, unable to extricate himself. What is this? Such a fierce battle. While refining the divine light, Su Yuan suddenly discovered an influx of vivid imagery within his mind. There were colossal great apes wielding iron clubs, towering and roaring mightily. Ancient giant serpents devoured powerful beings of shattered realms in a single gulp. A mighty dragon unleashed flames that obliterated an entire continent. Terrifying ancestral crocodiles shattered landmasses with a mere swipe. What is happening? So many deity-level figures. Su Yuan was astounded, having just witnessed numerous formidable beings, all of them superlative deities, whose sheer power nearly caused the heavens and earth to collapse. Fortunately, these were merely images. Had they been real, the entire origin continent would have likely been reduced to ruin. Wait, that elder? What is the connection? He bears a striking resemblance to the all-encompassing deity. No, it is indeed him. At that moment, Su Yuan saw the all-encompassing deity engaged in a fierce struggle with a true dragon of unparalleled strength. The scene was intensely dramatic, clearly showing that the all-encompassing deity was at a disadvantage. The true dragon's power surpassed his own. Roar. Suddenly, the true dragon unleashed its fury. A roar so thunderous that the stars in the sky trembled and fell. It was utterly terrifying with a single strike. The true dragon sent the all-encompassing deity flying. Thereafter, the all-encompassing deity found himself on the defensive, enduring relentless blows. Soon, the imagery ceased, and Su Yuan felt the entire world blur, rendering all else invisible. Little brother, you have just witnessed it, have you not? Suddenly, the voice of the all-encompassing deity echoed in Su Yuan's mind, startling him. Indeed, the true dragon's power is terrifying. Su Yuan replied faintly, yes, that true dragon is my rival. Known as Aomo, also a supreme being. Ultimately, I met my end at his hands, the all-encompassing deity said with a hint of melancholy. Senior, fear not. I shall avenge you. I will not let this Aomo escape. Once I grow stronger, Su Yuan vowed earnestly, haha, I am already gratified by your resolve, but you must understand the might of Aomo. His power is formidable. Even if you reach the supreme level, you may not be his match, the all-encompassing deity remarked coolly. Senior, you must believe in me. Though he is powerful now, give me time, and I shall surely surpass him, Su Yuan declared with confidence. He was certain that through daily efforts, he would eventually succeed. Very well, let us not dwell on these matters. Focus on refining the divine realm. Once you have done so, you will acquire divine crystals, an exceptionally advanced resource, far superior to spirit stones. Moreover, a divine crystal will materialize every 3 days. It is practically inexhaustible, the all-encompassing deity stated calmly. What? A divine crystal every 3 days? Su Yuan was taken aback. He had previously learned that a divine realm produced a single divine crystal. Yet now the all-encompassing deity revealed that it would yield one every 3 days, leaving him astonished. He then commenced refining with all his might, and before he realized how much time had passed, the divine light within his mind was finally fully refined, merging seamlessly with his body. In that moment, he felt an instantaneous transformation, as if an invisible domain enveloped him. Yet he understood that this was the divine realm. An invincible divine realm. Chapter 72. The divine transformation realm. At that instant, Su Yuan sensed his realm surging forward dramatically, as all his bottlenecks shattered in an instant. He broke through from the realm of laws to the divine transformation realm. Success! He had finally ascended to the divine transformation realm. His power now felt overwhelmingly potent, with true energy within him surging like thunder, inexhaustible. Su Yuan marveled, feeling the strength within him akin to towering mountains. Indomitable and relentless. With a single punch, he could obliterate the very fabric of space itself. Should he encounter Cong Outyin or Gu Shantong, there remains a glimmer of hope for him to engage in battle. You have successfully refined the divine kingdom. By summoning it, a realm shall manifest before you. Once the divine kingdom unfolds, no one can bring about your demise, save for those whose realms far exceed yours. Observe the master of the divine realm with a calm demeanor. Indeed, I am aware, and I too sense the formidable power of the divine kingdom. Allow me to test its might, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. With a tremor of his body, a golden domain swiftly materialized, enveloping him entirely within a sphere that spanned a radius of 100,000 steps. This expansive territory was indeed vast. However, its extensive reach came at a cost. The potency of the domain would diminish with size. Thus, to maintain the maximum strength of the divine kingdom, it was prudent to reduce its scale. Contract. Su Yuan commanded once more, initiating the retraction of the divine kingdom's extent until it diminished to a radius of merely 100 steps. Exhaling deeply upon completing this, he felt reassured. With the entirety of the divine kingdom at his disposal, even a being of divine realm could not extinguish his life. Remarkable. You have now adeptly harnessed the power of the divine kingdom. Truly impressive, the master of the divine realm remarked with a smile. Thank you, master. Without your guidance, the process of refinement would not have been an easy endeavor. Su Yuan replied matter-of-factly. Yes, my time is limited. Once you have fully refined the divine kingdom, I too shall begin to dissipate. At last, I can attain liberation, the master of the divine realm stated, devoid of any fear, instead radiating a sense of release. He had long been destined for demise, yet surviving to this day was a stroke of remarkable fortune. Master of the divine realm, I vow to avenge you, that demon, once I reach the boundless level. I shall seek him out to exact vengeance, Su Yuan declared earnestly. Your intentions are commendable, yet be mindful of your capabilities. The demon's realm is exceedingly profound. Even upon reaching the boundless level, you may not possess the power to vanquish him. After delivering this caution, the master of the divine realm's form began to fade, signaling the impending conclusion of his existence. Su Yuan felt a pang of sorrow. Master of the divine realm, may our paths cross again in the future. I know that once I attain a certain level, resurrection is within my grasp. Await me. I shall surely bring you back, he vowed resolutely. In that moment, he witnessed the master of the divine realm transform into radiant beams of light. Vanishing entirely. As long as he refined the divine kingdom, he would gain divine crystals, generating one every 3 days. He merely needed to wait. At that juncture, he would summon the mirror of destiny to locate the Huangquan body. Su Yuan mused, determined to consume it and elevate his realm. Onward. Let me ascertain which domain I currently occupy. After flying for such a lengthy duration, I remain uncertain of my whereabouts, he said matter-of-factly, setting off toward the horizon to discern his location. Thus, after a day's flight, he finally beheld a colossal city. Above it, 3 grand characters proclaimed, Dali City. Su Yuan instantly recognized he had arrived in the Dali dynasty, a neighboring nation to the Tianlong dynasty, with territories of comparable size. Little did he expect to have journeyed so far. Now, I shall enter the city and take the opportunity to rest and recuperate. Su Yuan remarked casually as he approached Dali City, intent on entering its gates. Halt. To enter the city, a fee of 1,000 spirit stones is required. Otherwise, entry is prohibited. A guard abruptly obstructed Su Yuan's path, demanding the spirit stones. Acknowledging this as customary, though the fee was steep, he was now quite affluent and, thus, without hesitation, handed over the 1,000 spirit stones to gain entry. Upon entering Dali City, Su Yuan felt akin to a country bumpkin in a bustling metropolis. The city was extraordinarily vibrant, brimming with taverns and shops, and throngs of people filled the streets. Yet, none of this captured his attention. He was determined to visit the auction house in Dali City to seek out items of interest. After some inquiries, he learned that the most opulent and prestigious auction house in the entire city was called Jinghua Auction House. Promptly, he made his way there. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at Jinghua Auction House and ascended to a VIP chamber. Eager to see what treasures would be up for bid that day. Ahem, greetings, everyone. I am the auctioneer for this event. I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. The first item up for bid is a low-grade Dao artifact, starting at an opening price of 50 million spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 5 million spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. The auctioneer, a middle-aged man clad in a robe, exuded formidable strength. Su Yuan quickly discerned that he was a master of the great perfection of the law realm. It was evident that Jinghua Auction House was indeed a grand establishment, attracting such illustrious figures to serve as auctioneers. VIP Room 3 bids 60 million. The moment the words left his lips, the entire auction hall erupted in astonished gasps. An increase of 10 million spirit stones in a single bid was indeed a bold move, elevating the price to 60 million spirit stones. Clearly, this was an individual of considerable means. Even Su Yuan could not help but take notice. Who could be in room 3, possessing such formidable influence to bid 60 million spirit stones? Su Yuan mused in astonishment. Subsequently, he extended his mental energy to probe into room 3, gaining a clear view of the situation inside. Within room 3, only a single individual occupied the space, a young man, likely at the pinnacle of the law realm. This was already extraordinarily impressive. Su Yuan had not anticipated the abundance of skilled individuals within Dali City, as even a casual observation revealed a superlative expert. Moreover, the young man's attire suggested he might be of royal lineage. As such garments were exclusive to the nobility, as Su Yuan withdrew his mental energy, he overheard the lively discussions around him. Who is this individual in room 3, daring to bid 60 million spirit stones? Such audacity! Ah, you are unaware. He is the 9th prince of the Dali dynasty, a figure of considerable prestige. What a surprise to see the 9th prince here. It seems the 9th prince has been quite fortunate lately. His first bid is a staggering 60 million spirit stones. I wonder if anyone will dare to raise the stakes. Indeed, low-grade Dao artifacts are exceedingly rare and challenging to refine. However, for a master at the great perfection of the law realm, it may not prove particularly useful. Perhaps he intends to bestow it upon a subordinate. As discussions intertwined, the atmosphere grew quiet, with no one daring to raise their bid, now that they recognized the 9th prince's identity. 60 million for the first time. 60 million for the second time. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer called out. Suddenly, Su Yuan interjected, I bid 80 million. To the astonishment of all present, he raised the bid by a staggering 20 million spirit stones. Who is this individual? What audacity! To challenge the 9th prince is tantamount to courting death. By heavens, to provoke even the 9th prince. He must be foolhardy. It seems to be someone from room 8, who could possess such boldness. At that moment, shock rippled through the audience, including the 9th prince in room 3. He had previously instructed others not to interfere with his bid for low-grade Dao artifacts. Yet now an audacious contender had emerged, and his fury was palpable. Who is this person in room 8? Find out immediately and uncover his background. The 9th prince commanded, communicating telepathically with the auction house staff. Within mere moments, he acquired his answer. So, this individual is named Su Yuan, is it? Very well. I have taken note of you. To dare compete with me is an act of sheer folly. There is no one in this world with such audacity, especially within the confines of the Dali dynasty. The 9th prince's irritation was evident on his handsome visage, a flicker of rage in his eyes, though he swiftly regained his composure. You are finished. To contest with me is to seek your own demise, the 9th prince declared coldly. Meanwhile, within room 8, Su Yuan observed the 9th prince's every reaction, from his initial anger to his eventual calmness. He surmised that the 9th prince had likely gleaned information about him, yet he remained unfazed. With his current strength, dealing with a prince posed no issue. 80 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If not, the item will belong to the esteemed guest of room 8. The auctioneer's voice echoed throughout the hall, and soon, a profound silence enveloped the auction house. Finally, with a decisive strike, he proclaimed, I announce that this low-grade Dao artifact, the Wan Beast Cauldron, belongs to the esteemed guest of room 8.as. The auctioneer's words faded. A moment later, someone delivered the heavenly Beast Cauldron to Su Yuan's presence. Upon receiving it, he displayed no signs of excitement. To him, a low-grade Dao artifact held little significance. His primary intention in acquiring it was merely for amusement. Indeed, it was merely a playful endeavor, devoid of any ulterior motives. How infuriating! To think they would dare seize what rightfully belongs to me is nothing short of courting death. The 9th prince coldly declared, however, soon you shall meet your demise. I shall see how you escape from this greatly city. A palpable aura of hostility began to emanate from the ninth prince. Revealing his evident anger, with a swift flick of his sleeve, he departed, planning to ambush Su Yuan outside. Cough, cough, he actually left. He must be furious. He may devise a plan against me, but I find nothing to fear. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. The auction then resumed, yet nothing of value emerged. The most formidable item was merely a low-grade Dao artifact, with not even a mid-grade Dao artifact available. However, he understood well that mid-grade Dao artifacts are exceedingly rare and seldom offered for sale. Thus, the ensuing auction proved to be rather tedious, with Su Yuan finding nothing worthwhile. He decided to leave with the 10,000 beasts cauldron. Let us go. There's nothing entertaining in Greatly City. I shall return to the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, Su Yuan remarked calmly before departing from the main city. Just as he reached the outskirts, a streak of light suddenly shot towards him at an alarming speed. A young man landed before him. It was the ninth prince. You! How dare you steal my possession? Today, you shall not leave this Greatly City. The ninth prince said icily. Oh? What do you mean by your possession? I fail to comprehend, Su Yuan replied, perplexed. Do not feign ignorance. That 10,000 beasts cauldron you possess is mine. Hand it over immediately, or I assure you, I will not allow you to leave, the ninth prince asserted coldly. Ha! I purchased it with my own spirit stones. How shameless of you to claim it as yours, Su Yuan retorted. Though? So you refuse to comply? The ninth prince's demeanor shifted, his aura intensifying, brimming with murderous intent. Ready to seize the artifact by force. You intend to rob me? Su Yuan scoffed. Indeed. Since you lack the sense to appreciate my 10,000 beasts cauldron, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you and reclaim it. The ninth prince declared, revealing his selfish and tyrannical nature. He brazenly proclaimed his intent to take what did not belong to him, indicative of a deeply flawed character, likely responsible for numerous misdeeds. The most prudent course of action with such a person is to eliminate them, once and for all. Do you think you can kill me? Observe my realm. Su Yuan laughed coldly, no longer concealing his true power, unleashing a terrifying aura that left the ninth prince dumbfounded. What? This aura? You are a formidable being of the divine transformation realm, the ninth prince stammered, fear gripping him. Despite his own impressive strength, reaching the pinnacle of the great law, encountering a practitioner of the divine transformation realm was indeed disastrous for him. Such a figure could easily end his life with a mere flick of their wrist. Till least you possess some discernment. Su Yuan remarked with a chilling smile. Leave. The ninth prince, frightened, immediately took to the skies, attempting to flee. However, Su Yuan was swifter, intercepting him with a cold declaration. Surrender your life. I have encountered too many like you. None possess any redeeming qualities. Off to hell you go. As he spoke, he moved with purpose, his overwhelming aura crashing down like a mountain. In that moment, Su Yuan seemed to transform into an ancient giant, exuding an aura so fearsome that the ninth prince found himself paralyzed with terror. What? You are terrifying. A being of the divine transformation realm. I was wrong. Spare me. At that moment, the ninth prince was utterly consumed by fear. Unable to move a single muscle, not even a finger, he truly feared for his life, having worked so hard to reach his current level. He did not wish to perish. Ha! Only now do you realize the gravity of your foolishness. Prepare to die. After all, no one shall know it was I who ended your life, Su Yuan coldly proclaimed, then unleashed a devastating punch, the explosive force obliterating the ninth prince into mere fragments. He was utterly slain. How foolish to challenge me, Su Yuan remarked coldly, before swiftly transforming into a streak of light and soaring away. However, mere moments after his departure, the entire void began to tremble as two immense forces descended from above. Shortly thereafter, two young figures appeared, both exuding formidable auras indicative of practitioners at the divine transformation level. Upon landing, they commenced their discourse. This ninth prince, truly reckless, has provoked a being of the divine transformation realm. Now look at the mess he has created for himself, spoke the eighth prince, named Tang He, eighth brother. I had warned the ninth prince to maintain a low profile. Now he has been killed. He can only blame his own foolishness, replied the third prince, Tang Fan, with a hint of indifference. Indeed. Third brother, can we ascertain who was responsible? This is our territory, and we cannot allow the ninth prince to perish without understanding the circumstances. Tang He insisted coldly. This should not pose a challenge. With my strength, I can easily unveil the truth. Watch as I trace the source, Tang Fan stated calmly. He then gestured towards the void, which immediately began to contract, revealing a luminous mirror before them. Within the mirror, an image materialized, depicting the ninth prince alongside an unfamiliar figure, the scene frozen at the very moment of the ninth prince's demise. This individual appears to be a disciple of the Feathered Ascension Holy Land, and his methods clearly indicate he is of the divine transformation realm. Tang He observed coldly, committing the face of the one who killed the ninth prince to memory. Yes, it seems he fled in the direction of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. However, that is of little concern. We possess influence there as well. I will not allow this young man to escape unscathed. Once I discover his whereabouts, I assure you, he will not be spared, Tang Fan declared coolly. Indeed, while the ninth prince often clashed with us, he is still our brother. We cannot permit others to take his life. We shall exact a fierce retribution for this affront, Tang He vowed. Let us proceed immediately to the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. We must locate this young man and ensure he does not evade us, Tang Fan asserted coldly. With that, the two ascended into the skies, heading towards the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty to pursue Su Yuan. In the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, within the ancient family of swords, the Sword family, Jin Shursan had finally reunited with Su Yuan. Since their separation in the God Ruins, they had not met for several days. Now, as they stood together once more, the moment felt profoundly significant. Brother, your progress has been astonishing. You've already reached the divine transformation realm. I am truly envious, Jin Shursan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. It was evident from his gaze that he held a deep admiration for Su Yuan. Achieving such heights in so short a time was nothing short of miraculous, especially considering the apparent benefits from refining the divine kingdom. Indeed, my rapid advancement is solely due to refining the divine kingdom. However, this is not my limit. Given more time, my realm shall continue to ascend. Su Yuan replied calmly. You truly are a remarkable individual. So formidable, Jin Shursan remarked, somewhat speechless. I too have been fortunate to inherit the divine kingdom and the legacy of a supreme master, which has greatly enhanced my strength. Now that I possess the divine kingdom, even the most formidable opponents cannot vanquish me, as my divine kingdom safeguards me, Su Yuan stated with a hint of pride. Brother, I have a matter to discuss, though I am uncertain if I should. Jin Shursan hesitated, his demeanor suggesting that his family might be facing difficulties. Oh? Whatever it is, feel free to share. We are not strangers. Su Yuan encouraged gently. Indeed, you truly are a good brother. My family is indeed facing some issues. Having attracted the ire of an undeserving foe, I shall not conceal it from you. A sect known as the Tongtian Demon Sect has begun to exert pressure on my family, demanding our allegiance, or else they threaten to annihilate us entirely, Jin Shursan expressed, his frustration evident. Yet beneath his anger lay a sense of helplessness, as he felt unable to shoulder the burden faced by his family. What? Such audacity! The Tongtian Demon Sect dares to oppress you so openly? Fear not, I will not stand idly by. Should any members of the Tongtian Demon Sect dare to approach your sword family, I shall be the first to ensure they pay dearly, Su Yuan declared coldly, ready to defend his friend. Brother, with your promise, I find solace. The Tongtian Demon Sect has gone too far. We are no match for them. But with your intervention, this matter shall be resolved with ease, Jin Shursan exclaimed with excitement. In truth, their family had already experienced a complete decline. The number of masters within the clan had dwindled, and even the patriarch's realm was merely that of an ordinary deity transformation. It was understandable that they could not contend with the Tongtian Mazong. Yes, leave this matter to me. I will assist you. Su Yuan replied calmly. Upon hearing his words, Jin Shursan's heart finally settled. After all, Su Yuan's strength was formidable, having inherited the divine kingdom and gained the legacy of unparalleled masters. With his help, any issue could be effortlessly resolved. Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoed, startling everyone in the Jin family. Jin Shursan, too, was taken aback upon hearing the chimes. The family assembly was about to commence, and he wondered if it concerned the Tongtian Mazong. Brother, come with me to the family hall. Let's see what the situation is, Jin Shursan said, somewhat nervously. Yes, Let us go and take a look. Su Yuan agreed, and the two of them hurried towards the Jin family hall. In the Jin family hall, many people had already gathered, all core figures of the Jin family, including Jin Shisan's father, Jin Changfeng, the head of the family, who was presiding over the meeting. Esteemed disciples of the Jin family, we are currently facing grave danger, which is why I have summoned you all to announce an important matter concerning our family's survival. Therefore, you must listen carefully. All family members are forbidden to go outside for the time being, even for pressing matters. Any consequences will be borne by yourselves, Jin Changfeng began to declare from his seat of authority. Every disciple below listened attentively, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. Patriarch, what exactly is happening? Has the family encountered a major crisis? Indeed. You must inform us, Patriarch, why are we forbidden to go out? Is it related to the Tongtian Mazong? I have heard rumors that our family has offended them. Is that true? Everyone awaited Jin Changfeng's response. Yes, our family is indeed in trouble. We have offended the Tongtian Mazong, and we are at a critical juncture for our survival. The Tongtian Mazong has set their sights on our family's dragon vein, intending to seize it, and they have demanded our submission, or else our entire clan will be utterly destroyed. Jin Changfeng expressed his helplessness. Although he was the patriarch, he could not withstand this threat. After all, the opposing force was the Tongtian Mazong, whose power was overwhelming. A mere displeasure could annihilate the entire Jin family. What shall we do? We're doomed. Offending the Tongtian Mazong means our end. The disciples began to murmur amongst themselves, realizing the immense crisis their family faced, uncertain of whether they would survive. Each disciple wore a worried expression, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Father, do not be disheartened. My brother can handle this crisis, Jin Shisan declared as he stepped forward, introducing Su Yuan to everyone. Upon seeing Su Yuan, Jin Changfeng was taken aback, sensing an incomprehensible and terrifying aura emanating from him. This aura surpassed his own by a significant margin. Although he recognized Su Yuan was also at the deity transformation realm, the quality of his power was vastly superior. Indeed, uncle, do not panic. I can certainly confront this matter. That so-called Tongtian Mazong does not concern me in the slightest. They are merely a second-rate sect. If they provoke me, I would not hesitate to obliterate their entire faction, Su Yuan stated coldly. Every disciple present felt the murderous intent radiating from him, understanding that he was not speaking lightly. Yes, our family truly has hope now. As long as you take action, Jin Changfeng seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, his expression easing. Father, rest assured. My brother's strength is unparalleled, and he has inherited the legacy of unparalleled masters. There is no issue regarding his power, Jin Shisan spoke calmly. His words elevated Su Yuan's stature, drawing countless gazes upon him. Most of these gazes were filled with admiration, though some harbored jealousy. However, Su Yuan paid them no mind. Young brother, could you demonstrate your strength? Jin Changfeng, intrigued, wished to witness Su Yuan's prowess. Certainly, however, you must ensure your safety. My power is immense, and I fear it may inadvertently harm you, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. Without further ado, he began to unleash his power, causing a tremor within him that transformed his aura entirely. A cataclysmic force emanated from him, sweeping outward from his center. All disciples present felt the ferocity and invincibility of this power, as if they were confronting the most terrifying force in the world. Terrifying. What kind of power is this? It's dozens of times stronger than the patriarch. How frightening now. With him here, we need not fear the Tongtian Mazong. The disciples began to discuss amongst themselves, their expressions filled with awe as they gazed at Su Yuan, akin to witnessing a deity or precious jade radiating brilliance. It was evident that they held him in high esteem. Impressive! There likely exists no one capable of defeating you at the deity transformation realm. Not even the most exceptional prodigies. Jin Changfeng finally grasped the extent of Su Yuan's might. With him present, they need not dread the Tongtian Mazong, which bolstered Jin Changfeng's confidence significantly. Rest assured, I will not allow any harm to befall your family. As long as I am here, no one dares to touch you. Su Yuan stated with remarkable composure. His words served as a stabilizing anchor, allowing all to breathe a sigh of relief. Young brother, the envoy from the Tongtian Mazong is likely to arrive shortly. We must prepare thoroughly for the impending crisis, Jin Changfeng remarked. Do not worry. Regardless of when he arrives, I will be waiting. Once he comes, he shall not escape. I will eliminate him on the spot. Su Yuan declared coldly, exuding confidence in his current strength. He was essentially invincible at his level, capable of defeating even those one realm higher, relying on the defensive abilities of the Divine Kingdom. Such a second-rate sect was of no concern to him. Very well. We shall await his arrival and see if the envoy from the Tongtian Mazong dares to act so arrogantly in your presence. Jian Chongfeng replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, as soon as his words fell, a terrifying sound wave reverberated throughout the hall, and a middle-aged man in a black robe flew in. It was unclear how he had entered. As the hall was safeguarded by various formations, achieving such stealth required immense skill. Ha ha ha, Jian Chongfeng, have you made up your mind? Surrender your family's underground dragon vein, and we from the Tongtian Mazong may spare you. Otherwise, prepare for death, Tuba declared recklessly, surveying everyone with an air of arrogance, as though the entire Jian family were mere playthings to him. Oh? You are the envoy from the Tongtian Mazong? Are you the one attempting to extort my brother? At that moment, while no one else stepped forward, Su Yuan boldly emerged from the crowd, confronting the envoy directly. Faced with the envoy of the Mazong, Su Yuan felt no fear. Given his current strength, dealing with a mere envoy posed no challenge. He had already assessed the envoy's cultivation level, which was merely at the early stage of deity transformation, making it exceedingly simple for him to eliminate him. Oh? And who might you be? Do you have the right to speak here? Tuba replied coldly, taken aback that someone dared to confront him, especially since he was a deity transformation expert. He knew that no one in the Jian family could pose a threat to him. Not even Jian Chongfeng. I shall enlighten you. I am a disciple of the Yuhua Sacred Ground. For this Jian family, I advise you not to lay a finger on them. Oh, not blame me for not warning you. Should you disregard my words, I will not show mercy, Su Yuan retorted coldly. At that moment, everyone present was astonished by Su Yuan's audacity, never expecting him to be so resolute against the envoy of the Mazong. Such boldness could only stem from extraordinary capabilities. Ha ha ha, a mere youth dares to threaten me? I am a deity transformation expert. Are you seeking death? Tuba erupted in laughter, his aura sharpening instantly, enveloping everyone in a deadly atmosphere. Some of the weaker disciples found themselves unable to move under the oppressive force. Even Jian Chongfeng felt immense pressure at that moment. However, as the head of the family, he could not show weakness. Otherwise, it would be utterly humiliating. What do you wish to do? At that moment, Jian Chongfeng began to speak, but his response was met with a fist that came at him in an instant. Leaving him astounded, he did not expect the emissary of the demon sect to act with such decisiveness. Nevertheless, as the family leader, he possessed considerable strength and quickly began to defend himself. Heavenly absolute palm. Within a brief span of time, Jian Chongfeng unleashed his ultimate technique, but he soon realized it was futile against the overwhelming pressure. He was sent flying backward, shock coursing through him. Damn it, you dot as he spoke. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling. He had sustained injuries from that single blow. Heh. You think you can challenge me with such feeble power? You are courting death, Tuber coldly remarked. Father! Suddenly, Jian Shisan, witnessing his father's injury, erupted with fury, unleashing a torrent of sword energy to attack Tuber. Yet, his efforts were effortlessly deflected, and with a swift counter, Tuber struck him as well, sending him flying. Pfft! Jian Shisan felt a surge of fear. The strength of this emissary from the demon sect was simply too formidable. He was no match for him. Tuber, having vanquished both Jian Chongfeng and Jian Shisan with mere punches, immediately felt a swell of pride. Anyone who dares defy my orders will meet a similar fate. Do you understand? The disciples of the Jian family trembled in fear, anxiously awaiting Su Yuan's intervention. Enough, Su Yuan coldly declared, stepping forward to confront the emissary of the demon sect. His face contorted with rage. This scoundrel had injured his good friend right before his eyes. It was tantamount to seeking death. His aura erupted in a powerful wave, shaking the hearts of all present. Even Tuber felt an immense pressure. Boy, I am a member of the Tongtian demon sect. I hope you won't be foolish enough to provoke me. The Tongtian demon sect is not someone you can afford to offend. Tuber stated coldly, realizing the significant pressure weighing upon him. He sensed that this young man's power surpassed his own, and the oppressive aura was simply overwhelming. To be honest, I do not regard the Tongtian demon sect highly. You are merely a second-rate sect, hardly worth mentioning, and yet you dare to contend with me? Do you believe I won't come to your doorstep and obliterate your entire sect? Su Yuan proclaimed with great bravado. What? Boy, do not be so arrogant. The Tongtian demon sect has powerful deities among its ranks. You are no match for them, Tuber retorted coldly, unleashing another surge of power to withstand Su Yuan's pressure. However, he severely underestimated Su Yuan's strength. As Su Yuan's aura grew increasingly formidable, all the pressure bore down upon Tuber, who soon found himself unable to endure it. Damn it. Tuber's heart raced. He recognized that his opponent's strength far exceeded his own, and he began to contemplate his next move. If things escalated, retreat might be his only option. Humph. There is no one in this world who can threaten me, do you understand? Anyone who dares to threaten me will meet their demise. Including you, Su Yuan coldly stated, his aura intensifying. Suddenly, he made his move, delivering a punch that carried the weight of a mountain, immense and unstoppable. Everyone in the great hall felt the force of his strength, gasping in astonishment. What? Such overwhelming power! What kind of technique has he cultivated to achieve such strength? Truly worthy of being a disciple of the feathered Ascension Holy Land. He is incredible. With him here, we are safe. This emissary of the Tongtian demon sect is surely doomed. Who told him to offend someone he shouldn't have? He deserves to die. However, the Tongtian demon sect is indeed very powerful and not to be trifled with. What if we kill him? What will be the consequences? What consequences? Are you afraid of retribution? Did you not hear what he said? The Tongtian demon sect is merely a second-rate sect. He alone could utterly destroy them. So there will be no repercussions. How domineering! The disciples in the hall began to murmur, awestruck by Su Yuan's might. Boy, you are finished. Do you know that? We of the Tongtian demon sect will never let you go. At this moment, Tuber felt an overwhelming pressure, yet he was powerless to resist. Soon, he found himself completely immobilized. His body could not move, and at that instant, Su Yuan's massive hand grasped him, instantly crushing him to oblivion. Not even a scream escaped his lips as he was annihilated. Humph, too weak, Su Yuan remarked coldly. He had used minimal effort to eliminate a formidable foe of the divine transformation realm, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Impressive, so powerful that I am in awe. This was the genuine sentiment of all present, astonished by Su Yuan's prowess. Good brother, what do we do now? Will the Tongtian demon sect retaliate against us? Jin Shursen expressed his concerns. Fear not. If the Tongtian demon sect sends someone here, I would not mind obliterating their entire sect, Su Yuan replied coldly. With those words, Jin Shursen and his father felt entirely reassured. Thank you. Now we can rest easy. Jin Shursen expressed his gratitude. However, I dare say the Tongtian demon sect will surely retaliate. I am certain they will send someone, especially since they have lost a powerful being of the divine transformation realm. They will not let this go easily, Su Yuan speculated. Do you have a plan, brother? Jin Shursen inquired. I must prepare and fortify your family to be as impenetrable as a fortress. When the time comes, even if a master comes, they shall first taste defeat, Su Yuan stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, both Jin Shursen and Jin Chongfeng were filled with excitement. If someone could assist them in strengthening their family, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Rest assured, I shall take care of this. I will ensure that the approaching forces of the Tongtian demon sect understand what regret truly means, Su Yuan declared coldly. In the time that followed, Su Yuan began to reinforce the Jin family. First, he summoned his exceptional Dao artifact, enveloping the entire Jin family within its protective sphere, with the Origin profound sword safeguarding them. Not even the mightiest could infiltrate silently. When Jin Shursen saw Su Yuan wielding such a rare artifact, he was utterly awestruck. After all, such a powerful weapon was exceedingly rare. Even the sons of holy lands might not possess one. Subsequently, Su Yuan spent about an hour arranging formations and such. The Jin family was rendered thoroughly fortified. Not even a fly could penetrate its defenses. Good brother, impressive. Now our Jin family can withstand even a being of the divine path realm. They will not fare well if they enter, Jin Shursen said, surveying the fortified family from every angle, encased in the grand formation. It was indeed as secure as a fortress, with ordinary powerhouses unable to breach it. Indeed, I have established a formation of 999 layers. Even a being of the divine path realm attempting to breach it will face devastating consequences, Su Yuan stated nonchalantly. Thank you. We are safe now, Jin Shursen expressed his astonishment and admiration for Su Yuan. He could not believe that in such a short time, he had been able to set up so many formidable formations. Truly terrifying. Upon closer inspection, he noted that all the formations were lethal. Without special methods, entry was impossible. Even if a being of the divine path realm could force their way in, they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. I will help you resolve this completely. If the Tongtian demon sect does not relent, I will not hesitate to annihilate them entirely, Su Yuan asserted with great confidence. Afterward, he and Jin Shursan entered the central main formation, beginning their meditative practice. With his arrangements, the underground dragon vein of the Jin family became even more abundant in spiritual energy. Thus, cultivating within was incredibly refreshing, exponentially faster than practicing outside. Good brother, you have even transformed our dragon vein. While it previously exuded spiritual energy, it was not abundant. But now it erupts like a volcano, sending spiritual energy soaring, Jin Shursen exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I have arranged a gathering spirit formation, so the rate of spiritual energy emission has significantly increased. Su Yuan replied casually. That is simply marvelous. Now, 1 day of cultivation inside is equivalent to 3 months of cultivation before. If we remain here for an extended period, it won't be long before our family produces a multitude of exceptional talents. Jin Shursan said with a joyful smile. The two then fell silent, seated within the grand formation, diligently practicing. In a very mysterious location of the Tongtian demon sect, the sect leader, Blood Tianhe, was in meditation when suddenly, a soul token in the distance shattered, abruptly awakening him from his trance. What? Tuber's soul token has shattered. This means he has perished, Blood Tianhe said in shock. After all, Tuber was a formidable being of the divine transformation realm. Yet he had been killed. The strength of his opponent could only be described as terrifying. What shall we do, sect leader? Tuber went to the Jian family. He must have met his end there. An elderly man spoke, identifying himself as Tang Dao, an elder of the Tongtian sword sect, whose profound strength remained unfathomable, a figure who had achieved the pinnacle of divine transformation. He was also a core member of the Tongtian demon sect. Indeed, Elder Tang, this matter cannot be left unresolved. We must ensure the complete destruction of the Jian family. Those who defy my power shall be made to vanish entirely, Blood Tianhe remarked coldly, his fury unmistakable. Understood, sect master. I shall ensure that the Jian family is utterly eradicated, Tang Dao affirmed with a nod, his tone heavy with conviction. How dare a mere Jian family oppose me? They will soon learn the meaning of suffering. Take several elders with you, annihilate the entire Jian family, and bring Jin Chongfeng to me alive. I shall relish in tormenting him, Blood Tianhe commanded with authority. Yes, sect master, I will act as you wish. Jin Chongfeng and his son will be captured for you, and we will also unearth those responsible for the assassination of Tuber, Tang Dao replied coldly. Very well. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Proceed as you see fit, Blood Tianhe said dismissively, after which Tang Dao began to orchestrate the plan. He summoned the elders of the Tongtian demon sect, gathering a total of 7, including himself, making 8 in total. All were formidable beings who had reached the pinnacle of divine transformation, their powers unmatched. Each of them was a terrifying presence, and united, their strength was formidable enough to withstand even the mightiest of divine realm experts. Soon, the 8 elders soared from the Tongtian demon sect, heading straight towards the Jian family. In merely half an hour, they arrived at their destination, only to find an unexpected sight. The Jian family was enveloped in a myriad of formidable arrays. A total of 999 killing formations shrouded the area, their overwhelming murderous intent startling the 8 experts. Tang Dao, what is happening? Did you not say the Jian family would be easy to conquer? Why are there so many killing formations? These are not ordinary arrays. They are absolute killing zones. Even we dare not recklessly venture within, one elder exclaimed. Indeed. What is the situation? This is nothing short of a place of absolute slaughter. Another elder echoed. Fear not. With our strength, we can undoubtedly breach it. It is but a mere challenge, Tang Dao reassured confidently. These formations, while formidable, are not insurmountable. Our combined power is more than enough to shatter them. Then shall we press onward? Another elder proposed. Indeed. Let us unite and advance together, they agreed, displaying no fear in the face of the deadly formations. Let us commence. With our strength, we can break through, Tang Dao declared. The others wasted no time. Their bodies trembled as they transformed into streaks of light, charging towards the arrays. That moment, the array of the Jian family activated with a thunderous roar. A cataclysmic wave of murderous intent surged forth, enveloping the entire Jian family, rendering entry impossible for anyone. Cursed, such a powerful array. We have indeed underestimated its might. Tang Dao and the other elders felt an immense pressure as the array's power surged. In that instant, all the killing formations were fully activated, unleashing a tremendous force. Countless sword energies erupted, targeting the elders of the Tongtian demon sect. At that moment, the 8 men found themselves under tremendous duress. Suddenly, one elder screamed in agony as his arm was severed, blood gushing forth, struck by the lethal sword energy. The array's offensive capabilities were overwhelmingly potent, unleashing its full fury. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and Jian Shisan, situated within the array, observed the unfolding scene with clarity and understanding. Everything remained under Su Yuan's control. These old fools are surprisingly resilient. The arrays are operational, yet they have not perished, Su Yuan mused. Astonished by their endurance, brothers, activate the most powerful sword formation and eliminate them, Jian Shisan urged, aware that Su Yuan had yet to unleash his full array potential. Very well, let us employ the Wan Jian Guizong. Su Yuan replied calmly, channeling his true energy into the array. Instantly, the array erupted with a cataclysmic surge of sword energy, each strike colossal, akin to mountains, with hundreds of them hurtling towards the elders of the Tongtian demon sect. Not good, the elders immediately sensed the overwhelming pressure. However, they too began to unveil their true capabilities, summoning their top-tier magical artifacts. 8 top-tier artifacts manifested, their combined might unleashing a tremendous force that clashed against the array. A thunderous roar echoed, resonating for hundreds of miles, the impact so powerful that it shook the entire Jian family. The combined pressure of the 8 top-tier artifacts was staggering, leading to the complete destruction of the Jian family's formations. Ha! So easily done. We have finally breached the array. But who exactly is behind the Jian family, capable of setting such a formidable trap? One elder pondered. Fortunately, we possess 8 top-tier artifacts, allowing us to withstand the array's onslaught. Indeed, we must uncover the mastermind behind this. They could very well be the one responsible for Tuber's demise. The 8 elders of the Tongtian demon sect, empowered by their artifacts, broke through the formations and surged forward. Ready to unleash a massacre? Perfect timing. To think 8 elders would appear at once. I am truly astonished, a voice resonated, and Su Yuan emerged from within the array, mildly surprised that they had managed to breach it. However, he remained unfazed, for even without the array, they were no match for him. Did you kill Tuber? One elder from the Tongtian demon sect interrogated. It was I. He deserved it, and you shall meet the same fate for daring to trespass on my territory. Su Yuan replied coldly, a wave of murderous intent emanating from him, signaling his readiness to strike. Such audacity! You dare to kill members of the Tongtian demon sect? Truly reckless. Another elder retorted, the atmosphere growing tense. Yet, Su Yuan remained undeterred. His power was sufficient to contend with all the elders. Come at me together. Do you truly believe you are my equals? Su Yuan scoffed coldly, now wielding the power of the divine kingdom. His strength at its zenith, rendering most experts insignificant in his eyes. You arrogant brat. We shall send you on your way, Tang Dao commanded, and immediately, all the elders launched their attacks against Su Yuan. Devil slash, 10,000 divine fists, celestial strike. At that moment, all their attacks were unleashed, absolute techniques of terrifying potency, converging upon Su Yuan with the intent to annihilate him. Overestimating yourselves, Su Yuan chuckled coldly, utterly unconcerned. The energies directed at him felt feeble, and he effortlessly absorbed their attacks, leaving the elders in shock. What? My attack was absorbed. What in the world is happening? One elder exclaimed, bewildered by Su Yuan's strength. How can this brat possess such power to absorb our attacks? It's incomprehensible. Infuriating. What secret does he hold to be so terrifying? At that moment, the 8 elders of the Tongtian demon sect were taken aback, witnessing their combined assault being entirely absorbed, leaving them dumbfounded. How about that? Did you not wish to kill me? Have you seen my power now? Even with your formidable strength, it is merely trivial to me. Su Yuan sneered coldly, having gained the ability to absorb any practitioner's true energy and their attacks, particularly within the protective barrier of his domain. Any attack that entered his domain would be passively absorbed, rendering their efforts futile. This young man possesses an unusual aura. I cannot shake the feeling that all the power we exert seems to vanish into the vast ocean, as if he can absorb an endless barrage of attacks. This is troubling. It must be the power of a domain. Could it be? Is he the one who acquired the divine realm within the ruins of the divine abyss? By heavens, it certainly seems plausible. Chapter 79. Blood River of Heaven. Excellent. If we can eliminate him, we shall gain the power of the divine realm. Indeed. Let us unite our efforts to ensure his complete annihilation. With the combined strength of the 8 of us, we shall not falter against him. At this moment, every individual felt a surge of determination, prepared to vanquish Su Yuan. Boom. Suddenly, they initiated their assault, channeling their top-grade artifacts against Su Yuan. The might of 8 such artifacts was immense. Together, they unleashed a cataclysmic force. 8 beams of light shot skyward, directly targeting Su Yuan. But at that moment, Su Yuan began to unleash his own domain power. The divine realm. In an instant, a colossal domain materialized, encapsulating everyone within its formidable grasp. This truly is the divine realm. We are doomed. Such overwhelming power is terrifyingly invincible. We cannot withstand it. Cursed be it. Had I known, I would not have come here. At this moment, the 8 formidable masters sensed the immense power surrounding them. Su Yuan's strength was overpowering, ensnaring them within Hai Shui Tianhe is indeed formidable, possessing a vast reservoir of knowledge. He understands that his opponent may have acquired the divine realm, which accounts for such immense power. How infuriating! Shui Tianhe realizes that things could take a dire turn. Once he enters the domain of the divine realm, his own strength may be rendered ineffective. Ha ha ha! You have stepped into my divine realm. Let us see how you handle this. Su Yuan laughed recklessly. At that moment, he began to unleash the powers of the divine realm, a mysterious force enveloping Shui Tianhe entirely. This is bad. What kind of power is this? I feel my vital energy diminishing. This was Shui Tianhe's immediate sensation. He felt that his vital energy was no longer vigorous and was rapidly waning, sending him into a state of panic. Ha ha ha! This is the power of my divine realm. You cannot escape. Once you enter the divine realm, your fate is sealed. Su Yuan sneered coldly, then, with a swift movement, he transformed into a beam of light and surged forward, delivering a punch of terrifying might. The force was overwhelming, a torrent of power intertwining and striking Shui Tianhe, sending him flying. Shui Tianhe coughed up blood, his face paling instantly. The strength of that punch was staggering, injuring him severely. However, this was not insurmountable. He felt a tremor in his body, and his internal wounds began to heal instantaneously. No problem at all. Hee. Your recovery ability is quite impressive. You managed to withstand my full-powered punch and still remain alive. You are commendable, Su Yuan remarked with a cold smile, feeling confident in his strength. Yet, the fact that Shui Tianhe had not perished from that punch surprised him slightly. It seems that the strong within the divine path realm are not so easily vanquished. Hee. Do you think I am a soft persimmon? I am a formidable being within the divine path realm, immensely powerful and not so easily defeated, Shui Tianhe retorted coldly. Behold my treasure. At that moment, Shui Tianhe unleashed a streak of radiant energy, summoning a supreme artifact, a flying sword of immense power. He then infused the flying sword with his vital energy, causing its strength to surge exponentially. With a single strike, the attack was cataclysmic, a display of ferocity that ordinary experts could hardly withstand. Merely its aura was unbearable. However, Su Yuan was different. Within the domain of the divine realm, he was nearly invincible, impervious to any assault. Even with Shui Tianhe wielding a supreme artifact, he posed no threat. Ha ha ha! Stand against me. Su Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, summoning towering mountains within the divine realm that rose from the ground. Meeting the attack head-on, absorbing all the force and even sending the opponent's supreme artifact flying. What? How could he possibly withstand the attack of my supreme artifact? This young man's power is terrifying. Shui Tianhe was taken aback, utterly astonished that his supreme artifact strike had been thwarted. Panic began to set in, for his greatest reliance was this supreme artifact, and the inability to slay his adversary was utterly frightening. He promptly steeled himself, ready to confront the situation seriously. Hee. Su Yuan chuckled sinisterly, advancing step by step in the domain of the divine realm. He was invincible, unmatched. Moreover, the divine realm could negate and weaken any force. Origin Xian Sword, annihilate him. At that moment, Su Yuan activated his own supreme artifact, unleashing it with a brilliance that illuminated the entire divine realm. This artifact, refined by him, was far more potent than before, bolstered by the power of the divine realm, making it exceptionally formidable. What? You two possess a supreme artifact. At this juncture, Shui Tianhe was thoroughly alarmed, realizing that his opponent's artifact was evidently far more terrifying than his own. In an instant, his resolve to continue the fight evaporated, and he only thought of escape. This was absurd. With such an onslaught, if he did not flee, he might truly perish here. You cannot escape my divine realm. Su Yuan declared coldly. At that moment, he wielded the Origin Divine Sword, striking down with a force that was nothing short of terrifying. It sent Shui Tianhe hurtling through the air, his body exploding into vital energy. Utterly obliterated, with not even a trace of his soul remaining. Absorb. Su Yuan began to absorb his vital energy and laws, settling into a meditative position to refine them. After a considerable time, he had fully assimilated the energy, and his aura shifted dramatically, exuding an air of fierce intensity, as if he had transformed altogether. Then, he retracted the divine realm, descending from the air, at which point Jian Shisan approached him. Brother, Shui Tianhe is dead? He inquired. He met his end justly. Moreover, I have refined all his vital energy and laws, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent. Congratulations, brother. Shui Tianhe was a powerful being within the divine path realm. His vital energy and laws are a boon to anyone. Jian Shisan expressed with evident envy. Yes, I have thoroughly resolved the issues concerning the Tongtian sword sect for your family. There will be no further problems, Su Yuan stated coolly. I also intend to take my leave. I seek to find individuals with unique physiques scattered throughout the world, to locate them and absorb their essence. He was eager to elevate his power swiftly, believing that consuming the physiques of others was the most efficient method of cultivation. Since you have found your own path of cultivation, I shall not hinder you. However, I must advise you that those with unique physiques are often exceptionally strong. Furthermore, they cultivate rapidly, so relying solely on devouring their physiques is not an easy feat. Jian Shisan cautioned. I am aware of this. I have my methods. Well then, I must take my leave. We shall meet again in the future. By the way, I have a communication talisman here. Should you encounter any danger, you can use it to contact me. I will come to your aid at the first opportunity, Su Yuan said, handing him a communication talisman. Jian Shisan gratefully accepted it. Good. Take care, brother. With that, Su Yuan soared away from the Jin family, heading towards the outskirts of the city. However, just as he departed, significant figures within the city began to intertwine their divine senses, witnessing the spectacle that had unfolded. It was terrifying. They were too afraid to emerge until the event concluded. How frightening! The Jin family is truly formidable, harboring such powerful experts that even Shui Tianhe was slain. Indeed, a strong being of the divine path realm like Shui Tianhe could not withstand it, and he perished far too quickly. It appears that the Jin family is not merely as they seem. They conceal incredibly powerful individuals behind them, and we must refrain from provoking them in the future. Yes, we should avoid antagonizing the Jin family. Their influence is too daunting. That young man seems to have acquired the divine realm. It seems Shui Tianhe's demise was not unfounded. Without the divine realm, he could have undoubtedly retaliated. What? The divine realm exists? Such a thing is possible. Yes, indeed. He may have obtained it from the ruins of the divine abyss. My family's ancestors ventured there but returned empty-handed. This young man is extraordinarily fortunate to have acquired the divine realm. His future achievements are boundless. The divine realm is an artifact of immeasurable power. he not only acquired the divine realm but also inherited the legacy of an unparalleled expert. For without such a legacy, he could not have slain Shui Tianhe. How terrifying, I envy him. The divine realm, the legacy of an unparalleled expert, is something I covet, yet alas, my own strength is too meager to grasp such opportunities. What a pity! Had I been able to attain the divine realm, I would have long since broken through. Yes, furthermore, obtaining the legacy of an unparalleled expert will undoubtedly propel him to become one himself in the future. Indeed, he will become an exceedingly formidable existence. We should maintain a cordial relationship with the Jian family and refrain from targeting their clan any further. With that, all divine senses dissipated, and the city returned to its tranquil state. In a remote area, Su Yuan had just slain a monstrous beast and was savoring a deliciously roasted meal. Once satiated, he turned his attention to his next endeavor. The divine crystals had already manifested within the divine realm, and his next task was to locate the Huangquan physique. Su Yuan spoke softly. He then produced the Mirror of Fate, a mirror capable of locating all unique physiques across the world, provided one expends divine crystals. Not only does it seek out unique physiques, but it can also unveil various opportunities, such as secret realms and perilous locations. Let us begin. I wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the Huangquan physique now. Su Yuan stated calmly. In that instant, he cast a divine crystal into the Mirror of Fate, causing the entire mirror to illuminate brilliantly. Soon, the divine crystal was devoured. Subsequently, the Fate divine mirror began to emit a radiant glow, as if a mysterious force was communicating with some enigmatic realm. Before long, a blurred image started to materialize on the mirror's surface, which gradually became clearer over time. The entire scene within the Fate divine mirror was now visible. Two young individuals began to emerge, and when Su Yuan beheld them, a slight astonishment washed over him. He had encountered these two youths previously in the God Ruins, during a time when all the experts were vying for the Eastern Emperor Bell, leaving a profound impression on him. It is them. Suddenly, Su Yuan's gaze fixed upon one of the young men, who sported a buzz cut and wore yellow attire. Above this young man's head, streams of water surged. Hidden yet powerful, and Su Yuan, utilizing the power of the Fate divine mirror, discerned that although the young man's aura appeared unremarkable, it was indeed extraordinary, as if it emanated from the future. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed. Realizing that the other party was far from ordinary, he then manipulated the Fate divine mirror to draw closer, scrutinizing their position once more, before finally relaxing. Heh. Amidst the mysterious mountains, little did I expect that after emerging from the God Ruins, they would find refuge in these towering peaks. However, although they have concealed themselves quite well, encountering me means they cannot escape. I shall now employ the power of the Fate divine mirror to pinpoint your location and traverse through. Su Yuan stated calmly, planning his course of action, as capturing this Huangquan body would elevate his realm without any side effects, swiftly and conveniently. He then exhaled a breath of true energy onto the Fate divine mirror, causing the entire surface to radiate with brilliance. Following this, a mysterious force descended. Chapter 82. The black giant dragon. The space began to distort, and soon, a portal materialized, standing tall in mid-air. It eventually stabilized. And as Su Yuan gazed at this portal, he found himself in a trance. With a single step, he entered, instantly vanishing from sight. Time passed, and Su Yuan felt a whirlwind of sensations. When he reopened his eyes, he discovered himself in a valley. This valley was unlike any other, filled with toxic gases. Without reaching the divine transformation realm, survival here was utterly impossible. I wonder what those two rascals are up to. Su Yuan mused. He then took out the Fate divine mirror to investigate, spotting a mysterious sight where Luo Xian and Luo Fei stood beside a dormant volcano, casting some inexplicable substance into it. They began to whisper among themselves, "Brother, we have already poured the divine water into the volcano. Shortly, the earth dragon will emerge, and we can slay it to obtain its inner core." Indeed. However, this earth dragon is no trivial foe. It is a formidable being at the early stage of the divine path, and we must not underestimate it. Fear not. Ever since we left the God Ruins, we have become powerful beings of the divine path. Dealing with the earth dragon should pose no significant challenge. True, the divine water will weaken the earth dragon's strength, alleviating some of our burden. The two brothers continued their conversation when suddenly, the entire dormant volcano began to tremble violently. Reminiscent of an earthquake. In an instant, both brothers realized that the Earth Dragon was about to appear, filling them with excitement. "Ha! It's coming out. It seems the divine water has proven quite effective," Luo Exine laughed unabashedly. "Once the Earth Dragon emerges, we shall slay it," Luo Fei added coolly. Just as he finished speaking, the volcano shook even more violently. Streams of black toxic gas erupted from within, followed by a resounding dragon roar that echoed across the land for miles. Soon, Luo Exine and Luo Fei beheld a massive black earth dragon soaring forth. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" The black earth dragon appeared exceedingly irate, locking its gaze upon Luo Exine and Luo Fei. A chill surged through the hearts of the two, yet they quickly steadied themselves and met its gaze. "Ha! You have finally emerged. Indeed, we have been searching for you. Hand over your inner core, and we may spare your life." Luo Exine and Luo Fei declared coldly, "Hmph. Just another brat coveting my inner core. I have encountered similar fools before, and they all met their demise." "You too shall be no exception," the black earth dragon retorted icily, its entire form radiating murderous intent, consumed by rage, eager to unleash its fury upon these two humans. "Humph, Earth Dragon. Although you possess formidable strength, you are not a match for us brothers. I advise you to behave yourself," Luo Fei remarked coolly. However, upon hearing their words, the black earth dragon's fury intensified. Black flames began to surge around it, emanating an aura of terror. Without further ado, it launched an attack. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted. Its power utterly terrifying, instantly engulfing Luo Exine and Luo Fei. Yet, these two were exceptionally skilled, and such a mere flame posed no threat to them in no time. They braved the flames with their bodies, leaving the black earth dragon astonished. "What? They actually withstood my fiery assault. This is simply inconceivable." The black earth dragon was taken aback. As a being of the divine path, its attacks could only be described as horrific. Yet now, it found itself astonished that anyone could endure such power. Quickly regaining composure, it struck again, its claw lunging forward. Boom! The force of this claw was immensely powerful, akin to a mountain descending, exerting tremendous pressure on the brothers, who swiftly evaded the attack. "Hee. While your strength is substantial, your speed leaves much to be desired. You cannot hope to strike us." Indeed, that last attack was indeed fierce, but fortunately, we managed to evade it. "Enough of this. It is time for us to counterattack." Luo Exine and Luo Fei trembled, launching themselves at the black earth dragon, their fists exploding with power as if capable of shattering the heavens. Boom! With a single punch, the black giant dragon was sent flying, spitting out blood. "How now? Let us see how arrogant you remain. Quickly surrender your inner core, and perhaps you may live. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless," Luo Fei and Luo Exine stated coldly. Suddenly, at this moment, the earth dragon was thoroughly enraged. A surge of power erupting from within it opened its mouth and unleashed a radiant beam, revealing its inner core. Round and pulsating, the essence of its true energy, containing all its might. "Humph! To be forced to this extent, I shall summon my inner core, but you too shall perish here," the black earth dragon declared coldly, spewing blood onto its inner core, which immediately erupted with a power that shook the heavens. The inner core began to spin ominously, exuding an aura of terror. It then directed the inner core toward Luo Exine and Luo Fei. Boom! The entire world shifted in hue. The power of this strike was cataclysmic, causing nearby lurking beasts to flee in terror, unwilling to linger. Even Luo Exine and Luo Fei found themselves on high alert. The power contained within this inner core was truly overwhelming. It is indeed fearsome. If we do not employ our true strength, we may not withstand it. Luo Exine and Luo Fei conversed, and then they produced a red bag, a treasure of exceptional quality they had obtained from the god ruins, known as the Chinkuan bag. "Hmph! I shall collect your inner core." They then summoned the Chinkuan bag, which immediately expanded under their combined power, swiftly absorbing the black earth dragon's inner core. "Hee. We have succeeded. We did it!" Luo Exine and Luo Fei exclaimed in exhilaration, astonished by how effortlessly they had acquired the earth dragon's inner core. The earth dragon, deprived of its inner core, was nearly driven to madness. its massive form trembling violently as if it had lost all strength. Chapter 83. The power of the future then, at that moment. The sky trembled, and a portal began to appear, from which a mysterious figure emerged, leaving Luo Xian and Luo Fei utterly stunned. They had not sensed his presence earlier, and even now, standing before them, they could not perceive his existence, which was exceedingly strange. This figure was none other than Su Yuan. Hee. You two never imagined you would encounter me again, did you? We met previously in the God Ruins. Do you remember? Su Yuan declared unabashedly. At this moment, he resembled a feral beast, his gaze fixed intensely upon Luo Fei and Luo Xian, poised to strike and annihilate them at any given moment. You are from the Feathered Sanctum, the one who competed with us for the Eastern Emperor Bell in the God Ruins, are you not? At that moment, Luo Xian instantly recognized the identity of the individual before him. It was none other than the man who had previously collaborated with the two brothers in the heist of the Eastern Emperor Bell. The initial scene had been exceedingly chaotic, rendering it difficult to recall the details. Very well. It's enough that you remember, he responded. However, I am aware that your brother possesses the Yellow Springs physique, a remarkably formidable constitution. As for me, I seek to devour the myriad physiques across the world. Thus, you are left with but one choice. Surrender your brother to me, and he may live. Otherwise, both of you shall meet your end at my hands. Do you understand? Su Yuan spoke coldly, devoid of jest. His tone was grave. At that moment, the two brothers were taken aback, astonished by the audacity of this man who sought to consume the Yellow Springs physique, an act of unparalleled boldness. Ha ha ha, how utterly laughable. Who do you think you are? You cannot simply devour whomever you please, believing yourself to be invincible. Indeed, my brother and I have already ascended to the realm of divine beings. You are simply no match for us. Moreover, I can sense that you, too, possess a unique constitution. If I am not mistaken, you are of the Divine King physique, correct? Humph. A Divine King physique that has yet to mature dares to flaunt itself before us? How utterly ridiculous. You've come to us willingly, which is fortunate. We need not seek at this moment. Luo Fei began to feel anxious. However, being a seasoned expert, he swiftly initiated a counterattack, delivering a powerful punch that collided with Su Yuan's formidable strength. Yet, within the realm of the Divine Kingdom, Su Yuan's prowess was overwhelmingly superior, rendering Luo Fei's strike utterly ineffective. It was effortlessly thwarted. Nevertheless, both of you are doomed today. Allow me to refine you, Su Yuan coldly declared. And with that, he unleashed another punch, sending Luo Fei hurtling through the air. This exemplified his immense power. Damn it! Luo Fei grimaced in pain, his expression twisted with fury, yet he found himself utterly helpless against Su Yuan's overwhelming might. In desperation, he withdrew his exquisite Dao weapon, a heavenly sword, and instantly transformed into a figure of fierce determination. With a single swing, he aimed to cleave through everything in his path. The force of this strike seemed capable of shattering all existence. The entirety of the Divine Kingdom trembled slightly, but alas, it could not be broken, for its strength was too formidable. Moreover, it was exceedingly resilient. Unless faced with an unparalleled master, it was virtually impervious to destruction. Another exquisite Dao weapon? Yet, it pales in comparison to my sacred artifact, Su Yuan remarked coldly. His Eastern Emperor Bell was indeed a sacred artifact of immense power, rendering a mere exquisite Dao weapon inconsequential. He immediately entertained thoughts of seizing his opponent's weapon. Hand it over. At that moment, Su Yuan began to manipulate the power of the Divine Kingdom, enveloping Luo Fei's exquisite Dao weapon with a mysterious force. Luo Fei and Luo Xian were gripped by fear, unable to fathom the extent of Su Yuan's power, which sought to claim his exquisite Dao weapon. They hurriedly infused their weapon with true energy and laws. However, even that was inadequate to withstand Su Yuan's might. Their opponent's strength was simply too overwhelming. In an instant, the heavenly sword was wrenched from their grasp and flew into Su Yuan's hands. Ha ha! Another exquisite Dao weapon acquired. Su Yuan exclaimed with exhilaration, astonished at how easily he had obtained such a treasure. You two have lost your exquisite Dao weapon. I look forward to seeing how you will contend with me. With that, he began to control the Eastern Emperor Bell, launching another assault. Devoid of future power and their exquisite Dao weapon, The duo's strength was severely diminished, leaving them incapable of resisting Su Yuan's onslaught. In a mere collision, the Eastern Emperor Bel sent them both flying, and Su Yuan, from his elevated position, began to unleash his attacks upon them, rendering them utterly powerless to retaliate. At this point, Luo Fei had sustained injuries. He could not withstand Su Yuan's relentless assault, which was overwhelmingly fierce, subjecting him to a barrage of blows. What to do? Panic surged within him as he desperately sought to activate his future power in an attempt to escape. But Su Yuan promptly quelled his future power by commanding the Divine Kingdom. Suddenly, Su Yuan delivered another punch, propelling Luo Fei into the distance with tremendous force, causing him to spout blood. Chapter 85. Black Iron City Fear. Profound fear, Luo Fei realized he was as good as dead. Su Yuan would undoubtedly not spare him. Death. Su Yuan struck again, launching a rapid punch that was even more ferocious, obliterating his opponent's body. He subsequently refined their true energy and lost "I will fight you to the end." Witnessing his brother's demise, Luo Xian erupted in rage. However, he met the same fate as Luo Fei. Su Yuan swiftly dispatched him as well. In an instant, Luo Xian's body exploded, revealing a verdant seed amidst the boundless true energy, the essence of the Huangquan body. Without hesitation, Su Yuan began the refining process. At his level of strength, the refinement was remarkably swift. Within mere moments, he had completely refined it. Instantly, Su Yuan felt something new within him, a murky green river residing in his dantian, the essence of the Huangquan body. As this river began to ripple, Su Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With just a tremor, his realm began to break through, shattering all bottlenecks and propelling him to the initial stage of the divine path. Incredible! I never expected to progress so rapidly. Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, barely able to believe the pace of his advancement. Should he continue to absorb other physiques, he would soon surpass all limits and attain the realm he had long desired. Let us go. I am now nearly invincible within my realm. However, I remain unsatisfied. I must continue to absorb other physiques to expedite my ascent. Su Yuan harbored a bold idea, to continually consume others to enhance his own strength. A shortcut to power, he then resolved to leave the valley and venture toward a nearby city. Ding! Suddenly, the system's voice echoed, signaling that he could sign in once more. He proceeded to do so. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 100 million top-tier spirit stones. In the next moment, Su Yuan was enveloped in a radiant glow emanating from the spirit stones. He was astonished by the sheer quantity, an immense sum of 100 million top-tier spirit stones. Such a substantial amount would prove invaluable to him. He intended to rest for a while or purchase a place to stay, utilizing these spirit stones to acquire a residence, as he did not plan to rush back to the Feathered Ascension sacred land. He still sought other special physiques. Let us proceed to the nearby city, Su Yuan stated nonchalantly, then took to the skies, heading toward the vicinity. Before long, he departed the valley. After a day's flight, he finally beheld a grand and majestic city. Vast beyond sight, radiating an imposing aura. However, what astonished him most were the two black lions at the city gates. These were no ordinary statues, but exquisite Tao artifacts. It was no wonder that the gate was sparsely guarded. With these two exquisite Tao artifacts, common folk would hardly dare to intrude. Moreover, he discerned that although they were merely exquisite Tao artifacts, when combined, they could unleash earth-shattering power, equivalent to that of a supreme Tao artifact. As the two black lions comprised a set of magical treasures. What a grand display! To employ treasures rivaling supreme Tao artifacts for guarding the gates, truly impressive. Su Yuan marveled. He realized that the master of this city must possess extraordinary strength. Far from ordinary. Soon, he soared toward the city, only to discover that it was known as Black Iron City, under the jurisdiction of the Tianlong dynasty. However, based on Su Yuan's assessment, the Tianlong dynasty likely had little control over this area, as the territories under its banner operated independently, merely appearing to be governed by the dynasty while in reality, each was preoccupied with its own affairs. Such was the nature of reality. Approaching the city gates, the eyes of the two pitch-black iron lions suddenly illuminated, startling the guards. This phenomenon signified the presence of a powerful being at the divine path level. They hurriedly crawled before Su Yuan, exclaiming, "We humbly greet you, esteemed sir." Please, command us as you wish. Point one young guard, trembling with trepidation, spoke. Oh, such courtesy? Su Yuan inquired, perplexed. Forgive us, esteemed sir, you are a master of the divine path. We are mere insignificant characters, whatever you say. We shall obey, another guard stammered. Kneeling in reverence, Su Yuan was taken aback that his realm was so readily discerned. Realizing it was due to the two black lions, exquisite Tao artifacts, for their eyes were now aglow. Very well. I intend to acquire a residence in Black Iron City. Who among you will guide me and assist in the arrangements? I can offer you some benefits, Su Yuan stated casually, tossing 1,000 top-tier spirit stones into their midst. The guards trembled in fear, for such was the wealth of a master of the divine path. They dared not accept it. Esteemed sir, we cannot, they protested. Should you wish to acquire a residence, we can assist you without charge. Preposterous. A divine path master offers gifts. How could we dare accept? The consequences of offending you would be unimaginable, they all murmured, refusing the offer. There's no need for concern. You are doing me a service, and it's only fair to compensate you for your efforts. Consider it travel expenses. Just guide me to procure a residence, as I am unfamiliar with this place. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, Understood, thank you, esteemed sir. The young guard, though slender, displayed remarkable cleverness, which pleased Su Yuan. He then instructed the guard to lead the way. Upon passing through the city gates, Su Yuan entered Black Iron City. Upon arrival, he sensed something amiss. With his formidable strength, he noted that this vast city was enveloped by countless ancient formations, each possessing tremendous power. Even the skies above were shrouded in an array of potent formations, while deep underground lay innumerable others. Moreover, he discovered that there existed a multitude of vacant palaces suspended in the air, each exuding opulence and set in an enchanting environment, abundant in spiritual energy, making them exceptionally suitable for cultivation. Naturally, there were also many unoccupied palaces underground, which were equally remarkable. The guard leading him, seemingly aware of something, turned to Su Yuan and remarked, Elder, you must have noticed as well. There are idol palaces both in the sky and underground. Do you intend to reside above or begin below? Su Yuan replied with a faint smile, Either option is acceptable to me. I have no objections. In truth, he was indifferent, as long as he could find a place to stay and wait for a few days until the divine crystals re-emerged within the divine realm, allowing him to use the fate divination mirror to locate his next target. Very well. I shall arrange it for you, Elder. Let us choose the underground residence. There are many experts down there. I am aware of dozens of formidable beings in the divine path realm, the guard stated. That sounds good. Su Yuan momentarily paused before acquiescing. Chapter 86. The leak of movements under the guidance of the guard. Su Yuan followed him to a grand palace, specifically designated for the sale of residences. He quickly learned that purchasing a house in Black Iron City was exceedingly expensive. Properties in the sky were somewhat cheaper, but those beneath the ground bore a hefty price. The most economical option commanded a staggering 2 million top-tier spiritual stones, while better ones soared to 8 million and even over 100 million. Fortunately, he had previously acquired 100 million top-tier spiritual stones. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford such exorbitant prices. After some negotiations, Su Yuan procured an underground mansion for 50 million top-tier spiritual stones, indulging himself in a touch of luxury. Elder, here is your token. With this, you can locate your residence, a servant announced. Handing Su Yuan a token, which, although a low-grade artifact, bore no offensive capabilities, thank you. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude, grasping the dark token and soaring away towards his dwelling. Shortly after he departed, a young man arrived and began inquiring about him. This individual is quite extravagant, spending 50 million top-tier spiritual stones at once. He must be exceedingly wealthy, Black Tianyu remarked, his eyes glinting with a hint of greed. Indeed. Lord He, do you have intentions regarding him? The servant who had just attended to Su Yuan inquired. Yes, provide me with his whereabouts, Black Tianyu commanded. Yes. The underground mansion he purchased is located at number 789. You are quite perceptive. Upon receiving the precise location, Black Tianyu departed, but instead of pursuing Su Yuan immediately, he returned to his family, the He clan. Once there, the first matter he addressed was discussing with his father. Father, a mysterious expert has recently arrived in Black Iron City. According to my intel, He is a formidable being of the divine path realm and possesses great wealth. Black Tianyu informed his father. He Jinyu. Oh? A mysterious expert? Could it be him? He Jinyu's brow furrowed. His expression tense. Father, who exactly is it? Are you concealing something from me? Black Tianyu pressed. With your intelligence, can you not deduce it? Have you forgotten that the princes of the Great Li dynasty visited here previously? He Jinyu replied coolly. Are you suggesting the second Prince Tangjian, the third Prince Tangfan, and the eighth Prince Tang He might have some vendetta against the young man who just purchased the mansion? Black Tianyu asked, perplexed. Indeed. The three princes previously instructed that if a person named Su Yuan is discovered, we must report it immediately. This young man is likely Su Yuan, He Jinyu stated coldly, his eyes beginning to gleam. The three princes had previously promised substantial rewards for any useful information. Then what are we waiting for, father? Quickly notify the three princes and have them capture Su Yuan, Black Tianyu urged anxiously. Of course, I shall inform the princes at once. They are currently in the underground world of Black Iron City, engaged in conversation with my clan's ancestors. He Jinyu replied nonchalantly. Excellent. This will be a significant achievement. Black Tianyu exclaimed excitedly, I will inform the three princes now. After saying this, He Jinyu produced a paper crane, inscribing a few characters upon it. The crane instantly took flight towards the underground world, delivering the message. Why go through such trouble? Because this method is considerably safer. Using sound transmission techniques may risk interception by other experts, leading to a leak of information. The paper crane is inconspicuous, and most people would not suspect it in the underground world. At the palace numbered 10086, where the ancestor of Black Iron City resided, few dared to approach. However, today, three esteemed guests had arrived, each of whom held a fearsome identity, the princes of the Great Li dynasty. And all three at that. The ancestor, He Sha, was in the midst of receiving them. Cough, cough. It is truly my fortune to have the three princes visit me, He Sha flattered, his face brimming with obsequiousness. Yes, He Sha, we are not strangers. There is no need for such formality, Tangjian replied coolly. Indeed, He Sha, we are all allies here. No need for pleasantries, Tang He added, while Tang Fan remained silent, exuding a calm demeanor. I have heard that your visit to Black Iron City is to pursue someone named Su Yuan. Is that correct? He Sha inquired nonchalantly. Yes, I previously mentioned that if you discover Su Yuan's whereabouts, you must inform us immediately. Do you have any leads? Tang Jian, the second prince and the strongest among them, asked with a steady tone, embodying formidable prowess. Just as He Sha was about to respond, a paper crane unexpectedly flew in, startling him. He instinctively grasped it, and upon reading its contents, his previously tense expression transformed into one of astonishment. Stammering, he said, Su Yuan has appeared and has purchased a mansion in Black Iron City, located at underground number 789. What? He has finally appeared. We can avenge the ninth prince. The second prince Tang Jian spat vehemently. The other two princes, Tang Fan and Tang He, were equally exhilarated. Their arduous journey had finally borne fruit, and they felt a tremendous relief. How did the three princes intend to proceed? If you require assistance, I am at your service, He Sha offered calmly. No need. We will handle our own affairs, they replied in unison. Indeed, that brat cannot escape now. He killed our brother. There is no way we will let him off. He can only pay with his life, the three princes declared coldly, their attitudes aligned. Wait, according to my sources, this Su Yuan possesses profound cultivation. He is already a formidable being of the divine path realm, so do exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Tang Fan and Tang He were struck as if by a thunderbolt. While Tang Jian remained impassive, being a peak expert himself, the other two, still beneath the divine path realm, realized the peril of confronting such a being. Wait, you two should stay behind. I will go alone? Tang Jian stated coolly. Very well. Tang Fan and Tang He understood the terror of a divine path expert. Their own abilities paled in comparison, and they would only be a liability rather than assistance. Thus, it was wiser for them to refrain from joining. Chapter 87. The Chaos Visualization Diagram. Subsequently, Tang Jian instructed the other two to wait while he soared towards the address 789 in the underground world. Su Yuan had successfully located his mansion using the token. It was a magnificent palace comprising 10 levels, exuding luxury, especially considering the substantial price he had paid. At this moment, Su Yuan had settled within the palace, intending to rest while awaiting the emergence of divine crystals within the divine realm in 3 days. This would enable him to utilize the Fate Divination Mirror to locate the next individual with a unique constitution. His current cultivation methods had become exceedingly slow and ineffective. Thus, he resolved that devouring other unique constitutions was the fastest route to advancement. This path offered a swift ascent to the Broken Realm, a feat that might take ordinary cultivators tens of thousands of years to achieve. Therefore, Su Yuan concluded that consuming unique constitutions would yield quicker results. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Visualization Diagram. Su Yuan had drawn an extraordinary item this time, a Chaos Visualization Diagram. He retrieved it from the translucent panel before him, and the entire diagram transformed into a streak of luminous energy, merging into his consciousness. After a brief examination, he discovered that his mental prowess had increased tenfold, even 100-fold. Remarkable. This item can induce a qualitative transformation in my mental strength. He recognized that mental strength was categorized into levels, with the first tier known as Thought Power. Thought Power allows one to wield mental force for attacks, such as mental storms, mental fire, and mental shockwaves, among others. However, the second tier was distinct. It was termed Belief. Upon reaching this tier, one could establish a physical form and propagate their belief. To persuade others, one must first be convincing. Only then can one harness the power of faith for offensive endeavors against adversaries. Take, for instance, the ancient Zhujian king, who unified the entire Origin continent, compelling all to submit to his will. In the end, he amassed an immense reservoir of faith, utilizing this power to forge the Zhujian body, dominating the Origin continent with unparalleled might. Ultimately, with this body, he shattered the void and ascended to the higher realms. Of course, there exist further layers beyond this, but for now, I shall observe and enhance my mental prowess. Su Yuan stated calmly. He then closed his eyes, immersing himself in the chaotic visualization within his mind, diligently practicing. At that moment, he felt as though he had entered chaos itself, surrounded by chaotic energies. However, he understood that this was merely a simulation, not the genuine article. Were it truly chaotic energy, he would have struck gold, as even a mere sip would rapidly elevate his realm. Even a single thread would allow him to swiftly break through to the shattering realm. Yet, the simulation mattered little. Within the chaos, there lay a depiction of the Tai Chi diagram, the very essence of enhancing mental strength. A throbbing pain assailed his head. Su Yuan had merely observed for a short while when he felt an excruciating headache, as if his skull were about to explode. Were it not for his divine king body, he would have crumbled under such strain. However, the results were undeniably evident. Just a brief glance had multiplied his mental strength manifold. What was once a small river had transformed into an ocean. Moreover, he could fully control his mental energy, just as he did with his true Qi mental storm. Suddenly, Su Yuan unleashed a mental storm, dispersing the chaos before him. This demonstrated the sheer might of his mental prowess. Yet, the aftermath was quite intense. His head ached tremendously, likely from the lack of adaptation. Nonetheless, after observing for a brief moment longer, he began to acclimatize. He started to manipulate his mental energy, stirring the chaotic essence. This time, the sensation was much more pleasant, devoid of pain. Success. I have gradually mastered the use of mental energy. I shall continuously visualize this chaotic diagram. My mental strength will expand infinitely, and if I persist day and night in this practice, my mental prowess could reach astonishing heights within a few years. Su Yuan mused inwardly. He then continued his training, witnessing significant progress in his mental strength. Indeed, my current mental power is formidable. It is rare to find an equal within the same realm. Su Yuan remarked calmly as his mental energy began to radiate outward, slowly expanding to gauge the vastness of the underground world. However, just as he commenced his exploration, an intense shock coursed through him. He sensed a powerful presence approaching at lightning speed. Judging by the intensity of the aura, he discerned that it belonged to a pinnacle divine path realm expert, exuding a menacing aura clearly directed at him. This is troubling. Have my movements been exposed? Su Yuan pondered, recalling his past transgressions against the Tongtian demon sect and the slaying of the 9th prince of the Great Li dynasty. He wondered which faction now sought him. Come forth. Who are you? If you intend to kill me, you are sorely mistaken. At present, within the divine path realm, I have no rivals. Bolstered by my enhanced mental strength, I fear no one. I await your arrival to ascertain your identity. Let us go. I shall greet you outside. Any who harbor ill intentions toward me shall be swiftly eliminated, Su Yuan declared nonchalantly. He then soared from his palace, awaiting the impending confrontation. Suddenly, the entire underground world trembled as a streak of light hurtled toward him. An aura of divine path energy enveloped the surroundings, infused with an overwhelming murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, the light reached Su Yuan. The figure donned a purple robe, a black gourd slung over his back, an exceptional Tao artifact. The air was thick with his murderous intent, and Su Yuan discerned that the other had already locked onto him. Who are you? Such rudeness. How dare you lock onto me with your aura? Su Yuan expressed his displeasure. Hee. Who am I? Surely you know the deeds you have committed. Retorted coldly Dado. Are you from the Great Li dynasty? Su Yuan conjectured, noting the young man's resemblance to the 9th prince he had slain. I am the 2nd prince of the Great Li dynasty. You murdered my 9th brother, thinking you could escape? S tone was frigid. Oh? So you truly are from the Great Li dynasty? Su Yuan replied indifferently. Speak. How do you wish to die? S eyes narrowed with intensity. Su Yuan laughed coldly, incredulous that someone would dare threaten him. Was this not an invitation to death? Oh? I am curious to see what you intend to use to threaten me. Incensed by Su Yuan's bravado, unleashed a surge of murderous intent. Without further ado, he launched an attack on Su Yuan, determined to obliterate him in an instant. A wave of true qi enveloped Su Yuan, seeking to refine him into nothingness. Yet, Su Yuan was no easy target. He trembled, dispersing the encompassing true qi effortlessly. This scene left astonished. Remarkable. He realized that defeating this opponent would not be a simple task, prompting him to produce his black gourd. This heaven recently, a certain dignitary arrived in our underground realm, seemingly possessing the essence of the sun. He gathered a portion of the formidable beings from the divine path realm, uniting their strength to force open the gate of Xianhua. Ah, such events indeed transpired. Yes. Is it not said that the interior of the Xianhua gate is sealed with a multitude of demon beasts? What if it opens and the beasts surge forth? Our entire Black Iron City would be irrevocably transformed into a hellish landscape, with scarcely a soul left to survive. Undoubtedly, it is perilous. However, the Xianhua gate must be opened, for that esteemed individual has decreed it must be done. Why, you ask? Because within lies the supreme Yang divine stone, which he requires for his cultivation as a solar entity to enhance his prowess. What is this supreme Yang divine stone? Does such a thing truly exist in this world? This divine stone holds immense significance for cultivation. It is said that the finest supreme Yang divine stones contain a trace of divine power. Indeed, I have encountered such references in ancient texts. Though the power is faint, even a mere trace of divine energy can wield considerable influence for practitioners like us. Indeed, this divine power, a unique and exalted force, can only be absorbed and comprehended by those of elevated realms. Thus, the opening of the Xianhua gate presents us with an opportunity. We may enter and seek the supreme Yang divine stones. It is indeed so. However, should we not align ourselves with that dignitary? Doing so would enhance our chances of acquiring the divine stones. No. Following another will yield little benefit. Rather, we may find ourselves exploited, reduced to mere laborers. That is a valid point. If I can obtain a substantial quantity of the supreme Yang divine stones, I could break through to the divine path realm and ascend to the human immortal realm, which is akin to a pseudo-immortal. Beyond the human immortal realm lies the fragmentation realm, and once one reaches that pinnacle, they begin to feel the call of the higher realms, unable to linger in this world for long before being forcibly ascended. Such notions do exist, yet, ascending to the higher realms offers no true advantage. One must start anew, and the comforts of the lower realms are preferable. While that may be true, the opportunities in the upper realms are abundant. Yet, each has their own aspirations. There are ancients who do not wish to ascend. By employing special methods to conceal one's aura, the upper realms remain oblivious, thus avoiding the call and ensuring safety. At this very moment, in a secluded area of the underground world, 7 or 8 masters commenced a telepathic dialogue. All were venerable elders, exuding an ethereal grace. each one a paragon of the divine path realm. Their strength formidable beyond measure. Chapter 89. Human immortal. After dispatching his adversary, Su Yuan returned to his palace and entered seclusion. Days later, his divine kingdom produced another fragment of divine crystal. He felt a surge of excitement, for he could now utilize the Fate Divine Mirror. Let us begin. After much anticipation, the time had finally come to explore the divine crystal, Su Yuan remarked nonchalantly. For those with special constitutions, their uniqueness often renders them difficult to detect. However, Su Yuan was different. Armed with the Fate Divine Mirror, a treasure capable of uncovering the special constitutions on the origin continent, he faced no limitations. Barring distances too great to probe, he could generally uncover any location. He then cast the divine crystal into the Fate Divine Mirror. The Fate Divine Mirror began to tremble gently, producing ripples as a mysterious force descended, activating its inherent capabilities. Probe for special constitution. Su Yuan transmitted a thought into the Fate Divine Mirror. The mirror quaked more violently, its power coalescing before finally resonating. Immediately, the mirror displayed an image. Is this the individual in question? Su Yuan's gaze fixated on the Fate Divine Mirror, which revealed a young man. This youth was accompanied by a dozen elders, all formidable beings of the divine path realm, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Yet this young man was different. The aura surrounding him was distinct, imbued with an ethereal spirit. Indeed, it was the essence of an immortal, leaving Su Yuan utterly astounded. Has this individual already reached the human immortal realm? Su Yuan was taken aback. Above the divine path realm lies the human immortal realm, and beyond that, the fragmentation realm. The young man reflected in the Fate Divine Mirror, if he was not mistaken, had indeed attained the human immortal realm. Remarkable. Such a powerful figure has emerged in the underground world. Could it be that this realm harbors secrets unknown? Su Yuan began to speculate, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Otherwise, a being of the human immortal realm would not venture here. Wait. This individual also possesses an aura of supreme yang and holiness. Could he be a solar entity? It must be so. My Fate Divine Mirror does not misinterpret. As Su Yuan gazed at the Fate Divine Mirror, he noted that when it focused on the young man, the entire mirror began to quiver, radiating a fierce warmth. He recognized that this person was extraordinary, undeniably a solar entity. Only such a rare constitution could cultivate to the human immortal realm. Soon, the image in the Fate Divine Mirror grew hazy, leaving Su Yuan momentarily stunned, as he had yet to ascertain the actions of these individuals continue to manifest. Su Yuan exhaled a breath of true energy onto the Fate Divine Mirror, which trembled anew. As if reinvigorated, the image within clarified once more, revealing every detail distinctly, especially the bearer of the solar essence, whose dialogue could even be overheard. Lord Taijia, we have successfully opened the Xianhua Gate. When shall we enter? Indeed. Lord Taijia, we exerted considerable effort to open this gate. Do not forget our supreme Yang divine stones. Indeed, we are not greedy. 10 pieces per person will suffice, as long as you provide us with the divine stones. We shall follow you henceforth. A group of elders from the divine path realm were presently negotiating with a young man named Taijia, the solar entity and human immortal. Rest assured, my friends. Once we secure the supreme Yang divine stones, I shall allocate some to each of you. I speak with sincerity. Taijia replied, his demeanor unyielding, exuding an air of indifference. That is splendid. We merely hope to obtain the divine stones and subsequently break through to the human immortal realm. Indeed, at that point, we could traverse the entire origin continent with ease. All relies on your esteemed guidance, Lord Taijia. Yes, within the Xianhua Gate lies a plethora of demon beasts. Ordinary individuals cannot hope to penetrate its depths. Indeed, even the strongest among the divine path realm must tread carefully. Otherwise, encountering a formidable demon beast could spell their demise. A valid argument. Only those of the human immortal realm can roam freely, thus aligning with Lord Taijia guarantees our safety. The elders of the divine path engaged in discussions filled with aspirations, for the supreme Yang divine stones are exceedingly rare. Had it not been for this individual named Taijia revealing their existence, they would have remained oblivious to it altogether. Indeed, following me ensures a bountiful harvest, yet should I discover any among you daring to betray me, the only fate awaiting you is death. Tai Jie stated coldly. Instantly, every master present felt as though they were under the gaze of a venomous serpent, a chill coursing through their veins, gripped by fear. This was a being of the human immortal realm. With unparalleled strength, should he be provoked, only death awaited. Cough. We dare not. We old fellows merely seek to acquire some supreme young divine stones, harboring no ulterior motives. We shall not betray you. Please rest assured. Lord Tai Jie. Indeed. We elders of the divine path realm are quite honest. Betrayal is not in our nature. Lord Tai Jie, you worry too much. We are wholly committed to following you. What folly it would be to betray a human immortal. They lack the audacity, for a human immortal possesses overwhelming might. A single strike could reduce a formidable being of the divine path realm to mere dust. Effortlessly so, thus even with 500 lives. They would not dare betray such a powerful figure, save for those wishing for their own demise. You are wise enough to understand. Do not entertain thoughts of betraying me, for the consequences are dire. Tai Jie remarked calmly. Indeed. All present nodded in agreement, not daring to harbor any disloyalty. Very well. It is nearly time for us to enter the Xianhua Gate. Haisha Old Ancestor, He Tianyu, and He Jinyu, you three shall remain behind to guard the Xianhua Gate. Should anyone dare to intrude or enter within a 30-mile radius, eliminate them on sight. Is that understood? Tai Jie commanded. No? Lord Tai Jie, are we three to guard the Xianhua Gate? The three individuals were momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of reluctance. After all, entering the Xianhua Gate together would allow them to acquire treasures, but merely standing guard held no appeal. Oh? Do you have objections? Tai Jie replied frostily. Instantly, the three were struck with alarm. Not daring to respond, we have no objections to guarding the door. He Tianyu, He Jinyu, and He Laozu trembled in fear. Rest assured. I shall not treat you unfairly. If I discover the Ji Young Divine Stone, I will certainly leave a few pieces for you. Just focus on your duties. I shall say no more. I am now about to enter the mysterious transformation gate, Tai Jie coldly declared. Chapter 90. Entering the mysterious transformation gate. Having spoken, he gazed at the mysterious transformation gate before him, which was now fully opened, and with a single step, he entered. The skilled individuals he had summoned followed suit. In total, over 10 powerful experts at the pinnacle of the divine realm remained behind, leaving only He Tianyu, He Jinyu, and He Laozu to guard the mysterious transformation gate. It was indeed a thankless task. There was no choice. Lord Tai Jie commanded us to stand guard, and we must obey. The three, though greatly dissatisfied, had no alternative but to comply. What they were unaware of was that everything that had just transpired was vividly captured by Su Yuan through the Fate Divine Mirror. The next moment, an idea struck him. He intended to join the fray. Such a precious item as the Ji Yang Divine Stone could not possibly exclude me. I shall teleport there immediately, Su Yuan stated nonchalantly. And then he began to activate the Fate Divine Mirror. A mysterious force descended, enveloping his body. In an instant, he commenced traversing through space, heading towards the direction of the mysterious transformation gate. What is happening? This space is beginning to ripple. It seems someone is forging a spatial passage. He Laozu was the first to notice the anomaly. He sensed the powerful fluctuations in space. Based on his experience, he concluded that someone was likely opening a spatial channel. Is that so? Old Ancestor. He Tianyu exclaimed in surprise. However, just as their words fell, the area began to tremble, and a spatial passage materialized, solidifying almost instantly. A young man stepped forth from within. It was none other than Su Yuan. Itsu? Where is the second prince, Tangjian? He Laozu inquired. He is dead. You have allied with the Daili dynasty against me. How shall we settle this score? Su Yuan replied coldly. At this moment, he laid his cards on the table, exuding a terrifying aura that left He Laozu and the others in shock. What? Especially He Laozu, who was utterly astounded, for the pressure was overwhelming, akin to a colossal mountain. He immediately mobilized his true energy to withstand it, feeling somewhat relieved. Meanwhile, He Tianyu and He Jinyu were not so fortunate. They found it hard to breathe under the oppressive force, struggling immensely. What is going on? Surely you do not believe you can contend with me? Su Yuan chuckled mockingly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Yet to He Laozu, that smile appeared dreadfully terrifying, as if the eyes of a demon were upon him. Although he had not clashed with Su Yuan, the true energy within him surged like a vast ocean. A cosmos of stars, deep and formidable, he felt like an ant before him, utterly incapable of victory. This was his genuine sentiment at that moment. Wait, I am a subordinate of Lord Taijia. If you dare to harm me, Lord Taijia will certainly not spare you. At this juncture, he invoked Taijia's name, fully aware of the man's formidable strength, a being of the human immortal realm. While Su Yuan was powerful, he could not yet hope to rival someone of that caliber. Oh, pray tell, what exactly is Lord Taijia's background? Su Yuan inquired. Lord Taijia's identity is shrouded in mystery. We know not much, only that his strength is terrifying, a being of the human immortal realm, invincible among his peers. What do you say? If you withdraw now, we can let bygones be bygones. Let us treat this matter as though it never occurred. How does that sound? He Sha Laozu spoke with a hint of indifference. Ha! You are overly optimistic. You have leaked my whereabouts and allied with the prince of the Daili dynasty against me. This matter is far from over, Su Yuan scoffed, a palpable aura of killing intent radiating from him. At that moment, He Sha Laozu and the others were filled with dread, particularly He Tianyu and He Jinyu, who dared not utter a word, afraid to breathe. Do you truly disregard the consequences? Are you not afraid of Lord Taijia? Believe it or not, I can relay a message to Lord Taijia right now. You shall never leave Heidi City alive. He Sha Laozu threatened, hoping Su Yuan would retreat in the face of danger. However, Su Yuan was no pushover. He was resolute in his intent to eliminate the three of them. Even if you summoned the King of Heaven, it would bear no consequence. Let me be frank with you. The so-called Lord Taijia behind you is also my target. He possesses a solar physique, the very being I intend to devour. Do you truly believe he can emerge alive from the mysterious transformation gate? How naive, Su Yuan remarked lightly. Once he acquires a substantial amount of Zhiyang divine stones, he could break through his realm, perhaps even achieving the human immortal level. Should he reach that stage, all those who stand in his way, including that useless Lord Taijia, shall perish, becoming mere nutrients for him. Resources for his own body. Upon hearing Su Yuan's bold proclamations, He Sha Laozu and his companions were utterly dumbfounded. Lord Taijia was a powerhouse of the human immortal realm. This audacious youth actually aspired to devour him. Such madness was beyond comprehension. You are far too arrogant. The terror of the human immortal realm is something you cannot fathom. It is exceedingly difficult to kill beings at that level. I acknowledge your strength, but you cannot hope to defeat a human immortal. You are tragically misguided. In the future, you will meet a grim fate when you encounter Lord Taijia and witness his true power. Even among those of the same realm, few can best him. He possesses a solar physique and unparalleled strength. He Sha Laozu shook his head, deeming Su Yuan's ambition reckless. The human immortal already emanates a trace of celestial energy, making him exceedingly difficult to kill. Unless one employs extraordinary methods, hence his belief that the other party was delusional. I have my methods. The human immortal is not as formidable as you think. Su Yuan replied coolly. Indeed, he harbored a solid confidence in his ability to eliminate a human immortal. For he possessed a divine kingdom. With its strength, even a human immortal might struggle to breach it. So you mean you will not spare us? He Sha Laozu said coldly. Indeed, I shall eradicate this entire nest of rat droppings today. Su Yuan stated indifferently. With that, he stepped forward, towering like an ancient deity, his true energy instantly released, enveloping He Sha Laozu. In that moment, the three of them felt an immense pressure. Their bodies were rendered immobile. Even with all their might, they could not break free. No. Please. The trio was engulfed in terror, facing the threat of death, their hearts filled with dread to the utmost degree. However, the next moment, under the oppressive aura of Su Yuan, cracks began to appear on their bodies, which then spread rapidly. With a thunderous crash, the three were instantly reduced to nothingness, their bodies shattered under Su Yuan's might, exploding into three masses of true energy and laws, which were subsequently absorbed by Su Yuan. Afterward, he gazed at the immense mysterious transformation gate and stepped inside, vanishing from sight. Chapter 91. Another human immortal. However, shortly after Su Yuan entered, another spatial passage appeared outside the mysterious transformation gate. This passage stood 3 men tall, twisting and finally stabilizing completely. Two figures emerged from within. One was a young man, and the other an elder, Yu Shintong. Is this the mysterious transformation gate you spoke of? Indeed, Taishang Elder. I have investigated this place for quite some time before discovering it. However, it had not been opened until now, indicating that someone has already entered. Yu Shintong replied respectfully. The Taishang Elder, named Long Wu, possessed an exceedingly noble status, and Gu Shintong dared not show any signs of negligence. As long as I can acquire a substantial amount of Zhiyang divine stones, I can ascend to the Broken Realm, and then soar to the higher realms, Long Wu expressed with satisfaction. His voice resonated like an ancient bell, naturally commanding attention, causing Gu Shintong's heart to tremble. Stealing a glance, he noticed a trace of celestial energy surrounding Long Wu, indicating that he was indeed a powerhouse of the human immortal realm. Such a master possessed an overwhelming strength. Aligning with him would surely yield great benefits. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance, Taishang Elder, and wish you a swift ascension to the higher realms, Yu Shintong said with utmost respect. Excellent. I will not treat you unfairly. You are a genius of my Taichu's sacred land. Since suffering losses in the last expedition to the divine ruins, you have broken through your bottleneck and now stand as an early-stage powerhouse of the divine realm, progressing rapidly. With a few more Zhiyang divine stones, you might reach my level. In that case, becoming a Taishang Elder would be well within reach. I shall recommend you, and it will be secured. Long Wu stated casually. I hope, Taishang Elder, that you will speak highly of me in front of the higher-ups. I would be immensely grateful. At this moment, Gu Shintong's face lit up with joy, excitement coursing through him, overflowing with gratitude. Very well. Now, let us proceed into the mysterious transformation gate. Let us seek treasures. I understand that the one who opened this mysterious transformation gate must be an extraordinary master. Likely a powerhouse of the human immortal realm, for the seals on this gate are exceedingly formidable. After a brief contemplation, I realized that only someone of the human immortal realm could open it. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible, Long Wu stated calmly. Ah, Supreme Elder, are you implying that a formidable being at the immortal realm has breached the gateway of transformation? Ancient God Tong inquired, astonished. Indeed, there is no other explanation. Otherwise, the restrictions of the gateway could not have been overcome, Long Wu replied nonchalantly. What shall we do? Could they secure their advantage? Ancient God Tong expressed his concerns. Precisely. We must hasten our pace. Should the Supreme Yang Divine Stone fall into their hands, my aspirations to ascend to the fragmentation realm would be utterly thwarted. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us proceed immediately, Long Wu stated calmly, enveloping Ancient God Tong with a surge of true energy as they both soared toward the gateway of transformation, vanishing from sight. However, upon their entrance, several other powerful figures also ventured into the gateway, which then sealed itself completely. Within the gateway of transformation, Su Yuan inadvertently stumbled into an intricate fog formation. This formation was immensely formidable. Had it not been for his exceptional strength, he would have been lost within its depths. After considerable effort, he finally emerged from the fog, only to find himself by the seaside. What is this? How can there be an ocean within the gateway of transformation? Su Yuan pondered, perplexed yet undeterred, as his primary objective was to acquire the Supreme Yang Divine Stone. The location mattered little, as long as he could obtain the stone. Help! Save me! Suddenly, a cry for help echoed nearby, prompting Su Yuan to pause momentarily before darting toward the source. He soon discovered 3 figures clad in black pursuing a young woman, seemingly intent on seizing her belongings. To avoid alerting them, Su Yuan concealed his presence, observing their intentions. Why, Yi Qingqing? Surrender the half-supreme Yang Divine Stone in your possession, or we shall eliminate you on the spot, one of the black-clad men threatened. Indeed, if you do not comply, your family's standing in Black Iron City will be at risk. Hurry, hand it over. The others chimed in coldly, exerting both threats and pressure. Yi Qingqing found herself in a dire predicament, her delicate features paling in fear. The Supreme Yang Divine Stone, acquired at great peril from a mysterious island, was invaluable. If she could refine it, she might elevate her cultivation to the immortal realm, making it difficult to part with. Are you still hesitating? TSK. Though you have reached the pinnacle of the divine path, we have 3 formidable opponents. Do you truly believe you can withstand us? Be sensible, submit now, or face the consequences. The three men threatened ominously. Lesion, Liza, Labing, you three are overstepping your bounds. I obtained this supreme young divine stone through immense hardship. How dare you act so tyrannically? Yi Qingqing retorted fiercely. Ha ha ha, you jest. What is justice in this world? Strength reigns supreme. They mocked. Indeed. What right do you have to speak of justice? You will not take what we desire. Be wise and spare yourself, or we will not hesitate to resort to violence. Yes, hand it over quickly. You may decide your fate. You can either use the half-supreme young divine stone to save your life or face death at our hands. Choose wisely, quickly. Our patience is running thin. They urged, their threats intensifying. No. Even if it means throwing it away, I shall not give it to you. Yi Qingqing declared defiantly, hurling the supreme young divine stone into the ocean, where it transformed into a brilliant streak of light. Soaring away. Now's my chance. Suddenly, Su Yuan sprang into action, emerging from the shadows and transforming into a beam of light, pursuing the castaway stone in the blink of an eye. He seized the supreme young divine stone, his heart racing with excitement as he swiftly stashed it away for later examination. Who dares? How audacious! You presume to take our belongings. You are courting death. Foolish boy, you have a death wish. Hand over the supreme young divine stone. Ha! Your end is nigh. Lesion, Liza, and Labing were momentarily taken aback, not expecting another presence to intervene and seize their stone. Their expressions darkened with murderous intent as they prepared to reclaim what was theirs. Are you eager for a confrontation? Su Yuan said coldly, positioning himself protectively behind Yi Qingqing, ready for battle. Fool! We are disciples of the Eternal Life sect. Consider the consequences. Cross us, and you shall meet your demise. Lesion threatened. Oh? The Eternal Life sect? A prestigious faction in Black Iron City. Impressive. But I am a disciple of the Ascendant Sacred Land. Do you truly believe I fear you? In the face of the Ascendant Sacred Land, your Eternal Life sect is insignificant. Should you provoke my ire, I will ensure your entire sect's obliteration upon my return. Understand this. Not everyone is worthy of your enmity. Some you cannot afford to offend. Su Yuan declared coldly, revealing his identity, which left Lesion, Liza, and Labing visibly shaken. The Eternal Life sect, a force of the Celestial Dragon Dynasty, could not possibly be unaware of the Ascendant Sacred Land, a powerhouse that commanded respect. In the Celestial Dragon Dynasty, few dared to challenge it. Though formidable, the Eternal Life sect paled in comparison. What? You are a disciple of the Ascendant Sacred Land. You must be a chosen one. What of it? A chosen one is still just that. We, three peak practitioners of the divine path, are not intimidated by a mere chosen one. True. While his strength is notable, we are no pushovers. Lesion, Liza, and Labing regained their composure, dismissing the threat posed by Su Yuan as they prepared to reclaim the supreme young divine stone. Oh, so you three remain obstinate, though you believe that a modicum of strength entitles you to challenge me? Your discernment is severely lacking, Su Yuan scoffed, amused by their arrogance. With that, he unleashed his power, a potent aura radiating from his being, overwhelming Liza, Lesion, and Labing. Instantly, they felt the weight of Su Yuan's formidable strength, their expressions shifting in shock. Such explosive power? It's overwhelming. I feel sluggish in his presence. In that moment, they realized that before Su Yuan, they were akin to ants, utterly defenseless. His strength was sufficient to annihilate them without exaggeration. Do you see my power now? Magnificent, is it not? And once I acquire ample supreme young divine stones, I shall ascend to the immortal realm, at which point your Eternal Life sect will be utterly erased from existence. Mark my words, you will await your demise. His words rang ominously in the ears of Liza, Lesion, and Labing, invoking a sense of dread as they felt death beckoning them. You wretch, we are peak practitioners of the divine path. How could we fear you? Indeed. Snap out of it. This is a psychological attack. He is utilizing his mental prowess to instill fear. How detestable. A mental assault. Impressive. Even masters of the divine path are susceptible. This must be a manifestation of the first level of mental power. What? He has achieved mental prowess. Extraordinary. I have yet to reach that level. This youth is truly terrifying. Realizing the gravity of the situation, The three quickly resolved to act, abandoning any further discussion. Taiji Divine Fist. Liza lunged forward, unleashing his profound martial arts with a single, devastating punch that rippled through the air, threatening to shatter everything in its path. Should it connect, it would obliterate its target. Yet Su Yuan was not a mere pushover. He met Liza's formidable punch head-on, the impact reverberating as he absorbed the blow with his Divine King body, retaliating with a palm strike that resembled the might of the ocean, sending Liza reeling, blood spewing forth as he was flung back with a pained scream. Stunned by the overwhelming power, Liza realized the terrifying strength of his opponent. The others, too, were left speechless, witnessing the once mighty Liza being so easily overpowered. However, seasoned warriors, they quickly regained their composure and began to mount a collective counterattack. Kill. All together. Take him down. Leijin, Liza, and Leibing charged forward, ready to engage in battle once more. Three individuals joined forces, unleashing a cataclysmic power that shook the heavens and the earth. The air turned frigid, winter snow sword technique. With a single stroke, they encased everything in IC.AT that moment. Each of them executed their respective techniques. Although their names varied, they stemmed from the same lineage, all part of the Ice series of martial arts. Instantly, snow began to fall across the entire expanse, heavy flurries spreading forth, freezing the ground and ensnaring Su Yuan in an icy grip. Ha ha! Let us see you remain arrogant now. Do you comprehend our might? When the three of us wield the same technique, our power accumulates. You shall not escape death. The trio began to revel in their perceived victory. Convinced they had slain Su Yuan. Little did they know, Su Yuan was utterly unscathed. Suddenly, he trembled, and in an instant, the ice shattered, releasing him unharmed. What? Impossible! How could this be? Lei Zhan, Lei Jia, and Lei Bing were astounded. Unable to fathom how their opponent had emerged unscathed, the three stood there, dumbfounded. Heh heh, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Su Yuan chuckled. Flee! At that moment, Lei Zhan, Lei Jia, and Lei Bing dared not confront Su Yuan any longer and took to the skies, seeking to escape. However, Su Yuan had already activated the domain of the Divine Kingdom, enveloping them within its grasp. What is this? It appears to be the power of a domain. No, this is the domain of the Divine Kingdom. Heavens! How could he possess such power? This is disastrous. The three were thrown into a panic, but it was too late. The domain of the Divine Kingdom descended, encasing their bodies. Their internal true energy and laws began to leak out. Absorbed by the Divine Kingdom, I am my laws. My body can't withstand this. No. Soon, the three were completely disintegrated by the domain of the Divine Kingdom, ultimately becoming part of Su Yuan. Three masters at the pinnacle of the divine path perished just like that. Su Yuan emerged effortlessly, without a hint of stress. Why, Yi Qingqing? Are you all right? At this moment, he noticed that Yi Qingqing had succumbed to unconsciousness, likely overwhelmed by the immense power of the Divine Kingdom he had unleashed. Chapter 93. The Demonic Frog. However, perhaps this was for the best. He would first refine the Supreme Yang Divine Stone. Although it was merely half a piece, it contained a trace of divine power. A highly advanced energy, if refined, it could yield tremendous benefits. While half a piece of the Supreme Yang Divine Stone might not elevate him to the realm of the immortal path, it would certainly enhance his strength significantly, bringing him closer to the pinnacle of the divine path. Indeed, the Supreme Yang Divine Stone possesses such efficacy, as the energy it harbors is vast. He even hesitated to refine it here, fearing that the disturbance might attract other powerful beings. Wait, I need to find a suitable place to refine the Supreme Yang Divine Stone. That's it, the seabed. After much contemplation, Su Yuan finally identified an appropriate location. The depths of the ocean would be ideal as it could obscure his presence. With that, he leaped into the water, plunging straight to the ocean floor. Gurgle, gurgle. The seawater was extremely cold. For an ordinary person, it would likely result in instant frostbite. This was no jest. It was particularly frigid. And Su Yuan found himself feeling the chill, though it posed no harm, merely an uncomfortable sensation. Soon, he dove into a cluster of reefs at the ocean floor. Excellent. This place is densely packed with reefs. Providing ample concealment, I shall cultivate here and thoroughly refine the Supreme Yang Divine Stone. At last, Su Yuan found a suitable spot, one that was well protected by the surrounding reefs. He settled down cross-legged, retrieved the half-piece of the Supreme Yang Divine Stone, and crushed it effortlessly. Though the Supreme Yang Divine Stone was formidable, it posed no challenge for Su Yuan. With a single squeeze, it shattered. Unleashing a torrent of immense power, Su Yuan quickly opened the domain of the Divine Kingdom, shrouding the released energy, while the power of the Divine Kingdom expanded, sealing off the area completely. No one could intrude, unless they were a master of the immortal path. At this moment, Su Yuan began to absorb the divine power from the Supreme Yang Divine Stone. Though it was a mere trace, the quality was exceedingly high. Something this world lacked. Only items like the Supreme Yang Divine Stone contained such essence. Whoosh! Deep within the domain of the Divine Kingdom, Su Yuan commenced his absorption of the divine power, creating a vacuum around him under the influence of the Divine Kingdom's might. He greedily drew in the energy. What a formidable force! As he absorbed the divine power, he felt his internal true energy begin to churn. Its quality improved markedly. If his true energy had previously contained impurities, the absorption of the Supreme Yang Divine Stone's divine power instantly purged all impurities, elevating its quality by several tiers. Wonderful! One trace of divine energy within my true energy has already begun to transform. Imbued with a divine essence, making it even more powerful than before, Su Yuan mused, thoroughly pleased. He had not anticipated that refining merely a trace would yield such significant effects. The divine power truly lived up to its reputation. If he could acquire a substantial quantity of the Supreme Yang Divine Stone, his cultivation could continue to ascend, potentially reaching the realm of the immortal path. Subsequently, he closed his eyes once more, continuing to refine the remaining divine power. Boom! As the refining progressed, he sensed his strength beginning to rise. The density of his true energy compared to before was enhanced by a factor of 10, perhaps even dozens. This was all due to the divine power contained within the Supreme Yang Divine Stone. Thus, Su Yuan continued to absorb and refine until he had completely assimilated all the divine power. He emerged invigorated, as if transformed, his true energy surging like an endless ocean. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Suddenly, just as Su Yuan awakened from his meditation, he heard the croaking of demonic frogs echoing through the waters. Immediately, he extended his mental energy outward, discovering a colossal demonic frog approaching from the depths of the ocean, mere tens of thousands of miles away, and it was closing in rapidly. A formidable beast approaches, and it seems to have already detected my presence. This is not good, Su Yuan remarked coolly. Despite having refined the Supreme Yang Divine Stone, his cultivation had yet to break through. Instead, he had attracted the attention of a powerful demonic frog, whose strength was comparable to that of a master at the immortal path. Though it had not yet crossed that threshold. Acceptable. If it were a true master of the immortal path, I would immediately turn to flee, but this demonic frog is not at that level. So I need not fear. Su Yuan's mental energy extended infinitely, spotting the demonic frog several thousand miles away. What incredible speed! Su Yuan was astonished. What had been a distance of 10,000 miles had diminished to mere thousands in the blink of an eye. It drew closer. Now, the demonic frog was merely hundreds of miles away, and at this rate, it would reach him in no time. Heh, quite the speed and considerable strength. Come forth. I am eager to witness your true prowess. Su Yuan stood his ground, waiting for the demonic frog, which would arrive shortly. Suddenly, he felt the water around him begin to swirl violently. The entire ocean floor trembled, the rocks shaking as stones tumbled and crashed upon the seabed. Creating a significant commotion, he realized the demonic frog was nearing. The target has appeared. As the water swirled more ferociously, Su Yuan sensed a wave of oppressive energy approaching from the depths of the ocean. A dark, swirling mass that tainted the surrounding water. It has arrived at last. What a massive form! Just as Su Yuan finished speaking, an enormous demonic frog descended before him. This creature possessed 3 emerald green eyes and was covered in numerous bumps on its back, giving it a rather fearsome appearance. Its size was immense, akin to a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The density of its true energy was more terrifying than Su Yuan's own. It was not at the pinnacle of the divine path, but rather a half-step into the immortal path. Su Yuan was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Generally, demonic beasts lacked intelligence, to put it plainly. They were not particularly clever. Yet, this colossal demonic frog had somehow cultivated to the half-step immortal path. An extraordinary rarity, indeed, terrifying. Such was Su Yuan's impression. Facing this half-step immortal path demonic beast, he felt a degree of pressure. If it were an ordinary practitioner, they would likely already be quaking in fear. Yet he remained resolute, feeling merely a hint of pressure. Human, was it you who refined the supreme Yang divine stone? I sensed its essence, albeit faintly. It could not escape my keen perception. The demonic frog's voice boomed, shaking the very foundations of the ocean, its resonant waves pushing the surrounding water aside, leaving a vast vacuum behind. Chapter 94. Confronting the Half-Step Immortal Path. Even Su Yuan could not deny the formidable prowess of the demonic frog, confirming it was indeed at the half-step immortal path. Instantly, he felt a surge of pressure. However, he could still endure it, for his greatest asset was the divine kingdom. Although the half-step immortal path was potent, it could not breach the defenses of the divine kingdom. Thus, he chose to confront the demonic frog rather than flee. Senior, did you misinterpret the situation? I merely discovered a sea slug and came down. There was no refining of the sunstone as you claimed. Perhaps you are mistaken. Su Yuan began to feign ignorance. Oh? Misinterpretation? Impossible. I distinctly sensed a trace of divine power from the sunstone just now. If it was not you who refined it, then who did? Spare me your charade. Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived? The massive body of the magic frog began to stir, emitting a series of deafening sounds. The entire seabed seemed to tremble, illustrating just how formidable a half-step human immortal could be at that moment. Su Yuan immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Aware that a fierce battle loomed ahead, he chuckled. Since you genuinely believe I refined it, I have nothing further to say. What exactly do you intend to do? Su Yuan smiled faintly, his composure restored as his internal energy began to circulate, ready to counter any threat. Oh, such a precious item like the sunstone squandered on you is a travesty. If I were to refine even half of it, I could ascend to true human immortal status. Alas, what a pity. Letting you have it means nothing as long as I devour you. I can still harness the power of the sunstone, albeit with somewhat diminished effect. The magic frog's three eyes locked onto Su Yuan, preparing to strike him down and consume him. Su Yuan immediately sensed the malice in its intent. However, being a master in his own right, he quickly calmed his inner turmoil. At worst, a battle awaited him. I respect you as a senior, yet you truly are putting on a show, believing I am afraid of you. Su Yuan's gaze radiated killing intent. He could no longer endure the repeated provocations and resolved to fight back. With a swift motion, an aura erupted from him. Standing tall and unyielding, a mere half-step human immortal posed no threat. They could not defeat him. Oh, you little brat. What? You, a mere mortal of the divine path, think to contend with me? The magic frog bellowed. Fine, since you seek death, I shall grant it. At that moment, the colossal body of the magic frog quaked, and a surge of power erupted from within, moving instantaneously. Ribbit, the celestial demon sound. The magic frog unleashed a barrage of sonic attacks directed at Su Yuan. The might of this demonic sound was extraordinary, and a being of the divine path could hardly withstand it. Yet, Su Yuan was not an ordinary practitioner of the divine path. Thus, these demonic sounds could not harm him before the sound waves could approach. His divine realm activated automatically. A mysterious aura descended, not only countering the demonic sound but also enveloping the magic frog within it. Negative emotions began to emanate, starting to affect the magic frog. Instantly, it lost its composure. What is this? A divine realm? The magic frog exclaimed in shock, its inner turmoil escalating as it realized that this human before it possessed a divine realm. Although it might be a fragmented divine realm, it was still a divine realm. Its power was immense. Even a half-step human immortal could not breach such a domain. Panic began to set in. Hee. Enveloped by my divine realm, you are as good as dead. No one can escape from it. Furthermore, I must inform you that my divine realm can generate numerous negative emotions. Even as a half-step human immortal, you cannot escape its grasp. Under the weight of my many negative effects, your strength will be significantly diminished, unable to be fully realized. So, What more do you have to say? Su Yuan remarked with a cold smile. Damn it. The magic frog cursed in fury, instinctively ready to retaliate, only to realize that it could only exert half of its strength. Its heart began to spiral into chaos. However, being a great demon, it had weathered many storms and soon regained its composure. Fine, you, a mere fledgling of the divine path, are as insignificant as a speck of dust in my eyes. Even with only half my strength, I can still slay you. With a furious roar, the magic frog finally made its move, its massive form descending like a mountain, exuding overwhelming pressure. Yet, bolstered by the power of the divine realm, Su Yuan felt no fear. Moreover, having just refined half a piece of the sunstone, although it did not elevate his realm, the internal energy surged within him, magnifying dozens or even hundreds of times. Any pressure was rendered ineffective against him. With a single punch, he shattered all oppressive forces. Behold my might! Su Yuan roared, delivering a punch that resonated through the air. Enhanced by the power of the divine realm, this strike was monumental, akin to parting the heavens, and it struck the magic frog squarely in the abdomen, sending it flying up. The magic frog shrieked, spewing forth black blood. That punch had injured it grievously. It was propelled far away, crashing into the barrier of the divine realm before finally halting. This incident ignited its fury. You little brat, you're dead. How dare you injure me? The magic frog seethed with rage, its immense body surging forth once more, unleashing a torrent of cold flames that combined both freezing and fiery powers, enveloping Su Yuan in an instant. Yet, Su Yuan's body trembled. Within the divine realm, he was invincible. He devoured all the cold flames, refining them into his own power. Revitalized and brimming with battle intent, he charged forth, engaging in fierce combat with the magic frog. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between man and frog erupted within the divine realm, and it was evident that as time progressed, Su Yuan gained the upper hand. With the backing of the divine realm, he held an absolute advantage, while the magic frog, constrained by negative effects, could not fully unleash its power, clearly falling into a passive state, unable to retaliate. Wow! The magic frog expelled another mouthful of black blood, its massive form once again sent flying by Su Yuan, as its internal energy seemed to have been completely shattered. Orderly divine chains, Su Yuan shouted, summoning the power of the divine realm. A colossal divine chain soared from the depths of the divine realm, binding the magic frog tightly, rendering it immobile and stripping it of its former might. Humph! A half-step human immortal, you shall become my sustenance. Ha ha ha! Once I refine your laws, I shall nearly reach the half-step human immortal realm myself. Su Yuan cackled madly, beginning to devour the magic frog. With a single punch, he obliterated it entirely. A fragment of human immortal laws manifested. Immense like a towering ancient tree, Su Yuan realized that the magic frog had not truly ascended to the realm of human immortals. Otherwise, these laws would have been even grander. Chapter 95. Ascension to Human Immortal, Shattered. Su Yuan unleashed another punch, shattering a fragment of the human immortal laws, subsequently absorbing the remnants into his body. Instantly, he felt his power surge tremendously, as if on the verge of explosion. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, every bottleneck within him shattered, propelling him directly into the half-step human immortal realm. A trace of celestial spiritual energy emanated from within him. Though it was not true celestial spiritual energy, only upon becoming a human immortal and overcoming the trials of the human immortal would true celestial spiritual energy be born within him. Excellent! I, Su Yuan, have finally reached this day, from being a mere servant of the Su family to a half-step human immortal in such a short time. It feels like a dream, yet it is indeed reality. Su Yuan had now ascended to the half-step human immortal realm, brimming with confidence and pride, feeling as though he were on the cusp of invincibility. Yet, he knew that true invincibility remained a distance away. I wonder how the young lady would react upon seeing me like this, Su Yuan mused quietly. His journey to this point was partly due to the young lady Su Xiaoyi. Had he not been brought to the Feathered Ascension sacred land for training, he would not have progressed so swiftly nor encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities. Thus, he was immensely grateful to Su Xiaoyi. Moreover, Su Xiaoyi was shrouded in mystery. According to prior information, she was a reincarnation of a significant figure from the upper realm, possessing an illustrious identity. Yet, he remained uncertain of her exact realm. Young lady, although you exude formidable power, I estimate you have not reached the Shattered Realm. At most, you might be at the human immortal level. Su Yuan recalled witnessing Su Xiuyi's prowess a few times. Marveling at her skills, however, he speculated that she could not have reached the Shattered Realm. She was likely still within the human immortal realm. It had been a long time since they last met, and he was curious about her current realm. After all, she was exceptionally mysterious, her strength advancing dramatically with each passing moment. She may have even surpassed the human immortal realm by now. Young lady, once I emerge from this place, I shall seek you out, Su Yuan stated calmly. Ding, congratulations, host, on achieving the half-step human immortal realm. The system rewards you with a fragment of human immortal laws, a genuine fragment. Suddenly, at that moment, the system appeared, granting Su Yuan a true fragment of human immortal laws, which filled him with immense joy. He then witnessed the fragment flying toward him, ultimately entering his body and beginning to merge. Ha ha ha! I have obtained the genuine fragment of human immortal laws. Su Yuan laughed heartily, knowing that once he refined it, he would fully attain the human immortal realm, infinitely surpassing the meager fragment from the magic frog. Hence, he laughed with wild abandon. Refining. At that moment, Su Yuan began the process of refining, the human immortal laws melting within him, poised to break through to the true human immortal realm at any moment. As time passed, nearly half of the human immortal laws had assimilated within him. Su Yuan felt his strength surge exponentially, at least by 1,000-fold. Power. Absolute power. He felt as though a single punch from him could sink an entire continent. Though this was merely an illusion, it nonetheless affirmed the unparalleled magnitude of his strength. Ha ha ha, that so-called Lord Taijia, you are the embodiment of the sun, as well as a formidable figure in the realm of human immortals. Once I find you, I shall devour and refine you entirely. At that moment, my cultivation will soar once more. Su Yuan burst into laughter, having conceived a bold idea, to refine Lord Taijia and obtain the principles of human immortality within him. With his divine kingdom at his disposal, he believed that this Lord Taijia could not possibly be his adversary. Pray, Taijia, do not let me encounter you, for if you do, your end shall be nigh. Su Yuan spoke coldly. Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon began to manifest above his head, and Su Yuan realized that the calamity of human immortals was imminent. The power of this calamity appeared formidable, yet he felt unconcerned. With his divine kingdom, he would surely withstand it. He chose to remain within his divine kingdom, allowing the calamity to descend. After several breaths, the calamity of human immortals finally arrived. The immense force engulfed him in a torrent of thunder. Yet he remained unscathed, sheltered within his divine kingdom. The power of the divine kingdom could nullify all threats. Even though the heavenly tribulation could not be entirely blocked, it could be significantly weakened. Once reduced to a certain extent, it posed no danger. The entire calamity lasted for more than a dozen breaths before dissipating completely. At that moment, the principles of human immortality within Su Yuan became even more stable and robust, considerably stronger than before. Success. Now, I shall see what has become of Yi Qingqing. Upon finishing his thought, Su Yuan's body trembled as he burst forth from the sea, emerging onto the shore. At that moment, Yi Qingqing lay unconscious. He immediately infused a strand of spiritual power into her body, and she awakened from her stupor. What is this power? Spiritual power? Yi Qingqing gazed at Su Yuan with newfound astonishment. For this was indeed spiritual power, and she could not fathom why it manifested in him. Ha ha ha! I have just overcome the calamity of human immortals and now stand as a master in the human immortal realm. It is no wonder I possess spiritual power. Su Yuan laughed heartily. Oh? Could it be that you refined the supreme young divine stone? Yi Qingqing inquired, a hint of envy glimmering in her eyes. While half a supreme young divine stone is indeed powerful, it did not grant me an immediate breakthrough. I had to slay a half-step human immortal realm demon frog, extract a fragment of its principles. And only then was I able to refine and advance, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. However, I must express my gratitude for your half a supreme young divine stone. Without it as a catalyst, I would not have achieved this so swiftly. It's no trouble. You saved my life. Let this supreme young divine stone serve as my repayment. Yi Qingqing smiled gently. What a jest! Now that one has attained mastery in the human immortal realm, even if she coveted the supreme young divine stone, it would be of no use, and all she could do was offer a smile. By the way, where did you obtain the supreme young divine stone in your possession? Su Yuan asked curiously. Logically, as a pinnacle figure in the divine realm, she should have no means to acquire the supreme young divine stone, so he was intrigued. I found it on the island of despair. There should be more there. Yi Qingqing replied calmly. The island of despair? Su Yuan questioned, perplexed. Yes, there are many demons and strong beings there. I was fortunate to stumble upon it. Yi Qingqing answered honestly. I see. Perhaps the island of despair holds a mine for the supreme young divine stone. Could you guide me there? Su Yuan inquired. That is not possible. It is far too dangerous. I dare not go. Fear not. I shall protect you. After some deliberation, and with Su Yuan's assurances, she finally consented. Ultimately, under Yi Qingqing's lead, the two set off towards the island of despair. However, shortly after their departure, the space in the vicinity began to tremble, forming a spatial passage through which two young figures clad in black descended. From their attire, it was evident they were disciples of the Eternal Life sect, and their strength was formidable, classifying them among the elite. Both masters of the human immortal realm. This was indeed alarming. The sudden emergence of two human immortal masters signaled impending chaos. Hua Tianqin's gaze was sharp as he remarked, indeed. I too sensed a significant energy fluctuation. The sea's surface still emanates a trace of demonic aura, suggesting a fierce clash between powerful demons and humans. Xiao Yaozi nodded in agreement. It appears that numerous strong individuals have entered through the gate of transformation, including quite a few human immortals. That is to be expected. The allure of the supreme young divine stone is simply too great. If we can amass a substantial quantity, we might break through to the shattered realm. Hua Tianqin replied coolly. Xiao Yaozi's eyes gleamed with excitement. For those at our level, advancement becomes exceedingly difficult unless one acquires the supreme young divine stone, an item imbued with divine power that could facilitate further growth. Indeed, one must wonder how the origin continent came to possess such a treasure. It should not exist in such a low-level realm. Even in higher realms, it is exceedingly rare, Hua Tianqin lamented. Fortunately, our Eternal Life sect entered early, and we have already set up some measures on the island of despair, securing some supreme young divine stones, which await our retrieval, Xiao Yaozi exclaimed with enthusiasm. While this was true, there were other factions on the island of despair. Even if we secured the supreme young divine stones, it would be challenging to carry them away, especially since I have received word of a powerful human immortal with a solar physique appearing there. This is quite troublesome, Hua Tianqin remarked coolly. His words sent a chill through Xiao Yaozi. The strength of a human immortal was already formidable, nearing invincibility. A human immortal with a solar physique could only be described as terrifying. Such a being could obliterate stars with a single punch. What? Such a powerful individual. No wonder our disciples from the Eternal Life sect have been unable to secure the supreme young divine stones. They likely faced opposition from this solar physique human immortal. Xiao Yaozi expressed his concern. Do not worry. We are numerous. What can a solar physique human immortal do against us? Hua Tianqin retorted coldly. While that is true, we must not be complacent. We should hasten our journey to the island of despair and join forces with our Eternal Life sect disciples. Delays could endanger them, especially against such a formidable opponent. Xiao Yaozi cautioned. Otherwise, the supreme young divine stones we secure may be taken from us, and we shall regret it when it is too late, he added. His worries not unfounded. In this world, strength spoke volumes. Only those with power could seize what they desired. Very well. Let us not linger any longer. We must swiftly depart for the island of despair and unite with our Eternal Life sect disciples, assisting them in their escape with the supreme young divine stones. Hua Tianqin stated calmly. Agreed. Let us hasten towards the island of despair. Xiao Yaozi concurred, and the two took flight, quickly vanishing from sight. On the boundless sea, Su Yuan and Yi Qingqing were leisurely traversing the skies, knowing that it would take at least half a day to reach the island of despair. However, as they soared, Su Yuan suddenly sensed two powerful presences approaching rapidly from behind, their speed astonishing. From the intensity of their auras, they were undoubtedly human immortals. Qingqing, we must take cover. Two human immortals are coming our way. Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Two human immortals? Let us hide, quickly, into the water. Yi Qingqing panicked, and together they plunged from the air, diving into the depths of the sea. Just as they concealed themselves, two dark figures appeared on the surface of the water. Coming to a halt? Strange. I distinctly sensed two individuals nearby. One a human immortal and the other a pinnacle figure in the divine realm. How could they vanish upon our approach? Xiao Yaozi expressed his confusion. I sensed it too. Perhaps they detected our presence and chose to conceal themselves, likely hiding beneath the sea. Should we attempt to flush them out? Hua Tianxin's gaze turned icy. Let it be. If this were earlier, I would not have spared them, but time is of the essence. We must rapidly reach the island of despair and reunite with our eternal life sect disciples. We cannot afford to delay. Xiao Yaozi replied coolly, brother, you are correct. We must prioritize our journey. Otherwise, we risk jeopardizing our mission. Hua Tianxin concurred. Just as he finished speaking, his communication talisman suddenly chimed. A stream of information surged into his mind, causing him to shudder and his expression to darken with anger. Not good. The sect leader has sent word that the supreme Yang Divine Stone has been seized by that solar physique human immortal. We must hurry to assist. What? Even the leader of the Eternal Life sect is no match for him. How formidable must the celestial beings of the solar body be? Xiao Yaozi was taken aback. To think that this celestial being of the solar body could be described only as terrifying. Indeed, the situation appears dire, and as the leader just mentioned, aside from the solar body, there are also celestial beings from the primordial Holy Land and some rogue celestial beings on the island of despair, all vying for the Sun God Stone. Hua Tianxin stated earnestly to O many celestial masters. Let us hurry and assist the leader of the Zhuli sect, Xiao Yaozi declared resolutely. The two then took to the skies once more, heading towards the island of despair. Just after they departed, Su Yuan and Yi Qingqing emerged from the depths of the sea, exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. After a moment, Su Yuan spoke. In my opinion, the island of despair is not to be underestimated. There are already several celestial beings present. Your prior acquisition of half a sun god stone was merely luck. Well then, should we go or not? I sense that this island of despair could truly spell doom. I am feeling quite frightened. Yi Qingqing voiced her concerns. I must go. The sun god stone is of immense significance to me. I must acquire it, regardless of the cost. Su Yuan replied with unwavering determination. Very well. You protect me, and I shall go as well. Yi Qingqing resolutely stated, feeling safer with Su Yuan by her side. Agreed. Let us proceed. Su Yuan responded calmly. The two then flew towards the island of despair once more. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuan spotted a large island shrouded in mist. Chapter 97. Celestial Beings of the Eternal Life Sect. After Yi Qingqing confirmed it, they swiftly flew towards the island of despair and soon landed on its shores. However, upon their arrival, Su Yuan sensed something amiss, for the vast island of despair was enveloped by several deadly formations. These formations were extraordinary, displaying immense power, laid down by celestial beings. Su Yuan glanced around and estimated that there were at least 10 large formations, indicating a minimum of 10 celestial beings present on this island of despair. Alas! This situation is rather precarious, Su Yuan lamented. What is it? Yi Qingqing inquired, perplexed, as her cultivation level was insufficient to perceive the grand formations on the island of despair. Unless one reached the celestial realm, such things would go unnoticed. There are numerous experts on this island of despair, at least 10 celestial beings. You may not sense it, but the entire island is shrouded by 10 terrifying formations. Su Yuan stated seriously. His words startled Yi Qingqing, as celestial beings seldom appeared. They were typically focused on breaking through their realms and meditating in seclusion. Hearing that there were at least 10 celestial beings here left her in shock. No way! How terrifying! Yi Qingqing exclaimed. With so many celestial beings seeking the Sun God Stone, the odds of obtaining it are exceedingly slim. Her previous acquisition had been a stroke of luck. Fear not. With me by your side, you will surely obtain the Sun God Stone, Su Yuan declared confidently. Indeed, I believe in you, Yi Qingqing replied. Let us move. Stay close to me. We must avoid the celestial formations. Su Yuan instructed calmly. He then took flight towards the center of the island of despair, with Yi Qingqing following closely behind. Before long, as Su Yuan soared out, the entire space began to tremble. A massive surge of energy erupted from all directions, followed by the emergence of a colossal sword formation that ensnared Su Yuan within. "This is not good," Yi Qingqing cried out immediately, aware of the formidable nature of the formation. It is a formation set by celestial beings, known as the Endless Sword Formation. Its power is tremendous. I cannot believe such a powerful array still exists in this world. It had been lost to time many years ago. Su Yuan quickly recognized the formation as the long-lost sword array. Instantly, he became serious. This was no jest, especially considering the opponent's celestial prowess. Soon, he observed numerous corpses within the formation, all belonging to experts at the peak of the divine path, who had perished within the sword array. Without exception, it appears a massacre just transpired. So many formidable beings have fallen. However, to celestial beings, those of the divine path are as insignificant as ants. Though formidable, they are merely cannon fodder before the might of celestial beings. These divine path experts were all slain, with their laws and true qi left within the sword array, unrefined, as those of celestial level looked down upon such feeble laws. Su Yuan glanced around and noticed an abundance of laws and clusters of true qi within the formation, which the celestial beings disregarded, allowing them to dissipate without absorbing them, rendering them worthless. Yi Qingqing stared in astonishment, her eyes filled with greed, yearning to rush forward and absorb those laws to enhance her own strength. Yet, aware that this was a celestial formation, she wisely refrained, recognizing that approaching could lead to her demise like the corpses around her. Do not act rashly. These laws and true qi are unabsorbable. They have been tampered with. If you attempt to refine them, the sword qi will erupt, piercing your body, and even the gods would be unable to save you. Su Yuan cautioned. He saw through the deception and warned Yi Qingqing to refrain from acting impulsively, lest she find herself without a grave. Indeed, I almost lost my composure just now. Such laws and true qi dissipating like this is such a waste. Yi Qingqing lamented. Forget about that. We have already been targeted, Su Yuan said, his gaze turning icy as he focused on the center of the formation, where he detected two wisps of mist. With his keen vision, he immediately discerned that these were not mere mists but rather two celestial beings. Soon, under his scrutiny, the mist began to disperse, revealing two young individuals clad in black, resembling those from the Eternal Life sect that Su Yuan had previously slain. "Ha! The disciples of our sect have been slain by you. The unique aura of your presence betrays you. The techniques practiced by our disciples are special. Once killed, this unique aura lingers for 7 days. Impossible to cleanse. Do you have any explanations left, boy?" Xiao Yaozi said coldly. "You have committed heinous crimes by us in an instant." An infinite blaze enveloped Su Yuan. Impressive indeed. If an ordinary person were to face this, they would be utterly defenseless. Fortunately, I am of a higher caliber among mortals. This mere flame law shall not pose a threat to me. Su Yuan sneered repeatedly, and at that moment, his body trembled. Unleashing a blinding radiance, he activated his divine realm, and with the power of his divine realm augmenting him, the flames held no sway over him. In fact, those very flames began to be gradually absorbed by his divine realm, startling Xiao Yaozi and Hua Tianqian. What? How could this be? Within these flames lies our law power, yet it has no effect on him, and instead, he is absorbing our flames. Could it be that he possesses a divine realm? Ah, a divine realm. Truly, I can already feel it. Xiao Yaozi and Hua Tianqian were taken aback. A mortal with a divine realm is simply beyond our means to contend with. They wondered where he could have acquired such power. Astonished, I am indeed a man of divine realm. Your fierce assaults shall be of no consequence to me, Su Yuan declared from his elevated position, having thoroughly absorbed all the laws of flame, transforming them for his own use, thereby enhancing his strength ever so slightly. At this juncture, he had no intention of playing around any longer. He aimed to eliminate these two mortals and obtain their laws of ascension. Surrender yourselves, Su Yuan coldly remarked, having grasped the reins of power as his divine realm enveloped them. Instantly, a wave of weakness washed over Xiao Yaozi and Hua Tianqian. Though they were already mortals, they could not withstand the adverse effects of the divine realm. Once ensnared by its grasp, one would be rendered powerless, for the divine realm has the capacity to diminish the strength of any individual, even those of ascension. This is dire. We are ensnared by his divine realm, our powers rendered ineffective. What to do? Perhaps detonating our holy artifacts could obliterate the divine realm and create an escape route. It seems we have no other choice. Suddenly, both of them trembled, and two flying swords erupted from within their bodies. These two swords were holy artifacts of tremendous might, as the holy artifacts manifested. Xiao Yaozi and Hua Tianqian felt the pressure around them diminish significantly. Ha ha ha, it still bears effect. Though you possess a divine realm, you cannot fully unleash its power, or else we would be done for. Heh. Let us use our holy artifacts to break through. The two sneered coldly, directly commandeering the holy artifacts to initiate self-destruction. They activated the self-destruction array within the holy artifacts, and at that moment, the two colossal holy swords soared skyward, expanding violently before ultimately detonating. An endless surge of energy began to collide, causing the entire divine realm to tremble as if it were about to be torn apart. Yet Su Yuan remained remarkably calm, for he understood that the divine realm was not so easily shattered. Though the force of the explosion was formidable, it could not dismantle the divine realm. Futile. Even with a multitude of holy artifacts detonating, my divine realm remains unscathed, Su Yuan coldly declared. As the entire divine realm shook violently, an invisible force pressing down to withstand all the pressure. The self-destruction of the two artifacts had no effect whatsoever. At that moment, Xiao Yaozi and Hua Tianqian realized their peril. If even the self-destruction of holy artifacts could not breach this divine realm, they began to feel disoriented. What to do? Prolonged exposure to this divine realm renders our powers ineffective, and the adverse effects are overwhelmingly debilitating. I am at a loss. This divine realm is too robust to penetrate. Xiao Yaozi and Hua Tianqian began to feel a headache coming on. This divine realm was simply indestructible. Anxiety consumed them, for if this continued, they might very well be killed. Humph! You too shall perish. A voice of death erupted from Su Yuan, echoing in the ears of Xiao Yaozi and Hua Tianqian like a harbinger from the abyss. Though they appeared calm on the surface, terror gripped their hearts. This is bad. At this moment, both realized the gravity of their situation. Unless they devised a way to escape this divine realm, they might truly face dire consequences. However, Su Yuan was no longer offering them any chances. He began to exert control over the divine realm, initiating a relentless assault. Instantly, negative emotions multiplied, and waves of adverse energy enveloped Xiao Yaozi and Hua Tianqian. Panic ensued. My strength is draining away at me too. Xiao Yaozi and Hua Tianqian were stunned, realizing that the power within them was being siphoned away, albeit slowly, yet undeniably. Instantly, dread washed over them. Ha ha ha! You two ascended beings truly believed yourselves invincible. Splendid. Today, I shall slay you and seize everything you possess. Su Yuan declared coldly, intensifying the pressure as he exerted control over the divine realm. As negative emotions surged, Xiao Yaozi and Hua Tianqian soon found themselves immobilized. Despite being ascended beings, they could not withstand the relentless pressure of the divine realm. This is dire. I have worked so hard to reach the ascended realm. I do not wish to die. The power of this divine realm is overwhelming. My body can no longer endure. The two began to scream, yet found no recourse to resist. Within the divine realm, they endured immense suffering, their bodies rendered immobile, besieged by a multitude of negative emotions, as if they were trapped in the depths of hell. Explode! Su Yuan at that moment unleashed the full might of the divine realm, amplifying the pressure 1,000-fold, completely crushing Xiao Yaozi and Hua Tianqian into oblivion. Their laws of ascension and true energy erupted forth, leading to the definitive demise of the two ascended beings. Under normal circumstances, if one were to perish outside, their body could be reformed. Yet within the divine realm, destruction meant irrevocable annihilation, for the divine realm restricts one's power. Su Yuan gazed upon the immense laws of ascension, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, as he grasped both laws firmly in his hands. Ha ha ha! This is absolutely splendid. I have acquired 2 laws of ascension in one fell swoop. After refining them, my strength will undoubtedly soar. Elated, Su Yuan laughed heartily, commencing the process of refinement. Under the influence of the divine realm, he swiftly absorbed and refined the 2 colossal laws of ascension. At this juncture, his body trembled, and his aura underwent a profound transformation. The ethereal essence surrounding him intensified, at least 100-fold denser than before. An aura of invincibility began to emanate from him. Not merely a jest, but a genuine manifestation of unmatched prowess. His realm ascended directly from the initial stage of ascension to the mid-stage of ascension. The acquisition of these two laws had propelled him forward, leading to a breakthrough in his realm. Remarkable. With my newfound strength, I could obliterate stars with a single punch. Su Yuan marveled, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him. Suddenly, a notification resounded within him. Ding. Host, please sign in. The system prompted him to sign in. Without hesitation, he complied. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the supreme holy artifact, the chaotic sword. Subsequently, an image of a sword materialized on his interface, emanating an aura of chaos. Exuding immense and terrifying power, with a slight tremor, it seemed capable of rending the heavens and shattering the very continent. Su Yuan gazed in awe at the formidable supreme holy artifact, utterly astonished. Impressive indeed. This is a treasure that transcends holy artifacts, possessing colossal power. With this artifact, ascended beings before me are as insignificant as dogs and pigs, Su Yuan mused, taking hold of the entire chaotic sword. The moment he grasped it, he felt as though it had been custom-tailored for him. Its power was overwhelming. With a single strike, it could carve through anything, as if it were capable of splitting the heavens. Let us test its might. Su Yuan decided to wield the chaotic sword, and with a single swing, the entire array on the deadly island was instantly torn asunder, rendered utterly non-existent, incapable of withstanding the power of his strike. What? Who is this young man? He possesses a supreme holy artifact. Such a treasure is simply terrifying. The array I set up was effortlessly dismantled. Remarkable. I never anticipated that he would wield such a formidable treasure. The Zhiyang Divine Stone may well be beyond our grasp. If he makes a move, who could withstand him? There is still a chance. We must unite to have a fighting chance. Heh. Do you truly believe you can withstand the might of a single strike from a supreme holy artifact? At this moment, the ascended beings lurking in the shadows of Deadly Island beheld everything that had transpired. Incredulous. Although they considered themselves powerful, the might of a supreme holy artifact was unfathomable, especially in the hands of an ascended being, where its potential could be maximized. It was evident that ordinary ascended beings might genuinely be unable to resist. Thus, none dared to reveal themselves, gripped by fear of death. Meanwhile, in a particularly mysterious location on Deadly Island, 3 ascended beings found themselves in a tense standoff. The prowess of these 3 celestial beings is profoundly terrifying, particularly that of the youthful individual among them, whose body harbors an energy as formidable as the sun itself. With a mere movement, it feels as though the world is illuminated by countless suns, instilling a sense of dread. This individual is Tai Jie, the possessor of a solar constitution. Opposing him are 2 others, Long Wu from the Taichu Sacred Land, and Bai Feng Jun, the leader of the Eternal Life sect. The trio stands in confrontation over a colossal piece of the Supreme Yang Divine Stone, each unwilling to yield to the others. Bai Feng Jun, your Eternal Life sect's celestial beings are utterly pathetic, having lost 2 of their ranks in an instant. What a disgrace, Tai Jie coldly remarked, his words laced with disdain. Evidently aware of the unfolding events, upon hearing this, Bai Feng Jun's demeanor soured dramatically, his expression darkening as he retorted, "What do you mean by that? Do you wish to engage in battle?" Bai Feng Jun's tone sharpened instantly, while Long Wu chose to remain aloof, standing aside with a mocking smile. "Feel free to fight it out. I have no intention of intervening." He was a seasoned strategist, acutely aware that neither of the 2 would likely prevail against the other, especially the young man with the solar constitution, whose strength was overwhelming. Even if he allied with Bai Feng Jun, victory was not assured. Thus, he opted for a spectator's role. "Oh? What power and status do you possess, Bai Feng Jun, to dare oppose me?" Tai Jie coldly inquired, dismissing the leader of the Eternal Life sect as if he were mere detritus. "You dare to look down upon me? Do not presume that your unique constitution renders you invincible. Many can subdue you in this world. In the eyes of true prodigies, you are but a waste of space," Bai Feng Jun retorted icily. Suddenly, as they faced off, the entire space began to tremble, and a spatial passage materialized. From this passage emerged a young man, none other than Su Yuan, who had already pinpointed his location and arrived first. Upon entering this realm, he immediately sensed its peculiar energy, which was exceedingly fierce. Evidently, the supreme Yang divine stone was present. His gaze fell below, penetrating through layers of obstruction, and he swiftly spotted an immense supreme Yang divine stone shrouded in mist. Wow! Such a quality of supreme Yang divine stone is truly rare. Su Yuan marveled, taken aback. The half-piece he had previously acquired paled in comparison to this one, which towered 3 men high and contained a vast reservoir of divine energy. However, acquiring it would be no simple task, as he needed to overcome the obstacles before him. What do you say? This supreme Yang divine stone is mine by right. Should you wish to contest me for it, I do not hesitate to eliminate you completely. Su Yuan declared with audacity, his demeanor unapologetically domineering. Yet, emboldened by his formidable weapon, the Sword of Chaos, he felt no fear in confronting the 3 celestial beings. Witnessing his arrogance, the 3 celestial beings were incensed, particularly the one with the solar constitution, who, as a paragon among prodigies, found it intolerable to be disrespected in such a manner. His fury erupted instantly. You insolent wretch! Do you believe that possessing a transcendent artifact renders you invincible? How laughable! Taijia coldly responded, while Bai Feng Jun and Long Wu seethed with rage. As pinnacle experts among celestial beings, they could not abide being looked down upon by a mere junior.